Hey, what's up guys, welcome back to YouTube channel. So today we're gonna see what if Harry Potter was reborn into Death Eater ranks. Don't worry, I'm not gonna host the entire video. Due to YouTube community guidelines, I have to make this intro. And without any further delay, let's get started.
Run! Igor Karkaroff's brain was screaming at him. Run! He was running faster than he ever ran before. His legs were in pain, and he had a cramp in his side, but he kept running. He heard a rustling of the bushes behind him as someone chased after him. Keep running. Karkaroff ran for what seemed like hours. Through the dark and damp forest, jumping over tree roots and logs. He even sank halfway into a small pond, which he quickly got out of and continued to run. He stopped in the very center of the forest, leaned over, hands on his knees, and breathing hard. He seemed to have lost the thing chasing him. He stood upright and ran a hand through his disheveled hair. He had lost his wand a way back, and he was defenseless. He sat down in the small clearing. His legs not able to stand any longer from the extreme exercise. Snap! Karkaroff stiffened suddenly, as he heard a twig snap somewhere in front of him. He stared into the blackness of the mass of trees. It's probably just an animal. I'm in the woods, after all, Karkaroff thought, trying and failing to reassure himself. Another twig snapped, only closer this time. Who's there? Karkaroff called. Snap! I'm warning you. I'm armed. Karkaroff yelled. No you're not, said a familiar voice from behind him. There was a loud sound and Karkaroff went unconscious. Karkaroff opened his eyes slowly. He was being pulled to his feet, and roughly dragged somewhere. Where am I? Karkaroff asked weakly. He got punched in the stomach by the person dragging him. Don't talk, said Lucius Malfoy sharply. He pulled Karkaroff into a torch-lit area in the middle of a graveyard. There were several people dressed in dark cloaks and wearing masks in a circle around him. Malfoy took his spot in the circle and stared at Karkaroff. Like the rest of them. It was silent. There was not a breeze, or anything. A hissing sound broke the silence and a large snake appeared out of nowhere. A man was with it. Igor Karkaroff, said the man. He had a cold voice, colder than ice. How good to see you. My lord, gasped Karkaroff, I. Shut up Karkaroff, said the man with the cold voice. You were never a very good liar anyway. Quote, but, I said, shut up, the man repeated. Now, to business. Not many people here are pleased with you Karkaroff. There was a murmur of agreement around the circle. I was just coming to ask for your forgiveness. Spat the man. I am not very forgiving Karkaroff, you should know that. I know my lord, said Karkaroff, starting to shake with fear. Yes, you would know that, said the man lazily. And you know what the consequences are also. Karkaroff really started to shake now. My lord, please, the man laughed cruelly at the Karkaroff's panic. Nevertheless, the man took a wand from his cloak and pointed it at Karkaroff, who was still pleading on the ground. No, please don't, Karkaroff didn't get to finish his sentence. With a flash of green light and a sound of rushing wind, he fell limply to the ground, dead. Boy, wake up, barked Aunt Petunia, coming up the wooden stairs. I need you to cook the eggs. Harry Potter groaned and rolled over. Tap tap tap, his Aunt Petunia Dursley rapped on the door, still yelling at him. Wake up, it's Dudley's birthday and you have to help. Harry opened his eyes slowly and looked around the blurry room. Are you up yet? Yes, Harry said sleepily, throwing the blankets off of him. Aunt Petunia gave an angry snort and stormed back downstairs. Harry got slowly out of bed and pulled on his glasses. The room came into clearer focus and he noticed something that hadn't been there the night before. His pet owl, Hedwig. To most people, an owl is a very odd pet, but Harry wasn't most people. He was a wizard. At the age of 11 Harry had found out about a hidden world of wizard and witches. Harry went to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with his two best friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. However, over the summer he sorely missed them both. He wished that he was back at school with them, or that Ron would ask him to go over to the burrow for the summer. Harry went to his closet and pulled open the door. After getting dressed he patted Hedwig, who clicked her beak appreciatively and stuck her head under her wing. He had been most worried about her when she hadn't. Returned from hunting the previous night. Harry, get down here, yelled Aunt Petunia from the kitchen. Harry pulled on his shoes and walked downstairs. Good, you've finally gotten up, Aunt Petunia said. handing him a bowl with 4 eggs in it. Whip those and then make scrambled eggs out of them. Fine, Harry said, starting to whisk the eggs. Harry was starting to cook bacon when Dudley came downstairs. Dudley Dursley was the largest boy that Harry had ever met, even though he had been on a diet for a whole year. 6 chins wobbled under Dudley's mouth as he bellowed, "What did you get me? My little Dudders is 15 already." Aunt Petunia said tearfully. "Big whoop," Harry said under his breath. After giving Dudley the eggs and bacon that he had prepared, Harry made himself a piece of toast and went back upstairs. There was an owl sitting on his bed, which Harry recognized as Errol, the Weasleys' family owl. Errol was looking a little tipsy, and fainted right after Harry closed the door to his room. Harry took the letter from Errol's motionless talons and ripped it open. It was from Mrs. Weasley, Ron's mother. "Harry dear," it read. "I am just writing to make sure that you are all right. I hope that you are having an enjoyable summer, and I just thought that I'd tell you that I have written Professor Dumbledore, asking if you could come stay with us for the remainder of the summer. We will owl you when we get a reply. Stay out of trouble, and stay on your guard. Love, Molly Weasley." Harry folded up the letter and put it on his desk. If only he could stay out of trouble. Harry was always attracting trouble. For Harry had a mortal enemy, Lord Voldemort. Voldemort had killed his parents almost 14 years earlier, and had turned his wand on Harry too. The killing curse that had disposed of so many people prior to that night had not worked on Harry. Instead, the curse backfired on Voldemort, leaving him without a body. He barely escaped with his life. All Harry had gotten was a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Only a month or 2 ago Voldemort had been reborn. Harry had been competing in the Triwizard Tournament, and in the 3rd task of the tournament Rye and a boy named Cedric Diggory had been transported to a graveyard, where Cedric was killed and Harry had been forced to witness Voldemort's rebirth. Harry shook those thoughts from his head and finished eating his toast. Then he went back downstairs to where Dudley was opening his presents. The kitchen floor was littered with shiny wrapping paper and colorful ribbons and bows. A large pile of presents was on the table. "I'm going out," Harry said, pulling open the door. Normally, Harry's Uncle Vernon would yell at him to go do a chore or something, but this time he just barked, "Don't get back until 5. We don't want you blowing up anything in this house while we're gone." Harry simply nodded and walked outside. He had gotten almost halfway down the sidewalk when he heard someone calling his name. He spun around, and saw his old babysitter, Mrs. Fig. "Harry Potter," croaked the old woman. "Why, I haven't seen you for ages." "Oh, hello Mrs. Fig," Harry said, not wishing to list end to her droning on about her many cats. "Why don't you come in for a cup of tea, Mrs. Fig said, beckoning toward her house. "All right," Harry said reluctantly, not wanting to be rude. Harry followed her inside and into her living room, filled with frilly things and pictures of her cats. Please, have a seat, Mrs. Fig said, motioning to one of her lace-covered chairs. Harry sat down while Mrs. Fig went to her kitchen to get some tea. When Mrs. Fig returned, she handed Harry a cup and sat down across from him. "So dear, how have you been?" Harry had just opened his mouth to reply, knock on the door. "What in the world?" gasped Mrs. Fig when she opened the door. Standing there was a dog. It was large, black, and shaggy, and it had a note in its mouth. "Snuffles," Harry gasped. The dog looked over at Harry and wagged its tail. Snuffles' real name was Sirius Black, who was an escaped convict from Azkaban. Harry had believed Sirius to be responsible for Lily and James Potter's murder. But Sirius was completely innocent. The real person who gave away his parents' whereabouts to Lord Voldemort was a man named Peter Pettigrew, who most thought was dead. "What's this?" Mrs. Fig said, taking the letter from the Sirius's mouth. She slowly unfolded it and started to read. Before Harry's eyes, Mrs. Fig changed from her usual peach-colored skin, to a pasty white, and then green. She fainted. "Mrs. Fig!" Harry exclaimed. He jumped to his feet, just as Sirius transformed. "Sirius, what are you doing here?" Harry asked, leaning over Mrs. Fig. "I am here on work from Dumbledore," Sirius replied. "What does Mrs. Fig have to do with Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "This is Arabella Fig, and she's not actually a Mrs. Sirius replied. She is part of an elite group T. Hat Dumbledore put together in order to fight Voldemort. Of course, this was years ago. Now Dumbledore is contacting group members again, and I'm his messenger. You could get caught, Harry hissed. Sirius rolled his eyes. What is this group's name, anyway? I don't think that we have one, Sirius said. Look, make yourself helpful and go get a wet towel to sponge her forehead, Sirius said. AF. Sirius lifted Arabella onto the couch and Harry had placed a damp towel on her forehead. Did she wake up? So, Arabella croaked, sitting up slightly from the couch. You're telling me that you're innocent? Yes, Sirius replied. Arabella, instantly transformed from an old, shriveled woman, to a woman of about Sirius's age, with pretty blonde hair and bright blue eyes. And Voldemort has been reborn. Arabella replied, clutching her forehead. Sirius nodded slowly. When is our first meeting? Arabella said. Tomorrow, after I contact the rest of the old crowd. Arabella just nodded. If why? Oh, you read the rest of the letter, it gives directions on where to meet and stuff like that. All right, Arabella replied. Sirius stood up and started to go for the door. He transformed into the giant, shaggy dog before turning the handle with his paw and leaving. Arabella lay back down on the couch, before realizing that Harry was still there. I suppose that this must be very confusing for you, she said softly. Harry shrugged his shoulders and said, not really. I'm sort of used to this stuff now. Arabella said, not really paying attention. Well, I guess that I should be going now, Harry said, standing up. Oh, goodbye dear, Arabella said, waving from the couch. Harry continued to walk down the sidewalk, thinking about the day's events so far. Not really paying much attention. He walked to a small park a few blocks away. A small group of kids were swinging on the swings and on the jungle gym. Harry sat down on a bench near a small forest. He was trying to think of something to do until 5 in the afternoon. When he heard a rustle of leaves behind him, he slowly turned around and looked into the forest. He could have sworn that he saw someone looking back at him. He turned back around, and almost instantly he heard a rustling sound again. Harry looked over his shoulder and stood up. He walked over to a small clump of bushes and pushed them apart, gazing into the forest. Hello, he called. Suddenly there was a small ping, and a small flash somewhere to Harry's right. Harry walked over to where he had heard the ping. The spot was empty, except for a small, square, badge lying on the ground. Harry leaned forward and picked up the badge. On the front, Order of the Phoenix was written in gold. Harry turned it over and saw the words Dueling Master. Harry stared at the badge for a few more seconds, before it suddenly disappeared, leaving Harry holding nothing but air. When Harry returned to number 4 Privet Drive, he walked right past the kitchen where the Dursleys were sitting. Uncle Vernon didn't even notice when Harry walked past. Harry went straight up to his room and closed the door. The first thing he noticed was an unfamiliar owl sitting on his bed. The owl, seeing that he had returned, dropped the letter it was carrying and flew out the open window. Scooping the letter up off of his bed, Harry ripped open the envelope and started to read. Dear Mr. Potter, Mrs. Molly Weasley has owled me asking if you would be able to stay at the Weasleys' house for the remainder of the summer vacation. I will allow you to stay there, so long as you do not leave the house after dark and do not go anywhere without one of the Weasleys or Miss Granger, who is also staying at the Weasleys. Under these conditions you will be able to stay there. It is to my knowledge that they are picking you up on July 21st. They will be arriving in a ministry car. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster. Harry smiled happily and looked up at the calendar. The 21st was 2 days away. Still smiling, Harry went downstairs and into the kitchen. Uncle Vernon, Harry said timidly. Grunt. I'm going to be leaving in 2 days, Harry said. To go to the Weasleys. That definitely got Uncle Vernon's attention. What? He hissed. In 2 days the Weasleys are coming by car to pick me up, Harry repeated. I'm just going to leave, only one of them is probably going to come in the house. There will be no talking. Vernon's beady eyes narrowed as he surveyed Harry. Dudley was staring at Harry with a horrified look on his face. He was obviously remembering the last time the Weasleys had come to number 4 Privet Drive. Dudley's tongue had grown 4 feet in length. All right, Uncle Vernon finally growled. You can go to that ruddy family's house. Thank you, Harry said, turning around and starting to go back upstairs. Damn weirdos, Vernon growled after Harry had gone. When Harry was up in his room he almost collided with Ron's owl pig, who was rocketing around the room. Calm down, Harry said, grabbing the owl and removing the letter. Harry, you can come. Dumbledore wrote you in case you didn't know. Mum says that you have to follow a bunch of rules while you're here. That bites. Anyway, we're picking you up at noon. On a lighter note, Dad got us tickets to the European Cup. It's England versus Spain. We don't even have to camp this time. The Quidditch field is only a mile away. Of course, the tickets aren't as good as last year's, but they're still pretty good. Only 2 more days. Ron. Harry picked up his quill and wrote a quick reply. Ron, the Dursleys say it's okay if I go, not that it would really matter. The European Cup. Cool. See you in 2 days, Harry. Harry gave the letter to Pig and he flew out of the room faster than a bullet. The next thing Harry did was write a quick note to Sirius, telling him that he was going to be staying at the Weasleys. Harry watched as Hedwig flew out of the window and into the sunset. Harry couldn't wait until he got to see Ron and Hermione again. The next day Harry walked around with a big grin on his face and got a lot of glares from the Dursleys. On the 21st Harry could definitely tell that the Dursleys were getting nervous about the Weasleys coming. What time are they coming? Barked Uncle Vernon that morning at breakfast. Noon, Harry said. Uncle Vernon grunted. All of Harry's stuff was packed. Hedwig's empty cage was sitting on top of his trunk. Harry was upstairs pacing his room when his uncle opened the door. Without saying a word to Harry he dragged the trunk out of the room and down the stairs. He dropped it right in front of the door, so that Harry would be able to leave as soon as possible. Harry sat on the stairs, when the doorbell rang. I'll get it, Harry yelled. He ran to the front door and pulled it open. Tall, gangly, with flaming red hair and freckles all over his face, was Ron Weasley. Hey Harry, he said. Hi Ron, Harry replied. Reed Ron each picked up an end of the trunk and brought it out to the ministry car that was waiting outside. Mr. Weasley was sitting beside the driver with his window open. Hello Harry, Mr. Weasley said. Have a good summer. Yes Mr. Weasley, Harry replied, putting his trunk in the back of the car. Good, Mr. Weasley said. Harry got in the car with Ron. Harry, we have something very important to discuss with you when we get to the burrow, Mr. Weasley said, turning around in his seat. Mum told him about Snuffles, Ron whispered in Harry's ear. He's going to ask you about him. He's been asking me about him all summer. That reminds me, I saw him 2 days ago. Who? Snuffles. Yeah, I was visiting Mrs. Fig and he came inside and gave Mrs. Fig a letter. Remember when Dumbledore told Snuffles to contact her? That's what he's doing now. Wow, Ron said. The ministry car got to the burrow in record time. Before Harry knew it, he and Ron were carrying his trunk into the burrow. Hello Harry, Fred said. He was sitting on the couch, writing on a piece of parchment. Harry could tell that it was an order form. It seemed that Mrs. and Mr. Weasley had stopped fighting Fred and George about Weasley's wizard wheezes, which was Fred and George's joke business. Hey Fred, Harry said, panting from the weight of the trunk. Here, Mrs. Weasley said, flicking her wand and making it disappear and reappear in Ron's room. Have you had lunch yet, dear? Mrs. Weasley asked. No, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. Good, we were just about to sit down for lunch. George came downstairs, as did Charlie and Ginny. Bill was not able to get time off of work and would be coming to the European Cup. Percy was currently at work. We're quite worried about Percy, Mrs. Weasley told Harry as she scooped some coleslaw onto his plate. Some nights he hasn't even come home. He was quite traumatized when he learned of Barty Crouch's death. He'll be fine, Mr. Weasley said. I know dear, but I worry about him, I know. Everyone munched on their sandwiches in silence. After lunch, Mr. Weasley pulled Harry to the side. Harry, I need to ask you something. I know, Harry replied. How long have you known about Sirius Black working for Dumbledore? Mr. Weasley was staring at him sternly. About a year or so, Harry replied. Mr. Weasley kept staring into Harry's eyes and eventually said, all right then. Mr. Weasley then turned around and went into the living room. Harry went upstairs to Ron's room. When is Hermione coming? Harry asked. Tomorrow evening, Ron said, dumping a few dead flies into his giant frog's tank. And then the day after that we're leaving for the European Cup. Cool, Harry said, sitting down on his camp bed. Ron, said someone from the doorway. It was Ginny. Mom wants you to help Fred and George denome the garden. Ron heaved a sigh and said, Harry, wanna help? Sure, Harry said. The two of them left the room. It's an absolute disaster at the ministry, Percy said later that evening. He had just apparated and dumped a large pile of parchment on the kitchen table. We finally got the Order of the Phoenix to help us at the European Cup. They're making us pay a whole bundle though. Why wouldn't they help you before? Ron asked. The Order of the Phoenix was never exactly on the best terms with the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Weasley said. What is the Order of the Phoenix anyway? Harry asked. It's an agency that is totally separate from the Ministry of Magic, Percy sighed. They have some of the most powerful and smart wizards and witches there. Unfortunately, Sarge, the leader of the Order, does not agree with how the Ministry is run, so she hardly ever follows our rules and stuff. In fact, there are over 100 animaguses working for the Order of the Phoenix. They have a completely different list. However, you can't get much information off of the list. All of the names are Agent 102 or something like that. But if you ever need protection for a large group of people, the Order is the best, Mr. Weasley said. Yeah, that's why we had to call them. Cornelius Fudge finally agreed to have some protection at the European Cup, so we called the Order. There's going to be one agent for every row of seats, and that isn't cheap. Well, if all goes well, no one will get hurt by you-know-who or one of their Death Eaters, Mr. Weasley said. All of the Weasleys now knew about Voldemort being reborn. Bill had told the rest of the family after the night of the third task. I don't think that there are going to be any casualties dealing with you-know-who. I mean to say, Lucius Malfoy will probably tell his master all about our plan, Percy said bitterly. Let's change the subject, Mrs. Weasley said. How has work been for you, Bill? Oh, I've missed you both so much, Hermione said, throwing her arms around both Ron and Harry. Her parents had just dropped her off at the burrow. Hermione, Jareth, he said, pulling himself out of Hermione's tight embrace. Hermione, said Mrs. Weasley, you're rooming with Ginny again. After Hermione's trunk was in Ginny's room and she had unpacked a little, Harry and Ron caught up a little. Have you talked to Sirius lately? Hermione asked. Yeah, a few days ago, Harry said. I've told you about Mrs. Fig before, haven't I? Ron and Hermione nodded. Well, I was visiting her and there was a knock at the door. It was Sirius with a letter to Mrs. Fig. It turns out that Mrs. Fig is actually Arabella Fig and she works for Dumbledore. Like Sirius and Professor Lupin? Asked Hermione. Exactly. So, do you know if they have a plan to fight you-know-who? No, Sirius didn't say. Kids, called Mrs. Weasley from downstairs. Dinner. Ron, Hermione and Harry all returned downstairs for dinner. At around 6 at night the next day, the Weasleys, Harry and Hermione all started walking toward the location of the European Cup. They had to walk through a large forest with a pathway lit by fairies and lanterns. When they finally reached the stadium that had been put there, they gave their tickets to a ministry witch. After getting their ticket stubs they went to their seats. Personally, I like the European Cup better than the World Cup, Mr. Weasley said as they took their seats. Why? Hermione asked. Because, it doesn't take as much work to organize this, and they have snacks. Mr. Weasley pointed across the field to where there was a large sign saying snacks. Do we have time to go get something? Ron asked. But we just ate, Hermione said. So, all right, you can go get something, Mr. Weasley said. But get back before the game starts. Harry, Ron and Hermione all got up and went to the little alleyway where several vendors were selling food. Several other alleyways went off in different directions, leading to souvenir stores and stuff like that. The three of them walked down the alleyway, glancing at the odd foods from other countries in Europe. Ron got a pack of chocolate frogs and Hermione got an Italian soda from an espresso shop. The three of them sat down at a small table alongside the wall and chatted happily for a few minutes. They were just about to go back to leave their table, when Harry felt something hard poke him in the back of the head. Don't turn around, hissed the voice of Lucius Malfoy, holding his wand to Harry's head. Malfoy, Harry spat. How observant. Lucius Malfoy replied. Why are you here? Harry asked. To give you a warning, Malfoy said. Hermione and Ron were watching with their mouths open in horror. Needless to say, the Dark Lord is not very pleased with you. Obviously, Harry muttered under his breath. He wanted me to pass along this message to you. Malfoy leaned close to Harry's ear. No matter where you go, no matter what you're doing, he'll know. He has eyes everywhere, and if you make one wrong move he'll strike. Yeah, I'll try to remember that, Harry said sarcastically. Lucius Malfoy glared at him. I could kill you right here right now, and I'd be honored by the Dark Lord beyond my wildest dreams. You would be killed before you sep. Oh really? Malfoy snarled. How so? You work at the Ministry. You should that there are hundreds of Order of the Phoenix agents in this place. If they probably even hear the word Avada they'll kill you. Who knows, there might be a bunch of them here. And you can't apparate. Ron burst in. There are spells on this place making sure that you can't. Shut up, Malfoy spat. Harry turned around in his seat and looked up at Malfoy's cold gray eyes. And besides, everyone knows that Voldemort wants to kill me. Himself, Harry said. I don't think he'll be too happy if he finds out you've killed me instead of him. Malfoy glared down at Harry before lowering his wand and walking away. Oh my god, Hermione said. We'd better go back to our seats, Ron said, nervously staring in the direction of where Lucius Malfoy had walked off to. Did you three have fun? Asked Mr. Weasley when they returned. A blast, Ron said sarcastically. We met Lucius Malfoy. What? Mr. Weasley said sharply. What did he say? Oh, you know, the usual. Death threats to Harry. Mr. Weasley's eyes got wide and he stared at Harry. What did he say? Mr. Weasley repeated to Harry. He said that no matter where I go or whatever I'm doing he is watching, or something like that, Harry said. Should we tell the Ministry? Percy asked his father. No, the Ministry won't care. All Malfoy has to say is he didn't do it and the Minister will believe him. Mr. W. Weasley put his chin in his hand thoughtfully. We'll tell Professor Dumbledore. But, Mr. Weasley gave Percy a look that told him not to pursue the subject. Fred and George, who were sitting next to Harry, immediately started asking him questions. Did he ask you any more questions? Was you know who there? Did you duel? No, and no. Ron interrupted. Fred was just about to reply, but Ron shushed him just as a loud voice echoed out onto the field. Welcome to the 310th Annual European Cup. Another voice echoed him, only speaking in Spanish. Harry didn't recognize the voice to be Ludo Bagman's, who was the head of Department of Magical Games and Sports. Ludo Bagman was on the run from the goblins that he had bet against. And now, the team from England, cried the commentator. Read the names of the people from England and then from Spain. After announcing the referee, all of the Quidditch players mounted their brooms. TWWWWEEEEEEETTTTTTT. All of the players shot off in different directions. And it's Parker with the quaffle, shouted the commentator, Jovero. Nanez. Prince has the quaffle now. He's flying toward the goal post. But Prince was hit was a quaffle in the side of the head and dropped the quaffle in order to hold onto her broom. Valerio has the quaffle now. Score. There was a loud boo from the England supporters. 10-0, Spain. All right, Bundridge has the quaffle. Go, whispered Charlie under his breath. Geez, what is with our chasers today? I don't know, but I hope they snap out of it, George said back. Boldick shoots a bludger straight at the Spanish seeker. Hits him in the face. There was a loud boo from the Spanish side. The Spanish seeker Belts was now sporting a bloody nose. Yes, yelled Fred. Take him out. Belts didn't seem too seriously injured. So the game continued. Suddenly, Ginny screamed loudly and pointed to the other side of the field. Jovero had been hit in the back with a bludger and had fallen off of his broom. He's going to get killed. Hermione yelled, burying her face in Ron's shoulder. He'll be fine, Ron said. Look, the Medi Wizards are slowing him down. It was true, several Medi Wizards has sped out onto the field with their wands in the air. There will be a brief time out while trained Medi Wizards examine Jovero. I hope he's all right, Ginny said. That bludger hit him pretty hard. I have just gotten word, said the commentator, that Jovero will not be returning to the game. Harry watched as the Medi-Wizards put him on a stretcher and carried him off of the field. Now it will be easier for England, Ron said. 20 minutes later England had only scored twice, but Spain had gotten by the English keeper 6 more times. We're being clobbered out there, George moaned. Just catch the snitch, Fred bellowed at the English seeker. Almost as if on cue, the English seeker was speeding toward the ground. The Spanish seeker hurtled after her. The two of them went speeding toward the ground, so fast that they were just multicolored blurs. Where's the snitch? Yelled Percy. Suddenly, the Spanish seeker went shooting off in a totally different direction. The English seeker, who was fainting, pulled out of his dive only inches away from the ground. He looked around, seeing where the Spanish seeker had gone. His hand outstretched, the Spanish seeker reached out toward the snitch. A bludger came out of nowhere, and the seeker had to move only about 3 inches, but the snitch disappeared. The Spanish commentator said something that made several of the Spanish players shake their fists in anger. All right, settle down. It's Parker with the quaffle. The English chasers were getting angrier and angrier. One of the chasers threw the quaffle at one of the Spanish chasers. It bounced off the back of his head and back into the English chaser's arms. Foul, cried some of Spain's supporters. Foul, repeated one of the commentators. And Nandes flies forward to take the foul. Nandes scored. It seemed that even with the absence of one of their keepers, the Spanish players were still kicking England's butt. Oh man, yelled Ron, this is depressing. I can't believe that England is losing. The score is 120-30. Cried the commentator. Wait, was that the snitch? The two seekers were shooting after Golden Speck in the distance. Go, yelled Harry. The snitch took a sudden dive, toward the ground. The seekers followed. Inches above the ground, the Spanish seeker snatched the snitch out of the air. The Spanish side exploded, with cheers and applause as the Spanish seeker raised the snitch into the air in triumph. Ooh, cried the crowd, as the seeker from England punched the Spanish seeker in the face. Oh, I say, yelled the commentator. Someone separate them. Several wizards and witches went running out onto the field and attempted to separate the two brawling seekers. After getting pushed, kicked and punched, wizards managed to separate the two seekers. The Spanish seeker was yelling at the English seeker. Same to you, yelled the English seeker as they pulled him to the locker rooms. That was some game, Charlie said as they were walking back to the burrow. The fight was the best part, George and Fred said. I hope that the Spanish keeper is okay, Hermione said. He'll be fine, Harry said. It's almost 11, Percy said, glancing at his watch. I hope that mother isn't getting worried. Mum knows how long Quidditch matches last, George says. You're worried about all that work you have to do. Percy's ears turned pink. For your information, boys, Mr. Weasley said in a warning tone. Just don't tell Molly about Malfoy threatening Harry. Then she'll be worried. They walked in silence for the remainder of the time. When they reached the burrow, Mrs. Weasley was still awake and waiting for them. She gave them all a cup of hot cocoa before sending them to bed. Fred and George W. Air once again crammed into Ron's room along with Harry. Some game, huh? George yawned after he had crawled into his bed. Yeah, I wonder if we'll have any games that exciting at Hogwarts, Fred said. Speaking of Quidditch, who do you think will be the new captain of the Gryffindor team, Harry? I dunno, Harry replied sleepily. Angelina maybe. What, you don't think Fred and I can do the job? George said in mock anger. You probably could, but judging from your permanent record I don't think that McGonagall is going to let you. Very funny, Fred said sarcastically. Good night, Ron yawned. Night. Harry slept fitfully that night. In his first dream he saw the ago. Cedric Diggory's body was lying 10 feet away. His gray eyes were open wide and he wasn't moving. There was the giant cauldron and a spindly figure was rising out of it. The figure turned around, its red eyes staring straight into Harry's. Harry Potter, it hissed. Harry sat up with a jolt, clutching his scar. Ron, Fred, and George were still sleeping soundly. All three of them were snoring. Harry took a deep breath and reassured himself that it was a dream and that it hadn't happened again. He lay back down and fell back asleep. Harry Potter. Oh no, I'm back in the dream again, Harry thought. But it didn't seem that way. No, he was in a room with a spectacular view of the ocean and several comfy-looking chairs in a circle. Harry Potter. Harry turned around. Standing there was a young woman with long, black hair and brilliant blue eyes. She also had a very odd accent. She couldn't have been more than 19 years old. Yes, Harry said nervously. I brought you here to thank you, said the woman. My name is Sphinx. Where am I? Harry asked. Technically you are still in your bed. I visited you in a dream to thank you. How did you do that? I am not allowed to say. But I will tell you that I am the dueling master in the Order of the Phoenix. I found your badge, Harry exclaimed. Yes, I know, said Sphinx. That is why I visited you, to thank you for finding my badge. I am glad that you found it and not someone else. Like a muggle. Did you get it back? Because it disappeared from my hand. Yes, since you are a wizard I was able to transfer it back to myself. Oh, well, once again, thank you. No problem. Goodbye Harry Potter. Harry rolled over and woke up. He looked around Ron's neon orange room, rolled over, and fell back asleep. Fred, have you seen my broomstick? Mum, where are my socks? Ginny, that's my robe. No it isn't. It was the day that 4 Weasleys, Harry and Hermione, returned to Hogwarts. There was absolute mayhem in the burrow. People were bumping into other people on the stairs. Ron, get Pig out of the kitchen. Harry, did you see where my gloves went? Mr. Weasley seemed to be the only person who was relaxed. We're leaving in 10 minutes, Mrs. Weasley yelled at the top of her lungs to the people scurrying around trying tea. Oh, get all of their belongings into their trunks. Mr. Weasley sipped his coffee and opened the newspaper. Arthur, help me with these sandwiches, Mrs. Weasley said. Mr. Weasley groaned and got up from his chair and helped his wife with the sandwiches. 7 minutes later the trunks were being loaded into a ministry car that Mr. Weasley was able to get for the ride to Hogwarts. It had an expanded trunk so all 6 trunks were able to fit into it comfortably. The twins, Ginny, Ron, Harry and Hermione all loaded into the backseat, where they fit nicely too. Mrs. Weasley was going to the station with them, as Mr. Weasley had to go to work. Now kids, Mrs. Weasley said from the front seat. I want all of you to behave yourselves this year. She stared pointedly at Fred and George as if you say especially you two. I want you all to be careful, and to stay on your guard. What about, have fun? Fred said. That's implied. They chatted happily for the rest of the ride to King's Cross Station. They loaded their trunks onto carts and wheeled them over to a spot between Platform 9 and Platform 10. Ron, you and Ginny go first, Mrs. Weasley said. The two of them ran toward the barrier, and disappeared. Harry and Hermione, you go next. The two of them ran through the barrier and disappeared through the wall. Over 100 people were milling around Platform 9 3/4. After the twins me through the barrier they ran off to find their friendly Jordan. Ron, Harry, and Hermione chose a compartment and carried their trunks in there. They leaned out of the train window to say goodbye to Mrs. Weasley. Bye Mum, Ron said. Waving goodbye. Bye Ron. Goodbye Harry, Hermione, Mrs. Weasley called. The twins came into the compartment and said goodbye to their mother as well. Behave yourselves, Mrs. Weasley repeated as the train started to move. What? I'm sorry I didn't hear you. Fred yelled as the train sped away from the platform. Mrs. Weasley waved as they got further and further away. She was nearly out of sight when she disapparated with a small pop. Ron sat back in his seat and sighed. Hermione, however, was digging around in her trunk for something. She pulled out the Daily Prophet. In all the commotion this morning I didn't get to read it, Hermione explained when she saw Ron and Harry looking at her. You read too much, Ron merely yawned. After a few minutes of silence Hermione exclaimed. There was an attack in Ireland. What? Harry exclaimed. The Order of the Phoenix took care of it, Hermione said, reading the paper. There were 13 Death Eaters that died. And one Order of the Phoenix agent lost an arm. Well, now Fudge can't deny that Voldemort is back, Harry said. Can I see the paper after you're done? Sure. A few minutes later Ron had F.A. Yen asleep and Hermione had finished reading the paper. Here, she said, handing it to Harry. Harry flipped to the article about the Order of the Phoenix. There was a picture of several agents who had fought the Death Eaters. Hermione. Harry hissed. Come here. Hermione went from one end of the compartment to the end that Harry was sitting. What is it? Did I ever tell you that I had a dray? With the dueling master from the Order of the Phoenix in it. No. Well, a month or so ago the dueling master came to me in a dream, saying thank you for finding her badge. You mean the badge you found the day you met Arabella Fig? So, Hermione, this is her, Harry said, pointing to a woman in the picture. It was Sphinx. She was wearing muggle clothes with a cloak over it. She reached up and blocked the camera with her hand. Are you sure? Hermione asked, looking at the picture doubtfully. I'm positive. She said that she was glad that I had found her badge instead of someone else. Maybe you just saw her picture in another newspaper or something, Hermione said. It's illegal for people to dream hop. Dream hop, Harry said. It's when you enter someone's dreams without their permission. You can only dream hop under orders from the Ministry. But the Order of the Phoenix agents don't follow Ministry rules. Mr. Weasley told us that they highly disagree with the way that the Ministry of Magic is run. So they have their own rules. Hermione looked highly interested and Harry could tell that she was itching to get back to the Hogwarts library and look up more information about the Order of the Phoenix. Harry continued to read the paper as Hermione stared out the window. After Harry had finished reading he looked over at Hermione, but realized that she wasn't looking out the window. Her eyes kept flicking to the corner of the room where Ron was sleeping. Hermione, Harry said slowly. Why do you keep looking at Ron? What? Oh, well, why shouldn't I? I mean, he's my friend. Harry said, raising one eyebrow at her. What? Hermione asked. You like him, don't you? Harry said slyly. As a friend, yes, Hermione replied. That's not what I meant. You like him. I do not. Hermione exclaimed, but she blushed red. Harry said while rolling his eyes. Don't, me Harry James Potter, Hermione snapped. What's going on? Came a groggy voice from the corner. Nothing, Ron, Harry said. Whatever, Ron yawned, sitting up and stretching. Wanna play a game of exploding snap? Harry asked. A little bit after noon Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Neville Longbottom showed up at their compartment. While the five boys talked spiritedly about Quidditch, Hermione walked off to find Ginny's compartment. Did you see the European Cup? Seamus asked. Horrible game for England, EH. Yeah, but the Seeker managed to give the Spanish Seeker a black eye, Ron said. I wish I could have gone, Neville moaned. I wish Gran didn't hate Quidditch so much. Right, whatever. The Hogwarts Express will reach Hogsmeade Station in 10 minutes, echoed a voice down the corridors of the train. Ron and Harry changed into their Hogwarts robes, while Hermione changed in Ginny's compartment. She returned a moment later, wearing her robes and a shiny prefect badge. I didn't know that you had been made prefect, Ron said, eyeing the badge. I kept it a secret. Hermione said. Leave your trunks on the train, they will be taken up to the school separately, said the voice again. The hundreds of Hogwarts students loaded out of E-train and looked around for the horseless carriages that would be taking everyone but the first years up to the school. First years. Or here, yelled the familiar booming voice of Rubeus Hagrid. Hagrid was the gamekeeper and teacher of the Care of Magical Creatures class. Hi Hagrid, Harry, Ron, and Hermione yelled. Hagrid waved back, and continued calling the first years toward him. The three of them and Neville loaded into a carriage, and a few minutes later they started to move up the long drive to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. There was a huge mob outside of the Great Hall, and Professor McGonagall was letting a few students in at a time. Out of the corner of his eye Harry saw Peeves hiding behind a large statue with some sort of object in his hands, and a wicked grin on his face. Harry, Ron, and Hermione pushed their way to the front of the mob so they wouldn't be around to see what kind of havoc Peeves would start. The Great Hall was beautiful, as always. Ndreds of candles floated in midair over the 4 house tables and the high table, where the teachers sat. The 3 of them walked to the table on the far right and sat down. Hermione immediately looked up at the high table. Look, she exclaimed. There's the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Harry and Ron spun around and looked at the table. Talking to Professor Trelawney, and looking very bored, was Arabella Fig, Harry said. What? Ron said. That's Arabella Fig, Harry repeated. I didn't know that she was going to be teaching here. I hope she's up to it, Ron said. AF. Tear a few moments the great hall was full, and Professor McGonagall came in carrying a tattered old hat and a three-legged stool. She placed the hat on top of the stool and went back to get the first years. All of the first years were looking extremely scared and nervous. Everyone was staring at the hat and suddenly a rip appeared near the rim of the hat and it started to sing. I am not good at writing lyrics. So just make up what the Sorting Hat sings. There was enormous applause as the hat finished its song. The hat bowed to each of the tables, then straightened and was motionless. Professor McGonagall unrolled a piece of parchment and told the first years that when she called their names they were to go put on the hat. Armington Chalisa. A pale girl stepped forward, put on the hat, and sat down on the stool. Hufflepuff, yelled the hat a moment later. The table next to the Gryffindor table burst into applause. Callaghan, Nellie was the first Gryffindor. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, greeted Nellie happily. At the end of the sorting, Gryffindor had 10 first years. Professor Dumbledore stood up after Professor McGonagall had taken away the stool and hat. Welcome new students, Professor Dumbledore said, a wide smile on his face and his arms spread wide. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'm sure that you are all ravenous after that long train ride, so, dig in. At that second the platters in front of them were filled with delicious food. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all piled food onto their plates and then started eating their meal. Nearly headless Nick annoyed all of them by staring at them mournfully as they cut up their food. After their plates had been cleared of the last crumb, Professor Dumbledore stood up again. Students, after last year's events there are some new rules. Professor Dumbledore's eyes flashed in the direction of the Hufflepuff table. No one will be allowed out of the castle after 7 o'clock in the evening, except for Quidditch players, but the practices will be supervised by Madam Hooch or one of the other teachers. Harry remembered the last time that Madam Hooch had to supervise the games. It was in his 3rd year when Sirius had first escaped and everyone thought him to be a murderer. And furthermore, these objects are not allowed on the Hogwarts grounds. He named about 10 or so items. Off to bed now, Dumbledore cried. Good night. All of the students filed out of the room and off to their dorms. Hermione was busy showing the new first years the way to Gryffindor Tower. Ron, Harry, and the rest of the 5th year boys walked quickly up to the tower and into their dorm. Their trunks had been placed at the ends of their 4-poster beds. Some dinner, huh? Ron yawned as Harry crawled into his bed. Harry didn't have time to reply. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Schedules, Hermione said, passing Harry and Ron's schedules the next morning. Defense against the dark arts first thing, Ron said, reading the morning block. Hey, Harry. Harry turned around in his seat and saw Angelina Johnson jogging toward him. Guess what? What? Harry asked. Professor McGonagall just told me that I'm captain of the Gryffindor team. Angelina exclaimed. That's great, Angelina, Harry said, smiling. You'll do great. I hope so. Anyway, I came to tell you had our first practice is tonight at 7. Madam Hooch is going to be supervising. See you then. Angelina beamed at Harry and then went over to Fred and George to tell them the good news. I'm happy for Angelina, Hermione said, ladling some oatmeal into her bowl. She's going to be a great captain. Yeah, Ron said, looking back at his schedule. Aw man, we have care of magical creatures with the Slytherins. Still, and after care of magical creatures we have divination, Harry moaned. You should have quit that like I did, Hermione said smugly. Ron rolled his eyes and finished eating his toast. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was cheerful and covered with pictures of foreign places. There was a small vase of flowers on the desk and the name Professor Fig was written on the board. Harry, Ron, and Hermione took seats in the front row and waited for the teacher to come. About 5 minutes after the bell, the class was starting to get rowdy. Hermione was the only son staring at the front of the classroom, her hands folded on her lap. At around 10 minutes after the bell, the door opened and Professor Fig came in. Her hat was lopsided and she had many rolls of parchment in her hands. Sorry I'm late, she said, walking toward her desk and dumping her load on the desk. Several parchments rolled off the desk, but she didn't seem to notice. All right, I'm our Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Professor Fig, she said, motioning to the name on the board. I am, going to start off the class with a bit of a test. The class all groaned, except for Hermione. It's just to see where you need some work, and what you haven't learned yet, Professor Fig said. Don't worry, most of the questions are easy. Professor Fig went over to her desk and opened one of the drawers. Where are those tests? Professor Fig asked herself. Not in this drawer, or this one, maybe no, they're not in there either. After a minute or so of digging through her drawers, she finally pulled out a large stack of papers and handed them to Hermione to pass them out. Now, no cheating and just do your best, Professor Fig said. You may begin. The test took up the whole class session. Now, just leave your tests on your desk and I'll collect them, Professor Fig yelled over the bell. Your homework is, there is no homework. The class gave a cheer and exited the classroom. Do you get the feeling that Professor Fig is a little bit, disorganized? Ron said as they walked down to the Great Hall for lunch. No, where did you? G said sarcastically. After lunch the three of them went out onto the sloping lawns and down to Hagrid's cabin. Hagrid was waiting outside with Fawkes, Professor Dumbledore's pet phoenix. Hello you three, Hagrid said, waving as they got closer. Hi Hagrid, Ron said. Are we learning about phoenixes today? Yeah, Hagrid said, stroking Fawkes on the head. Better wait for the Slytherins. Oh go on, Ron said, start without them. Hagrid gave a soft chuckle but waited for the Slytherins anyway. Much to Ron, Hermione, and Harry's displeasure, Draco Malfoy came to the class first. Well, look who is here, Draco Malfoy drawled, making sure that Hagrid couldn't hear what he was saying. Potty, Mudblood, and the Weasel. Harry and Hermione held back Ron as he tried to attack Malfoy. Shove off Malfoy, Harry said. Draco glared at Harry as they turned toward Hagrid, who had come back over to them. Harry, Ron, Hermione, why don't you three come and visit me this Saturday? Hagrid said to them. He three of them agreed and then Hagrid began his class. It was a rather interesting class. Hagrid explained all about phoenixes and their special powers, such as the ability to carry immensely heavy loads and to have tears with healing powers. Harry knew most of what Hagrid was teaching. In his second year Harry had to escape from the Chamber of Secrets using Fawkes' help. Hagrid let a group of people hold onto the tail feathers of Fawkes while he flew around a small area. When the bell rang across the lawn, Harry, Ron, and Hermione all said goodbye to Hagrid before leaving. Harry and Ron went to divination, while Hermione went to arithmancy. The divination classroom was dimly lit, with some incense burning in the corner of the room. Several armchairs and poufs were positioned around tables. A fire was making it stiflingly hot, and giving off a very strong smell. Harry and Ron sat down at their usual table in the back of the classroom. A few minutes later, a large, insect-looking lady appeared out of the shadows. Welcome, my dears, said Professor Trelawney in a mystical sort of whisper. Only Lavender and Parvati replied, saying, Good afternoon, Professor. Today we will be learning about tarot cards. Professor Trelawney continued. These cards can see the future, but only if you have the sight. Now, will you all please turn to page 124 in your book Unfogging the Future. Several minutes later they were all given a deck of tarot cards and told to read each other's fortunes. It seems, Ron said in a mystical whisper, while turning over the princess card, that you will meet a hot girl. Dean and Seamus at the next table snorted with laughter. But, he turned over a jester card, it will turn out that she already has a boyfriend, but he is a complete jackass. My dears, is anyone having trouble reading the cards? Professor Trelawney called. She slowly approached Ron and Harry's table and took Harry's cards from Ron's hands. She turned one over. There is great danger in your path, she said. After dark there is great danger. She continued to turn over the cards, which got more and more grave. She finally predicted Harry's death and said, I am sore. Rye my dear. Harry gave her a sarcastic smile while she got up and left their table. Ron looked uneasily at Harry. What? Harry asked. Do you actually believe that old fraud? No, Ron said timidly. It's just that, well, tarot cards are known to be the most accurate of all divination subjects. So, Trelawney has been wrong about this stuff before. Yeah. After the bell rang all of the Inders went and dropped off their bags and went down to dinner. All right team, Angelina yelled. The Gryffindor team was crowded around their new captain. We are going to kick butt this year. Yeah, shouted the rest of the team. All right, next Friday we are holding tryouts for a new keeper. Although I doubt that anyone will be able to be better than Wood, we'll try to find the best. I expect you all to be there to help us choose a worthy keeper. Yeah, yelled the team again. Now, let's get flying. Minutes later, all 6 of them were up in the air. Madame Hooch was sitting in the stands of the stadium, along with Hermione and Ron, who had gotten permission from Professor Dumbledore to watch the practice. Harry flew higher than anyone, his eyes darting around, looking for the snitch. He spotted Ron and Hermione waving from the stands and he waved back. He went into a sharp dive, took a hand off of his broomstick and caught the snitch. Good going, Angelina yelled as she flew by him. Harry released the snitch again and waited a few minutes before going off in search of it again. Harry, Angelina yelled, beckoning him up to her. I think that you should work on your Wronski feint for a little bit. I really think that you can. Without warning, the unspeakable happened. There was a flash of brilliant green light, and Angelina fell off of her broom. Harry looked at her in horror. Before there was another flash of green light and Harry was knocked off of his broom as well. From the stands Ron and Hermione watched as Harry and Angelina fell from their brooms. From the stands Ron and Hermione watched as Harry and Angelina fell from their brooms. Madame Hooch took out her wand quickly and slowed them down. They both hit the ground, Angelina on her back and Harry was lying on his stomach. Hermione screamed and ran out onto the field, with Ron right behind her. All of the Gryffindor teammates landed near them and went over to the 2 fallen people. Hermione reached Harry and turned him over. His eyes were open, and his mouth was too. Hermione reached over to his neck and took his pulse, even though she knew it was too late. She gave a sob, ran into Ron's arms and started to sob into his shoulder. He can't be gone, she cried. Hermione, there's nothing why you can do, Ron said, feeling hot tears trickle out of his eyes and down his cheek. Professor McGonagall was passing a window when she heard Hermione's scream. What on earth is going on out there? She thought. She ran out of the castle and out onto the lawn. She went to the Quidditch field and ran up to the small crowd. What is going on? McGonagall snapped. Who screamed? It was then she noticed the 2 bodies on the ground. Harry Potter and Angelina Johnson's bodies. She then looked around the small crowd. Alicia Spinnet was sobbing into George's shoulder. Hermione and Ron were both crying, holding each other. Someone go get Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall said in a hushed whisper. She bent down next to the 2 students as she conjured up stretchers. Madame Hooch started to jog up to the castle. Professor McGonagall turned to the Quidditch players. How did this happen? She asked. All of them that weren't crying shrugged. Angelina called Harry up to her so they could talk about something, and the spells just came out of nowhere, George said in a shaky voice. Quote, it hit Angelina first and then one hit Harry. Hermione started to sob harder than ever. What on earth happened? Professor Dumbledore had arrived. He looked down at the 2 bodies and said, oh my. Professor McGonagall, now starting to cry herself, explained what George had told her. Did they see who did it? No, Albus. We'd better take them up to the castle, Albus said. He read up 2 white sheets and put them over the bodies. He then took them up to the school and to the hospital wing. In all of the commotion no one had noticed the man dressed all in black and hidden in the shadows leave the Quidditch field. Lord Voldemort smiled to himself as he walked up the long drive and out of the Hogwarts grounds. He had missed on the first try, and killed that girl that Potter had been talking to, but no matter. He had succeeded in killing Potter. Then, with a swish of a cloak, he disappeared. Professor Dumbledore walked slowly up to his office after he had put Harry and Angelina's bodies in Madame Pomfrey's care. 2 students in 1 day, the first day back, Dumbledore thought bitterly to himself. Wait until about this. Licorice wand, Dumbledore said to the gargoyle. He walked up the moving stairs to his office. Fawkes was sleeping on his perch by the door. He sat down at his desk and wrote a quick note. Sirius, I need to talk to you and Remus if he is there. Come as soon as you can. Albus Dumbledore. He folded up the letter and then went over to Fawkes. I need you to take this to Sirius, Dumbledore said. Phoenixes are extra fast when flying. Dumbledore put his head in his hands after Fawkes had flew through an open window. Professor Dumbledore looked up and saw Professor McGonagall. Should we tell the rest of the student body? Yes, Professor Dumbledore said, his voice shaking slightly. And will you make sure that the witnesses do not go back to the tower tonight? They won't want to be questioned. Have them spend the night in the hospital wing. Yes, Professor. Professor McGonagall croaked. Oh, and Minerva, Dumbledore said, I need you to go tell Harry's aunt and uncle after you are finished telling the Gryffindors. She nodded, turned, and left. Just as Remus Lupin came running up to the door, a giant black dog at his side. Remus, you got here awfully quickly, Dumbledore said. Well, we were in Hogsmeade, Remus said, motioning to the dog. What was so urgent, Professor? Remus, Sirius, Professor Dumbledore said as the dog turned into Sirius Black. I think that you should sit down. Is something wrong, Professor? Sirius asked, sitting down in one of the chairs in front of Dumbledore's desk. Tonight, the Gryffindor team was practicing Quidditch, Dumbledore started, not really knowing how to word it. And there was an accident. An accident, Sirius said slowly. Is Harry all right? One of the other players told us that Angelina Johnson called Harry up to talk to her and out of nowhere came a spell. A spell? What spell? Remus asked, frowning. The killing curse, Dumbledore said, watching the color drain from their faces. It hit Angelina and she was killed. That's horrible, Sirius said slowly. But is Harry all right? Dumbledore took a deep breath before saying the next few words. Only seconds after Angelina was killed, another killing curse was cast. This time it hit Harry. Dumbledore's voice shook slightly but he continued anyway. He was killed instantly. Sirius had put his head in his hands, and gave a small sob. I'm sorry. Remus was ghost white. He was too shocked to speak. Sirius took his head out of his hands and sobbed. Who did it? We suspect the Dark Lord, Dumbledore said softly. I just can't. Sirius trailed off and started to sob again. We need you two to arrange the funeral. After all, Sirius, you were his godfather, and as you aren't able to go out into the public, you need Remus. Sirius simply nodded, tears still streaming down his face. I am sorry, so sorry, Dumbledore said. We have someone going to tell Harry's aunt and uncle about this tragic event. They won't care, Sirius said bitterly. They never cared about Harry. They still have a right to know, Sirius, Remus croaked. Sirius simply glared at the ground. I swear to God, if I ever see that bastard, I will kill him, Sirius growled. Him and Wormtail. Sirius, Remus said. I know, Sirius said. The three of them sat in silence for a few more minutes before Sirius got up, transformed into a dog, and left Dumbledore's office. Remus sat there for a few more moments before slowly getting up as well and leaving. Hermione sat on the bed in the hospital wing. Her legs were pulled up close to her and her eyes were closed. Ron was fast asleep on the bed next to her. Alicia, Katie, and Fred had all decided to spend the night in the hospital wing. Only George had decided to return to Gryffindor Tower. He was up in his dorm when Professor McGonagall had arrived, in the common room to tell the Gryffindors the news of the deaths. The wails and cries of the Gryffindors carried to George's dorm, and even when he put his head under his pillow it did not drown out the sound of the sadness. Lee Jordan came upstairs 10 minutes after the news. He didn't say anything to George, and just crawled into bed and turned off his bedside light. George covered himself with the sheets and closed his eyes. But he didn't sleep that night. For those of you who don't know, Professor Dumbledore said the next morning at breakfast. All of the Gryffindors had been quiet and subdued that morning. Last night we lost 2 students. Harry Potter and Angelina Johnson. There was a gasp from the Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin tables. Even Draco Malfoy looked slightly shocked with the news. But he smirked cruelly. If you would please stand and raise your glasses to these 2 people, who unfortunately died too soon, Dumbledore said grimly, as he raised his glass. Harry Potter and Angelina Johnson, said the people in the Great Hall. Both of these Gryffindors were wonderful people and extraordinary Quidditch players. It's a shame that they had to leave us. CL. Asses will be cancelled today in honor of Mr. Potter and Miss Johnson. Thank you. There was a sad silence after Professor Dumbledore had sat down. 2 students killed at Hogwarts, Dark Lord suspected. On the first day back at Hogwarts. Disaster struck at around 7:30 in the evening. The Gryffindor team at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was holding a practice, when 2 students were struck down. They were killed by the killing curse, or Avada Kedavra. Angelina Johnson, a 7th-year student, captain and chaser for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was talking to her teammate, Harry Potter, when she was hit with the killing curse. Harry Potter was then hit with the curse only moments after. Both were killed instantly. Mrs. Weasley's hands shook as she read the newspaper. She dropped the paper onto the table and sat down. She put her head in her hands and started to sob. Ron wasn't able to sleep in his dorm for about 5 days after Harry's death. He spent the night in the common room on one of the couch. No one was able to go through Harry's stuff either. It just sat at the end of Harry's old bed, not being opened or touched. Harry's funeral was going to be first, thou. Angelina's was going to be the next day. He was going to be buried next to his parents, in a wizard and witches cemetery. The wizards at the morgue put a spell on Harry's body so his body would never decay. He was dressed in black dress robes and the wizards made it look like he was merely sleeping. It rained on the day of Harry's funeral. All of Gryffindor House and a few students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were there, along with a few teachers. The Dursleys didn't even show up. The hundreds of people stood in the rain as Harry's casket was carried to the grave and lowered in. Hermione dropped a flower on top of Harry's casket right before the first shovel full of dirt was dumped on top. She stepped back with tears sliding silently down her face as her friend was buried. Ron reached out and held her hand as the last bit of dirt filled in the hole. "Would anyone like to say something about the deceased?" asked the man who was running the funeral. Ron slowly raised his hand. He cleared his throat and started to speak. "Harry, we were friends ever since the first day we came to Hogwarts. We met on the train and I distinctly remember that the first thing I said to you was, 'Are you really Harry Potter?' After that, we were best friends. Hermione became our friends after we rescued her from a mountain troll, and we did almost everything together," Ron sniffed. "We ate together, we did our homework together. And we sat in desks next to each other in our classes." Ron's voice sounded more and more constricted. "But now that desk is empty. And we will never do anything together again. We used to have lots of adventures, but now there will be no more adventures together. Goodbye, Harry." By this time Ron, and most of the people around him had tears rolling down their face. Sirius and Remus were in the back. Sirius was in his original form and covered in a cloak so he whoa. "We never told him," Sirius said softly. "What?" Remus asked. "We never told him about Lily." "Oh, that she was pregnant when she died." "Yeah," Sirius said. Remus shook his head sadly. "She was expected to have the child only about a week after she died," Sirius said. "It would have been about 11 months younger than Harry." Sirius. "Yes." Quote. "Shut up." Sirius looked at Remus in shock. Remus had rarely ever said shut up to anyone, even Snape. He saw tears rolling down Remus's face and he was silent. As the guests started to leave the cemetery, most of them left flowers on Harry's grave. Sirius left immediately, disapparating to the cave in Hogsmeade. Remus remained for a few more minutes and put flowers on Harry, Lily, and James's graves, then he disapparated to his house. About 30 minutes the graveyard was empty except for 2 people. One person was dressed in a dark brown cloak, while the other was dressed in purple. "Dude, this guy was liked by a lot of people," said the person dressed in purple. "Come on, let's just get him and get back to the order." "I'm freezing my ass off out here," said the person in brown. The person in purple walked up to the fresh grave and started to push the flowers off of the grave. "Have you forgotten that you're a witch?" said the person in brown, rolling his eyes. He took out his wand and flicked it. All of the flowers flew up off of the grave and into a neat pile beside it. "Show off," muttered the purple witch. She took out her wand and flicked it, causing all of the dirt to fly out of the grave. All that was left in the hole was the casket. The purple witch jumped down into the grave and pulled open the casket. "I see dead people," she whispered as she looked in the casket. "Oh come on, just levitate him up here so we can go," snapped the person in brown. "How on earth did I get this job?" he muttered to himself. "All right, here he is," she said, jumping up out of the grave with Harry's body levitating next to her. She put the dirt back into the grave and replaced the flowers as well. Let's go back to the order, said the person in brown urgently. Touching Harry's cold hand, the purple witch disappeared with a small ping. A few moments later the brown-cloaked person did the same. How long has he been out? Asked an unfamiliar female voice. This will be his second day, replied the voice of a young man. Remind me, why did you ask me to do this? Because he knew you, and he'll be more comfortable around you than any other of the agents. You are sure that you gave him the antidote potion? I'm sure. Harry felt groggy and his head was hurting. It felt 10 times heavier than it usually was. Suddenly, a bunch of memories came flooding back. Quidditch, Angelina, Avada Kedavra, falling. Harry's eyes snapped open. Someone had removed his glasses, but Harry could tell that he was in a room with the walls painted pure white. He could also tell that there was someone else in the room. I'm dead, aren't I? Harry said quietly to the person. No, actually you're far from it, said the male voice from the other side of the room. It was oddly familiar. Harry sat up slightly and looked at the person, but his face was blurred. Your glasses are on the table beside you, he said. Harry reached over and pushed the glasses onto his face. Then he gave a yell. Cedric, he exclaimed. What, how you? Cedric gave a laugh. You're wondering how I'm alive, Cedric said. He stood up and started pacing at the end of the bed Harry was lying in. I can't tell you yet. First you have to make a choice. A choice, Harry repeated. What do you mean? Okay, I don't normally do this. I'm not a greeter, a greeter. Agents who greet recruits. But anyway, here are your choices, either join us or die. For real. Who's, us? I can't tell you that. Not until you promise to join, Cedric said. I'm sorry Harry, I went through this too. All right, I'll join, Harry said uncertainly. Good. Cedric grinned. Welcome to the Order of the Phoenix. The Order of the Phoenix. Is that what I'm joining? Yep, Cedric said. Okay, now I am going to explain some stuff. It's going to be a little confusing at first, but you'll understand it all eventually. The Order of the Phoenix is a large group of agents that is made up mainly of dead people. Dead people? Harry asked. Well, to most of the world we're dead. You see, the Order of the Phoenix has a special potion that revives people after they are killed by Avada Kedavra. When someone that we want as an agent is killed by Avada Kedavra, we send a scout. After the funeral, the scout steals the body from the casket and takes the body here. After they are injected with the potion, they are alive again, and their body is just how it was before they were killed. So all this happened to me? Harry asked. Yes, and it happened to me a few months ago. Anyway, after a day of touring the Order, you are going to start school and training in your job. What do you mean? Young recruits, and agents that were born into the Order, that means they were born after their parents were recruited, go to school from age 10 to 17, since you are starting in the middle of your school life. The Order of the Phoenix put knowledge into your brain. That might be Hi, it feels a little heavy and it aches a bit. I had a bunch of knowledge injected in me too. So, I know a bunch of new stuff now. Yep. Comment Kava. Je vais pas mal. Merci, et tu? Harry said, then his eyes widened. Cedric smiled. You also know 4 new languages, Cedric said. You also know how to dance in various ways, you know various forms of martial arts, and a whole lot of other stuff. Over the next few weeks you will be practicing these in dueling. Dueling. Yeah, every Order of the Phoenix agent knows the basics of dueling. We also know all of the unforgivable curses. Wow, we can block any of them. Even Avada Kedavra. But for Avada Kedavra, or AK as we call it, we have to take a potion every day. That's the only way we're immune to it. Usually we only get a cut, burn, or a severed limb. But those can all be fixed easily. Harry was in a daze. All of this information was astounding to hear, but he couldn't help blurting out a question that had been bugging him. Will I ever see Ron and Hermione again? Harry asked. Cedric's face fell slightly. That's the thing. The only time you will be able to see them is if you're in disguise. They won't recognize you. Only 3 days ago I was on a mission and I saw my dad. He didn't recognize me, of course. Harry nodded. Oh, Harry suddenly thought of another question. Is Angelina in the Order? Yes. She's in the room next to this one. Sometimes it takes a few days for the person to wake up after being dead for a few days. I know what you're really wanting to know, Cedric said in a sort of sing-song voice. You do? Harry said, not knowing what Cedric could be talking about. You want to know if your parents are still alive, Cedric said slyly. Harry's heart gave a leap. It hadn't occurred to ask about his parents. Are they? Harry asked urgently. Cedric only grinned. They are. Aren't they? Harry exclaimed happily. Cedric grinned some more and then said, I was the person who told your parents that you had died. Your mom is one of the nicest people in the world. She's a greeter. Your dad works in the head office. He's busy on a mission right now. When can I meet them? Harry asked. Tomorrow. You have to spend the night here though, Cedric said. But you do get to meet someone else. He's going to show you around a bit today. Who is it? Jimmy. For the first time Harry noticed a little earpiece that Cedric was wearing. He was speaking into a small microphone connected to it that was right in front of his mouth. He's ready. Come on in. The door opened and a boy with dark red hair and brown eyes walked into the room. He was about Harry's height and he had a few freckles on his nose. Hey Harry, Jimmy said. Then he did the oddest thing. He went straight up to Harry and hugged him. When he pulled away he said, "You will be not to be the only man in the house. With dad gone half the time and two little sisters and..." "Whoa, Jimmy, I haven't told him all that yet," Cedric exclaimed. "I suppose that you should introduce yourself first." "Oh, right," Jimmy said. "I'm Jimmy. It's nice to meet you Jimmy," Harry said, shaking Jimmy's hand. "Actually, my name is James. James Potter Jr. But everyone calls me Jimmy," he said. "I'm your brother." Harry's jaw dropped. My brother." He sputtered. He turned to Cedric. "I have a brother." "Yes," Cedric said. "I'm only 11 months younger than you. Mum died right before she was expected to give birth, but when she was recruited I was fine." "Oh, and we have two sisters. Victoria is 11 years old and a brat, and Olivia just turned 1. I can't wait to meet them," Harry said, feeling slightly overwhelmed. 84 here, Cedric said suddenly. He was talking into his microphone. "Yeah, yes I can be there, no. Jimmy has control of the situation. K, be right there." Cedric turned to Harry and Jimmy. "I gotta go. Jimmy, you're okay with showing Harry around? You forgot it is my job." Jimmy said. "Right." Cedric disappeared with a small ping. Harry stared at Cedric's empty seat. "Don't worry, you get to learn that too," Jimmy said. "It's your job to show people around." Harry asked. "Yeah, we call it the after-greeter job," Jimmy replied. "Sarge decides what jobs recruits get, but I got to choose my job." "She's already chosen your job." "Really? What is it?" Harry asked. Jimmy shrugged. "No idea. She keeps that confidential until you meet her." Jimmy clapped his hands together. "Okay, first things first. You need new clothes." Harry looked down at the clothes he was wearing. Why were black dress robes and he had no idea where he had gotten them. "Stand up, I need to see if you're close to my size." When Harry had climbed out of bed he felt a little wobbly. "Don't worry about it," Jimmy said. "After not using your legs for a few days they always feel that way. It'll wear off." Jimmy then waved his wand and a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt appeared in his hands. "I'll leave you alone. Come out that door when you're done." After Harry had changed he slowly walked out of the door to where Jimmy was waiting. "Harry, these are the recruiting rooms," Jimmy said, pointing to a long line of identical doors. "That is where the new recruit stays until they get a home, if they're adults, or they get a dorm, if they're children or teenagers. This way." Jimmy led Harry to a row of doors. "Okay. This room is the scout's office. Personally, I would not want a job that involves touching dead people. Anyway, this is my office, the after-greeter's office. That's the greeter's office. That's where Mom works. That is the AA. What? Alcoholics Anonymous?" Harry asked. Jimmy laughed. "No, it's the alternate agents. That is where you create a, oh man, what is that word, you create a disguise that you wear every time you go out into public. Of course, recruits are the only people who bother with AA usually. The rest of us were born into the order and people don't usually recognize us." Jimmy led Harry down a circular room that had many doors and walls covered with pictures of people skateboarding and doing all kinds of extreme sports. "This is what we call the Leisure Dome." "Of course. That's a misnomer. We hardly relax when we're here. That door leads to the rock gym. That one leads to the pool. That one leads to Ashley's. Who's Ashley? Ashley's is the name of the dance club. The dances start every night at 8 and go until 1 a.m. Unfortunately for some people, people under 12 are not admitted. Okay, the room next to that is the gym. Jimmy told Harry about all of the rooms. They even had a track, a skateboard park, and an ice rink. Okay, now I have to take you to meet Sarge, Jimmy said. Harry followed him down a long corridor and into our domed room full of wizards and witches bustling around. As Jimmy walked through the crowd, several people turned and looked in Harry's direction. Jimmy and Harry walked up a large metal staircase up to 2 iron doors. Jimmy took out a card and slid it through a little slot. There was a beep and the doors immediately opened. Harry only, came a voice from inside. See you soon. Good luck on the job, Jimmy said. The office that Harry walked into had enormous windows overlooking a rocky cliff and an ocean. There were leather chairs and a large desk, surrounded by file cabinets. Harry Potter, said a woman's voice. The chair that was sitting behind the desk turned around and revealed a black woman with wild, curly hair, and a black leather business suit under a cloak that was dark red. I believe that you have been shown around a bit, said the woman. My name is Sarge. Yes, I was shown around by my brother Jimmy, Harry said. Said Sarge. She got up and walked over to Harry and said, well, you're going to do fine at the Order of the Phoenix. Let me tell you a bit more about the way things are run around here. Our wardrobe. We wear Muggle clothes because we often have to go undercover as Muggles in order to spy on people. They never suspect Muggles. We wear earpieces and microphones so we can communicate at any time. The earpiece also plays music when no one is talking to you. The music is programmed to read your emotions and it plays music that suits you. You also get a cloak that you get to design yourself. You can do all of this tonight, before you start your job and school tomorrow. Okay. Your ID card. She waved her hand and an ID card appeared in it. It had a picture of Harry smiling on it. Your ID number is on it. You are Agent 5097. We're just going to call you Agent 97. This card enables you to go almost everywhere in the Order of the Phoenix. It also enables you to go to your house. Every so often you will find a door that says transporter on it. If you stick your card in the slot and tell it where you want to go, you will be immediately transported there. Got it? Yes, Harry said. She handed him the card. Are you aware about the unforgivables? Yes. Cedric explained them to me. Good. Okay, you have the same class schedule as all of the 15-year-old agents. Just contact them and they'll help you find where you are supposed to go. After school you are to report to your job. Sarge walked over to her desk and pulled a piece of paper out of one of the drawers. 97, you are to be working at the VD, that is a section of the order that is specialized with fighting Voldemort and Death Eaters. It's called the Voldemort Defense, but we just call it VD for short. Okay, but what do I do there? Harry asked. We'll figure that out later. Mainly for now we just fight Voldemort wherever he attacks. We are also trying to find a spell that will kill Voldemort, because AK will be too weak to kill him soon. Of course, that's the dueling master's business. Sarge looked thoughtful for a moment. Did anyone explain about masters yet? Harry shook his head. Every few years we have what we call transfer. During that day, people who wish to become masters fight or challenge the master of what they want to become. If you want to become dueling master you have to duel with the dueling master and knock him or her unconscious. If you want to become combat master you have to beat the combat master in a pretend war. There's the intelligence master, the language master, and a whole bunch of others. Don't worry, you'll get a book all about the Order of the Phoenix and it will explain all of this thoroughly. Sarge clapped her hands together. That's about all that I can think of to say. If you have any questions ask your brother. Oh okay, Harry said. Goodbye. Harry walked out of the room. Jimmy was standing by the door, waiting for him. What did you get? Jimmy asked. He took Harry's ID card. Versus D. That is one of the coolest places to work. Follow me. Jimmy led Harry over to one of the doors that said transporter. Jimmy stuck his card in and said, V. D. He stepped through the door and disappeared. Harry stuck his card FTER Jimmy. He stepped through the door and felt the oddest sensation. Harry stepped out of the door and into another room. Welcome to your job, Jimmy said. This is the VD. It was by Far the coolest room Harry had been in so far. The wall was a giant aquarium with brightly colored fish swimming around in it. There were several large cubicles scattered around the room with people working in them. Why are there computers? I didn't think wizards bothered with them. Oh, those are data sources. All of the info that we know at the Order is stored in those. You have to know a SPECIAL password to access most of the information though. Don't worry, you'll learn them soon. Jimmy, said a woman's voice behind him. Ah, hello Sphinx, how are you? Jimmy asked. Standing before RRY was the very same woman who had come to Harry in his dreams. I am fine Jimmy, Sphinx replied. Oh, let me introduce my brother. We have met, Sphinx said. Harry smiled slightly. I must go, Sphinx said. She disappeared with a small ping. You've met Sphinx before? Jimmy asked. Yeah, she came into one of my dreams, Harry said. Oh, she's really mysterious isn't she? She's from Egypt you know. That's where she got the nickname. Okay, I'm going to show you to your office. Before Jimmy could say something else a boy about Angelina's age came from behind Jimmy and tackled him. Will, get off me, said Jimmy. Make me. Jimmy flipped over so he was pinning the boy named Will to the ground. Oh stop it you two, said a girl coming up behind them. She had an American accent. She pulled Jimmy off of Will. You're no fun Max, said Will, getting up off of the floor. Harry got a good look at the girl. She was about 15 years old and had dark brown hair that was extremely curly and pulled back into a high ponytail. Will had his hair in braids zigzagging across his head. Who's this? Max asked, motioning to Harry. This is my brother, Harry, Jimmy said. So I finally get to meet the great Harry Potter, Will said. Holding out his hand for Harry to shake. This is Maxine, but we call her Max. Oh my god, it's, like, so nice to meet you. Max said, putting on a Valley Girl voice. Shut up Max, Will said. So, are you working for the VD? Max and I do too. Yep, meet the newest agent of the VD, Jimmy said, clapping Harry on the back. Max, he's going to have his classes with you. Do you mind showing him around a bit? I have to go. Why? Will asked. It's almost time for dinner. And it's macaroni and cheese night. You know I can't miss that, Jimmy said. He said go. ODBYE to Harry and then went over to the transporter. Why aren't you going with him? Will asked. I'm meeting the rest of my family tomorrow, Harry said. Oh, Will said. I need to go get something, be right back. So Harry, I guess we're supposed to show you your office, Max said, follow me. She led Harry up a metal spiral staircase and up to the second floor of the VD. She and Harry went up to a cubicle and Max said, this is your world. There was one of the computer thingies, and a bunch of other stuff. This is your earpiece, Max said, holding up one of the earpieces. You'd better put it on now. Harry took his glasses off and put it on. These are no ordinary sunglasses. These can see any magical object on someone. Push this button, she showed Harry a little button on the side of the glasses. And you have X-ray vision. Push this one and you can see metal objects. Push this button and they turn into regular sunglasses. Cool, Harry said. Hey Harry. Will had come into the cubicle. Here is your brand new wand and attachments. Will held up a case with a wand and several other things. He was about to leave when he said, whoa, Max. You will not believe what just happened. What? Max asked. Celeste just looked at Harry. Will said in a whisper. Who? Harry asked. Will pointed to the cubicle diagonal from Harry's. Sitting there was a girl about a year older than Harry. With blonde hair and crystal blue eyes. So? Harry asked. So? Celeste never looks at anyone unless they stand a chance with her. All of the boys are dying to go out with her. Trust me, it is a great honor to be looked upon by the great Celeste. Max said with a hint of bitterness in her voice. Damn man, you are the luckiest guy here. Will said, patting him on the back. Anyway, back to work. Harry had had an overwhelming day. He had been introduced to everyone in the VD, and he had started working on a tracking system that would help the VD find out where Voldemort was going next. The next day he would be going to school, designing a disguise, finishing up some work, and meeting his parents. After getting lost on his way to the recruiting rooms, Harry flopped onto the bed. He missed Ron and Hermione. And he was wondering what they were doing at that moment. Then he thought of him meeting his parents. What would they be like? Would they like him? Will he like his new siblings? Eventually he fell asleep, thinking of his family. Yo, Harry, wake up. Someone was calling him. We're going to be late for class. It was all a dream, Harry thought. And that's on telling me that we are going to be late. I'd better wake up. Harry threw the blanket to the side and opened his eyes. He was still in the pure white room and his ID card and earpiece were sitting on the table beside his glasses. Harry. Someone was knocking vigorously on the door. Harry got up and opened the door. Max was standing, wearing a shirt that said Skater Chica and holding a piece of toast and some new clothes. Your brother brought you these, Max said, handing him the clothes. Come on, hurry up and get dressed. Harry closed the door again and pulled on the clean clothes. He went back out where Max was waiting. She gave him the toast and he ate it as they walked. What's our first class? Harry asked. Logic. It's a completely stupid class where we spend the day doing logic problems and playing games. Our teacher says that it will help us get inside the mind of our opponents, but I say that's a load of bull. The only way you can get in the mind of someone else is to dream hop. What do we have after that? Max grinned. Fighting. Fighting. At my other school we weren't allowed to fight, Harry said, smirking. Well, this isn't your ordinary school. Yeah, we have fighting. You can choose from dueling, martial arts, sword fighting, drunken boxing, anything you want. Don't worry, there's a healer there 24/7. I'll keep that in mind. You and I'll have to fight. I can't wait to beat the great Harry Potter, Max said. What makes you so sure you'll win? Harry asked. Because I am the best, Max said. Because I am going to try out for the Master of Martial Arts and I'm going to win. That is if Ivy doesn't stand in my way. Who's Ivy? She's this other girl. She's really nice and you wouldn't expect her to hurt anyone, but when she fights watch out. She is brutal. She's also planning on trying out for Master of Combat. She's in this class, but she's always playing hooky. Okay, here is the logic classroom. There were no desks, only many circular tables. On the walls were quotes. Like, imagination is more important than knowledge, Albert Einstein. Ah, you must be Agent 97, said the teacher, walking up to them. I am Mr. Morganson, and your logic teacher. It's nice to meet you. Harry said. Pop quiz. He yelled suddenly. What happens once in a minute, twice in a moment, but never in 1,000 years? Harry's heart sank. If only Hermione was there. She'd probably be able to answer it in an instant. Harry thought hard. Once in a minute, twice in a moment, but never in 1,000 years. Harry said suddenly. Sin. See, there is only one M in minute and 2 in moment, but there isn't any in 1,000 years. Correct, cried Mr. Morganson. You may now take a seat, the rest of the students will be here shortly. Max and Harry took a seat. They didn't speak for several minutes and Harry was busy listening to a song on his earpiece. All of a sudden Max reached up and took the ear and held it close to hers. Blink 182, she said. They're a cool band, even though they are muggles. This gets muggle music too? Harry asked, putting his earpiece back in. They get everything. Right now mine is playing the Macarena, Max said. So, you're meeting your parents tonight? I think so, Harry said. I know I'm meeting my mom, but I don't know about my dad. Jimmy said that he was somewhere else. He's on a mission for Sarge, Max said. Oh wait, there's Sean. Sean. A boy with bright green hair and blue-tinted sunglasses spotted them and came over to their table. Hey Max, said Sean. Who's your friend? This is Jimmy's big brother, Harry. Max said. Harry, meet Sean McKinnons, my man. He's the son of Mary and Peter McKinnons who were killed during the fight against Voldemort before your parents were killed. Shut up Max, Sean said, turning slightly pink. We were both born into the order, Max explained. My last name is Pruitt, my parents were recruited right on their honeymoon. Volume. Demort attacked the wizard hotel that they were staying at and they were killed in the struggle. Settle down class, cried Mr. Morganson. Take your potions. All of a sudden 2 little cups appeared in front of everyone. One had a murky brown potion and the other held a clear one. What are these for? Harry asked. The potion that looks like shit is the potion that blocks Avada Kedavra. It works for 24 hours. The other potion is a no-pain potion. It only works for 12 hours. Cheers. Max held up her potion and swallowed it in one gulp. Harry drank his too. It was surprisingly cold and then hot. Harry drank the other potion and then placed the cup on the table. They disappeared instantly and then were replaced by a piece of paper. Here is your worksheet for today. A quill appeared next to the paper. Harry looked at the paper. It was filled with questions like, what strange and unusual thing happened at 12:34 on June 6, 1978? And, which comes next in the order of 10, 4, 3, 11, 15. 1 4 6 1 2 3 0. Harry stared at the paper. Did something historic happen on that day? Harry stared at the question and it suddenly popped into his head. The date would have been written 12:34 the 6th of May 78. He bled it down onto the paper and moved on to the next question. The answer for that was 8 14. 10 had 3 letters, 4 had 4, 3 had 5, 11 had 6, 15 had 7, and 14 had 8. This was easy. Harry finished the questions quickly and looked over his answers. He was the only person finished. He looked back down at his paper, but it had disappeared. A few minutes later Max finished and while Mr. Jensen graded their papers they played chess. Harry had never been great at chess, and he lost bitterly to Max. Harry felt that he would have done better if it hadn't gone so fast. The game was timed and they only had a minute to make a move. Don't worry about it, Max said. You'll get better. Once you get used to all of the extra knowledge that's crammed into your head it will become much easier. I'm surprised that you finished before everyone else with the logic problems. I was never good at those, I usually left them to my friend Hermione. She was the smart one. Harry must have looked because Max patted him on the shoulder and said, I know you miss your friends. Don't worry, they're fine. And if you really want to see them there is something that lets you see them. But sometimes it does more bad than good. What is it? It's a crystal ball that enables you to see anyone in the world that you want to. I haven't been on the best terms with crystal balls, Harry said sheepishly. You've taken divination. Lucky. Next year we have to take it. You'll probably get a free period. Cool. Did you take Muggle studies too? I was raised by Muggles, Harry said. Damn, you get to skip that too. Skip what? Sean had finished his worksheet and hand-joined the two of them. Harry gets to skip 2 subjects next year, Max explained. Yeah, but Sarge'll probably make him go on a lot of missions, Sean said. My brother skipped and he went on 10 missions in 2 weeks. Harry said. So Harry, are you going to try out for a master's position? Sean asked. I'm going to try out for language master. I already know over 100. Unfortunately the current language master knows about 296. But then again, we've got a little less than 2 years until the next transfer. I've got time to learn. I don't know if I'll try out for a master's position, Harry said. I don't think I'm very good at any of the positions. You dueled with old Voldy didn't you? Max said. Try out for dueling master. I dueled with him, but I wasn't very good. And the only thing I learned in a dueling club is how to disarm someone. That might not be of any help here, Sean said. By the way, have you chosen your talent? Talent? What do you mean? You get to choose one special talent that you want. It can be telepathy, telekinesis, and a bunch of other stuff. I'm able to light anything on fire, just using my mind. You're probably going to get that when you go get your disguise, Max said. And no matter what you say, Sean and I are coming to help you design a disguise. Along with Will, of course. Oh, and you get to choose a name. And of course you are going to design a cloak too, Sean said. Do not let Max help you with that. Shut up, Sean, Max said. Hers is totally weird. Sean continued. It is not, Max said. It's a dark red velvet and it says sassy on the back written in sequins. I rest my case, Sean said. Max punched him in the shoulder. When Harry, Max and Sean left the logic classroom they passed a group of agents on the way to a different class. Hey look, there's your girlfriend, Max said, punching Harry in the arm to get his attention. Harry looked and saw Celeste. She's not my girlfriend, Harry said. Judging from the way she was looking at you she will be soon, Sean said. I wish that she would look at me that way. Max punched Sean in the shoulder. Sorry, Sean said. You know I only have eyes for you my dear Max. Max gave a sarcastic smile and they continued walking. That's Ivy, Max said, pointing. Ivy was a girl of about 5 inches shorter than Harry. With feathery brown hair and bright blue eyes. She works for the VD, and she's Celeste's best friend. Unfortunately their age difference keeps them in different classes. Bummer, Sean said. Hey, Ivy, Max called. Ivy looked up and slowly walked over. What's up, Max? Ivy said with an American accent like Max's. Ivy, I want you to meet Harry Potter. Ivy turned to Harry and looked him up and down. So you're the person that Celeste has her eye on, Ivy said. I've heard, Harry said, shaking Ivy's hand. Right, we can pretty much do anything that we want to in this class, Max said. But I think you should go talk to Mr. X since you're a new student. Good luck. Max went off to a punching bag and pulled on boxing gloves. Harry turned and looked for the teacher. A man wearing a sweatsuit was standing in the corner and supervising the class. Are you the teacher? Harry asked him. Yes, I am Mr. X, he said, extending a hand for Harry to shake. Harry shook it and immediately found himself flying through the air and coming to a crash on the ground. Always be prepared, that is the first thing you will learn in this class, Mr. X said. He extended his hand again to help Harry get up off of the floor. No thanks, I can get up myself, Harry said, not wanting to be thrown around again. Okay, we're going to try some basic self-defense and fighting, Mr. X proclaimed. He aimed a punch directly at Harry's head. Harry blocked it with his own hand. Good, it seems that you're already getting used to your new knowledge and fighting, Mr. X observed. He aimed another punch at Harry's stomach. But he blocked it again. Hey Harry, how's it going? Said Max's voice in his earpiece. Peachy, Harry said sarcastically, while trying to block another blow to the head. Max gave a laugh. Mr. X tried to knock Harry's feet out from under him, but he jumped up. You learn fast, young grasshopper Chinese accent, coming up beside him and bowing low. Hey Ivy, Harry said, blocking another punch from his teacher. So, having fun. A blast, Harry said. He paid for his lack of concentration with a punch in the jaw from his teacher. It didn't hurt. The potion that he took earlier took care of that. Harry rubbed his jaw angrily. Good job. Remember that your mind should always be on your next move, whether it's blocking or attacking. 36 Ivy, why? Oh, you take 97 and start training him a bit more. Yes sir, Ivy said. Harry didn't even bother asking how Mr. X knew his ID number. Come on Harry, Ivy said. Harry followed her over to a private corner. Try and punch me, she said. Pardon, you heard me, Ivy said. Punch me. Harry raised an eyebrow and raised his fist. Ivy blocked the blow with her arm. Then she pulled him into a headlock. Want to try some martial arts? Ivy said, her arm still around his neck. Personally I think this is a little boring. Whatever, Harry sputtered. He broke out of the headlock and they stood apart. Ey both got into starting positions and then they started toward each other. Harry found himself lying on his back almost instantly. I'll try and go easier on you, Ivy said, pulling him to his feet. They fought for a few more minutes. Harry was doing flips that even he didn't know he could do. He was no match for Ivy though, and he often found himself on the ground, panting from being so tired. Want to duel? She asked. That seems more of your thing. Yeah, Harry panted. Whatever. Okay, the rules are no rules. You just have to knock the other person out. You can use any curse you want to, including the unforgivables. Quote, I don't know them, Harry admitted. All right, I'll teach you them. We can use them anytime we feel threatened. Okay, point your wand at me and say Avada Kedavra. Are you sure? Harry asked. Don't worry, I took the potions today. I won't feel a thing, Ivy assured him. Harry brought his wand up and said, Avada Kedavra. Quote, a bright green jet of HT shot out of the tip and hit Ivy in the shoulder. Harry saw that her shirt had been ripped and that there was a stain of blood from underneath. Right before his eyes Harry saw the cut heal. Good. Like I said, you learn fast. Ivy said. You really don't have to learn the other two right now, they're kinda pointless because we can throw the Imperious Curse and the No Pain Potion makes us immune to the Cruciatus Curse. All right, ready, I suppose, Harry said. The two of them bowed. And got in the starting position. Start, Ivy yelled. There was a flash of light as another killing curse went shooting past Harry's ear. Harry jumped and yelled, "Expelliarmus!" The wand went shooting out of Ivy's hand, but then she pointed her hand at the wand and it went flying back into her hand. "Expelliarmus!" Ivy said. Harry's wand went flying out of his hand. Ivy raised her wand so it was level with Harry's head. Harry started to run quickly to his wand. Ivy aimed a spell at Harry's feet and Harry jumped into the air to get it. Harry did a one-armed handspring and picked up his wand with the other hand. "Accio!" Harry yelled, pointing his own wand at Ivy's. Harry caught her wand and before she could get her wand back Harry yelled, "Stupefy!" And she fell down unconscious. "Woo-hoo!" yelled Max from the other side of the room, clapping hard. Harry walked up to his fallen opponent and said, "Enervate." Ivy's eyes fluttered open. "That was awesome," she exclaimed. "I've never seen anyone use gymnastics while dueling." "That was cool. That was pretty sweet," Sean said. "Where'd you learn to duel like that?" Harry shrugged. "Now all we have to work on is your other fighting skills. You've got dueling pretty much covered," Ivy said. "Come on, fight me." Later that afternoon, after his classes were finished, Harry, Max, and Sean met up with Jimmy and Will for lunch before going to work. The Order of the Phoenix had an amazing food court. Harry had gotten a bowl of soup with all made of bread and sat down with the rest of the group. "So you want to schedule for this Saturday?" Max asked. "Sure, whatever," Sean said. "Oh wait, we gotta ask Harry to come with us," Jimmy said. "He's gotta get new clothes anyway." "Ask me what?" Harry asked. "Okay, once a month we all splurge," Will explained. "I'm serious, we're going to go to a Muggle mall to go shopping, then we're going to have lunch at my dorm." "And by lunch, he means he's going to buy a tub of ice cream for us to eat," Sean whispered. "And then we're going to spend the rest of the afternoon rock climbing before we go to Ashley's for dancing." "Who knows," Max said to Harry, "maybe you'll even meet your girlfriend, Celeste. She and the rest of her friends go there every weekend." "Max, shut up. She's not my girlfriend." "Oh come on," Sean said. No man in their right mind would ever refuse an offer for a date from Celeste Roderick. It's physically impossible not to. "Hello," Jimmy said suddenly. He was talking into his microphone. "She's ready to be shown around." "Okay, I'll be right there." Jimmy looked around. "I gotta go, a new recruit is ready to be shown around," Jimmy said. "Is it Angelina?" Harry asked. "Yeah, do you want me to say hi to her for you?" "Sure." "Okay, I'll be back at the VD at around 5-ish so we can go home," Jimmy said. "See ya." "Bye," everyone said. Jimmy disappeared with a ping. "When do I get to learn to do that?" Harry asked. "When you get your disguise you also get this device that enables you to molecularize." Sean said. "What?" "The ping thingy," Max said. "Why?" "Oh, you see, we all have something on our bodies that lets us ping. You can get a tattoo, or something like that. I have this." Max lifted up her shirt a bit and there was a tattoo of a rose curling around her belly button. "Didn't that hurt?" Harry asked. "No, they just magic them on. You don't feel a thing." "Yo, Ivy, come here." Max called across the court to where Ivy was sitting with Celeste and a bunch of her other friends. "Hey peeps, what's up?" asked Ivy when she had come over. "Show them your ping device." Ivy smiled and pointed to one of her teeth, where a ruby rhinestone was glued on it. "Cool," Harry said. After checking in with the VD, Harry, Max, and Sean went to the alternate agent's office. There was an old woman sitting at the counter. "Who are you?" she asked. "ID number please." 5097, Harry replied, reading off of his card. "All right, follow me," said the woman. She led the three of them through a door and into a brightly lit room where there was just a computer sitting there. "Put your ID card into that slot and the computer will walk you through the process," said the woman. She left the room and closed the door behind her. Harry took out his card and stuck it in the slot. The computer turned on instantly and Harry's face appeared on the screen. On the side were choices like eye color and hair color. "Have blonde hair," Max suggested. "It's, like, the exact opposite of what you have now." "Have really weird eyes, like one purple and the other yellow or something," Sean said. "Make your nose a little longer. Make your face a little." "Guys, I've got it under control," Harry exclaimed. Harry clicked on blonde hair and made it spiked up. For eye color he chose the oddest colors that he could find, silver and gold. His right eye was gold, while the other one was silver. Hold on, Max said. Leaning over Harry, she clicked on his glasses and typed, delete. Harry's glasses instantly disappeared off of his picture. She did the same for his scar. There, she said. As a finishing touch, Harry made his skin a touch tanner. Cool, Sean said when they had finished. He didn't look like Harry at all. He looked like a 15-year-old boy from California or somewhere. Okay, now for a name. It should be something cool, like Toby or Corey or something like that, Max said. Nah, I vote that we name him something really weird, but he has a cool nickname, Sean replied. For instance, his name could be Corwin, but everyone calls him Corey. You also have to wait a minute, I've got the perfect name. Max started typing again. When she had finished it said this. Name, Corwin last name, Wilson nickname, optional, Stealth. Stealth? Harry asked. Yeah, it means a secret method of procedure, or something like that. She was bored one day, so she started reading the dictionary, Sean said. Rolling his eyes. All right, whatever. Harry clicked the enter button and an instant later a box appeared on the table next to him. What's this? Harry asked. He opened the box and found a bracelet there. Whenever you put on the bracelet you become Stealth, or Corwin, or Corey, whatever you want to call him or you, Max said. And now your ID card has been programmed so whenever you are wearing the bracelet it says Corwin Wilson instead of Harry Potter. Cool, Harry said. He looked back on the screen and saw that now there was a plain white cloak on the screen. Now you get to design your cloak, Sean said. Remember what I said, don't take any advice that Max gives you. Max punched him in the shoulder and he went flying into the opposite wall. Oops, Max said. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sure you are, Sean said, rubbing his shoulder. Harry was busy designing his cloak. So far, he had chosen the color and the fabric. Black leather. Black. But green is more your color. Maybe even aqua. Here, let me, Max said, reaching for the mouse. Harry swatted her hand away and continued making his cloak. He didn't let Max or Sean see it until he was finished and it had appeared magically next to the computer. Let me see, Max said. Put it on, and your bracelet. Harry slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. He instantly felt himself changing. His hair got a little shorter and spikier. Ooh, Max squealed. Look into the mirror. Harry waved his wand and a mirror appeared in front of him. His face had changed drastically, but he was the same height and he was still quite thin. The cloak now. Harry unfolded the cloak. It was leather and all black, except for the bottom hem which was dyed to look like flames. Max gave him a thumbs up. Harry folded the cloak and put the bracelet back in its box. Okay, now choose your talent. Harry already knew what he wanted. He clicked the mouse and he felt a weird sensation that passed quickly. He knew what to do. What did you get? Sean asked. Harry picked up his wand and threw it to the other side of the room. Then he thought hard and the wand came flying back toward him. Telekinesis, Max observed. Sweet. It's better than your talent, turn anyone to ice. Hey, I use that all the time. Max said indignantly. Now I get to choose your molecularizer device, Harry said. What should I get? Get a tattoo with fire. So it'll go with your cloak, Max suggested. So you want me to get Flameboy or something? Harry asked. It's your choice, Sean said. You can always change it if you don't like it. Harry thought hard for a second and then, hiding the screen from Max and Sean, he chose. He clicked enter and waited. There was a tingling on his upper right arm and then it was gone. The screen starting flashing, finished, over and over again. What did you get? Max asked. Harry lifted up the sleeve of his right arm and revealed a ring of flames around his upper arm. It's certainly better than Sean's, Max said. He has a naked girl on his A. We'd better get back to the VD, Sean said hurriedly. We still have to do a bit of work before we're off. Okay, let's ping. There, Max said. Harry, all you have to do is think hard of your destination and then think of your molecularizer device. Harry thought hard of his cubicle, and then after he pictured it clearly in his mind's eye he thought of his tattoo. An instant later it felt as though he was floating, and the world went into a billion pieces and then when it rearranged he found himself at his desk. He smiled to hi, MSELF and then turned on his data sources and started researching more about trackers. He had started to create a small device that was able to track anyone, but it had only been able to they were within 100 feet. Harry was trying to improve it when Jimmy came into the room with Angelina. She looked tired and like she had been crying slightly. Harry got up and went over to her. She threw her arms around his neck and started crying into his shoulder. "Harry, I want to go home," she sobbed. Harry, feeling slightly awkward, patted her on the back, aware of all of the people staring at him and her. "Hey Angelina, it's alright," Harry said softly. "You'll get used to it. I almost haven't. This is only my second day being awake." She continued to sob. "Did you know that Cedric's here?" Harry asked. She lifted her head off of his shoulder and nodded. "Are you working here?" Harry asked. "At the VD." She nodded again. "So am I," Harry replied. "I want you to meet some of the people I've met." "Let's G." Harry didn't have to move an inch. Everyone that he had met had appeared beside him. This is Max," Harry said. Max smiled at her and shook her shaking hand. "It's nice to meet you," Max said. "This is Sean, and no. His hair is not growing mold," Harry added, seeing that Angelina was looking at his bright green hair. "Several people think I need to mow my hair though," Sean said. Angelina laughed slightly. I'm Will interrupted. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Angelina." He took her hand in his and kissed it lightly. "Thanks," Angelina said, smiling shyly. "It's nice to meet you too, Will. You'll be having your classes with Will," Jimmy said. "Oh," Angelina said. "Well, I'd better finish showing you around," Jimmy said. "Over here is the four of them street." There is Angelina, and Jimmy walked away. "I think I'm in love," Will said. "That ain't your heart talking," Max said. Will swatted her over the back of the head. "She seems nice, even though she only said a total of 8 words to us." Sean said. "Yeah, well, she's losing her family. I'm gaining mine. That's probably why it's easier for me than it is for her," Harry said. Harry returned to his cubicle for a little while until he heard a large bang and someone crying out in pain. "Shut up," yelled the voice of Sphinx. Harry walked out of his cubicle and looked over the railing and down at the first floor of the VD. Sphinx and several other agents had just arrived in the VD. Sphinx herself was dragging a man by his hair across the floor of the VD. The man was wearing the cloak of a Eater, and he cried out in pain as Sphinx continued to drag him. "They're going to take him into questioning," said a middle-aged man to a woman. They were both standing next to Harry. "Then he's going into the prison." The woman shuddered slightly. Harry had heard that the prison was this horrible place that the Order of the Phoenix put their prisoners. Once they were put in there, they rarely ever came out. Harry himself shivered and went back to his desk. "Harry, are you ready?" Jimmy asked. It was about 6 in the evening. Harry nodded silently. He was extremely nervous. He was meeting his family for the first time in 14 years. "Okay, we're going to take the transporter home, since you can't molecularize there. All of the houses have a molecularizing block on them for our safety. Zhu. Put your card into the slot, and while you step through the door say, 'Take me home.' They know where the house is, so you'll be immediately transported there." Harry only nodded again. Jimmy went first and then Harry. "Take me home," he said as he walked through the door. As he stepped through the other side, he found himself in a long hallway. Jimmy was standing beside him. "We're home," Jimmy bellowed. "Harry, you can take off your earpiece now. They rarely ever call while we're off duty." There were many loud thumps as someone came running down the stairs. Jimmy walked into a large, bright living room and dumped his cloak on the floor. A girl about 4 years younger than Harry appeared at the base of the stairs. "You didn't, did you?" demanded the girl. She had long, wavy black hair and the same eyes as Harry. From the pictures Harry had seen of his mother, girl looked like her. "Didn't what?" Jimmy asked, going up to the fridge and pulling it open. "You didn't pick up Olivia?" the girl exclaimed. "Was I supposed to?" Jimmy said, examining a container full of sauce. "Yes. Mom told you to because I have to practice for my violin recital." "Trust me, all the practicing in the world wouldn't help you," Jimmy said. Seeing the girl glaring at him, Jimmy said, all right, I'll go get Olivia." Jimmy went back to the door that was labeled Order of the Phoenix. When Jimmy had left, the girl shook her head and looked at Harry. She gave a small scream and jumped. "Who are you?" she asked. "Oh, wait, she smiled and ran up to Harry, threw her arms around his waist, she was quite short, and said, "I'm Victoria. It's nice to meet you," Harry said, hugging her back. Jimmy told us about you, he even called up Dad, even though he's on a mission. Victoria said, pulling away from the hug. You play the violin? Harry asked. Yeah, would you like to hear me practice? Victoria said. She picked up her wand and waved it. A music stand and a violin appeared. Sure. I'd love to, Harry said. Sitting down on one of the couches. Victoria put the violin under her chin and told Harry that she was going to play Ode to Joy. Well, that might have been what she was trying to play. But that is not what it sounded like at all. Harry distinctly remembered the musical chainsaws that were played at a Death Day party, or the wailing of the golden egg after the first task. Harry grinned and bared it. When she finished and gave a curtsy, Harry clapped spiritedly. She was in the middle of a second song when Jimmy returned. In his arms was an infant girl. This is Olivia, Jimmy said. Noticing that Harry was looking at her. Your other little sister. Harry smiled. Suddenly the door to the transporter burst open and Lily Potter came running through it. Sorry I'm late, kids, she exclaimed. She had her shoulder-length hair clipped up with a few loose strands falling on her face. She had a bag hanging halfway off of her shoulder. Do you kids mind if we order pizza tonight? Georgina wants me to finish a project by tomorrow morning. I'm going to be up all, Mom, Jimmy said. Not now, Jimmy. By the way, did you pick up Olivia? Oh yes, there she is. Anyway, you kids can order a pizza. And rent a movie or something. So long as you don't. Mom, Victoria exclaimed. You've forgotten already. Huh. Darling, not now. How's someone been near a cat because my allergies are acting up? Oh, and, Mom, shouted both Jimmy and Victoria. You forgot. What? Lily said. Jimmy pointed at Harry, who had gotten up from the couch and was staring at his mom. Oh my God, Lily gasped. Harry. Harry nodded slowly. Lily instantly dropped everything that she had been doing, ran up and hugged her son. She was crying softly. I am so sorry, Harry, she said. For what? Harry asked softly, while wiping away the tears that had been rolling down his cheeks. For not being there. We missed almost everything, she sobbed. But that doesn't matter, you're here now and, Lily had started sobbing again. Mom, I think you're getting Harry's shirt wet, Jimmy said. Lily pulled out of the hug and stepped back, her hands still on Harry's shoulders. You're so grown up, she said, giving a watery smile. You look like your father, but you've got my eyes. Yeah, I get that a lot, Harry said, smiling. Lily's smile grew wider. You have to tell me more about yourself, Lily said. I want to know everything. Well, almost everything. If you're anything like your father, I don't want to know some things, but... Mom, you're babbling, Victoria said. What kind of pizza can we order? I don't care, Lily said, hugging Harry again. Can we rent Silence of the Lambs? Jimmy said slyly. Absolutely not, Lily exclaimed, turning around and looking at her other son. And Victoria, do not get anchovies on the pizza. Darn, Victoria said from the kitchen, where she was dialing the number for Pizza Hut. Where do we live anyway? Harry asked. We live in America, Lily said. Near Keene to be exact. We traveled that far to get home. Harry said to Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy said. Mom, I'm going to go get a movie. Take Harry with you. He needs to see what this town is like. Oh, and pick up the pizza on the way back. Victoria, did you order? Yeah, Victoria replied. All right. And remember, no R-rated movies. You're not allowed to see those until you're 17 unless we're accompanied by an adult, Jimmy mimicked. I know, Mom. Bye. Wait, do you need money? Lily called. No, I've got it. He pulled Harry out the front door. There was a magnificent weeping willow by the house. And there was a beautiful garden. Are we going to be walking to the movie rental place? Harry asked. No, we just have to walk until we're clear of the molecularizing barrier. Only about 20 more feet. We're going to the Blockbuster in town. In your head just say, Blockbuster in Keene. All right, Harry said. Now we can molecularize. Harry concentrated hard on though. Say 3 words and he instantly found himself in front of a Blockbuster video. After choosing a movie, the two of them walked down the street, chatting a little. Is Mom always that scatterbrained? No, not usually. But with Dad on the mission, she's been a nervous wreck. She always acts like that when he's gone. Just imagine what she'll be like when we are old enough to go on a mission. Harry K. Knew that agents were able to go on a mission when they turned 16, unless they were masters. Harry said. After picking up a piping hot pepperoni pizza, they molecularized to the edge of the barrier and walked back into their house. Hermione, take a break. You've been working way too hard, Ron said, looking up from the book that he was reading. Hermione was sitting at a table with her homework all spread out. She had her head in her arms and was resting on top of a book. I can't take a break, Ron, Hermione snapped. I have to finish this report for ancient runes. It's due tomorrow. Ron shook his head and went back to reading his book. Fred came up behind him and said, "We've got practice, ready to go." Ron nodded, went up to his dorm and got his new broom, a Nimbus 2001. He pulled on his scarlet Quidditch robes and went down to the Quidditch field. He had been chosen to play chaser only about 3 days ago. Katie had been made captain after Angelina had. Ron shook the thought out of his head and mounted his broom. He looked down at the rest of the team, including the new Seeker. He was a third year, and he wasn't very good. He was the best that the Gryffindor team could find though. Ron sighed and flew down. You are to write a report on Morgana. It should be at least 3 pieces of parchment long and be sure to include interesting facts such as, Professor Binns was droning on and on. He didn't seem to notice that half of the class was asleep. Only Hermione seemed to be listening. The bell seemed to jolt everyone out of a trance. There was the usual hurry to collect parchment and quills. Ron hurried out of the History of Magic classroom after Hermione. Hermione, did you get? Not now, Ron, I need to get to the library, Hermione said. But you were in the library this morning. Ron said indignantly. Hermione, give it a rest. We know you like books, but this is getting out of hand. You've been studying non-stop since Harry D. He stopped talking when Hermione's eyes filled with tears. Oh, Hermione. I'm sorry, I was harsh, I didn't mean. I know, Ron, Hermione said. All right, let's go to lunch then. Harry jolted awake. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the clock beside his bed. It said 1:49. Harry groaned and got out of his bed. He was spending the night in his new room, which used to be a guest room. He walked out to the bathroom and splashed some water on his face. He started to walk back to his room, but noticed a light was on downstairs. Lily was sitting at a table, scribbling madly on a piece of paper. She sighed, put the pen down and rubbed her eyes. She looked at Harry. What are you doing up, dear? Lily said, looking at her watch. Oh, I just had a dream and I thought I'd come get a drink of water, Harry said. I was going to take a break anyway, Lily said. Come over here and tell me what your dream was about. Harry got his glass of water and sat down next to her. Now, the dream. I dreamed about my friends. They were at Hogwarts. My friend, Hermione Granger, was working way too hard on her homework. Every spare minute she had she was in the library. Ron Weasley, my other friend, plays on the Quidditch team now. He's a chaser. He replaced Angelina after she died. There is also this other kid that replaced me. You play Quidditch? Lily asked. Yeah, Seeker, Harry said. Well, that's pretty much the whole dream. His mother smiled kindly at him. You miss your friends, don't you? Lily asked. Harry nodded. I know how it feels. After your father and I died, we missed Sirius, Remus, and Arabella so much. Arabella Fig? Harry asked. Yes. Do you know her? She was my defense against the dark arts teacher. I only saw her teach one time, but she seemed nice. I'd give anything to be able to talk to her again, Lily sighed. You know, right after I woke up and they had explained about the Order of the Phoenix, I immediately asked if I could see you. When I found out that you had survived the curse, I was so proud and so sad at the same time. I might have never seen you again. I'm just glad that you're here with us now. Lily reached over and hugged Harry. Thanks, Mom, Harry said. You're welcome. You'd better get back to bed. You have school tomorrow. Night, Mom. Good night, sweetie. Harry woke up the next morning with Victoria staring at him. Geez, Harry exclaimed. Victoria, why were you? That's how I wake up, Mom, Victoria said simply. Breakfast is on the table. Harry got out of bed and started to pull on some new clothes that Jimmy had lent him. He ran a brush through his hair, even though it didn't help much, and went downstairs. Victoria and Jimmy were sitting at the table, eating some sugar-coated cereal. Lily was busy trying to feed Olivia, who was constantly spitting out the food. Here comes the broomstick, said Lily in a happy voice. Vroom. She held the spoon up to Olivia's mouth, which was clenched tight. Oh, come on Olivia. You need to eat. Har. Rice sat down and poured himself a bowl of cereal just as Olivia opened her mouth and ate some food. Then she spit it all out at Lily. She giggled happily. Forget it, Lily said, putting the spoon into the bowl of baby food. Victoria, will you babysit Olivia this afternoon? I'm going to be late again, Lily said. But Mom, I need to practice for my. Put her down for a nap and then practice, sweetie, Lily suggested. Oh, I gotta go. Have fun at school, kids. Have fun at work, Harry and Jimmy. Don't get in trouble. Bye, Mom, Jimmy said with a mouthful of cereal. Lily went out the door that said Order of the Phoenix. What have you got today? Jimmy asked Harry. I dunno, I think Max or Sean said something about potions. I'm not looking forward to that. Why not? The potions teacher is one of the nicest people here. You can totally mess up your potion and she'll still give you an A. Really? That's a total change from my old potions teacher. I've got transfiguration today. I'm learning how to become an animagus. I already know that I'm going to turn into a tiger, Jimmy said. We have something to look forward to today at work. Just your job or everyone's? Harry asked. Everyone's. It's payday, Jimmy exclaimed. You won't be getting as much as me, 'cause you only worked 2 days or something. How much do you get? 2,000 galleons, Jimmy said calmly. Harry almost spit out his cereal. 2,000, Harry exclaimed. Yep, we get paid a lot. But when we're 16 and we go on a mission we can earn up to 6,000 galleons per day. That's what Dad's earning while he's on his mission. Of course, Mom makes me put half of my money into savings for the future. Wow, Harry said. He glanced at his watch. Jimmy, we'd better get going. Classes start in 15 minutes. You go ahead, Jimmy said. Harry put on his earpiece and went through the door labeled Order of the Phoenix. He was immediately transported to the VD. Max, he said into his microphone. Yeah, said a voice in his ear. What's our first class? Potions. Where are you? I'm at the VD, where are you? Food court. Come here. Harry disappeared and reappeared next to Max. Sean was with her. Hey Harry, Max said. We've got 12 minutes. Come sit with us for a bit. Harry sat down at their table and started to chat with them. A few minutes later Ivy appeared in the chair across from Harry. Good morning Ivy, Max said in a fake, cheerful voice. Shut up, Ivy replied, putting her head in her hands. I swear to God that I will kill the next person who says good morning to me. Max isn't a morning person, Sean whispered to Harry. Good morning, exclaimed Will, who had just appeared next to Harry. Ivy glared at him. Harry, I need to ask you a favor. Sure, what? I need you to put in a good word to Angelina for me, Will said. Will and Angelina, sitting in a tree kissing. Max chanted. Shut up, Will said. Why don't you ask her to come this with us tomorrow? Harry asked. You ask her for me, Will said. I don't want it to seem as though I want to go out with her. But you do, Sean said. I know that, but I don't want her to know that yet, Will exclaimed. I'll wait until the perfect moment. When we're at Ashley's. Then I'll charm her with my dance moves. What dance moves? Ivy snorted. Even after you were injected with information on how to dance you were the most horrible dancer in the world. Shut up. At least I can slow dance. And he can hardly do that, Max murmured to Harry. Harry. There was a voice in Harry's ear. Angelina. Harry said. Is something wrong? I'm lost. Where are you? I'm in the food court. Where's that? Let me talk to her, Will said. He tapped his wand on Harry's earpiece and Angelina was transferred over to him. He disappeared a few seconds later. Well, we'd better get to class, Sean said, looking at his watch. All right, Max said. Ivy, you coming? Nah, I'm skipping, Ivy moaned. Gonna go work on my fighting. All right. For once in his life Harry actually enjoyed potions. Ms. Rodriguez was constantly smiling, and handed out candy to the entire class at the end. The class after that as basic training for the Order of the Phoenix. It was like going to boot camp for an hour. Needless to say, Harry was tired when school ended. He had to skip lunch because Angelina and him had to take an extra class on healing people. Harry was most glad when the day ended and Harry and Jimmy went home. Where are we supposed to meet Max and the others tomorrow? Harry asked as they walked through the door of their house. Harry pulled the earpiece out of his ear. At the food court, Jimmy replied. You invited Angelina, right? Yeah, Harry said, remembering when he asked her at the healing class. While Jimmy was rooting around in the refrigerator for a snack, Harry sat down on the couch. Victoria came downstairs and said, Do you want to hear me practice again? No, called Jimmy. I wasn't asking you but Brain. Victoria snapped. I was asking Harry. Maybe later, Harry replied. I'm too tired to listen right now. Victoria frowned and went back upstairs. It's hard to believe that she's going to be turning 12 soon. Jimmy said, eating yogurt. Considering that she acts like a 6-year-old. I mean, but Brain. How stupid is that? Very stupid, Harry agreed. Yeah, there W. As a loud wail from upstairs and Harry said, was that the violin or Olivia? Jimmy chuckled and said, I think that was Olivia. You want to go check on her? Sure, Harry sighed. He got up off of the couch and went upstairs. Olivia's room was the room closest to his parents. He went in and found Olivia squirming in her crib, crying out. Harry leaned over the side and picked her up. She stood there for a few minutes, holding his little sister in his arms. After she had fallen asleep again, Harry placed her gently back into her crib and closed the door. Mom, can I get my hair spiked? Jimmy asked that night at dinner. So long as you pay for it, Lily said, feeding Olivia. And don't dye it green, like that friend of yours. Okay, blue it is. Jimmy said. Lily glared at him. Only joking, Harry, are you going too? Lily asked. Yeah, Harry said, lifting a forkful of spaghetti up to his mouth. Okay, then Victoria, will you watch Olivia for a little while tomorrow? Mom, only for the morning. I'll be back around 1. Then you can go play with your friends. What friends? Jimmy muttered sarcastically. Jimmy, that's enough. Why did they get to go out? Victoria asked. Quote, it's always the oldest people who get to do things. Victoria, it's true. I mean, Harry's only been here a couple of days and. Victoria, that is enough. It's not our fault that I have to work and the boys are already doing something. But, if I pay you, will it make you feel better? Lily asked exasperatedly. Okay. Lily rolled her eyes and went back to eating her dinner. Are you going to do something with your hair too, Harry? I mean, it looks a lot like Dad's and you might want to go for something different, Jimmy asked later that night. There's nothing wrong with your dad's hair, Lily said indignantly. I know, but people will get them mixed up at the order. Lily sighed and shook her head. I might get a haircut, Harry said. But the other times that I got a haircut it just grew right back. I don't know what good it will do. Well, you probably didn't want to get your hair cut when that happened. If you want to get your hair cut it will stay that way. Cool. Yo, Harry, Jimmy, over here. Sean was yelling at them from a table in the food court. His hair was actually a normal color, brown. Harry and Jimmy walked over to where Sean, Max, Angelina, and Will were sitting. Harry and Jimmy had just had their paychecks cashed and made into Muggle money. Is everybody here? Will asked. Ready to go. Where are we going? Harry asked. He had changed slightly, Sati. Had if he was spotted by someone from the wizarding world, they would not recognize him. He had changed his eye color and he had made his scar disappear. He was also much taller and his face was a tad longer. He had also brought along his disguise bracelet, just in case. Harry saw that Angelina had her bracelet with her too. We're going to the Muggle Mall in Australia, Max said in French. It's by Sean's house. Hey, Harry and I are going to get our hair cut, Jimmy said. Good, I was planning on getting mine dyed a new color. We can always get manicures, Max said. Or get our hair done. Hold on. Will took out his wand and flicked it. His hair came out of the cornrows and he had an afro. I might as well get my hair done too, he said. Sigh. Afros, like, what a turn on. Max said in a Valley Girl voice. Will smacked her upside the head. All right, let's go. They headed over to the transporter and all told it to take them to Sean's house. After a brief tour of Sean's house, the three of them walked down the road to a busy mall. Okay, here we are. The best place to get your hair done in Australia. Well, maybe not, but it's still really good, Sean said. The six of them walked into the salon and told the hairdressers what they wanted. Max only decided to get a manicure, while the others all were getting something done to their hair. Angelina had decided to get her hair braided with gold extensions. Will was getting his hair in cornrows again, only this time he was getting them in diagonally across his head. Jimmy had decided to get his hair cut and spiked, like he told his mom. Sean was getting his hair dyed a yellow color that glowed in the dark. Harry was getting his hair cut shorter, so it didn't look quite so wild. He was also getting the tips of his hair bleached. Now it no longer looked crazy and unmanageable, but only as though he had forgotten to brush it after he had woken up. Harry finished rather quickly and said that he was going to start clothes shopping. They were going to meet up again at around 11 so they could go to Will's for lunch. Harry didn't actually go clothes shopping first. He went over to an optometrist center, like Lens Crafter or some other place. He told them his vision and they returned a few minutes later with a box full of contact lenses. They told him how to put them in. Harry walked out a few minutes later. With his glasses in his pocket and his new contacts in, Harry found Max looking at clothes in an Abercrombie & Fitch store. They were soon joined by Jimmy and Sean. After they bought some clothes there they moved on to many other stores. Harry bought some shirts that said, "No fear," and one that said, "Slacker," and it gave the description. Max bought a shirt that said "Boys are dogs" on the front, and "Keep them on a leash" on the back. After buying some new pants and some long-sleeved shirts, Harry and the others met up with Will and Angelina at the CD store. "You got contacts?" Angelina asked when she saw him. "Yeah," Harry said sheepishly. "Are you all ready to go to my place for lunch?" Will asked, clapping his hands together. "Can we stop at home and drop off these bags?" Harry asked. "Sure, but meet up at my place after you're done." After walking back up the road to Sean's house they went their separate ways to drop off their purchases. Victoria, who was playing her violin in the living room, was most shocked when the two of them arrived home. "Mom's going to kill you too," she shouted after them as they left. "You are so dia." The two of them met up at Will's dorm. Sean told Harry that Will had been recruited for the Order at the age of 10. He was accidentally hit with the killing curse when a wizard terrorist had attacked Diagon Alley. His roommate, Nigel, was stoned half of the time and the other half of the time he had one of his slutty girlfriends there. Luckily for them Nigel was away and they were able to eat in peace. Of course, their lunch turned out to be a gallon tub full of vanilla ice cream. Will handed them each a spoon and told them all to dig in. "Do y'all know what group is playing at Ashley's tonight?" Max said, scooping up some ice cream. "I think that it is some Muggle group." Sean said, "Of course, it'll only be the illusion of the group. We rarely ever have live performances at Ashley's." "Well, I hope that they are better than that other group that was their last time." Will said, "I thought that they were pretty good," Max said thoughtfully. "Oh come on. First of all, they had a horrible name. What kind of name is Dixie Chicks anyway?" Angelina nearly spit out her ice cream. "You cough had the Dixie Chicks sputter here." She gasped. "Yeah, but they were nothing compared to that Muggle Blink 182 that was here the time before them." Blink 182 was there, Harry said with his mouth full of ice cream. "Okay, we are changing the subject," Jimmy said. "Oh, guys, I forgot to tell you," Will said. "I won't be here next week." "Why not?" Angelina asked. "I have a mission," Will said smugly. "Oh yes, you always have to remind us that you are 2 years older than us and therefore able to go on missions. Why don't you just rub it in our faces?" Sean said. "Where are you going?" Harry asked. "Africa or something. Cool." Harry looked down at the tub of ice cream. It was almost completely empty. When the tub of ice cream was finished off Max said, "Ready to go rock climbing." Harry had never been rock climbing before. He and Angelina followed the others to the rock gym. All of the walls were rock walls, and they slanted in every direction. Harry looked around the room, and realized that there was something missing. Angelina noticed it too. "Where are the cords?" she asked. "And where are the people who hold the rope while you climb?" "We don't have them," Max said, going up to the wall closest to them. She went up about 10 feet and then fell backwards. Harry and Angelina yelled lowly started to float back to the ground. "The room is enchanted so no one will fall to their death," Will explained. "So, go have fun. Knock yourself out, no pun intended. Oh, and you know that climbing stuff that people put on their hands to keep from slipping." Max said. "Just clap your hands twice while you're in here and it will appear on your hands." Harry and Angelina clapped and the white powder appeared. Now, let's get climbing. At 7 o'clock they left the rock gym and went to dinner in the food court. Then they joined a large crowd outside of Ashley's. There was a heavy-built man standing at the door, check-in. It's to make sure that everyone was above 12 years of age and taking the money needed to enter the club. When Harry and the others got in, all of the lights were on and people were just standing or eating at one of the tables near the walls. Wow, this is exciting, Angelina said sarcastically. You just wait, it's not 8 o'clock quite yet. That's when the party starts, Will said. Hey look Harry, there's your girlfriend. Sure. Enough, Celeste, Ivy, and a few of her other friends had just entered the room. All of them followed Celeste over to a table by Harry's. They sat down and a woman came to ask if they would like anything to drink. They ordered sodas and the drinks appeared in front of them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Will counted down the last few seconds before 8 o'clock. All of a sudden the lights went off, a strobe light went on and a disco ball lowered from the ceiling. Sean's hair was glowing brightly. Hello everyone, said a woman's voice over a microphone. Welcome to Ashley's. There was a lot of applause. Our guest tonight is an illusion of a muggle group by the name of Destiny's Child. There was more applause, even though by the bewildered looks on his friends' faces he knew that they had no clue who it was. The illusions of the group appeared on stage and everyone started dancing. Almost everyone. Angelina just stared at her hands and Harry didn't make any intention to get up. Will, staring at Angelina, remained seated too. Sean and Max went off into the crowd to dance. After a few minutes a slow song started. Angelina, will you like to dance? Will asked. Angelina stared at him. I don't know. Please, Will said, looking hopeful. All right, Angelina said finally. She went off with Will to the middle of the crowd. Not Eve. A minute after they left someone tapped Harry on the shoulder. Harry turned around and found himself face to face with Celeste Roderick. Hello Harry, she said in a soft voice that was barely audible over the loud music. Hi, Celeste. Harry said numbly. He had never been this close to a girl besides Hermione since the Yule Ball last year. Want to dance? She asked. Sure, Harry said slowly. She took his hand and led him to the center of the crowd. She placed her hands around Harry's neck and he nervously put his hands on her waist. They revolved slowly on the spot. People had backed away to watch. Did they always do that? Harry murmured to her. Yes, Celeste said. Why? Harry asked. I have no clue. The song ended and Harry slowly pulled away. Another song had started. Where are you going? Asked Celeste, frowning slightly. I'm not the best dancer, Harry said. You have the knowledge, Celeste replied. Trust me, you can dance. They spent almost all of the night dancing. Eventually they returned to the table. Max and Sean were sitting there. I'll see you soon Harry, Celeste said softly. She went over to her table. Ivy glanced at Harry and gave him a thumbs up. Harry smiled a little and turned back to his new friends. Most of them were smirking at Harry, except for Angelina and Will, who were still dancing. Jimmy glanced at his watch. Harry. I forgot to tell you, Jimmy said slowly. We have a midnight curfew. That's in 3 minutes. Harry and Jimmy said goodbye to everyone and left Ashley's. They ran toward the nearest transporter and returned home with 50 seconds to spare. We made it, panted Jimmy. Harry walked into the kitchen and glanced at the fridge. There was a sticky note on it. Dear Harry and Jimmy, it said. I'm working late tonight. Make yourself dinner if you haven't eaten already. Love, Mom. Harry showed Jimmy and then crumpled up the note. Jimmy collapsed onto the couch and flicked on the TV. Harry sat down next to Jimmy. A minute later someone came through the Order of the Phoenix door. Hi Mom, Jimmy said absent-mindedly, not looking away from the TV. Well, that's one thing I've never been called before, said a male voice. Jimmy looked up suddenly. Dad, he exclaimed. Why are you home early? Oh, I'm fine Jimmy. How are you? Said James Potter coming into the kitchen. Harry was just staring. Everyone had always told him that he looked like his father, and it was true. Their hair had been exactly the same before Harry had gotten his cut. He had the same smile and the same mischievous look in his eye. Dad, Harry said slowly. James paled as he looked at the son that he had not seen in person for 14 years. Harry, James said slowly. He rushed forward and pulled Harry into his arms. "Oh my, I can't believe it's you. I'm glad to see you too," Harry said. "We missed you so much, you would not believe," James said softly, still holding his son to him. "I missed you too, Dad," Harry replied. "You have to tell me everything that happened while you were away." James pulled Harry over to the kitchen table and they sat down for a long talk. And now for the weather. Harry's alarm clock flicked on. The 16-year-old boy groaned and rolled over. "We will be expecting some rain this morning and..." Harry buried his head under his pillow, trying to block out the voice of the weatherman. "Around noon we will be..." Harry finally turned off his alarm clock and tried to go back to sleep. "Harry!" yelled his mom's voice from downstairs. "Harry dear, it's time to get up." I'm up, Harry moaned. "Breakfast is going to be on the table in 5 minutes," she called. Harry threw his blankets off of him and stumbled out of bed and over to his closet. He pulled on some khakis and a black t-shirt. He ran a brush through his hair and put in his contacts. After pulling on his socks and shoes he went down to the table. "Eat up," Lily said, putting some eggs onto his plate. James was sitting opposite of Harry and looked up from his newspaper when he sat down. "Is today your last training day before your first mission?" asked James. "Yeah," Harry said, pouring himself some orange juice. "Good luck," Lily said. "Good luck," mimicked Jimmy. He had been grounded after he was caught making out with his girlfriend in his room, and he wasn't in the best mood. "Mommy," squealed Olivia from her chair. "What is it, Olive Belive?" Lily cooed. Victoria rolled her eyes. "Food," Olivia shrieked. She picked up a cracker and flung it across the table at Victoria. "Mom, she's throwing food again," Victoria yelled. "Olivia, stop it. The food goes in your mouth." Lily said, taking another cracker that Olivia was preparing to throw out of her hand. "Quaker," Olivia cried, clapping her hands. "Gimme." "No," Lily said, putting the cracker on the counter. "Quaker," Olivia shrieked again. Harry could tell that she was going to start wailing soon and hurriedly said, "Gotta go. See you tonight." "But Harry, you didn't finish your breakfast." Harry grabbed a piece of toast and ran out the door. Harry munched on his toast and molecularized to the food court, where Max, Sean, Will, and Angelina were. "Hello Harry," Angelina said. "Pull up a chair." "Where's your girlfriend?" Max asked, leaning against Sean. "She's on an overnight mission," Harry said. Celeste and him had been going out for a little bit over a year now. "Ah, does Harry Wary miss his whittle Celeste Westy?" Max said slyly. "Shut up Max," Harry said. Everyone at the table had a girlfriend or boyfriend. Sean and Max, and Will and Angelina. Ivy came over to their table with a bowl of steaming oatmeal. "We've got more basic training today, whole day of it," Sean said. "We're going to be transported into a mission, like we did last time." Harry remembered that lesson. Ms. Zager had divided them into pairs and gave each pair a paper. She told them not to touch the picture on the paper unless she told them to. She gave each of them a mission. Harry's mission was to save the civilians from a group of people attacking. Sean was his partner and had to kill the people attacking. When they touched the picture they were transported into a mission, and they had to do what they had been told. Needless to say, Sean died before their opponents did. Ivy, Max said in a fake voice. "Don't feel so bad. You'll define." "Bullshit," Ivy muttered under her breath. "Well, even if you don't do well you won't be physically hurt in real life." "That's true," Ivy said. "Come on, we'd better go. Class starts in 2 minutes, Harry said. They all molecularized to the basic training classroom. Ms. Zager was standing in the middle of the classroom. "Run a mile. Now," she barked when the 4 of them appeared in the classroom. "That's it, I'm cutting," Ivy said, starting to go back out of the classroom. "You are not," hissed Max. She dragged Ivy to the indoor track and they started to jog. Harry and Sean followed them. After the rest of the class had run their mile they returned to the classroom where Ms. Zager was waiting. "What took you so long?" she asked. "Never mind, sit down, shut up, and wait for directions." After everyone was seated they were all split into pairs again. Harry was with Ivy, Max was with this one girl named Bridget, and Sean was with a boy named Peter who smelled like cheese, had thick glasses. And his hair was slicked back and greasy. Once again, Ms. Zager handed out the pictures. Harry looked down at his and Ivy's picture. It was of the inside of a business building in T. Here were a lot of wizards walking around. Ms. Zager came around to the groups and started giving instructions. 3697, you are to disarm a bomb that is located in the Ministry of Magic, she motioned toward the picture. But we don't know how to disarm a bomb. Ivy exclaimed. These are your supplies, she handed them a book on how to disarm bombs in a suitcase. This is money, there was a threat. At that there was a bomb in the place and that the terrorists would only blow up the building and the minister if they didn't get 2 billion galleons. This is fake money. One of you are to disarm the bomb, while the other is supposed to talk to the terrorists. Oh, and whatever you do, trust no one. And don't cut the green wire. Ms. Zager went over to the next group. Harry pulled on his bracelet and instantly felt himself transform. Come on, Stealth, Ivy said, calling him by his nickname. Let's get going. She touched the paper and she got a blank look on her face. Harry touched the paper, R2, and it instantly felt as though he was being transferred into the building. Harry appeared outside of the Ministry of Magic next to Ivy. He found that he was wearing his sunglasses. He pushed a button on the side and saw numerous magical objects appear in the pockets of the people inside. Okay, perhaps we should actually look through the book on how to disarm bombs, Ivy suggested. Harry pulled the book out of his cloak pocket and flicked through it. How about when we see the bomb we read the book, Harry said. Okay, let's go in. People were running around frantically. Order of the Phoenix, yelled Ivy. Move aside, sir. Hey, everyone, stop. Everyone turned and looked toward the two of them. Where are the terrorists? Ivy said calmly. There was a loud burst of voices and Ivy to set off several fireworks to get their attention again. She pointed to a lady. Where are the terrorists? They're on the top floor, they've got the minister. She cried. Thank you. Ivy waved her wand and a force field appeared around all of the people in the room. Then the two of them started walking toward the stairs. What if the terrorists are disguised as regular people, and you just protected them? Harry said. Ivy rolled her eyes. That's their problem then, Ivy said calmly. It was Harry's turn to roll his eyes. I'm going to go negotiate or whatever. You go look for the bomb. Harry went off in a different direction. He didn't know if the bomb was magical or not, so he kept his glasses on. Stealth. Harry jumped as Ivy started talking to him over the earpiece. I'm about to enter the top floor. Wish me luck. Good luck, Harry whispered. Harry went up a few more stairs and found himself in a meeting room. He used his glasses as X-ray vision and looked through the giant table. No, there definitely wasn't a bomb in this room. Harry went back out and walked into an office room. There was a secretary sitting at a desk, and she nearly screamed when Harry came in. Order of the Phoenix, ma'am. Harry said hurriedly, holding up his badge. Do you know the location of the bomb? The woman shook her head. Harry searched the room and after not finding the bomb he moved on to the next room. Stealth. Ivy hissed into his ear. What? Harry snapped, earning himself an odd look from one of the people passing by. The terrorists just gave me a bit of information. I think that the location of the bomb is on the 4th floor. Thanks. Is everything going okay? Well, I don't think they're falling for the fake money. Oh shit. There was a series of loud bangs and Ivy stopped talking. Ivy. Harry hissed. Ivy, are you okay? There was no reply. Harry ran off toward the 4th floor in search of the bomb. Order of the Phoenix. Harry yelled as he entered a room. Everybody out. All of the office workers emptied out of the room. Harry searched through all the desks and everywhere else he could think of. Harry moved on to the next room. Nothing. The next room. Nothing. Harry was getting fed up when he noticed a thin, long, covered desk in the corner. He used his X-ray glasses and saw a box taped to the side of the inside of the desk. Harry walked over and knelt down. There it was, the bomb. Stealth, cried someone from the other side of the room. It was Ivy, and her hand was bleeding. Are you all right? Harry asked. I'm fine. Get under the table, quick. There was a few loud firecracker sounds and Ivy ran over to Harry, grabbed him and pushed him under the desk. There was only enough room for one person to lie under there, and Ivy was lying on top of Harry. She held a finger up to her mouth and said, "Shish." Ivy, what? She clamped her non-injured hand over his mouth. There were voices from out in the hall. Which way did she go? She went over there. She's in that room. There were footsteps and the terrorists ran up to the room. Is she in here? No, she went over there. I saw her. The terrorist ran off. What was that all about? Harry asked, wrenching her hand off of his mouth. They didn't fall for the bait. And they were a little ticked, so they tried to kill me with AK Avada Kedavra and it hit my hand. You should have seen them when I survived it. Shish, Harry exclaimed. He heard someone walk up to the room, and then pass by it. Okay, Harry whispered. Can you disarm the bomb? Not with this hand I can't, Ivy said, holding up her hand. Can't you heal it? No, I played hooky on the day that we learned how to heal people. Ivy said. Harry gave a disgruntled sigh and said, well, let me get on top then. Boy, if I had a canute for every time I heard that, Ivy said sarcastically. Harry and Ivy traded places, careful not to expose their feet from under the desk. Harry pulled the book out of his pocket. He looked at the box and gently opened it. According to the bomb, he had 5 minutes to disarm it. Okay, to begin shutting down the bomb you have to open up the small door on the side labeled mechanics. Harry looked on the side of the bomb and gently opened the door. There were a bunch of wires, including the green one. Remember, don't cut the green one, Ivy said in her normal voice. Rai elbowed her in the ribs to make her shut up. Okay, now in the center of the clumped hand side there should be a purple wire and a blue wire. You are to cut these wires at the same time and the bomb will be disarmed. Harry did a sort of balancing act on his knees so he could use both hands to find the wires. I've got the blue one, but, Harry searched and searched, but he couldn't find the blue wire. Ivy, Harry whispered. Shish. Someone slowly entered the room and started looking around. There's no purple wire, Harry said in his softest voice. Ivy got a terrified look on her face. What do we now? She mouthed as the footsteps got closer and closer to their hiding space. Harry was thinking hard of what Ms. Zager had said. Whatever you do, trust no one. And don't cut the green wire. Harry suddenly got an idea. He took the purple and the green wire in his hand. What the hell are you doing? Ivy hissed softly. Trust me, Harry said. Harry conjured up a severing charm and cut through the 2 wires. Ivy shut her eyes, preparing for the explosion. The clock, which said that they had 20 seconds until the bomb exploded, started flashing disarmed over and over again. Harry rolled out from under the table, stunned the man who was slowly approaching the desk where they had been hiding. Ivy crawled out from under the desk, clutching her still bleeding hand. Good job, said a voice in Harry's ear. The next thing Harry knew, he was back in the classroom. Ms. Zager was standing over them. Ivy's hand was back to normal. Good job, she repeated. So, you took my advice and trusted no one, not even me. Yeah. That's how I knew to cut the green wire, Harry said, sounding a little breathless. Ms. Zager nodded and moved on to the next group. Good job, mimicked Ivy. Harry rolled his eyes. Harry was in the middle of work when someone came up from behind him and covered his eyes. Guess who? Said a familiar voice. Harry pulled the hands off of his eyes and turned around. Celeste was standing there, and she planted a kiss on Harry's lips. Hey, Harry said. How'd the mission go? I got my leg blasted off, Celeste said. One of the healers had to reattach it 'cause I didn't have that much healing experience. Were you okay? Harry asked, concerned. I am now, she said, leaning forward and kissing Harry again. All right, break it up, Sarge had just arrived in Harry's cubicle. Celeste looked up at Sarge. 97, we have a mission for you, Sarge said, eyeing the 2 of them. We have found out that about 20 Death Eaters are going to be at a Sea King a Muggle church at approximately 9 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We want you to be there. Oh okay, Harry said. Here is all of the information, you are excused from any other duties in order to prepare for your mission. Sarge handed Harry a thin packet. Then she turned to Celeste. 12, don't you have a report to fill out? Sarge said sternly. Celeste nodded. Sarge nodded to them both and then disappeared with a ping. I'd better get back to work, Celeste said. She blew a kiss to Harry and walked away. Harry watched her and the song that was playing on his earpiece instantly changed from a song by Sugar Ray to a song by Sir Mix-a-Lot. Harry chuckled to himself and then got back to work. Okay agents, said the leader of the group on the mission. There were about 10 or so agents besides Harry, including Sean. Try and kill all of the Death Eaters before they reach the church. I'll stun one or two so we are able to get more information about the Dark Lord's plans. Healer, you stay back so you won't get injured. Okay. Everyone get invisible. Everyone disappeared around Harry and he disappeared too. He was in his disguise body, and he was wearing his sunglasses again. There they are, hissed the leader to the rest of the agents. Harry looked at a hill, where a huge black of mass was moving slowly. As they got closer, Harry realized that the blackness was actually a group of H-eaters wearing black cloaks and wearing masks. Now become visible and attack, cried the leader. All of them suddenly appeared around him. Almost as one, they yelled, Avada Kedavra. The first wall of Death Eaters fell onto the ground. The leader yelled, Stupefy. And another Death Eater fell stunned to the ground. The Death Eaters finally came to their senses and started to retaliate against the other agents. A killing curse went shooting past Harry's left ear. Avada Kedavra. Harry yelled back, hitting the Death Eater in the chest. The killing curse hit the agent beside Harry and his arm was knocked out. The agent just sort of stared at the bloody stump, shrugged, and went off in search of his arm. Harry paid for not paying attention. He was hit on his ankle with Avada Kedavra. Harry could feel the blood trickling down his leg, but he felt no pain. Harry concentrated hard and he felt the wound heal. A moment or so later all of the Death Eaters had fallen. Several Muggles were poking their heads out from the church. Quigley, barked the leader. Go erase their memories. One of the other agents walked off toward the church. Good job people, now let's go clean up a bit. The other agents went over to the bodies and turned them over. They all had almost the same expression on their faces. The leader went over to the Death Eater that was stunned and said, Enervate. The Death Eater's eyes snapped open and he started to struggle. The leader grabbed the man around the neck and lifted him up into the air. Are there going to be any more attacks today? Growled the leader. The Death Eater shook his head and made a gagging sound. Good. The leader dropped him back on the ground and stunned him again. All of a sudden, ministry officials started appearing near the other bodies. The leader sighed and said, Let's go back to the VD. Hello Harry, Celeste said, looking up from her work. How was your mission? It went okay, for a first mission, Harry said, running his hand through his hair. Did you get hurt? Celeste asked. Only a little. I'm lucky compared to the man who got his arm blown off. Celeste winced slightly. Well, we should celebrate your first mission. What do you say? Ashley's. Tonight. Sure, Harry said. See you at 8. He pecked Celeste on the lips and went back to his cubicle. A month or so later, Sarge returned to Harry's cubicle. 97. We have a special job for you today, she said. We need you to be a greeter and after greeter. Harry looked up from his data. Source. A greeter and after greeter. Harry asked. Why? There is a new recruit. And we feel that he would be more comfortable if you greeted him. Now report to the recruition office. She disappeared. Harry, still very confused, molecularized to the recruition office. There was a secretary sitting behind a desk when he appeared there. Hi, I'm Agent 5097 and I'm supposed to greet one of the new recruits, Harry said. The secretary looked through some papers and then said, Oh yes, Mr. Potter. Room number 21. Just go right in. She pointed down a hall to her left. Harry walked and walked until he found room 21. He pushed the door open and walked inside. The room was almost exactly alike the one that Harry had woken up in. It was pure white, it had a bed identical to the one Harry had awoken in too. Harry glanced at the person lying on the bed. His eyes widened in shock. It was Percy Weasley. P.S. Don't worry people, we will be seeing Hermione and Ron soon. In just a few more chapters we might be back at Hogwarts, so you'll be able to see everyone. Harry heaved a sigh and walked over to the chair beside Percy's bed. Percy was wearing some new, navy dress robes. Excuse me Mr. Potter, said the secretary, who had seemed to follow him into the room. I'm sorry, but it might be a day or so before he awakens. In the meantime you are to read this book about greeting and being an after-greeter. She handed Harry a thin book. Miss? Harry asked. Do you know how he died? I believe that a bunch of ministry members were attacked on a flight to the ministry in Israel. I suppose that this is one of the victims. The secretary turned and walked out of the room. Harry leafed through minutes until he heard a voice in his ear. Harry, Where the hell are you? Exclaimed Max. I'm being a greeter and after greeter for a day or so, Harry said into his microphone. Why? My friend Ron's brother has been recruited, Harry replied. Bummer. Yeah, I guess. Are you and Celeste still going to come with us to the rock gym tonight? Not if he doesn't wake up. I have to be here 24/7 it sounds like. Bummer, Max repeated. Well, we can always postpone. Just have Ivy go in my place, Harry said. She and Celeste are best friends, they'll get along great. If you insist, Harry said goodbye to Max and then the music in his earpiece switched back on. It was playing a sad, mournful tune and Harry was getting really depressed by it. Harry commanded his earpiece to change songs, but then it changed to Last Resort by Papa Roach, and that didn't help his mood. At around 8 o'clock that evening Victoria appeared in the room. She dropped off a sandwich and a small container of noodles for Harry. He ate it eagerly and then went back to watching Percy, waiting for him to reawaken. A witch appeared at around midnight, and gave Harry a pill that made it seem that Harry had been sleeping for hours, even though he hadn't. Harry started pacing the room, wishing that Ron and Hermione were there keeping him company. The next day was Saturday, and Jimmy came to keep him company. They played chess for a few hours, and it made Harry feel even worse. Chess had always been a game that he played with Ron and Hermione. Ron shook his head and made his next move. Checkmate, Harry murmured, and they started over again. Percy didn't wake up till Monday morning. Harry had only been out of the room to change his clothes and to go to the bathroom. He was in the middle of reading the Greeter Handbook for the 4th time when Percy groaned. He sort of rolled onto his side and his eyes darted around the room and he sat up suddenly. Where am I? Percy said in a raspy voice. He hadn't used his voice for days. I'll tell you in a moment. You sound familiar. Have we met? Percy asked, looking at Harry. Harry realized that he wasn't wearing his glasses. Well if you put on your glasses you could see me better. They're on your table. Percy reached over and pushed his glasses onto his nose. Ah! He yelled. What the hell? It can't be. You're not. Percy calm down, Harry said, standing up and walking closer to the bed. Calm down. I'm seeing a person who died over a year ago right before my eyes and you're telling me to calm down. Percy bellowed. Harry clamped his hand over Percy's mouth, even though the room was soundproof and no one else could hear them. Percy, listen to me. You need tea. Make a choice before this goes any farther. Harry slowly lowered his hand. What is this choice? Percy asked, still frowning at Harry. You can either join us, or you can die. For real this time. What are you talking about? Percy said. Listen, can I talk to someone else? No, Harry said stubbornly. Now choose. Percy glared at Harry. What do you mean, die for real this time? Percy asked. Harry sighed. To the rest of the world, we are dead. But to this group of people we are not. Now, you can either join us and continue living, or you can die. Choose. Percy stared at Harry. Will I be able to see my family again? Percy said timidly. Maybe. But they won't recognize you. You will have a disguise on. And that's only if you join us. Percy nodded. All right, I'll join, he said slowly. Harry smiled. Welcome to the Order of the Phoenix, Harry said. Harry started to explain about everything that went on at the Order of the Phoenix. He explained about the VD, missions, and jobs. Percy was silent as Harry talked himself into silence. So you've been here for an entire year. Percy finally said. No one has known. No. But Percy, it's not that bad here, Harry said. I'm sure that you will get used to it. I have. And I'm happy here. I'm with my family. Percy looked up. Family? Percy asked. You're your parents. Harry nodded. They were recruited into the order just like you were, Harry said. Percy nodded, but was silent again. Percy. Harry asked slowly. How's Ron and Hermione? Percy swallowed and said, the last time I saw them they were okay. They're still in school. Our Ron took Angelina's place on the Quidditch team. Is Angelina alive too? Yes. So is Cedric. Percy nodded. So, I might never see my family. Ever. Percy said. You can see them, but they won't see you. Harry said slowly. Percy nodded again, and Harry could see a tear roll down his cheek. Percy, it's going to be all right, Harry said. I'm never going to see Mum and Dad, Charlie, Bill, Fred, George, or Ron. And Ginny again. Or Penelope, Percy stated, more tears rolling down his cheeks. Yes you are, Harry exclaimed, not really knowing what else to say. You will. I promise you that. Listen, I heard a rumor from someone that when Voldemort falls we will be able to go back into the real world and have a normal life. You will be able to see your family. Again, Percy gave a shaky sigh. Now come on, I'm going to show you around the Order of the Phoenix, and you get a new job too. I don't want a new job, Percy said. Harry was reminded of his little sister's whining. Oh come on, these jobs are fun, you learn martial arts and stuff. It's really cool. Come on, I have a change of clothes here for you. I'll see you in a few minutes. Harry left the room. Percy emerged a few minutes later and said, where are we? These are the recruition rooms, Harry said. Follow me, I'm going to show you some more offices. Harry showed him the AA office and part of the VD. He was in the middle of showing Percy the leisure dome when Sarge contacted him on his earpiece. Bring Weasley to my office. Now, Sarge said. Okay Percy, Harry said. It's time for you to go meet Sarge. Percy nervously followed Harry up some metal stairs and up to Sarge's office door. You had to do all of this too? Percy said nervously. Yes. Don't worry about it, Sarge is always nice to new recruits. You'll do fine and I'm sure you'll get a great job. The doors opened and Percy walked in. 20 minutes later Percy emerged from Sarge's office. I got a job in the communication office, Percy said. Holding up a packet. What's that? Oh, that office mainly works with the Ministry and other places in the regular world, Harry said. You know, keeping the Ministry from learning our secrets and such. We even have a few people in the Ministry of Magic. Percy and Harry walked to the communication office. I'm going to talk to the head of this office and see what you'll be doing and such, Harry said. He talked to Mr. Indus, a Russian man who was the head of the communication office. He was very excited because Percy had had experience with the ministry. He called another office worker and told him to show Percy around. See you soon Percy, Harry said, walking toward the door of the office. You're leaving, Percy said. Yes, you are going to have to find your way to your recruition office. If you get lost you can ask anyone for help. Good luck, Harry said. Harry rushed off to his second class and hurried in just as Mr. X was finished talking to everyone in the class. What did he say? Harry asked Sean. They've set a day for the next transfer, Sean said. It's on August 15th of next year. Oh, Harry said. Everyone is going to be studying intensively for the next few months. Max said, coming up behind them and putting his arm around Sean's shoulder. You going to try out for a master's position, Harry? I don't know. Oh come on, Ivy said, coming up beside them. You should try out for dueling master. Ever since you whooped my ass on your first day at this class one knew you had talent. Maybe, Harry said shortly. Hey, Max, Ivy exclaimed suddenly, I challenge you. The two girls went off to practice their fighting. Hold on, I gotta go watch this, Sean said. He ran off after them. During the next couple of days Harry saw Percy TC ticking with his new knowledge. He would probably be going on his first mission within the next month or so. Harry would occasionally stop and say hi and ask how Percy was doing. Percy would reply rather solemnly. And never went into great detail. Harry's mom was very eager to learn about Percy and 2 weeks after Percy had been recruited, Lily asked him to come to their house for dinner. Percy agreed, saying that he was glad to get away from his dorm room and his annoying roommate. Percy happily chatted with Harry's parents over dinner, about his new job. He didn't really talk about his family until Harry's dad brought it up. Percy, how's your dad been? When I first started off at the ministry he was always really nice, James said. Oh, the last time I saw him he was fine, Percy said. He's working in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the ministry. Really? That's wonderful, James replied. Harry, would you pass the beans? Before I came here I was working at the ministry too, Percy continued. I was in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Really? I started out there, James said. The two of them started talking spiritedly about the department. Harry glanced at his mother, who smiled and winked at him. Harry smiled back. Thank you so much for coming, Lily said, shaking Percy's hand later that night after dinner. Thank you Mrs. Potter, it was a really wonderful dinner. I loved the veal. Well, Thank you, Lily exclaimed, blushing slightly. Good night. See you, Percy. Harry called from the living room. Bye, Harry, Percy said. He walked through the door that led to the Order of the Phoenix and returned to his dorm. Well, he was a nice boy. Lily exclaimed. I always liked his family. Yes, they're nice, Harry said. I'd better go to bed, Ms. Zager wants us to come in extra early tomorrow, even though it's a Saturday. Harry silently moaned to himself and then went upstairs again. Harry was in the middle of eating brie. Fast when Sarge's voice came over the earpiece. 97. You are to report to the VD immediately. We have a mission. Harry gulped down the rest of his orange juice and ran out the door. Good, you're here, Sarge said when Harry ran panting into the room. Sphinx was standing beside Sarge. I have a special mission for the both of you. I need you to go out immediately. Where is the location? Sphinx asked, her Egyptian accent very noticeable. It is in a small wizarding village called Hogsmeade, Sarge replied. Harry's heart gave a leap. Hogsmeade. We have just received information from one of the spies that is acting as a Death Eater that there is going to be a Death Eater at the village pub called the Hog's Head. 97. You are to wear your disguise, and both of you are to wear your cloaks and sunglasses. Keep it on the setting to see magical objects so you will be able to see the dark mark on the Death Eater's arm. You are to make sure that he does not attack civilians. Understand? Harry and Sphinx nodded. Good luck. Harry went quickly to his desk and opened a drawer. His sunglasses and his disguise bracelet were sitting on top of his neatly folded cloak. Harry pulled on the bracelet and instantly felt the changes take place. He pulled on his cloak and put the glasses over his eyes. Sphinx was waiting for him near the doors, wearing an ankle-length maroon cloak over her jeans and low-cut black shirt that matched the color of her hair. Are you ready, Potter? She asked. Yeah, but my disguise nickname is Stealth. All right. A second later she disappeared. Harry adjusted his glasses and disappeared as well. It was chilly and Harry pulled his cloak closer around him. Sphinx glanced around at the people who were milling around outside of the small pub before pushing the door open and going inside. It was very crowded inside and Harry suddenly realized why. The room was packed with Hogwarts students. Sphinx started walking over to a table in the corner. Harry followed her, still glancing around the room. Would you two like anything to drink? Asked Madame Rosmerta, coming over to their table. What do you have? Sphinx said. Madame Rosmerta started listing off the special drinks and homemade beers while Harry looked around the room. Harry recognized Justin Finch Fletchley in the corner of the room, swapping chocolate frog cards with a girl. From what Harry could tell, there wasn't any familiar Gryffindors. Sphinx placed her order with Madame Rosmerta and then Harry ordered a butterbeer. The door opened again and Harry saw Rubeus Hagrid's giant form walk through the door. He took a seat at the bar and didn't give another glance at the two Order of the Phoenix agents in the corner of the room. Stop looking around so much, it makes it seem as though we're looking for someone. Pretend we're having a conversation, Sphinx said. Well, what do we have to talk about? Harry hissed. You used to go to the school by here, what was it like? Sphinx asked. Harry started to talk a little about his classes and stuff, until the door opened once more and a few familiar students walked into the pub. Harry recognized these students. On the left was Dean Thomas, who was taller than Harry had remembered him to be. Next to him was Seamus Finnegan, arm in arm with Lavender Brown. And the two people on the end were Ron and Hermione. Harry's here. Tea sank a little as he saw the two of them. He should have been with them, having a butterbeer over there with them. Stealth, snap out of it. Sphinx hissed. Have you seen the Death Eater yet? No, have you? Why would I be asking you if I had seen it? Sphinx snapped. Okay, we have to pretend like we're talking. Were you born in Egypt? Harry asked in French. Yes, Sphinx replied in the same language. My parents are both Egyptian and we live in Egypt. One of my ancestors was a pharaoh, I believe. Really? That's shish, she hissed suddenly. D.E. Harry's eyes flicked toward the door. A cloaked person had just walked through the door. With the sunglasses Harry could see the dark mark on his upper left arm. Should we wait until he makes a move? Harry whispered. No, let's go approach him now. Take out your badge and your wand. Sphinx's chair scraped on the floor as she stood up. Harry followed her as she started walking over to the Death Eater. Harry saw the Death Eater Sta. RT to reach into his pocket to find his wand. Touch that wand and your head gets blasted off, yelled Sphinx from 10 feet away. The pub went deathly silent. Harry saw everyone's head turn toward them. Order of the Phoenix, Sphinx said. Take your hand out of your pocket and put your hands high in the air. Harry saw the Death Eater hesitate and Harry lifted his wand so it was level with the Death Eater's head. Now, Harry growled. The Death Eater slowly took his hand out of his pocket and raised both of his hands. Place your hands on the back of your head and don't move them. If you try to do anything besides that you will be killed, Sphinx said. Still not lowering their wands, the two of them walked over to the Death Eater, who was standing so still that Harry couldn't even see him breathing. Sphinx reached the Death Eater first and put a binding spell on his wrists. Then she grabbed him by the hair and dragged him out of the pub. Stealth, stay back there and erase their memories, Sphinx said. Then return to the Order of the Phoenix. Harry nodded and returned to the inside of the pub, where everyone stared at him fearfully. Harry thought quickly of a diversion. You all heard the joke about the wizard who goes into the bar and sees a toad sitting on the piano. Everyone shook their heads. Okay, well you see, the wizard said, why is there a toad sitting on your piano? To the bartender, and the bartender said, Obliviate. Maximus. There was a sudden burst of light from the end of Harry's wand. It spread to everyone in the room. When the light had faded, everyone sort of blinked and then resumed their conversation. Harry went outside and molecularized with a small ping. Ron and Hermione were softly talking about class. Much attention. He had lost his brother 2 weeks ago. Hermione knew that he regretted always teasing his brother about being perfect and everything. But both of them were startled when the two people dressed in Muggle clothes with cloaks over them stood up and shouted at the man who had just come through the door. Both of them had their wands pointed to the person in front of the door. Order of the Phoenix, growled the woman. She had long black hair and looked very exotic. Take your wand out of your pocket and put your hands high in the air. Hermione glanced over at the boy that was next to her. He was tall, with blonde, spiked hair. She couldn't see his eyes, because they were covered with sunglasses. Hermione could tell that he was younger than the woman, but she couldn't guess his true age. Now, hissed the male agent to the man. The man finally did, and the woman agent walked up and grabbed him by the hair, pulling him outside. The male agent returned inside the pub a moment later and was thinking hard. Everyone in the room seemed to be in shock. Even Hagrid had stopped drinking out of shock. Have you all heard the joke about the wizard who goes into the bar and sees a toad sitting on the piano? Everyone around them shook their heads. He continued to tell the joke. Okay, well you see, the wizard said, why is there a toad sitting on your piano? To the bartender, and the bartender said, Obliviate. Maximus. The last thing Hermione remembered was a burst of light out of the end of her wand. She turned back to Ron and said, what were we talking about? I don't know, Ron said. Date: Friday, August 8th. Approximately 1 week until the transfer. It was nearly 1 in the morning and 17-year-old Harry Potter was in the giant library at the Order of the Phoenix. He ran a finger through his short, messy, black with yellow-tipped hair. Harry had filled out nicely. He had muscular arms from rock climbing almost every day after work. He was quite handsome as well, and he and Celeste were still dating. He was looking up curses that could help him when he was dueling against Sphinx. All of his friends had been practicing almost non-stop for the previous month or so in order to beat their opponents in the transfer. Max and Ivy were practicing together, doing everything from martial arts to fencing. Will was trying out for Master of Combat. Angelina was trying out for Master of Language. And Sean wasn't trying out for anything. Harry scribbled down a new spell that made the person's arm fall off by just saying the incantation. He yawned and popped a pill into his mouth. The pill kept him awake. Harry picked up his new list of spells and went off to the dueling room. He chose an opponent from the data source, and the opponent appeared right before Harry's eyes. Harry had recently taken the no-pain potion, as it only lasted for 12 hours. He bowed to the opponent and they both got in the starting position. The opponent had the same odds as Harry did to win. He had taken the pot ion that kept them from dying of the killing curse, and he had the no-pain potion as well. 1. A voice echoed around the room. 2. 3. The opponent shot a spell at Harry's head, which he flipped backwards to avoid it. Harry yelled the new spell that he had just learned and the opponent's arm fell off. Unfortunately, it wasn't his wand arm, so the opponent continued to attack Harry. Avada Kedavra, yelled the opponent. Harry dodged it, diving quickly out of the way. Harry knew that the opponents weren't allowed to molecularize during a transfer duel, so Harry put the impediment curse on the opponent. As quick as he could, Harry yelled, Avada Kedavra. And the spell hit the opponent in the face. The force of the spell ripped some of the opponent's face off, leaving exposed muscles. Harry shot the Furnunculus curse at the opponent and he fell to the ground, things sprouting from his face. Harry shot the killing curse at the opponent and the force of the spell knocked him out, leaving him lying on the ground bleeding from his arm and face. Harry, panting slightly, yelled, delete, and the opponent disappeared off of the floor. Harry hadn't been injured, so he immediately got another opponent and he started to fight again. He had a lot of practicing to do before he went head to head with Sphinx. After 2 more hours of practicing, Harry started walking toward the transporter in order to return home. He passed the fighting room, and glanced inside. Ivy was busy punching a punching bag. Harry opened the door and said, "Do you have any idea what time it is?" "No, and I don't care," Ivy snapped, punching the bag even harder. "Well, aren't your parents going to get worried?" Harry asked. "Mom and Dad won't care, they know my priorities," Ivy said. "Are you just going to stand there and talk to me, or are you going to go home?" "Of course, you could always help me practice." Ivy got an evil grin on her face. "Trust me, there's no way I'm fighting you. Or Max for that matter." "Oh come on. Are you scared?" Ivy said tauntingly. Harry sighed, and put down his bag. "All right, I'll fight you, but you have to have a wizard duel with me after." "Deal. And remember, you have to try and win." The two of them stood about 10 feet away from each other and bowed. Then without warning, Harry was on his back, lying on the floor. He flipped himself back up and faced Ivy, who was grinning again. She aimed a blow with her foot to his head, but he ducked. He attempted to hit her in the stomach, but she grabbed his fist and flipped him again. "Oh come on, you can do better than that." She reached down to help Harry up and he flipped her over his head. "You're right," Harry said. "I can." They fought for a few more minutes before Ivy conjured up 2 swords. She tossed one to Harry. The two of them fought for about 10 minutes until Harry was lying on the floor with his arm off and several cuts in his shirt. Ivy had gotten her foot cut off by Harry and was reattaching it just as Harry picked up his arm. The muscles and bones in his arm and his skin mended themselves to the disconnected arm and Harry stretched his arm before getting up and picking up his wand. "Okay, let's duel," Harry panted. Harry beat her easily, only after a minute or 2 of fighting. "Oh come on, you can do better than that," Harry sneered after he had revived her. "Shut up," Ivy snapped. "Let's do that again." Hours later, Ivy lay panting on the ground from the dueling while Harry leaned casually against the wall. "Celeste told me," Ivy said suddenly. "Told you what?" Harry asked. Ivy just grinned and said, "About your late-night rendezvous last week." Harry felt his face go red. Ivy started laughing a little. "Shut up," Harry said. He couldn't believe that Celeste told Ivy about that. "I know that they're best friends and all, but come on," Harry thought. Ivy was giggling madly on the ground. Celeste was now on a mission, protecting a group of people in America. "She says you were good," Ivy said, giggling some more. "That's it, I'm leaving," Harry finally snapped. He picked up his wand and went over to the transporter. He collapsed onto his bed at 5 in the morning and fell asleep instantaneously. "Harry, you have to help me," cried Angelina, running into the food court at the Order of the Phoenix. Harry and Celeste were eating lunch with Max and Sean when Angelina had appeared. "What's the matter, Angelina?" Harry asked. "Okay, this may seem like a big favor, but," Angelina hesitated. "I need to learn Parseltongue." "Why?" Harry asked. "You know that I'm trying out for Language Master. And I know for a fact that the Language Master doesn't speak Parseltongue. From my knowledge, you are the only one in the whole OP who knows that language. How many languages do you speak?" Harry asked. "About 320, Angelina said. "How do you propose that you learn Parseltongue?" "Follow me." Angelina led Harry to the KD or Knowledge Department. In this part of the order you could get knowledge transferred from one person's brain to another's. "I've already arranged it with Agent 12 here," she said. "You one'll still be able to speak Parseltongue when we're through, but I will be able to as well." "All right," Harry said. When Harry and Angelina emerged from the KD 10 minutes later, Angelina had a snake wrapped around her waist and she was talking rapidly to it. Harry could understand what those two were conversing about, something about the snake's original home. Harry said goodbye to the both of them before returning to the food court. Date: Friday, August 15th. Day of transfer. Harry was too nervous to eat anything that morning. In fact, most of his friends were, except for Angelina and Will. They were sharing a bowl of cereal in the food court while everyone else sat around, chatting nervously. All of them had recently taken the 2 potions. The dueling master transfer was taking place in the dueling room. There was a long line of people waiting to duel with Sphinx. "Hey buddy," said the man next to him. He was twitching and had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "You trying out for dueling master too?" Yeah," Harry said. "You know, it's all one big conspiracy," the man said, still twitching. "All of this Order of the Phoenix crap." "Right," Harry said dryly, not really wanting to have a conversation with this man. "If I become dueling master, I'm going to change things around here," the man said, more to himself than to Harry. Right, good luck with that," Harry replied. "Hey Harry." Harry was happy to hear Max's voice in his ear. Harry held the tiny microphone closer to his mouth as he said, "I am surrounded by weirdos." "Yeah, same here," Max said. "Ouch. Ivy, I was only kidding. Anyway, where are you in line?" "The very end," Harry said. It wasn't true, but that's what it felt like. There had to be about 40 people ahead of him. Harry watched as a woman about 30 years old ran crying from the dueling room. "Is it boring over there?" Ivy's voice appeared in Harry's ear. "Yeah," Harry said. "Are you guys near the top of the line?" "We're in the middle," Ivy and Max said at the same time. "Oh look," Ivy exclaimed. "Another person lost." "Oh bloody hell," Max suddenly said. "A fight just broke loose in the line. Punch her in the nose." Harry could hear Ivy shout. Harry rolled his eyes and went back to listening music. It was playing, "Last Resort" by Papa Roach. It didn't exactly help Harry's mood, but it did keep him from noticing him getting closer and closer to the beginning of the line. Before Harry knew it, the man who had been twitching was walking through the doors to the dueling room. Harry heard a piercing scream and the man was out a second later. "It's all a conspiracy, he was muttering as he reattached his arm. Harry took a deep breath and walked through the doors. Harry's stomach did a flip-flop as he saw blood splattered on the walls and floors. Harry walked to the center of the room, where Sphinx and Sarge were standing. Sphinx looked up as Harry approached. "Oh, it's you," she said. "Stand there. Let's get this over with." "Okay 97, the rules are that you can use any spell that you want to. You can also use your talent. No molecularizing. You are to continue attacking until either you or O9 here is unconscious. If you are to faint, Sphinx will check and mock. Sure you are unconscious and vice versa. You are able to have contact. Do you understand?" "Why yes," Harry stammered. "Good. Now bow," Sarge commanded. Harry and Sphinx slowly bowed to each other. 1, 2, 3. Harry was almost knocked off of his feet as a killing curse came speeding toward him and hit him in the chest. Harry felt blood trickling down his shirt, but he instead yelled, "Impedimentia." Sphinx was momentarily stopped, and Harry took the opportunity to mutter the incantation that made an arm fall off. It was Sphinx's wand arm. She started to move again and picked up her wand from her lost arm. She raised it so it was level with Harry's head and yelled, "Avada Kedavra." Harry rolled to the side and dodged the curse. Damn, she's ambidextrous, Harry thought before shooting another spell at Sphinx. Harry watched as the curse slowed down before it could hit Sphinx, and came rocketing back at Harry. Moved out of the way as fast as he could, but his wand was knocked out of his hand. Harry pointed to his wand with his hand and it came shooting into the air and flew back into his hand. While dodging another curse, Harry yelled, "Avada Kedavra." It hit Sphinx below the knee and her lower leg was blown off. She screamed in anger and shot the killing curse at Harry. As Harry dived out of the way, he could feel it ruffle his hair. Harry retaliated with Avada Kedavra. It hit her on the nose, which started to bleed profusely. She was knocked off her one good foot and Harry took the time to yell out the furnunculus curse. Through the blood that was running down her face she yelled, "Avada Kedavra." Again. This time Harry wasn't so lucky, and he was knocked into the wall with his foot off. Harry uneasily hopped back into the center of the room and yelled, Avada Kedavra, again, aiming at Sphinx's face. She dodged it, but fell to the ground from losing balance. Harry quickly yelled, Avada Kedavra, again, and this time it hit her in the face. Her head flopped onto the ground, her nose still bleeding on the floor. Harry stood there panting for a moment before reattaching his foot and limping over to where Sphinx had fallen. As he reached down to turn Sphinx over, she grabbed his wrist and flipped him over on his back. Before Harry could get up, she picked up her wand and pointed it at Harry's head. Stoop. Before she could finish the incantation, Harry had knocked her off of her feet again. Harry rolled off of his back and stood up, scooping his wand into his hand. Before Sphinx could do anything, like picking up her wand, Harry bellowed, Stupefy. It hit her on her blood-covered head and she lapsed into unconsciousness. Harry didn't even bother checking for Sphinx being unconscious, he knew already. Sarge seemed to know. Very good 97, she said, walking forward. Now revive her. Harry muttered, enervate. Sphinx's eyes popped open and she immediately went for her wand. It's too late, Sphinx, you've lost, Sarge said before Sphinx could reach her wand. Now heal yourself so you can see the rest of the people waiting in line. Yes, Sarge, Sphinx said weakly. Harry was confused, he had wand, but Sphinx was seeing the rest of the people. Sarge seemed to know this and she said, Sphinx is going to see the rest of the agents to see if anyone else can beat her. If someone else does beat her, you and the other winner will duel. If no one beats her, then you are the new master of dueling. Harry nodded. You can go rest now, Sarge continued. You will be notified when the rest of the dueling is finished. Harry walked through the door where about 20 more people were still waiting. Harry tried to keep a straight face as he walked back to the food court, where he had agreed to meet everyone once he was done. Harry was startled to see Max sitting at the farthest table with her head in her hands. Sean was sitting with her. Max, what's wrong? Harry asked, sitting down in the chair across from her. I Saab didn't win, she said. I got pummeled in the sword fighting. That stupid Pratt beat me. Max, don't worry about it, Sean said. There'll be other transfers. I know, Max sobbed. Suddenly Ivy came bounding up to the table, a big grin on her face. I beat him. Ivy squealed. I might be the new fighting master. Max shot Ivy an angry look and started crying again. Oh, I'm sorry, Max, Ivy said. Forget about it, Max said. Harry, how did it go for you? I beat her, Harry said. Sean's mouth dropped open. You beat Sphinx. He gasped. She's been dueling master since she was 14. No one has ever beaten her. So, you're the dueling master now. Ivy said eagerly. Unless someone else gets past Sphinx and I lose to him or her. Hey, everyone, guess what? Will and Angelina bounded up to the table. Angelina is the master of language. Thanks to Harry, Angelina said. I am so glad that you helped me, Wit. It's no big deal, Harry said sheepishly. Yes, it is. I won by one language, Angelina said. Will, how did the Master of Intelligence go? Sean asked. I might have the job, Will said. Except one more person beat the current Master of Intelligence. Sphinx got past, and now Sarge is in deliberation with the Master of Intelligence to see who should become the new master. I hope you get it, Max said. At least you did better than I did. Don't worry about that, loads of other people suck too, Will said. Max gave a weak chuckle. Will all of the agents who beat a master, please report to Sarge's office immediately, said a voice that echoed off of the walls of the food court. All but Ma. X and Sean got up and molecularized with a small ping. You are all here because you are the finest agents we have, said Sphinx to everyone in the room. You have beat our former best and have proved yourselves. Now, I know that two of you tried out for the position of Master of Intelligence and we have decided that both of you will be Intelligence Masters. Now, here are some new supplies. Sarge. He reached into her desk and pulled out several things that looked like golden cell phones. These are special communicators, Sphinx said. Unlike your earpieces, these have a wider range. You can get more privacy with these as well. Tomorrow there is a meeting of the masters, so you will be able to find out more about your new positions. You are now dismissed. Harry was so happy that he couldn't see Ontrell himself, and a smile spread onto his face as he went to his house. Date: September 29th. Sarge used telekinesis to open the two giant oak doors and into the large hall full of children. She was wearing a short, black, leather Woman's business suit like always, and her cloak swished behind her as she walked through the tables toward the teacher's table. She had been notified by the headmaster of this school that they had been receiving death threats from Voldemort and his supporters. She readjusted her glasses as she neared the table and she could feel the students staring at her. She saw a woman with black hair pulled tight into a bun look at her with distaste. It wasn't Sarge's fault that these people didn't approve of her wild dark brown hair that was sticking up everywhere. Albus Dumbledore, she said to the headmaster. I am Sarge with the Order of the Phoenix. Ah yes, said the headmaster, standing up and shaking her hand. You are here to talk about sending a few of your agents here to protect the students. Yes, Mr. Dumbledore, Sarge said. Now, if you would follow me, I would like to talk to you in private. Of course, said Dumbledore, leading Sarge out of the great hall into his office. Sarge noticed a phoenix sitting on a perch by the door. So I understand that you have been receiving threats, Sarge said, sitting down across from Dumbledore. Yes, unfortunately, Dumbledore said grimly. They started on the first day back. Dumbledore pulled open a drawer and pulled out a letter. Wouldn't want us to repeat history, do you? You are of the 2 students that we lost 2 years ago. Vaguely, Sarge said. We got this letter on the anniversary of their deaths, Dumbledore said. Then we got this one. After we take Hogwarts we will conquer the world. No one will stop us, especially a crooked-nosed, muggle-loving, old man like you. Sarge glanced over the rest of these letters before saying, this started just this year. Yes, Dumbledore replied. And I'm sure you can see why I am worried. I can, Sarge replied. We will send some of our best agents over here on Halloween. About how many agents are there going to be? Dumbledore asked. I do not know yet, I just know that there will be a few of the Masters. Sarge started to tick of names on her fingers. Let me see, Masters of Intelligence, Master of Language, Fighting Master, Combat Master, oh. And of course the Dueling Master. Harry was astounded by what had happened in the last month or so. He had become Dueling Master, and had practically gotten a whole new job. Harry reminisced about the meeting that had occurred the day. Sarge had explained a few new rules and such, and then had a short conference with each of the new masters. When she had approached Harry, she merely said, "Stay after the meeting," before moving on to Will. After the meeting, Sarge approached Harry and said, "You have a very special job that takes a lot of time to explain. Dueling Master is the one who is expected to defeat the Dark Lord. However, since the regular killing curse is too weak to destroy Voldemort, now you will be using a different curse. The curse is called the Diablo Curse, and has only been used to kill one being, to defeat the Dark Wizard Polankov. All of the Dueling Masters have known this curse, but it has been erased from their memory so they can no longer use it. So I get to learn this curse," Harry said. Sarge nodded. "The incantation for this curse is Kominogusa," Sarge said. "It is of an ancient language that has been long forgotten. The curse, however, has a flaw. It only works if the curse is shot directly into the eye of your opponent. Many masters have attempted to kill the Dark Lord with this spell, but have not hit him in the eye. Many have perished. I hope that you don't follow in their footsteps." "What happens to the person after they've been hit by the curse?" Harry asked. "They disintegrate right before your eyes until they have disappeared. And it can kill anything from mortals to immortals. So it's really powerful then," Harry said. Sarge clapped her hands twice and a book appeared in them. She handed the book to Harry. "This holds all of the information about the curse. You are to study it before you go on your next mission. Do you understand 97? "Yes, I understand," Harry said, flicking through the book. "Thank you. I will return it to you when I am done." "No bother, it knows its way back to my office," Sarge said. "I will contact you when you are to go on your first mission as Dueling Master." Sarge disappeared and Harry was left all alone in the room. Harry and Ivy still had to go to school even though they were masters now. Ivy still skipped a bunch of classes, such as logic or something like that. One day in the middle of potions class, Harry received a message from Sarge. 97. You are to report to my office immediately. Also, could you try and contact Agent 36, she doesn't seem to be wearing her earpiece and her communicator is off. After Sarge had hung up, Harry told Ms. Rodriguez about Sarge's orders and then left the class. Surprisingly enough, Harry found Ivy in the flying room attacking a punching bag. "We gotta go to Sarge's office," Harry yelled across the room. "Why?" Ivy panted. "Dunno, we just have to," Harry replied. He molecularized to Sarge's office to where about 10 or so other agents were waiting. Harry recognized Angelina and Will standing around. "Do you know why we're here?" Harry asked. "No, but I suspect that it's something important," Will replied. Out of the corner of his eye Harry saw Cedric walk into the room. As soon as Ivy appeared, Sarge molecularized into the room. "I have called you here today because there is a very special mission that I want you all to go on. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has been receiving threats from the Death Eaters and their headmaster has contacted us for protection. I believe that everyone in this room should go on this mission because of their talents in several different fields of magic and protection." Harry's heart gave a leap. This is Brian Lopez, a master of logic and also an outstanding person working in our spells department. Sarge motioned to a tall black man who was smiling widely at the rest of the group. He was born into the order and doesn't have or need a disguise. Next is Anna Yin, whose field of expertise is divination and doing magic without a wand. She too was born into the order. Anna Yin was a Korean woman of about 30 and she too smiled to the group. Then there is Cedric Diggory. One of the best agents we have, specimissions. He was recruited a little over 2 years ago and he has a disguise. "Cedric, will you please put on your bracelet?" Cedric blushed. Dean slipped his bracelet onto his wrist. His hair grew slightly longer and was turned the color brown with blonde streaks. His nose got slightly longer and he also got tanner and a tad bit taller. "This is Jefferson Armando," said Sarge, motioning to a boy in the corner who had slicked back so blonde it was almost white hair and amazingly bright blue eyes. He looked about 19 or 20. "He is the master of combat. He was born into the order and doesn't have a disguise. Call me Jeff," he said with a heavy Italian accent. "And this is Angelina Johnson." Sarge started to explain about Angelina for a bit and asked Angelina to put on her disguise, which Harry had never seen before. Angelina's long, golden black braids were immediately swapped for tiny black curls that ended at her chin. She gray. W slightly taller so she was as tall as Will. Her cheekbones got a little higher and her eyes also got slightly bigger. Harry didn't recognize her at all. After introducing Will, Ivy, Sphinx, and Harry, Sarge introduced a red-haired man by the name of Nelson and a woman by the name of Elsa. Then she brought in a thin, short woman with wispy brown hair. "This is going to be your healer for the mission, her name is Barbara. But she just prefers to be called healer." Barbara nodded. "Okay, I am going to let all of you conference for a moment." Sarge waved her wand and all of them were transported to a meeting room. They went around the table and reintroduced themselves. They also told everyone their disguise names. Angelina's was Jalessa and Cedric's was Ethan. "Does anyone know how long that this mission is going to take?" Ivy said. "And what day we leave?" "We leave on the evening of Halloween and Sarge said that we would be there until it was absolutely safe," Brian said. "So we could be there a very long time." "That bites," Angelina said sarcastically. "Yeah, just think we could be there for a year," Ivy said, missing the sarcasm. "I can't stand to be away from Alex for that long." Harry rolled his eyes. Alex was Ivy's boyfriend, and every chance she got she mentioned him. Harry had never met Alex, but Ivy explained that away by saying that he was a muggle. "If we are to be working together we need to get our stories straight," Sphinx said. "Face it, if Death Eaters attack us while we're there and one of us gets hit by AK, how are we going to explain that without giving away the Order's big secret?" "Simple," Harry said. "We just say that it took us a lot of training and that we have been training since we were really young, like 3 or something, and it's just too risky for all of the citizens to do it." "Good, everyone take notes," Sphinx said. Anna clapped her hand and notepads and pens appeared in front of everyone. "Okay, we all need to write down each other's names and nicknames." "Ivy, what is your undercover last name?" "Brown," Ivy said. They went around the table saying their names once again. "Okay, most of us have not been to Hogwarts. Will the who attended the school please tell us about the schedule and such?" Jeff spoke up. "Okay, breakfast starts at 7 and ends 15 minutes before 9, Harry said. "The first lesson is at 9 and it ends at 9:50. Then there is a 20-minute break and a class from 10:10 to 11. Then after that it's lunchtime. That ends at 12:50, and there's a class at 1. That ends at 1:50 and there's a 20-minute break. Before the class starts at 2:10 and ends at 3. On Fridays there are no afternoon classes. Maybe you can write that out for us, Nelson said, looking slightly dazed. Angelina started to explain about the houses and such, while Harry started writing up the average Hogwarts schedule. During the evenings, mornings, and breaks we should have a guard in each of the common rooms, Brian said after Angelina had finished. And when people go to Quidditch practices we should have an agent accompany them. Harry and Angelina looked sheepishly at each other. They discussed guard shifts and some more issues before they started talking about the arrival. I think that 2 or so people should arrive before everyone else to prepare the school and stuff, Angelina suggested. We also have to set up a mission room, Elsa said. Harry knew that a mission room was a room where there was a lounge, a room with beds for the agents, a transporter and a small hospital wing. Okay, Harry said. We should have someone write up the schedules. I'll write up everyone's schedules, Elsa offered. Oh, and we should put Harry and Ivy together, because you haven't graduated from school yet. What, are you saying we're not responsible? Ivy said in mock indignation. No, she's saying that you can't be trusted to be in charge of about 200 people, Harry said. Ivy punched him in the shoulder. Okay, Sphinx said. So who should go in first? She drummed her 2-inch-long nails on the table waiting for someone to speak up. Fine, I'll go in first and so will Potter, Sphinx said. We should have someone who's been in the school so they know their way around. All of a sudden large packets appeared in front of everyone's spot. There was a note attached to Harry's. You are to memorize the map of Hogwarts and all of the children and teachers by name and picture, Harry read. Almost everyone around the table groaned, except for Healer, who hadn't said anything since they had arrived. We have to memorize all of this. Ivy exclaimed angrily. It sure seems that way, Cedric said. There was another groan and then Sphinx said, well, let's meet here again tomorrow. Same time. Everyone at the table got up, mumbling to themselves. This is horrible. Ivy said, there is no way that I'll be able to memorize all of this before Halloween. You've got it easy. You spent 4 years of your life there. Yeah, but I still have to learn most of the people's names anyway. Harry said. Ivy snorted and disappeared. Harry slowly walked into his house and took off his earpiece. He didn't bother turning off his new communicator, just in case Sarge needed to contact him. His mother and father were sitting at the table, talking. Jimmy was lying on the couch and Harry could hear Victoria playing her violin upstairs. Oliva waddled up to Harry and hugged him on the leg. He picked her up and swung her around, making her squeal with delight. After she had gone running off somewhere else he walked up to his parents and said, I've got a new mission. Oh really? That's wonderful dear, Lily said. Are you going someplace interesting? I'm going to Hogwarts, Harry said. Both Lily and James looked up at their son. It seems that Hogwarts has been receiving threats, and that Professor Dumbledore wanted some protection. They're sending 10 agents there and we don't know how long we're going to be there, Harry continued. When are you leaving? Lily said. Halloween. I'm sure you'll be fine, James spoke up. After all, you are the dueling master and you do know your way around the school. I'm going to see my old friends. But I'm going to be in disguise the whole time. They won't even know it's me. Trust me, it's better for them not to know, James said darkly. If anyone were to slip up and give away some confidential information, that person would be killed. No one can tell the public anything until the Dark Lord is destroyed. I heard a rumor about that, Harry said. We can't tell anyone until Voldemort is killed. Nope. Of course, that's your job now, Lily said, patting Harry on the shoulder. Good luck. Thanks Mom, Harry said. I'm going to go to bed now, I'm not really hungry. All right dear, Lily said, giving her son a hug before he went upstairs. And remember, you can always come home if you ever need us. What do you mean I can't go home? Harry exclaimed. It's just what I said. Sarge said. You are not to return to your house or any place in the order unless it's an emergency. The Dark Lord could attack at any minute and you are the one responsible for killing him. But see my family for months. Harry said. I've arranged it so if I need anything delivered a member of your family will do it. But everyone else gets days off. You can get a week off after the mission. Sarge said. I'm not arguing about this anymore. 97. Now it's time for your meeting. Still angry, Harry molecularized to the meeting room that they had been meeting at for the last week or so. He sat down at his usual spot next to Ivy, who was picking her teeth with one of her blue, sparkly nails. What's wrong with you? Ivy said, looking at Harry's angry face. I'm not allowed to have a day off while we're on our mission, Harry grumbled. Oh, cheer up, Ivy said, flicking something off of her nail. At least your girlfriend works for the order. I will only be able to see my boyfriend on my day off. Harry said, not really paying attention. Oh, and look at this. Ivy said. She lifted up her shirt slightly and revealed a belly button ring. You got your navel pierced? Harry asked. It had a ruby on it and from far away it looked like her stomach was bleeding. Yeah, and look at this. She touched the ring and it changed from a ruby to an emerald. Cool, huh, I guess, Harry replied. Suddenly Elsa came into the meeting room. I've finished the schedules for the next month, Elsa said, handing them each the notebooks. Elsa, you really outdid yourself, Sphinx commented. Okay, now, back to work. Harry flicked through his notebook, and noticed that on the first day he had an evening shift in the Gryffindor common room. His heart gave a leap. Has everyone memorized the map? That was our goal for today, Brian said. Yeah, pretty much, Ivy said. Okay, we've decided that half of us will arrive about 30 minutes before the other half, Nelson said. Harry and Sphinx will go into the Great Hall and Anna, Angelina and will search the school. Then 30 minutes later Brian, Ivy, Cedric, me, and Jeff will come. Oh, and Healer. So our main job is to tell the teachers about our procedures, give them copies of our schedules, and start taking roll, Harry said. We, Sphinx said in French. We are also supposed to set up the mission room. Right. They discussed the mission for a while before all of them left. Harry was starting on his homework when he got home. He was excused from all of his classes, but he had a load of homework that was due on November 1st. He had just started on his homework when Celeste called him. Hey Harry, do you want to have lunch or something tomorrow? Celeste said in a sugary sweet voice. Sure, Harry said. I want to talk to you anyway. He had been meaning to talk to her about something really important. The next day they met for lunch at the food court. Celeste owned up to Harry and pecked him on the cheek, which Harry didn't return. What's the matter Harry? Celeste asked. Celeste, perhaps you should sit down. He pulled out a chair for her and sat down across from her. She was still smiling at Harry. Celeste, I'm going to be going on a mission, and I don't know how long it's going to take, Harry started out. And while I'm away I don't want to be holding you back. What are you saying? Celeste said, her smile faltering. Celeste, I think we should see other people, Harry said quickly. Celeste's smile disappeared. You're breaking up with me. She hissed. Yes, Harry said. I think it would be for the best if. No, you don't understand, Celeste interrupted. No one, and I mean no one breaks up with Celeste Roderick. Celeste, Harry started. Listen to me, Celeste hissed. We can break up, but you can't tell a soul that you broke up with me. If anyone asks, I broke up with you. What? Got it? Celeste said in a venomous voice. Harry nodded. Celeste collected her purse and walked off. Harry, Ivy said the next morning when Harry came to the meeting. Let me just tell you that I'm here for you, man. What? Celeste told Ivy that she broke up with you, Will said. You doing okay? Of course, Harry said. Sigh. Denial, Ivy said, shaking her head. Harry rolled his eyes and then sat down in his usual spot. All of a sudden Max came running into the room. Harry, she panted. I just heard about you and Celeste. Are you doing okay? Why is everyone asking me that? Harry said. Yes, I'm doing fine. Ivy shook her head sadly. Well, look on the lighter side, Jeff said from across the table. Celeste's single now. Jeff, don't say that around Harry. He's in the middle of healing, Max said, putting her hands over Harry's ears. Guys, forget about it. I'm okay, Harry said, pulling her hands off of his ears. Besides, we have work to do. Ivy looked sadly at Harry one more time before ending her notebook and pulling out a list of students. Date: October 31st, Halloween. 30 minutes. In 30 minutes Harry was going to be returning to Hogwarts for the first time in over 2 years. Harry pulled on his bracelet and instantly felt his face change as he turned into stealth. He was going for the fire theme that night. His shirt had a picture of Flameboy on it. He pulled his leather cloak over his clothes and looked at himself in the mirror. He ran a hand through his spiked, blonde-dyed hair and picked up his earpiece and glasses. After everything was in place he picked up his small suitcase full of clothes and stuff. He shrunk it before going downstairs. He had already eaten dinner, but the rest of his family was sitting around the table. "Bye Mom," he said softly, leaning over and kissing her on the cheek. She gave him a hug and whispered, "I love you honey," in his ear. He said goodbye to all of his family before slowly walking out the door. Almost all of the other agents were there. Angelina, or rather Jaleesa and Cedric, Ethan were in their disguises like Harry. Angelina was wearing a dark blue, velvet tank top and tight black leather pants. Her cloak was dark blue velvet as well. Cedric was wearing black, baggy pants and a black t-shirt under his navy cloak. Everyone had their sunglasses on. "Is the first group ready to go?" Sphinx said, walking in. She had her hair braided with tiny gold extensions and she was wearing a short black skirt and a low-cut woman's business shirt. She had black boots with huge heels and that went up almost to her knee. "Yes," said Harry, Angelina, Will, and Anna. "Let's go. First set your glasses so they see magical objects." Everyone pushed the button on the side of their glasses. "Come on." The 5 of them molecularized with one loud ping. They appeared in the deserted entrance hall. Not a lot had changed, there was still the numerous suits of armor and the giant marble staircase. "Hey, we're going to go search the building now. See you soon," Angelina said, looking a little nervous. Harry noticed that she had a Jamaican accent. "All right, we'll see you soon," Harry said. He started to walk to the giant doors that lead to the Great Hall. "Wait," Sphinx said, holding out a hand. She pressed another button on her sunglasses and said, "Damn. They're there." "Who?" Harry asked. "Members of the Ministry of Magic," Sphinx said. "Sarge told me that they were a little ticked when they found out Dumbledore went to us for protection." Harry pressed the button too. There was about 20 or so ministry workers standing around the door. "Well, let's go in," Harry sighed. He used telekinesis to open the giant doors and they both walked in. Harry couldn't see much of the room, because several ministry officials had rushed in front of them. "Who are you?" demanded one of the officials. "That is none of your concern," Harry said. "What are you doing here?" asked another. "What did he just say?" Sphinx snapped. Harry waved his hands and the ministry officials moved to the side. Harry and Sphinx walked through the crowd of officials and started walking up to the teacher's table. "Don't look at the Gryffindors, don't look at the Gryffindors. Don't look at the Gryffindors," Harry repeated to himself in his head. He disobeyed himself and looked over at the table in the corner of his eye. For the F how much attention the two of them were getting. All of the students had turned around in their seats and were looking over at them. Harry didn't have a chance to see anyone he recognized, for he found H. himself standing in front of the teacher's table. "Albus Dumbledore," Harry said. "Yes," said Harry's former headmaster, standing up. "I am Agent 5097 with the Order of the Phoenix. You can call me Stealth. This is Agent 2209. But you can call her Sphinx." "Ah yes," said Dumbledore. "Sarge told me that you were coming. Is there anything that we can get you?" "No, Mr. Dumbledore," Sphinx said. "We're just fine. We came to tell you about what is going to happen while we are here." Sphinx gave Professor Dumbledore a list of the new security measures that were going to occur. "And before the other half of our agents arrive, we are going to start taking roll and set up a mission room." "That seems all right," Dumbledore said. "Do you need a list of the students?" "No, Mr. Dumbledore," Harry said. He took out his wand and waved it, causing a list of the students to appear in his hands. "We have our own." "Oh," Dumbledore said, looking slightly impressed. Harry walked over to a table and looked at his list. Then he looked up at the table. "Darn, it's the Slytherins," Harry thought to himself. He saw the first name on the list and looked around the table for the student. A few minutes later he stopped and said, "Where Vincent Crabbe?" Quote, "He's in the hospital wing," piped up a little girl that Harry had never seen before. "Okay, we're going to have to check in on that," Harry said into his microphone so Sphinx could hear. Stealth, we've got bigger problems, Sphinx said. What? Harry asked. Do you see the defense against the dark arts teacher? Sphinx said. He wasn't on our list. Harry looked up at the teacher's table. Yeah, so just set up a profile on him, Harry replied. I would be doing that, it's just that he's a Death Eater. Harry looked over at the defense against the dark arts teacher and saw it through his sunglasses, a dark mark on his upper left arm. Chapters. I hope that everyone enjoys this chapter. Should we tell Dumbledore? Sphinx asked. Why are you asking me this? Harry asked. Well, everything that has to do with the Dark Lord is your business now, Sphinx hissed. I'll handle this, one moment, Harry said. He walked away from the slither. In table and up to where Dumbledore was sitting. Could I talk to you for a moment over there? Harry whispered. Dumbledore stood up and followed him. For the first time Harry realized how tall that he had gotten. He was looking straight into Dumbledore's blue eyes when he said, Are you aware that one of your staff is a Death Eater? Dumbledore simply said, Professor Snape is not a Death Eater, Stealth. He returned to our side before the fall of Voldemort and was a spy for our side. I am sorry, Mr. Dumbledore, but I'm not talking about Professor Snape, we are familiar with him. I was referring to your defense against the dark arts teacher. Dumbledore turned and looked at the man who was chatting with Professor Sinistra. Evan Yarrington. Never. We check every one of our new teachers and we are sure that they are not Death Eaters. Then why does he have a dark mark burned into his arm? Harry said. If you don't mind, I would like to handle this myself. Dumbledore gave Harry a RC-ing glare and Harry felt as though he was being X-rayed. As you wish, Dumbledore finally said with a sigh. He returned to his chair. Professor Yarrington, Harry said, faking to look at his list. I am so sorry, but we don't have you on our list. Oh, said the man, getting up and slowly walking over to Harry. You don't? Well, I'm so sorry if we caused you any trouble. No big deal, Harry said, waving his hand and forcing a smile. We just need to have some information from you. Harry recorded down his name, age, weight, and a whole bunch of other things. He finally stopped at the last question and said, I'm sorry to have to ask you this, but have you ever been or are a Death Eater? Harry saw Yarrington hesitate at that last question. No, of course not. Yarrington said, laughing slightly. I mean, what kind of defense against the dark arts teacher would I be if I was a Death Eater? Right, Harry said, laughing as well. Okay, I know this doesn't really matter now that you've told me that. But could you please lift up your left arm sleeve? What? Yarrington said, his smile fading slightly. Is that absolutely necessary? I'm afraid it is, Harry said. Listen, Steele. Or whatever your name was, Stealth. Right, listen, Stealth, I feel as if you are invading my privacy by asking me to. Well, Harry said, if you're not a Death Eater then you have nothing to hide, am I correct? Yarrington blinked and then smiled and said, of course not. He lifted up his left arm sleeve and Harry could clearly see the dark mark on his arm. He took off his sunglasses and saw that he was looking at a patch of bare skin. See, Yarrington said, now I think that you owe me apology, Sonny. My name is Stealth, not Sonny, Harry said. Harry took out his wand and said, Apparicium. Instantly a dark mark appeared on his arm. Now we've got a problem, Harry said, smiling slightly. Sphinx. We've got a winner here. Harry suddenly became very aware of all of the teachers and students staring at him. Some with their mouths hanging open in shock. Harry knew how they felt. Sphinx slowly walked up to Yarrington and said, we need to take you in for questioning and the Death Eater started to run for the door. And if you run we will be forced to use our force. Sphinx yelled after him. Freeze. The Death Eater stopped in mid-run, frozen solid. So that's what your talent is? Harry said thoughtfully. Sphinx snapped her fingers and Yarrington fell limply to the ground in a shivering heap. Sphinx put on a fake smile, tossed her hair and walked over to the man who was still shivering on the floor. I am so sorry about that, Sphinx said in a sugary sweet voice. Then she frowned, bent down, and picked Yarrington up by his neck. But if you ever do that again, I will personally kill you. No one runs from an order of the Phoenix Agent unless they seriously want to die. Yarrington was making choking noises as Sphinx tightened her grip, sticking her 2-inch-long nails further into his neck. Wait, I've changed my mind, Sphinx said, ignoring the noises that were coming from the Death Eater. If you try that again, I'll turn you over to stealth. He isn't nearly as forgiving as I am. Got it. Yarrington made another choking noise. Good. Sphinx released him from her grip and he fell limply to the floor, taking deep gulps of air. Now it's time to take you in for questioning. Stealth, have you got the mission room set up yet? No, Harry replied. All right then, Sphinx said. She grabbed Yarrington by the hair and dragged him kicking and yelling out of the Great Hall. All of the ministry officials seemed to be in shock as they let Sphinx go through the door. Harry heard a ping and knew that she had molecularized. Harry tentatively turned around to Dumbledore. He took off his glasses to look the teacher in the eye and said, I am sorry the students had to witness that. I recommend that you get a replacement defense against the dark arts teacher. Dumbledore seemed to be in a small state of shock, and when he turned to Harry he jumped slightly. All right, Dumbledore said. He left the room and made his way to his office. How old are you? McGonagall said, looking a bit startled. It doesn't matter what my age is, only the level of my skill and powers, Harry said. He looked down at his roll list and said, I'm 17. He heard people whispering around the hall. He's 17. I'm older than him. Wow. Suddenly Sphinx appeared next to him. Damn Death Eater punched me, Sphinx said, rubbing her jaw. What did you do? Killed him, Sphinx said. I told him when we went to the VD that I could kill him if I felt threatened, but that idiot. Harry noticed Angelina walking past the Rye yelled. How's the search going? Well, Angelina said. Walking up to where Harry and Sphinx were standing, we found this. She held up a tiny object connected to a wand. It's feeding off of the wand's power. Will took a look at it and said that it was copying down everything that someone said. Harry took it in his hand and said, Where did you find this? Teacher's lounge. We were just about to go down to the Chamber of Secrets. In order to see if there's anything down there. You're going down to the Chamber of Secrets. Snape spoke up. Why? It is to our attention that the Dark Lord used it many years ago before he was known as Lord Voldemort, Will said. Appearing next to Angelina. We need to check it out. Who are you? Snape said. This is Will. Angelina said. And are you aware that you have to be a Parselmo? In order to get into the Chamber of Secrets. Snape snapped. Jalisa here is a Parselmouth, Will said, putting his arm around Angelina's shoulders. Really? Both of them nodded. Continue please, Sphinx said. The other 5 should be arriving shortly and we haven't even had time to set up the mission room. Angelina and Will both disappeared with a ping. You can't apparate or disapparate in Hogwarts, said a familiar voice. Harry turned around and saw Hermione Granger looking over at them. That was not apparition, Miss Granger, Harry said softly. That was molecularization. Only Dur of the Phoenix agents are able to do it. Oh, Hermione said. How do you know my name? We were required to memorize everyone in this school by name and picture, Sphinx said. So that in case of an emergency we would be able to take roll quickly. I don't even know the names of everyone in this school, Professor Sprout whispered to Hagrid. We really should set up that mission room, Harry said to Sphinx. Sphinx waved her wand and a door appeared near the back of the Great Hall. Done, Sphinx said. Let's finish taking roll. The two of them went back to their table and started to take roll again. Oh wow. Great decorations. Harry heard Ivy's voice echo from the doorway. Harry glanced around the room. Out of all the excitement he had totally forgotten that it was Halloween today. The hall was decorated with streamers, huge carved pumpkins and the usual 100 or so bats fluttering around the room. Hello Ivy, Harry said. You can go dump your things in the mission room. Harry said, pointing to the door. Stealth. She exclaimed with an American accent. She was wearing a short, tie-dyed purple tank top that exposed her newly pierced navel. She was also wearing capri pants and sneakers. Her dark green cloak had ivy around the edges. She bounded up to Harry. My main man. How've you been boy? Good, considering that I just saw you 30 or so minutes ago, Harry said, not looking up from his roll sheet. Don't be such a spoilsport, Ivy said. Go dump your things and then get back out here so you can help out with roll and stuff. We also need to put up a surveillance device. Harry said. Who was that? Professor McGonagall. That was Ivy Brown, Harry replied. She is our fighting master. She doesn't look capable of hurting a fly, Snape spat. I know, but don't get her mad. You'll be singing soprano before you can even blink, Jeff said, coming up to the teacher's table. I'm Jefferson Armando. You can call me Jeff. They sure do, avenue a lot of young agents at Order of the Phoenix. Hagrid remarked. We can get a job at age 13 and we go on our first missions at age 16, Harry said. Ivy is my age. We are the youngest agents on this mission. About 10 minutes later Professor Dumbledore returned and said to Sphinx, I have contacted Remus Lupin and he will be here shortly for the Defense Against the Dark Arts job. We'll have to set up a profile on him, Sphinx said. Professor Dumbledore looked warily at Sphinx for a moment, but agreed. Harry watched as Cedric, Ethan, Nelson, Elsa, and Brian came into the room. These are our remaining agents, Harry said. Ethan, Nelson, Elsa and Brian. They all waved slightly, most of them looking around the room with astonished looks on their faces. Now all we have to do is set up a surveillance device, Harry said. And then we'll be done. I'll help you with that, Ivy said. Where are you going to put it? Harry pointed to a high spot on the wall. Oh, well, then give me a boost. Harry kneeled down and allowed Ivy to step onto his hands. He slowly lifted her up until she was fully into the air. She magically welded the device to the wall and then said, I'm going to fall. She jumped off of Harry's hands and then fell. And Harry caught her before she hit the ground. She pulled herself out of Harry's arms and then said, Now what? Dinner is over, called Professor Dumbledore. Happy Halloween everyone. All of the students started to file out of the room. Where's Anna? Jeff asked. She said that she was going to search the divination room. You know she'll probably be up there until 2 this morning. Angelina said. Harry called her over his earpiece and she appeared a few minutes later. We have to go to our posts, Sphinx said. Does everyone have their sleepless pills? Yes, said everyone. Does everyone remember the passwords? Yes, said everyone but Ivy. Ivy, why don't you know the passwords? Sphinx said, rubbing her eyes. Well, I have all of my posts with Stealth. He can just tell me the passwords, Ivy said. What if Stealth dies, or is not there? Jeff said. Then I'm screwed. All right, let's go, Sphinx said. All of them split up. Except Nelson stayed back in order to guard the mission room and the Great Hall. Harry and Ivy started walking up to the Gryffindor common room, where they had their first shift. Harry started to tell Ivy about the Death Eater that was teaching defense against the dark arts. So Sphinx froze him. Ivy asked as they approached the familiar picture of the fat lady in a pink dress. Yep, and when she dragged him to the order he punched her. Harry said. Password, squawked the fat lady. Bludger, Harry said. The portrait hole opened up and Ivy crawled in first. Oh, this is awesome, Ivy exclaimed when she was fully in. Harry scrambled in after her, pulled off his sunglasses, and looked around. Nothing seemed to have changed. There were still several plush chairs positioned around the room, and a large fireplace. Harry could see the 2 doors that lead up to the dorm rooms. Harry also noticed that the room had gotten deathly quiet when Ivy and Harry had entered the room. Hi y'all, Ivy said. How are you? No one answered but continued to stare at the 2 of them. Finally someone spoke up. You're standing guard in Gryffindor Tower, said the semi-frightened voice that Harry recognized to be Dennis Creevy. Yep, Ivy said. All of the other houses only get 1 guardian but you get 2. Yay, Harry said dryly. Should we say something else? Ivy whispered to Harry. Introduce ourselves or something. Go ahead. I'm not going to, Harry said. Ivy turned back to the crowd of people still staring at them and said, in case you didn't know, I'm Ivy. And this is Stealth. If you need help with homework or anything, feel free to ask Stealth. Hey, well it's true. You're the best person to ask for homework, Ivy exclaimed. Speaking of homework help, will you help me with mine? Harry stared at her. You haven't finished your homework, Harry said. No, Ivy said. Don't worry, I've only got the logic section to go. Are you aware that this is all due tomorrow? Yes, Ivy replied. But it's easy. We just have to fill out paper of logic questions. What's this? Business. And then we have to play 2 games of Muggle chess. What? Ivy frowned at him. Look, you are going to help me unless you want to be singing soprano, if you know what I mean. A few of the students chuckled nervously. All right, I'll help you, Harry said hurriedly. Ivy gave him a smile and said, Good, sit down. Ivy waved her wand and a small table with 2 chairs appeared in front of TT of homework and sat down next to Harry. The students seemed to relax ND started to talk among themselves again. Stealth, here's a question. Charlie Chromedome went outside without wearing any rain gear, no boots, no hats, and he didn't have an umbrella, yet not one hair on his head got wet. How is this possible? Ivy said. That's simple, said a familiar voice behind Harry. He turned around and saw Hermione standing behind him. Her hair was less bushy and she was taller than he had remembered her. She still had a look about her that said, I'm smart, get used to it. That's simple, she repeated. It wasn't raining outside. Yeah, that's right, Harry said, still staring at Hermione. Hermione grinned at Harry and then frowned. Those are the strangest eyes that I have ever seen, she said. I've never seen gold and silver eyes. It runs in the family, Ivy said. He has his mother's eyes. Harry raised an eyebrow at Ivy and she winked back. Cool, Hermione said, not picking up on the hint that Ivy had just given her. You probably already know this, but I'm Hermione Granger. Yes, I know, Harry said. I'm Stealth Wilson. It's nice to meet you, Hermione replied, shaking Harry's hand and making Harry feel another pang of sadness. She didn't even know who she was talking to. Stealth, shouldn't we get back to my homework? Ivy said. Yeah, Harry replied. He returned to the problems and after they were finished Ivy magicked them to the teacher. Okay, now we have to play 2 games of chess, Ivy said. She flicked her wand and a muggle chessboard appeared in front of them and a timer was beside the board. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Ron's familiar red hair. He saw Ron looking over in interest. Harry quickly moved his pawn and pushed the button on top of his timer, telling it to start timing Ivy. After she moved hurriedly, she pushed the button and it was once again Harry's turn. Ron finally got up from where he was sitting and walked over to watch them play. He brought over a chair and sat down, studying the board hard. Harry moved his queen 3 spaces to the right and pressed the button again. After making a move Ivy said, "Do you want to play winner?" Harry looked up and saw that she was talking to Ron. Sure, Ron said, looking a little nervous. I don't think I've ever played Muggle chess before. Checkmate, Harry said. Ivy looked down at the board and saw that her king was cornered by Harry's pieces. Damn, she said. All right, I play winner in the next round. Harry flicked his wand and caused all of the pieces to move back into their place. Instead of commanding the pieces you have to pick them up and move them. You also have to make your move in less than 2 minutes, that's why we're timed, Harry said, looking at Ron. If you fail to move in the 2 minutes then it's my turn. Got it, Ron? Ron looked up and nodded. You go first, Harry said. Ron had seemed to get better at chess since Harry had last seen him. Even with being timed Ron beat Harry. When Ron proclaimed checkmate, he got a proud look on his face and said, "Wait till I tell my friends that I beat an Order of the Phoenix member at chess." Good game, Harry said, shaking Ron's hand. Ron smiled and Harry felt sad again. All of a sudden the portrait hole opened and a man with a dog walked in. Remus, Ron said. Harry looked up. Sure enough, standing there was Remus Lupin, looking tired and still wearing slightly ragged-looking robes. Hello, Ron, Remus said. I'm going to be your new defense against the dark arts teacher until Professor Dumbledore gets a replacement for Professor Yarrington. Ivy grinned at Ari and he felt himself turning slightly red. I was wondering if the Gryffindors could do something for me, Remus said. I'm going to be busy and I don't have time to look after Snuffles, I was wondering if he could stay in here. Harry looked down at the dog and saw that it was actually Sirius Black in his animagus form. Harry's heart sank slightly as he remembered the last time he spoke to Sirius in person. Sure, exclaimed several of the Gryffindor students. Great, Remus said, giving a tired smile. It means a lot to me. We'll take care of him, Hermione said, taking Sirius's leash. Okay, Remus said, before turning and exiting the Gryffindor common room. Sirius was immediately surrounded by people and was being patted and scratched. Is that dog a friend of yours? Ivy whispered. What makes you say that? Harry asked. You get the same expression when you look at that dog as you do when you look at anyone in this room. Particularly Ron or Hermione. Yeah, he was my godfather, Harry said softly. So that's Sirius, Ivy said. Seeing the startled look on Harry's face she said, everyone in the Order knows that Sirius Black is innocent. That's one of the reasons the Ministry hates us so much. Because we wouldn't help to search for him. Good, Harry said. Well, we have another game of chess to play, don't we? Yeah, let's play. As the night slowly passed, Harry and Ivy played some chess. And Harry helped 3 first years with their homework. Of course, they were swooning over him and didn't seem very interested in homework at all. Finally Harry sat down in one of the familiar plush chairs by the fire. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Hermione, Ron, Neville, Dean, and Seamus talking in a corner. Beside them was Sirius and Hermione's cat, Crookshanks. RRY remembered when Crookshanks had befriended Sirius back in Harry's 3rd year, when everyone still thought Sirius to be a murderer. Now both of them were barking and meowing at each other softly, seeming to have a conversation. Harry turned back to the fire and ran a hand through his blonde hair. At midnight the common room was deserted except for Ivy and Harry. Ivy had fallen asleep on one of the couches. Harry covered her up with a blanket as he himself took some no-sleep pills. He then noticed Sirius scratching at the door, wanting to go out of the common room. He looked at Harry and then back at the portrait door. Harry went over and opened the door. Sirius jumped halfway out, turned around, and grabbed Harry's cloak with his teeth. He dragged Harry out of the common room and over to an empty classroom. Harry felt quite startled as Sirius let go of his cloak and instantly transformed into Harry's godfather. "I know who you are," Sirius said. "I know who you are," Sirius said. Harry stared at him. "Oh really?" Harry said, folding his arms and raising his eyebrows. "And who exactly am I?" "Harry." "Who's Harry?" Harry asked, pretending not to know. "Harry, I know it's you," Sirius said, giving a meaningful look at Harry. "I still don't know what." "Harry," Sirius said, rubbing his face. "Do you have any idea how hard it was for us?" Harry was silent for a moment. "What? When you died your friends. Remus and I were devastated. There were so many things that we hadn't told you. For instance, did you know that your mother died when she was just 9 months pregnant with another ch? "I'm sorry. But I don't know what you are talking about," Harry said. "Do you know what the penalty is for?" "I don't care," Sirius interrupted. He stared at Harry. "If you have to punish me, fine. But that is not going to make me forget who you are." Sirius folded his arms. Harry started to take out his wand and pointed it at Sirius. He clutched it tightly, opened his mouth to say a memory charm, but couldn't get the words out. He gave an exasperated sigh and lowered his wand. Sirius smiled. "See, I told you," he said. He reached out and hugged Harry, and Harry hugged him back. "Why are you working for the Order of the Phoenix?" Sirius asked when Harry pulled out of the hug. "And how are you alive?" "I'm not allowed to tell you that," Harry said. "You know too much already. By the way, how did you find out?" "Crookshanks," Sirius said simply. Harry remembered Hermione's cat and his powers of seeing through disguises and such stuff. "He told me." "Oh," Harry said. "So," Sirius said, "you're a blonde now." "No," Harry replied, smiling. Sirius smiled again. "And people are alive, Harry." "I'm not allowed to tell you," Harry said gloomily. "I can only tell you that when Voldemort falls everything will be explained. And in the meantime you can't tell a soul about me or else I will be severely punished. Can you just answer me one question?" Sirius asked, getting a semi-sad look on his face. Are your parents alive?" Harry didn't know if he should answer that question, but when he saw the look on Sirius's face he instantly said, "They live in Vermont or New England or someplace like that." Sirius instantly grinned and Harry could even see tiny tears of happiness in his eyes. "See, can I talk to them? Can I see them?" "What? Remember that child that Mum died with?" Harry said slowly. "That's Jimmy. I also have 2 little sisters, Victoria and Olivia." Sirius smiled some more. "Can I see them?" Sirius repeated. "I'm sorry, Sirius," Harry said. Quote, "My family will be coming here to deliver stuff, but my parents will be in disguise. You won't be able to recognize them." Sirius' smile faded a little. "But after Voldemort falls, yes, you can see them," Harry said. "Sirius, I'm supposed to be guarding the common room, I really have to get back now." "All right Harry," Sirius said. "I'll talk to you later. I promise." Harry left just as his godfather changed back into the enormous black dog. Ivy, Wake up, Harry hissed. It was about 5 a.m. and Harry was trying to coax Ivy to get up. MMPH, Ivy mumbled. Harry shook her on her shoulders and hissed, Ivy. Get the hell up. Ivy simply rolled over, clutching the blanket around her. Harry shook her harder and she lashed out. Harry fell to the ground, clutching his stomach that she had just punched. Ivy mumbled, I hate mornings. Oh no Ivy, don't worry about me. I'm fine, Harry said sarcastically. He rubbed his stomach, remembering that he hadn't taken his no pain potion. Ivy get up before I have to curse you. Harry said. Ivy rolled into her stomach and curled up tighter. All right, you asked for it. Harry grabbed her by her feet and pulled her off of the couch. She fell to the floor with a thud and yelled. Stealth, what the? We've got a meeting in 5 minutes, let's go. Harry said, pulling her to her feet. Just keep telling yourself, they'll have caffeine. Ivy looked mildly more interested and slowly followed Harry out of the common room, still clutching the blanket around her. Harry saw that everyone else was already there, sitting at a round table that had been set up for the agents. All of them were chattering loudly. Harry noticed that even a few Hogwarts teachers were walking around, looking in interest at the agents. Harry went and changed his clothes and then sat down at the table. Hey, Sphinx yelled over the noise. Now I want absolute quiet, or no one is getting anything. All 10 of the agents went quiet. All right, who wants what for breakfast? Sphinx said. You don't need to buy breakfast, said Professor Dumbledore, walking up to them. We would be happy to provide. It's okay Mr. Dumbledore, Sphinx said. We get free food. From the Order of the Phoenix because we're on a mission. Okay, who wants what? After giving Sphinx their orders, Ivy simply said, caffeine, and lots of it. She went through the mission room to the transporter. When are our potions arriving? Asked Nelson. They should be arriving shortly, Anna said. And of course, the potions arrived 3 hours later. Everyone, including the Hogwarts students, were in the middle of breakfast when someone walked through the door of the mission room. It was Jimmy. Hey Stealth, Jimmy said as he walked up to the round table and putting down 2 trays full of potion-filled cups. Hi Jimmy, Harry replied. He looked up and saw everyone looking at the 2 of them and said, this is my brother Jimmy. Jimmy, this is everyone. Hi, Jimmy said, waving slightly. He was about to say something else but there was a big swooping sound and several hundreds of owls came flying into the room. What the? Sphinx exclaimed while drawing out her wand. Most of the other agents did the same. But Professor Dumbledore came over and said, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this. The mail arrives like this every morning. Oh, it's no problem, Sphinx said, looking up at the owls that were now circling around, looking for their owners. See ya Stealth, Jimmy said, walking back to the mission room. Bye. Harry drank his potions and then said, okay, what are our shifts today? Elsa, Anna, Ivy, and Stealth are going to be outside, Nelson said. The rest of us are going to be inside. Have you asked the heads of the houses if there are any Quidditch practices tonight? Cedric asked. No, Angelina said, I'll ask them at lunch. Okay, someone needs to check and see if the surveillance device caught anything, Harry said. I'm guarding the mission room today, Will said. I'll check it. All right, I think that is about all we have to do, Sphinx said. We should all go to our posts now and prepare. All of the agents got up from their table. Except for Will and the healer. The healer hadn't said a word since they had arrived at Hogwarts, and was sitting at the table staring into space. Ivy followed Harry out the door of the giant doors that led to the grounds of Hogwarts. So we're going to be outside the whole day. She moaned, sipping her steaming hot coffee. Yep, Harry replied. All day long. Ivy groaned and pulled her cloak up around her. Split up you two, yelled Anna as she walked through the doors. We need to cover as much ground as we can. Yeah, Ivy said. I'll talk to you later Stealth. See ya, Harry said. He started to pace on a part of grass overlooking a small hill when he heard a voice calling him. Stealth. Harry turned around and saw that Hagrid was yelling at him. Could ye give me a hand? Harry slowly walked over to the small and familiar cabin that he used to have tea in with Ron and Hermione. Of course, Mr. Hagrid, Harry said, feeling a little awkward. What do you need help with? Can you move these crates over into the paddock? Hagrid asked, pointing a large finger to the back of his house. Harry used his telekinesis to move them. Hagrid watched in interest. Can all of the agents do that? Hagrid asked. Only the ones that want to, Harry said. We get to choose our talent. Ah, and you chose that. Yes, Harry replied. Sphinx chose the ability to freeze things. I know someone who has telepathy and someone who can walk through walls. Hagrid said, turning back to the crates. Harry pulled on his sunglasses and looked in the crates, sort of scared of what he might find in them. Harry was relieved to see that they were only puffskeins. The puffskeins were round and had soft fur covering their body. They were making a lot of humming noises though. My friend Max has a pet puffskein, Harry commented. How'd ye know there were puffskeins in that case? Hagrid asked. Harry merely pointed to his sunglasses. They're magical. Yes, Harry replied. There is X-ray vision, ability to see invisible people, and ability to see magical objects. So that's how you saw Yarrington's dark mark last night, Hagrid said. Yes, Harry replied. Both of them were silent for a while. Well, Harry said, I'd better get back onto my post. Yeah, Hagrid said. Thanks for your help. You're welcome, Harry replied. He molecularized back to his spot. At around 10 o'clock Harry was listening to DMX when Ivy's voice interrupted the song. Stealth, she whined. I'm bored. So, it's not my fault, he said. Where are you anyway? I'm by the gates, making sure that no one who is not supposed to come in doesn't, Ivy droned. So far I've been watching ants all day. It's really boring. Well, complain to someone else then, Harry said. Hey, I've got an idea, Ivy said in a sly voice. Stealth, come here. No. Oh come on. Why? So we can fight, you know, with swords or something. No way, Harry replied. Why not? You'll kick my ass. You always do. What's? I'll duel with you later, Ivy coaxed. If you fight with me now. You'll have to ask someone if we're allowed to fight, Harry replied. Like Dumbledore or someone. I don't care what Dumbledore thinks, Ivy said. I just want to fight. Well, ask Anna if you can abandon your post, or if I can so you can fight. Okay, the DMX song started to play. Again while Ivy went and talked to Anna. A few minutes later Harry saw several Hogwarts students walking past, going to their next class. Then Ivy appeared next to him. She said yes, Ivy said. Ready? Yeah, 1 minute, Harry said. Taking off his sunglasses and pulling off his cloak as well. That day he was wearing a navy blue shirt that said no fear and slightly baggy jeans. 1, 2, 3. Ivy said, getting quickly into the starting position. She aimed a kick at Harry's head, and he ducked, while attempting to swing a foot under her legs. She jumped and then aimed a blow to Harry's chest. He knocked her hand out of the way and flipped backwards. Wait, he panted, holding onto one of Ivy's fists. I have one rule. And what's that? Ivy asked. No low blows, Harry said, raising his eyebrows slightly. Ivy gave a small, sly smile and wrenched her hand out of Harry's grasp. She aimed a blow to Harry's face, which he blocked once again. Then without warning he was on his back. You gotta watch out for when I do that, Ivy said. She reached down a hand to pull Harry up, which he took. He flipped her over his head and sprang to his feet. She got back on her feet and then He tended to punch his face while punching him in the gut. He fell to the ground, panting. Want to do sword fighting now? She asked, looking down at him. Yeah, Harry panted. I guess. Harry got to his feet and looked around. He just realized that about 20 or so students were watching them in awe. You're going to be late for class. Harry yelled at them. Move. The students scuttled off whispering excitedly to each other. Can't we just duel or something? Harry asked. Oh, Ivy said, putting a look of fake shock on her face. Didn't I tell you? Anna said that we couldn't duel. I'm so sorry. Then she gave an evil grin. Forget it then, I'm not sword fighting, Harry said. Ah, come on. No, Harry said, walking away from her. Please. No. Harry turned up the music on his earpiece. So loud that Ivy's voice was drowned out. You were really good out there, said a voice behind Harry. He turned around and saw Ginny Weasley. Thank you Miss Weasley, he said. I still got my butt kicked. Where did you learn to fight like that? Asked Ginny. Everyone at the order has a basic knowledge of fighting, Harry said. Ivy over there is the fighting master, that's why she's so good. Oh, Well, I'd better get to my next class, Ginny said. Goodbye, Agent. My name is Stealth, Harry said. Bye, Stealth. Goodbye, Miss Weasley. It's Ginny. Bye, Ginny. She turned to Rue and started walking over to the greenhouses. She likes you, Ivy said, appearing beside Harry. She's had a crush on me ever since we first met, Harry said. Well, she had a crush on the other me. I gotcha, Ivy said. Just wait till she finds out that her boyfriend is really Allie. I have never, and never will be interested in Ginny Weasley, Harry said. Oh, are you still in denial from your breakup with Celeste? Ivy said sympathetically. You'll get over her, Stealth, just keep telling yourself that. It's over. I got the point, Ivy, Harry replied. He had just opened his mouth to I something else when he heard Jeff's voice in his ear. Stealth, get up to the potions classroom, there's been an accident. Be right there, Harry said. See ya, Ivy. Be you bye, Ivy said. Harry Mole accularized to the potions classroom and found it flooded with potion. Apparently this boy here had a little bit of trouble with his shrinking potion. Everyone's feet are shrinking, Jeff motioned to a pudgy boy that Harry recognized to be Neville Longbottom. I didn't mean to, Neville said, trying to stay balanced on his tiny feet. Look at what you did, hissed Professor Snape, running up to Neville and grabbing him by the arm. Look at my classroom. Several of the cauldrons had shrunk to the size of a box of Kleenex. There was potion all over the floor and people were standing on their miniature stools. All right, he didn't mean to, Harry said. But this has happened one too many times, Professor Snape snapped at Harry. Follow me, Longbottom. Snape swept from the Gion classroom with Neville following him. Why does he always have to pick on Neville? Said Ron, who was sharing a table with Hermione in the very back of the classroom. It wasn't Neville's fault, Hermione said. He's just naturally clumsy. And naturally stupid, drawled Draco Malfoy. Why outa, Ron said, springing forward and knocking Malfoy to the ground. Hey, yelled Harry, rushing forward and pulling the two of them apart. Stop it. Who are you anyway? Why are you nosing into our business? Malfoy spat, pulling himself out of Harry's grip. Because we are responsible for the lives of everyone in this school, Draco Malfoy, Jeff said. Therefore, your business is our business. Besides, you wouldn't want to make an even bigger mess here, do you? I don't care, Malfoy snarled. Weasley, go over to that side of the room. Malfoy, you go over to that side, Harry said. Make me, Malfoy hissed. Come on, I can take you. Doubtful, very doubtful, Harry said softly. Move, now. Ron backed into the corner but Malfoy remained defiantly in his spot. Malfoy, I believe that I gave you an order, Harry said. Don't make me use force. Malfoy folded his arms. Harry started to take out his wand. And he saw fear in Malfoy's eyes. Are you aware that at the order of the Phoenix we are able to use any of the unforgivable curses whenever we feel like it? Harry asked. Malfoy slowly shook his head. Well, we can, Harry said. The Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, oh. And of course the Killing Curse. I could kill you right here, right now, and all I have to say to is I felt threatened. I won't be charged, I won't be sent to jail, and nothing will happen to me. You, however. Malfoy was definitely panicking now. He backed slowly into a corner and continued to stare at Harry. Now then, let's get this cleaned up, Jeff said. He pulled out his wand and waved it, causing all of the potion to go into a bucket that he conjured up. Can we trust you to behave yourselves until Professor Snape gets back? Harry asked. All of the students nodded. Good. Have a nice day, Harry said. He molecularized out of the room and back to his post outside. Harry gave an exasperated sigh as he sat down at the round table for lunch. Dumbledore had insisted on serving them lunch, so there was a lot of scrumptious dishes in front of them. Harry took a bit of steak and put it on his golden plate and picked at it. He looked up at the Gryffindor table where Ron, Hermione, and the other Gryffindor 7th years were all huddled together talking about the events in potions class. I should be over there with them, Harry thought to himself. Damn Voldemort. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Snuffles pulling on his cloak. There was a letter tied to his neck. Harry pulled it off of the dog and patted him on the head. Stealth, it said. Harry had told Sirius not to call him by his real name. We need to talk. Meet me at the Shrieking Shack tonight at 1. Sirius had signed his paper with a muddy dog print. Harry flicked his wand and the paper disappeared. He was just taking a drink of pumpkin juice when the doors of the Great Hall flew open. All of the agents went for their wands, but stopped when they saw it was Sarge. All of the students were silent, but all of the agents said, "Hello Sarge." "Bonjour," said Sarge. "How is the mission going?" She was speaking totally in French. Forgive me, my French is not all that good. Everything in italics means that it's in French. "Très bien," said Ivy. "No casualties so far, not unless you count the Death Eater teacher," Sphinx said bitterly. "Yes, I heard about that," Sarge said, arching a perfectly plucked eyebrow. "But none other than that." "No. Good. Tomorrow we might have a bit of information about some Death Eaters in Voldemort. They will be sent to stealth." "Okay. Good luck," Sarge said in English. She molecularized out of there. "Why couldn't we just eat in peace?" Jeff moaned, putting his head in his hands. "Jaleesa, weren't you going to ask the head of the houses if there were any Quidditch practices tonight?" "Yeah," Angelina said, getting up and going over to the teacher's table. "Hello," she said to the teachers. "We're getting ready to go on our second shifts and we need to find out if there are any Quidditch practices tonight." "Why do you need to know that?" asked Professor Snape with an icy tone to his voice. "We want your students to have absolute security, and that means we need to have at least one agent outside during Quidditch practices and 5 during Quidditch matches," Angelina said. "Don't you? There are 2 Quidditch practices tonight, Jaleesa," Professor McGonagall said. "Hufflepuff is going first, and then Gryffindor. Perhaps I didn't show you the board that shows practices." Quote, "No, I guess you didn't," Angelina said. "Would you mind showing me now, before the next class starts?" Professor McGonagall got up and Angelina followed her out of the Great Hall. "Well, we'd better get to our next posts," Sphinx said. "Only this time stealth is inside. Just in case another student needs to be sent to the corner." Harry blushed slightly and Ivy started laughing. "It's not funny," he said. "Yes it is," Ivy giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. "Stuff it," Harry said, getting up and leaving. This caused Ivy to laugh harder. He started to wander the halls, and nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard someone calling him. "Stealth." He turned around. It was Ron and Hermione. "That was classic," exclaimed Ron. "The look on Malfoy's face when you said that about the killing curse. You weren't really going to kill him if he didn't move, were you?" Hermione asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, I was bluffing," Harry said. "So, are you allowed to use the killing curse?" Quote, "Yes," Harry replied. Hermione and Ron looked shocked. "You can. You weren't lying then." "Of course not, almost all of the agents are able to use the unforgivables." "Do you remember those potions that we took this morning?" Ron and Hermione nodded. "Well, one of them is a no-pain potion so we can't feel the Cruciatus curse. And all of us can throw the Imperious curse. So basically the only one that affects us is the killing curse." "Oh," said Ron. "You'd better get to class," Harry said, changing the subject. "It starts in 2 minutes. "Right," Hermione said. "Come on Ron." Ron stood there for a moment, looking as Harry in awe, but then hurried after Hermione. Harry shook his head and walked in the opposite direction. Harry must have done 5 laps around the entire school before the 3rd lesson. He was almost ran over by a group of 4th years going to their next class. Harry passed Angelina in the halls. "I feel so weird here," she told him hurriedly. "Not going to classes. Even after 2 years I feel like I'm skipping." "I know," Harry muttered, nervously eyeing a picture of an extremely old lady who was looking at them in interest. "Feel so bad not being able to tell everyone," she said. "Well, we'd get in really big trouble," Harry said. "We really should get back to walking." "Yeah," Angelina said softly. "Bye stealth. Bye Jaleesa." Harry went down another corridor and down the marble stairs. He heard loud voices from the Great Hall and took a look in. "And this is the starting position for dueling," Lupin was standing there. All of the tables had been moved to the side and there was a small stage in the middle. Lupin saw Harry peek in and said, "Ah, stealth. I've been looking for a volunteer to help me with this dueling lesson. Would you mind helping?" "No, I wouldn't. But I'll have to ask Sphinx if I'm allowed to." Harry held his tiny microphone closer to his mouth and muttered, "Sphinx." "What?" she said. "The D. Defense against the dark arts teacher wants me to help out with his class. Can I? I don't care, go ahead. Just don't kill anyone. Harry gave a short chuckle and said, I promise I won't. He then turned back to Lupin and said, all right. Quote, great, Lupin said, giving Harry a tired smile. Would you please come up here? Harry climbed up onto the stage. You've had a bit of dueling experience, right? Lupin asked. Harry gave a short chuckle. I'm the dueling master, Harry said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his badge. He tossed it to Lupin, who looked at it. Well, then you've had a lot of dueling experience. Lupin said, tossing it back to him. All right, so you know the different sorts of wizard duels then? Yes, Harry replied. There's the simplest one, no contact, wands only. Play until someone is knocked out. And then the one that is up from that is wands and contact, play until someone is knocked out. Then there is wands, play until someone is dead, and wands and contact, play until someone is dead. Then there are wands, contact, and unforgivables, meaning that you can use the unforgivable curses. Then of course there is no rules, which means you can anything. Except you can't molecularize or apparate. Correct, Lupin said. Do you mind if I ask you which is your personal favorite? No rules. Any particular reason? Harry thought for a moment. Because it's more challenging. Ah, Lupin said. Well, we're just going to do the simplest today, wands, no contact. All right, Harry said. And as always, no molecularizing or apparating. Quite right, Lupin said. The two of them bowed and got in the starting position. 1, 2, 3. Lupin raised his wand up over his head and started to say a curse, but Harry simply said, stupefy. Lupin fell to the ground, unconscious. The sixth years who were crowded around the stage clapped. Stunning our defense against the dark arts teacher, stealth. Professor Dumbledore asked, his blue eyes twinkling as he walked through the doors. Will, who was sitting in the corner of the room, snorted with laughter. Harry said. Well, he wanted a volunteer, and I know stealth. Now, please revive him. Professor Dumbledore said. Yes, sir. Enervate. Lupin opened his eyes, got to his feet and said, and that is why you should never let your guard down. Thank you, stealth, you may go. All right, Harry said. Jumping down from the stage. He walked out of the Great Hall. Who's going to be monitoring the Quidditch practices tonight? Elsa asked later that night at dinner. We should have 2 agents out there, Jalisa said. Ethan, Jalisa, you two are monitoring the Hufflepuff practice. Ivy and Stealth will guard the Gryffindor team, Sphinx said. Elsa and Anna, you are going to be watching the Hufflepuff or Gryffindor common room until they get back. All right people, let's go. Harry and Ivy went up to the Gryffindor common room so they could wait until 8 o'clock. That was when the practice would start. Believe it or not, Ivy said to Harry. I have only seen one Quidditch game in my entire life. No, Harry exclaimed. Only one. You poor deprived child. Shut up, Stealth, Ivy snapped. I preferred to study my fighting. Quidditch is the best game in the world, Harry said, eyeing the few people who were coming through the portrait hole. Quidditch can be deadly, Ivy hissed. And fighting isn't, Harry retorted. Ivy frowned at Harry, and then tackled him. Hey! Harry flipped her off of him and scrambled to his feet. What was that for? I was bored, Ivy said. Pulling herself off of the floor. Harry shook his head and sat back down. Snuffles came walking by and gave a booming bark. What is it? Ivy said, putting on a different accent. Timmy's stuck down the well. We gotta save him, lassie. Lead the way. Snuffles gave her a peculiar look as she burst out laughing. That's it, Ivy, Harry said. No more Shuga, Ivy said, shaking with laughter. Hey Ivy. It was Ron. Do you want to play chess? Ivy looked at Harry. Are you going to be lonely? Go ahead, I have some reading to do anyway, Harry said, conjuring up a book on dueling. Thanks, Stealth, Ivy said. She ran off to a table where Ron, Dean, and Seamus were sitting. Harry opened the book, but just stared at the pages, not really feeling like reading. Snuffles curled up in front of Harry while Harry flicked through the pages. What book are you reading? Hermione asked, walking up to him. Harry held up the book so she could see the cover. Is it interesting? Hermione asked, sitting down across from him. Sort of, Harry said. I've already read it 6 times, so it gets a little old. Yeah, I know how it feels, Hermione said, giving a small smile. I've read Hogwarts, a history. Countless times. My friends haven't read it yet, but I keep telling my friends that they have too. Ah, Harry said, remembering how Hermione used to bug them about it. Well, do you want to read this? You can if you want to. Maybe later, Hermione said. You're interested in dueling then? I'm the dueling master, Harry said. He showed her his badge. But I thought Sphinx was the dueling master. Hermione exclaimed. She was, until a month ago, Harry said. Long story short, now I'm the dueling master. By the way, how did you know that Sphinx was the former dueling master? Harry. For a second, Harry thought that Hermione was calling him by his real name, but when he saw the sad expression on her face he realized that she was recalling the memory. He told me that she came to him in a dream. Oh, Harry said. Sphinx told me that she dream-hopped to him. Hermione said, not really paying attention anymore. Well, Stealth. Ivy had returned. It's not fair. What's not fair? Ivy. Harry asked. Ron. He's too good at chess, Ivy said, sticking out her lower lip and pouting. So, he beat me 3 times. In 10 minutes. While we were having a conversation. Ron's always been good at chess. In our first year he beat a giant wizard chess set, Hermione said. I heard about something like that, Ivy said. It was in the newspaper. I didn't really read it. But it said something about the Sorcerer's Stone. Yes, Ron, Harry and I had to get past a bunch of obstacles in order to stop you-know-who to get the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry. Ivy asked. Yes, Harry Potter. Hermione said, lowering her eyes. You were friends with him. Ivy said, her eyes flicking to where Harry was sitting. Yes, Hermione said sadly. He was our best friend. I'm sorry. If you don't want to talk about him you don't have to, Ivy said hurriedly. Hermione gave a smile. On second thought, I would like to read that book, Hermione said. Harry handed it to her. Thank you. Hermione walked up to the 7th-year girls' dorm. You never told me that she used to be your best friend, Ivy whispered. You never asked, Harry replied. She really misses you then. I miss her too, Harry said. He glanced at his watch and said, it's 7:45. So we'd better go then, Ivy said. I'll tell Anna that we're leaving the common room. I'll meet you out there. See you. Harry molecularized out of the common room. He instantly found himself on the Quidditch field. He watched the players up in the air fly back and forth, watching them pass the quaffle to one another and keep the bludgers away from their teammates. Hey Stealth, Cedric said when he approached him and Angelina. They were sitting in the stands. How's it going? Good, Harry replied. He sighed. Did you know that I haven't played Quidditch since I was killed? Neither have I, Angelina said, looking up sadly at the players. The Order of the Phoenix doesn't have a Quidditch field, does it? No, Cedric said. This is also where the 3rd task took place, right Harry? Yeah, Harry said softly. The Quidditch players landed and yelled, hey, we're ready to go in now. See ya, Cedric said. Bye Ethan. See ya Jalisa, Harry said. Harry sat down on the stands and sighed. Don't look so down. Ivy had arrived. I know that you miss your friends, and that it just tears you apart that you can't tell them who you are. Harry said. Ivy clapped a hand on his shoulder. Cheer up, Ivy said. If you don't cheer up soon I'm going to start singing, Tomorrow, from Annie. Oh please Dawn. The sun'll come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow, there'll be sun. Ivy sang. Mercy. Please. I'll cheer up, Harry said, starting to laugh. Please. You're going to wreck my ears if you keep singing like that. Ivy punched him in the shoulder and said, I'm not that bad of a singer. Harry snorted, and Ivy punched him in the shoulder again. Then she smiled. And Harry could see the ruby that was glued to her tooth glint in the setting sun. We're here. The Gryffindor team had arrived. Okay, go do whatever then, Ivy called. She leaned back and lifted up her legs. I'm bushed, she said. Today felt so long. Harry said, watching the Seeker try and do a loop-de-loop and almost fall off of her broom. What position did you use to play? Ivy asked. Seeker. Harry said. I only lost 1 game in all 4 years. You must have been good. That's what everyone told me, Harry said. Well, one of these days you'll be able to play again, after you kill old Voldy. Yeah, Harry said. I can't wait. To play, or to kill Voldemort? Ivy asked. Both. Ivy gave a short chuckle and both of them sat down. They didn't say anything for a few minutes. So, Stealth, Ivy said. Why did Celeste break up with you anyway? What? Harry said. Oh come on, she had to have a reason, Ivy said. Do you snore or something? Ivy, Celeste doesn't want me to tell anyone why. Harry said. But I'm her best friend. Ivy exclaimed. I should be able to know. No. Come on. I'm not telling you. Please. No. Harry stopped, and reached into his pocket. He pulled out his sunglasses. Stealth, what the? Shish, Harry hissed. He was staring at the woman who had just walked into the Quidditch pitch. Harry couldn't see her face, with the glasses he could clearly see the dark mark on her arm. Everyone, Harry yelled. Get down on the ground. Now. Ivy spun around and took out her wand just as the Death Eater took out hers. Avada Kedavra. Harry yelled before the Death Eater could even open her mouth. The spell hit the Death Eater. Most of the Quidditch players screamed when they saw the killing curse hit the Death Eater. Ivy, take the students inside. I'm going to take the body to the VD, Harry said softly. Okay, Ivy said. I'll tell everyone what happened. Harry walked over to the body and flipped it over to get a look at her face. Harry didn't recognize her, so he conjured up a stretcher and levitated the body onto it. They would have to revive her in order to question her. He left her with another agent at the VD before returning to Hogwarts. What the hell happened out there? Sphinx was yelling at Ivy. The Great Hall had all of the teachers, as well as Ivy and Sphinx. We had it under control. Ivy yelled. Stealth killed the Death Eater before it could attack anyone. Why isn't anyone guarding the front gate? Someone is, Harry said. It was Nelson, wasn't it? Well then, someone get me Nelson. Sphinx yelled. Ivy called him over her earpiece and a second later Nelson molecularized there. Why didn't you see the Death Eater? Sphinx asked. What Death Eater? The Death Eater nearly attacked the Gryffindor Quidditch team. A Death Eater tried to why didn't you see him? Were you wearing your sunglasses? Yes So then you would have seen anyone invisible come through the gate. Wouldn't you? You were to report to Sarge. Sphinx said. We have no use for you. Tell her what happened and tell her to send a new agent. But, you heard me Agent 980, Sphinx said. She turned around and went back into the common room. All of the teachers were staring at them. We'd better get her common room, Ivy said to Harry, pulling his cloak. He was following her out of the Great Hall just as Nelson molecularized back to the Order of the Phoenix. This sucks, Ivy exclaimed, slamming the door of the portrait hole after Harry had climbed in. Why did she have to go and send Nelson back to the Order? Don't ask me, Harry said, sitting down in one of the chairs. In the corner of his eye he saw the Gryffindor team whispering about the recent events. And now we're going to have people talking about us all day tomorrow, Ivy said. You'll get used to it, Harry said. HMPH. Ivy ran a hand through her feathery brown hair in frustration. I need to punch something. Ivy got up and went back out of the common room. Harry suspected that she was going to the mission room. Are they telling the truth? Hermione had walked over to where Harry was sitting. Stealth. Did you kill a person? Yeah, Harry said. You actually killed someone. She was a Death Eater and she was trying to attack the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Besides, I've killed people before, Harry replied. Why couldn't you just stun her? Hermione asked. Because sometimes people can withstand the stunning spell, Harry said. So, listen Miss Granger, Harry said. Quote, it's my job to protect everyone in this school. I would have to die for you. I don't think that you should be angry that I was just doing my job. Hermione looked a little shocked, then she turned on her heel and went up to her dorm room. What was that all about? Now Ron had come up to him. Nothing, Harry said. Oh, Ron stared at him. Where's Ivy? I was wondering if she would like to play chess. I think that she's in the mission room punching something, Harry said. I can call her if you want. No, that's okay, Ron said. He thought for a moment. Do you want to play? Harry looked up at him. Sure. Ron summoned his chess set and set it up. The game wasn't timed like Harry usually played, but he didn't mind. So, you killed someone. Ron said, almost casually. Harry rolled his eyes. Have you done that before? 14 times. Well, 15 counting that Death Eater out there, Harry said. 15. That's a lot, Ron said. They were all Death Eaters, Harry said. Oh. Ron sounded a little shocked, but continued to stare at the chessboard. Suddenly the portrait hole burst open and Ivy came back in. Pissed, she hissed at Harry. I have to tell you something. I'll be right back, Harry said to Ron. He followed Ivy into a corner where she whispered, Percy's here. What? Snapped Harry. Percy. He's replacing Nelson, Ivy said. He's in disguise. Oh, and his name is Todd. Your move, Ron yelled across the room. Be right there, Harry yelled back. Can I play winner? Ivy asked, changing the subject. Sure. They returned to the table and continued to play. It was almost midnight when Ron went to bed. There were only a few more people left in the room, and they left soon after Ron. Harry and Ivy sat, playing chess by the fire. You never told me, Ivy said, moving her knight. Why did Celeste break up with you? I can't tell you, Harry said. I swore to Celeste that I wouldn't. Oh come on. Please. No. Please. Ivy stuck out her lower lip and opened her eyes as wide as they would go. Please, she begged, sniffing slightly. No. And did anyone ever tell you that you're horrible at doing puppy eyes? Ivy frowned and then hit him on the back of the head. Well, if you won't tell me then I won't tell you who Hermione has a crush on, Ivy said. I don't care who Hermione has a crush on, Harry said, moving a bishop. Yes you do. She's your friend. Fine. She has a crush on Ron. How do you know? Ivy exclaimed. I'm her friend, and in the beginning of our 5th year she kept looking at him on the train. It was just obvious, Harry said. Your move. Ivy reluctantly moved her queen, and said, checkmate. At 10 minutes to 1 Harry got up. Ivy and him had both taken the no-sleep pills. Where are you going? Ivy asked when Harry started to walk to the portrait hole. I'm going to go get some coffee, Harry lied. Do you want anything? He quickly wrote down what she wanted and then ran out into the hall. He molecularized into the shrieking shack, where he found Sirius waiting for him. Hey Stealth, he said, remembering to use Harry's disguise name. He clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder and told him to sit down. Harry took a seat on the bed and said, How are you doing, Sirius? Never mind, Sirius said, waving his hand. I heard about what happened at the Quidditch field. Oh, Harry said. Sirius was staring at him and Harry avoided his eyes. You killed a person. Yeah, Harry said, not really wanting to pursue the subject. You don't know how many people Dad has killed in 16 years at the Order of the Phoenix. Harry said. He's killed loads more than I have. Sirius looked slightly shocked. All right, I'm getting off the subject, Sirius said. I asked you up here to tell you something. Yes, it's about the Marauders map. Sirius said. Stealth, the Marauders map can see through the best disguises. It is able to see you, Angelina, and Cedric. Really? Hey, how did you know about them? Harry asked indignantly. Marauders map, Sirius said simply. Where is the Marauders map now? Harry asked. It's in Ron's trunk, Sirius said. Hermione got the invisibility cloak and he got the Marauders map. They split up the rest of the stuff. 2. Who got my broom? Harry asked. Ron, but he doesn't use it. He's using a Nimbus 2001. Sirius, Harry said. I need you to get the map from him. He can't find out about us. I will, Sirius said. They were both silent for a moment. Why isn't Professor Fig teaching here anymore? Harry finally asked, breaking the silence. Professor Dumbledore needed her out in the field, Sirius replied. Yesterday she was out in Romania. And how do you know all this? Harry asked. Sirius's pale face turned slightly pink. I am. Her boyfriend. Harry supplied, raising his eyebrows and grinning. Shut up, Sirius said, turning redder. I said, shut up. Harry was rolling with laughter on the floor. You're going out with Arabella Fig. Harry gasped. Shut up, Sirius said through gritted teeth. After a few moments Harry managed to choke out, what time is it? It's 30 minutes past 1, Sirius said. I'd better get back to the common room. Harry said, getting up off of the floor. It doesn't normally take this long to get coffee. What? That's the excuse I gave Ivy, Harry said. He said goodnight to Sir Hughes and then molecularized to the Order of the Phoenix. He got Ivy's coffee and bought a mocha-flavored steamer for himself before returning to Hogwarts. Took you long enough, Ivy complained, taking her coffee from Harry. Sorry. There was a line, Harry lied. Did you miss me or something? No, Ivy snapped. I just really needed the caffeine. Whatever, Harry said, as he sat down in a plush leather chair for the second night in a row. Harry and Ivy joined Will and Angelina while they were walking down to breakfast the next morning. My legs are so sore, Will said. I've been walking the corridors for 2 nights. I can't wait till my day off. Angelina said. I think it's next week. Will groaned. At least you get to go somewhere, Ivy said. We just have to stay in the same, boring old common room. Sigh. I wish that I had guard duty in the Gryffindor common room, Angelina said. I have the Ravenclaws. I feel sorry for Brian, he has the Slytherins, Harry muttered. Angelina gave a low whistle. You're late, snapped Sphinx when they were in the Great Hall. Sorry, we were just enjoying the beautiful architecture, Will lied. Sphinx glared at him. Here are the schedules for today, she said. Stealth, you're guarding the mission room. The rest of you are outside. But I was outside yesterday. Ivy exclaimed angrily. And you're outside today. What fun, Sphinx said sarcastically. Now eat breakfast and wait for the potions to arrive. Today it wasn't JNG the potions, it was Victoria. Hi Stealth, Mom wanted me to bring you this, Victoria said, dropping a bag onto Harry's plate. She put the potions in the middle of the table and started to head back to the door of the mission room. Bye Victoria, Harry yelled after her. Is she still playing the violin? Will asked. Unfortunately, Harry said. He opened the bag and found donuts. Ivy exclaimed, reaching into the bag. She pulled one out and bit it. Jelly filled. Here, whoever wants one can have them, Harry said. Taking one out. People, we have some very important business to discuss, Sphinx said. Last night we had a Death Eater enter the grounds. Unfortunately Nelson didn't seem to notice him and he almost attacked the Gryffindor team. She spat out the last sentence as though it was something disgusting and slimy that was infecting her mouth. Why didn't Nelson notice them? Brian asked. I mean, was the Death Eater an animagus or something? No, snapped Sphinx. Nelson didn't see them because he didn't want to. What? Will asked. Are you saying that he is a Death Eater? Spat Sphinx. He was working for Lord Voldemort and deliberately let his little colleague onto the grounds of Hogwarts. Several of the teachers were now looking at them. Since Nelson is no longer here we now have Todd. She pointed to Todd. He had brown hair with blonde highlights. He was tall and had a slightly pointed face. He smiled at Harry. What is going to happen to Nelson anyway? Ivy asked. He has already been killed, Sphinx said. Now then, Harry sat at a data source that he had conjured up. He was looking up more information on dueling and popular dueling spells when he heard voices. So are we going to ask them for extra security during the Quidditch match? Said the voice of Professor McGonagall. Yes, replied Professor Dumbledore. We should alert Anna or Sphinx. They both strode into the Great Hall. Ah, Stealth, said Professor Dumbledore. How are you? I'm fine, Mr. Dumbledore, Harry replied, not taking his eyes away from the screen of his data source. Did you by any chance hear the conversation Professor McGonagall and I were just having? Asked Professor Dumbledore. Yes sir, replied Harry. We will be happy to provide extra security. That's wonderful, said Professor Dumbledore. Only, this time if a Death Eater runs out onto the field, don't kill him. Some of the students have been affected by that spell in many ways and… I understand Professor, Harry interrupted. We'll stun them instead. Good, good, Professor Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall, who was standing a few feet behind Harry said, why are you looking up information for dueling? Harry simply showed her his badge and then got back to writing down curses. Well, we'll leave you be, Professor McGonagall said. I've got a class starting in 6 minutes. Good day Albus. Goodbye Minerva, Professor Dumbledore said. Goodbye Stealth, Dumbledore said after Professor McGonagall was out the door. Bye sir, Harry said. Dumbledore went out the door behind the teacher's table. Sphinx, Harry said into his microphone. What? Sphinx snapped. Professor Dumbledore wants extra security for the Quidditch match this Saturday, Harry reported. Well then, start writing up a schedule for the agents. Oh, and Saturday is Jaleesa's day off. She won't be reporting for duty. Okay, I'll remember that. Harry said, scribbling down what Sphinx had said. If you don't mind, I want to get back to work, Sphinx said. Harry stopped talking to her and a song by Korn started playing on his earpiece. "Ivy, where are you?" hissed Harry into his earpiece. "I'm right in front of you," Ivy said back. Harry looked across the green Quidditch field and saw Ivy waving at him. She was wearing a blue belly shirt that exposed her belly ring. "You're supposed to be GU. Arding the north side of the Quidditch field," Harry said. "Not the west." "Well, am I late?" Harry heard a voice behind him. It was Angelina, still in disguise. "You do know that this is your day off, don't you?" Harry asked. "Of course I know that," Angelina said. "I just thought that I could come see the Quidditch game, I haven't seen one in years." "Okay," Harry said. Angelina climbed into the side of the stands that was cheering for Gryffindor. "And here's the Gryffindor team," exclaimed the commentator. He read off the names of the people. "The Ravenclaw team. Anything going on over there?" Harry asked. "Nothing," Elsa replied. "There's nothing happening over on the northeast side either," Brian informed me. "All right, the Quidditch match is now beginning." From across the LD Harry could see Ivy raise binoculars to her eyes. Harry sighed in exasperation, but then looked up at the players that had risen into the air. Harry saw Ron catch the quaffle and fly forward to the goal posts. "Go Ron," Harry muttered under his breath. Ron scored and half of the people in the stands burst into applause. "And Ravenclaw now has the quaffle," cried the commentator. "Anna, is anything happening at the gate?" Harry asked. "No, nothing here," Anna replied. "All right, report to me if there is anything remotely out of the ordinary," Harry said. Ravenclaw scores. The game is now tied at 10-10. "Damn," Harry muttered under his breath. "Wait, is that the snitch?" yelled the commentator. The two seekers started to speed toward the ground where a little bit of gold was hovering. The two of them were inches away from the ground when the snitch flew out of the way. The seekers hit the ground with amazing force and they both went flying off of their brooms. "Are they okay?" Ivy squealed over the earpiece. "How am I supposed to know? You're closer to them than I am," Ivy exclaimed. Stealth," said Anna's voice over the earpiece. "I'm going to need your help." "I'll be right there," Harry said. He molecularized to the gate where Anna was guarding. Two Death Eaters were hidden in the bushes. "Do you see them?" Anna muttered softly. "Yeah, I see them," Harry replied. He started to slowly take out his wand. But before he could touch it he was hit with Avada Kedavra right in the stomach. He was knocked off of his feet, but he instantly jumped back to his feet. "Stupefy!" Harry yelled, stunning one of the Death Eaters. The other Death Eater yelled, "Avada Kedavra!" again and it grazed Harry's arm. "Oh screw stunning," Harry said. "Avada Kedavra!" The Death Tear fell down about 10 feet from where the other one lay. He took the wand out of the hand of the stunned Death Eater, broke it, and tossed it over his shoulder. "Stealth," Anna said. "You're bleeding." Harry could feel the blood trickling down his stomach, soaking his shirt. "I'll take care of the Death Eaters, you go see the healer." "It looks sort of serious." "Okay," Harry said. He quickly molecularized and appeared in the mission room. "Healer," Harry yelled. "I need you." The healer appeared beside him and lifted up Harry's shirt to examine the wound. She poked it with her wand and it instantly healed. "Thank you," Harry said. The healer simply smiled and nodded. Harry molecularized back to the Quidditch field. Everyone in the Gryffindor stands was cheering. "What happened?" Harry asked Ivy. "Gryffindor won. You missed it. Where were you?" "I'll tell you later," Harry said. Harry had the next day off, and slept until 9. He emerged from the mission room wearing an Abercrombie and Fitch shirt and a pair of khakis. "Haven't the potions arrived yet?" Harry yawned, sitting down at the table. "Not ye." As soon as Ivy had started to reply the doors opened and Sarge walked through the door. In one hand she held a platter full of potions and in the other one she held a black envelope. Everyone at the table went silent at the sight of the black envelope, for it was a blackie. It was common knowledge at the Order of the Phoenix that if someone was to receive a blackie that a family member or friend had died. Ivy licked her lips nervously. It seemed that everything had gone silent. For all of the Hogwarts students were also staring at Sirata of potions down on the table and everyone slowly drank them, still eyeing the black envelope in her hand. After everyone had consumed their potions, Sarge held up the envelope and handed it to Harry. He nervously took it in his hand and opened it with shaking fingers. He took out the white piece of paper that was inside and read it aloud. "To whomever it may concern. Harry read. We are sorry to inform you that a friend or family member has passed away while on a mission for the Order of the Phoenix. These agents were killed during a mission in Taiwan. They were fighting Death Eaters and were killed in the struggle. The names of these brave agents are, Harry gulped. Zeke Quigley. Never heard of him. Patricia Rogers. Who was she? And, Sean. Welcome ladies and gentlemen. Harry was sitting next to Max and Ivy. They were in metal chairs in the rain. They were at the very same cemetery that Harry was supposedly buried in. Max was sobbing next to Harry. Ivy was just staring off into space, a blank look on her face. Harry patted Max on the back. Will came over and sat down next to Max. Have you found out how he died? Harry whispered to Will. Yeah, decapitation. Apparently he got a killing curse right in the neck and it severed his head, Will muttered back. Max gave another sob and buried her face in her hands. There were about 70 other agents there, and Harry could see Sean's parents in the very front row of chairs. Harry had to beg Sarge to be able to go to Sean's funeral. She finally agreed that he could go if he would return to Hogwarts immediately if Sphinx called him. There were a bunch of replacement agents there while Harry, Ivy, Max, Will, and Angelina were there. Harry saw Jimmy T. Hurrow the crowd of people and waved at him. Jimmy sat down by Ivy and then said, Poor Sean. No one should have to die like that. Yeah, Harry replied. Especially someone as young as he was. Jimmy sighed and stared at his hands. I feel sorry for his parents, Ivy said blankly. They lost their first, and only son. I feel sorry for Max, Will said, rubbing her on the back of the head. How long were you friends with him? All of my life, Max sniffed, taking her head out of her hands. Our parents were recruited only a few weeks apart, and I was born 8 months later, and then Sean was born a month after me. Look, Jimmy said. They're burying him. Sure enough, they were lowering the coffin into the damp ground. Then some people started to put dirt on the coffin. Well, we should get back to Hogwarts. Harry whispered to Ivy. They'll be expecting us soon. Yeah, Ivy said. People were starting to stand up around them and walk up to the fresh grave. Harry, Ivy, Will, Max, Angelina, and Jimmy all got up and started to walk away from the cemetery. But they stopped in their tracks when they heard a familiar voice. I'd say that was a good turnout. The 6 of them turned around and saw Sean leaning against a tree. Well, Sean's ghost. Sean, Max shrieked. She ran up to him, her arms spread. She went right through him, and fell in the mud. Careful, Sean said. It's slippery. I realize that, Max said, spitting mud out of her mouth. Oh my God, Angelina said, I'm so sorry for you. Don't be, this is kind of cool, Sean said, walking through the tree. Unfortunately, his head wobbled. And then fell off of his neck. Quote dash. That happens sometimes. Have you talked to your parents? Harry asked. Yeah, my mom fainted, Sean said, grinning. Just wait till I telephone. Tell her that I can play basketball with my head as well. I'll bet she'll really love to hear that, Jimmy said sarcastically. Yeah, well I'd better go talk to Sarge. She always said that if we were turned into a ghost that we had to go see her immediately. See ya. Sean started to float in the opposite direction. I can't believe that he's dead, Max said, tears starting to appear in her eyes again. Come on, Jimmy said. We'd better get back to work. Jimmy and Max both waved goodbye to Will, Ivy, Angelina, and Harry and molecularized. How was the funeral? Sphinx asked. She was sitting near the mission room. Okay, Harry replied. The bad news is that Sean is eligible to join the Headless Hunt. Yes, I heard he had been decapitated, Sphinx said, typing something into her data source. His ghost turned up after the burial, Ivy said. Said something about playing basketball with his head. Don't you 4 have to be working or something? Sphinx said, raising her eyebrow. Yeah, but we need to get out of these wet clothes first, Harry said, motioning to his soaking wet clothes. Fine, go change quickly. The 4 of them went into the mission room and went to separate rooms to change. Harry pulled on a simple dark blue shirt and a pair of black jeans. Then he put a baseball cap on his head and went back out. Where am I supposed to be? Harry asked Sphinx. Do I look like I know everything? Sphinx said. Yes. Sphinx glared at him. You're supposed to be patrolling the 2nd floor, she snapped. Thanks, Harry said before running off. Ivy was walking the 3rd floor, humming the thong song. When she heard voices in the teacher's lounge. "So are you absolutely sure that he is coming tomorrow?" said the anxious voice of Minerva McGonagall. "Quite sure," said Albus Dumbledore. "He's coming over to see how the Order of the Phoenix agents are doing. He's still a bit mad that I called the Order of the Phoenix before I alerted the Ministry." "Well, it was a bit unwise," started Severus Snape. "My dear professors, I would have called the Ministry of Magic if the Order of the Phoenix wasn't so reliable. I have only heard of an agent dying when Stealth read that death notice. Hardly anyone dies when under their care, and that is why I called them," Professor Dumbledore said. "Professor Dumbledore, are you quite sure that the Order of the Phoenix agents are the best?" Flitwick said. "That Brian fellow seems nice enough, but the rest of them seem a little. I trust them," Professor Dumbledore said in a final sort of voice. "I believe that if we hired them to protect us that they will do their job. No matter what." The teachers were silent for a minute, until Professor Flitwick spoke up. "But what are they going to do if you know who shows up?" Here, Ivy took a deep breath, and pretending to be walking by the office said, "That's Stealth's job." The teachers all looked as though they had been slapped in the face. "Stealth?" asked Professor Snape. "That boy is our hope for defeating the Dark Lord." "I don't know," Professor Dumbledore said. "I'll ask him about it tonight, at dinner." When Harry sat down for dinner later that night he was almost immediately approached by Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall. They looked slightly anxious. Stealth, may I have a word with you?" Professor Dumbledore asked. "Yes, Mr. Dumbledore, what about?" Harry replied. He was aware that about half of the students had gotten quiet when Professor Dumbledore had approached the agent's table. "Are you the one who is going to be dealing with Voldemort?" Professor Dumbledore said quietly, looking down at Harry through his crescent moon spectacles. "Is he here?" Harry said. No. "Well, then I guess that I'm not dealing with him," Harry said. Ivy snorted with laughter beside him. "But in all seriousness, yes. When or if Voldemort arrives I will be dueling with him." "Why?" Professor McGonagall said. "There have been so many people who have thrown their life away while fighting Voldemort. Why do you want to be another one of them?" "Well, Stealth has a gift," Ivy interrupted. "He's the dueling master, and therefore it's his job to deal with matters dealing with Voldemort." "You're the dueling master?" Dumbledore asked. "Ah yes, I remember Professor Lupin telling me about that. Is that all you wanted to talk to me about?" Harry asked. "No," Professor Dumbledore said. "I am supposed to present the agent who is going to be dealing with Voldemort to meet Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic." Harry nodded. "Will you please report to my office before Dumbledore said. Good evening." Harry noticed several people from different tables starting at him, but he turned back to his dinner and continued eating. "Fudge is coming," said a familiar voice. It was Sarge. She had just arrived. "Yes," Harry said. "Tomorrow. Damn that son of a. Hey, there are kids here," Ivy hissed. "Always nosing into our business. Don't take any crap from him tomorrow, Agent 97. I give you full permission." "Can I duel if I have to?" Harry asked hopefully. "Yes, you can duel," Sarge said. "Avada Kedavra, any curse you want. Except for the Diablo." "I know," Harry said. Harry was pacing outside the door of the office, waiting for Professor Dumbledore to invite him in. He could hear him and Fudge arguing inside. "Dumbledore, I just can't believe that you didn't." "Cornelius, we've been over this countless times," Professor Dumbledore said with some impatience in his voice. "I called the Order of the Phoenix because they are our best defense." Cornelius finished with a bite of sarcasm. "I know, Dumbledore. Then why do you keep asking me about it, Cornelius?" Dumbledore retorted. Harry, getting fed up, knocked loudly at the door. Professor Dumbledore opened it a second later. "Ah, Agent Stealth, you have arrived," Professor Dumbledore said with a smile on his face. "Cornelius, this is Agent Stealth with the Order of the Phoenix. Stealth, this is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. It's nice to meet you," Harry said, extending his hand for Fudge to shake. "HMPH," Fudge said, folding his arms. Harry slowly lowered his hand. "Cornelius. Stealth here is the dueling master with the Order of the Phoenix. He is going to be the one dealing with Voldemort if he is to attack the school." "Oh really?" Fudge said icily. He doesn't look like he could withstand one imperious curse." "And you could." Harry replies rather slyly. "You look as if one boil charm would break you into tears." A.N. Blood, sweat and tears made that last line. Thank you. Fudge's face got flushed with anger and then he growled, I challenge you to a duel. No, Harry replied. What's the matter, Stealth? Fudge said. Scared. No, I just do. Want to be responsible for killing the Minister of Magic. Harry slowly turned around and left the room. Dumbledore sighed. That went well, didn't it? That evening at dinner everyone at the agent's table was silent. For the minister was staying for dinner. When Harry told Sarge this, she was outraged. After cursing loudly over Harry's earpiece, she went and talked to Sphinx. Harry, meanwhile, gave Sphinx a note. She opened it, looked at Harry, and nodded. What was that all about? Ivy whispered to Harry. You'll see, Harry said, getting up and leaving the room. Fudge had gotten a note too. Halfway through dinner, Harry got out of his seat and went to the Quidditch field. He put a protection barrier on the whole field, so nothing would be damaged. However, he didn't know that someone had followed him. Ivy hid in the shadows and was most surprised when Sphinx turned up. Are you ready to duel? Sphinx asked. No, we have to wait for the minister, if he turns up at all. I bet he'll be too scared, Sphinx said. Ivy took off at a run, back to the castle. She ran to the doors of the Great Hall and panted, Stealth and Sphinx are dueling. Then she ran back out. All of the agents got up out of their seats and ran toward the door. Wait, what's so interesting about a duel? Barked the minister. Are you kidding me? Will said, stopping and turning around. A duel between the master of dueling and the current one is always intense. I heard that the last time they dueled Sphinx lost both of her legs, Angelina said. I heard that she almost got her head cut off, Will said. They both continued to run toward the Quidditch field. I'm going to see just how good this dueling master is, Fudge said, getting out of his seat. Snuffles got up off the floor and followed him outside. All of the agents climbed into the stands, except Healer and Anna, whispering excitedly. The minister took a seat at the very top of the stands, looking down at everyone. Snuffles took a seat next to Ivy, where she scratched his ears. I bet 20 galleons that Sphinx wins, said Brian. Nah, it's gotta be Stealth, Elsa whispered back. He's way too good now. No rules? Harry asked. Go until someone is unconscious. Sphinx simply nodded, and took off her cloak. Harry pulled his cloak off too, and threw it to the side. Ivy, can you start us? Harry asked. Okay, but first you need music. She snapped her fingers, and Papa Roach's music started to echo around the stadium. 1, 2, 3. Harry instantly yelled Avada Kedavra. He flipped out of the way as one of Sphinx's curse went shooting by. He quickly looked over at her, but saw that she hadn't been hit by his curse. Feared. Harry yelled, hitting her with a spell that he had just looked up on the data source a day ago. Sphinx gasped as her lower half instantly turned into a tree trunk, and she was rooted to the ground. She gave an angry scream and said, Welmandor. She was instantly released from the ground and she yelled, Raspadorus! Exclamation mark. Harry sprang out of the way, and yelled, Avada Kedavra, for the second time. This time his aim was true, and he hit Sphinx in the shoulder. Cornelius Fudge's mouth fell open. She had just survived Avada Kedavra. The killing curse. Why isn't she dead like most people? Woo! Go Stealth! Yelled Ivy, jumping up and down. Fudge's mouth was still hanging open, as SPH. Inks quickly healed herself and retaliated against Harry. Expelliarmus! Sphinx yelled. Harry felt as though he had been hit on the head with a pan as his wand went flying from his hand. Harry roll. D out of the way as the killing curse went shooting past him again. He held out his hand and his wand went flying back into it, however, he was hit with the killing curse in the thigh. He groaned and fell to the ground and rolled to the right in order to avoid another curse. Esnepsis! Harry yelled, aiming at Sphinx again. There was a loud rumbling noise and a tornado appeared instantly in front of Harry's opponent. Her eyes got wide and she screamed when she was lifted up in the turbulent winds. She was spun round and round, over and over again, until the tornado disappeared and she was thrown violently back into the ground. She seemed dazed, but when Harry shot the stunning spell at her she instantly rolled out of the way, and got back to her feet. Avada Kedavra! She yelled again at Harry. He flipped out of the way and then yelled, feared. Sphinx was rooted to the ground again. Harry yelled, Expelliarmus, and her wand went flying from her hand before she could say the counter curse. Stupefy, Harry said. And she slumped to the ground, the tree trunk instantly disappearing and her legs came back. Harry turned to the stands, where his friends were cheering. And that, Mr. Fudge, is why I didn't duel with you, Harry yelled to him. Enervate, Harry muttered, causing Sphinx to jolt into consciousness. What the hell was that? Sputtered Cornelius Fudge, stumbling down the steps in the stands. That was a duel, Sphinx said, rubbing her head slightly. She started to heal her minor wounds. But why you survived? The killing curse? Harry asked. Fudge nodded. Well, that's because we've been specially trained since a very young age to survive Avada Kedavra, Sphinx said matter-of-factly. I've been training since I was 3. Stealth, when did you start AK? Training. At 4, Harry lied. They had planned to say this in case anyone found out about agents being able to survive Avada Kedavra. Harry held out a hand and helped Sphinx to her feet. But I'm starved, Ivy interrupted. I wonder what's for dessert. Yeah, let's go, Harry said. Harry and Sphinx picked up their cloaks. Then Harry, Sphinx, and the rest of the agents started to walk back to the school. With Fudge stumbling behind them. Harry was walking back to the Gryffindor common room to begin his guard duty, but before he was able to give the fat lady thug on the back of his cloak. He looked down and saw Snuffles there. Snuffles gave another hard tug on the back of Harry's cloak and Harry nearly lost his balance. Easy, Harry said, I'll follow you, just lead the way. Snuffles let go of Harry's cloak and walked down the hall and through a secret passageway. He then led Harry to a deserted room and closed the door behind him. He instantly transformed into Harry's godfather as soon as he was sure no one was able to overhear them. What the hell happened back there? He gasped. What do you mean? Harry asked. What do you think I mean? Sirius exclaimed. You just friggin' survived Avada Kedavra. For the second, or is it third, time? Sirius. Everyone in the Order can do that. Harry exclaimed. That's why hardly anyone in the Order ever dies. But, how? Sirius asked. Sitting down on the floor, looking up at Harry. I am not allowed to tell me, Sirius finished. I understand stealth, I'm sorry, Harry said. You know what's at stake if I tell you. Yes, I know. They were both silent for a moment. Well, I'm supposed to be in Gryffindor Tower, Harry said. I'll see you soon, Sirius. Bye, Harry, Sirius said, transforming into the giant black dog once again. Harry molecularized and appeared in a couch by the fire with Ivy. As November turned into December, Harry saw a dramatic change take place in the castle. Since the agents had been there for over a month, everyone was getting more relaxed around them, joking more, and talking more freely than ever. It seemed that Fudge hadn't told the teachers about Sphinx and Harry surviving Avada Kedavra. The castle itself changed dramatically in December. Almost immediately the Christmas decorations went up. Icicles were hanging on the banisters and wreaths decked the walls. As usual, 12 Christmas trees were set up in the Great Hall. Several of the agents helped to decorate these. Ivy and Angelina were often whistling Christmas carols. On the 5th day of December, Harry and Ivy were walking to lunch together. And Harry dropped his wand just outside of the Great Hall. Ivy continued to walk through the door, but stopped right under it, and looked up at the doorway. Who in the world hangs parsley in the doorway? Ivy said. Harry put his wand in his cloak and said, That's mistletoe, dipshit. He continued to walk through the door, when Professor Lupin said, go back and kiss her. It's tradition. Quote, Not for me it isn't, Harry said. Nevertheless he felt himself blushing slightly. Go back and kiss her, prompted several of the teachers. Kiss her, chanted the students. Harry rolled his eyes, took a few steps backwards and leaned close to Ivy. He kissed her on the cheek, then turned and walked back towards the agent's table. Ivy clapped her hand to her mouth and gave a fake, high-pitched giggle. The students started to laugh. Harry felt his face getting redder as he sat down next to Angelina. Don't feel so bad, Angelina whispered. Anna had to kiss Jeff 2 times. And Brian had to kiss Elsa. Then again, I kissed Will 6 times, but that wasn't always under the mistletoe. Ooh, Ivy said in the same high-pitched voice as she sat down. My boyfriend is going to be jealous. Ivy, shut up, that's really annoying, Harry said. That's the point, Ivy said. After everyone had finished eating the delicious dinner, Professor Dumbledore stood up and addressed the students. I would like to announce that Hogwarts will be having a Christmas ball. Dumbledore's voice was drowned out by the wave of whispers that had started from the students. After he got their attention again, he said, it is for everyone from the 4th year and up. However, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st years will be having their own party in one of the roomier dungeons. But, as usual, you are able to invite someone older or younger to accompany you to the ball or party. Now, it's time for bed. Chop, chop. The students started to talk to each other excitedly. They started to go back to their common rooms. Ooh, goody. A ball, Ivy said sarcastically. We should have half of us guarding the party, and half of us guarding the ball, Harry said. We'll only have 4 people guarding the party. And have the extra person guarding the front gate, Will said. Yes, Sphinx said. Elsa, will you start writing out a schedule for that night? Is that anyone's day off? Anna asked. No, Angelina said, looking at her personal calendar. The day after that is Will's though. We'd better get to the common rooms, Harry said. Ivy and him molecularized to Gr. Gryffindor Tower where people were talking excitedly about the ball. Harry distinctly remembered the Yule Ball in his 4th year, when Ron and him hadn't gotten a date till the last minute. Harry hadn't enjoyed the ball very much. Hey, what's wrong with Hermione? Ivy asked Harry, pointing to a corner where Hermione was doing homework. She's always like that, Harry said. I'm going to go talk to her, Ivy said. She looks kind of sad. Harry noticed that Hermione did have a downcast look on her face. I'll come with you, Harry said. Hey Herm, Ivy said, conjuring up a chair and sitting down across from her. Why the long face? Quote, it's nothing, Hermione said, turning the page of her book. No big deal. Oh come on, Harry said, sitting down next to her. What's the matter? I don't want to. Boy trouble, Ivy interrupted. Hermione looked up. Stealth, could you please leave us for a moment? We need to have some girl talk. Harry shrugged his shoulders, but before he could go anywhere Ivy whispered. Go and work on Ron. Harry then went over to where Ron was playing chess with Seamus. Now, what's the matter? Ivy said. Hermione sighed and put her head in her hands. I just don't think he likes me, Hermione said. Ron. Hermione nodded. And why don't you think he likes you? Ivy asked. I don't know, he just thinks of me as a friend, not as a girlfriend, Ivy said, conjuring up a nail file and running them along the tips of her nails. Been there, done that. When a guy is acting like that you have to make the first move. Me. No, the Queen of England. Yes you, Ivy said. If you don't get him now, someone who doesn't deserve him will. Hermione looked at Ivy uncertainly. Trust me, that's how I got my boyfriend, Ivy said. I'm seeing him on Friday, it's my day off. That's also how Celeste, my best friend, got Stealth. Unfortunately, Celeste dumped him. What's your boyfriend like? Hermione asked. Well, he's a muggle, and he doesn't know my secret yet. Let's see, he's tall. With brown hair. By the time Ivy finished describing Alex she had a crowd of 16 and 17-year-old girls crowded around her. Harry was in the middle of a game with Ron, when he brought up the ball too. So, Ron, who are you going to ask to the ball? Harry said, sacrificing his knight. Don't know yet, Ron said shortly. Harry saw his ears turn slightly pink. He does too, Seamus said. He just doesn't have the bow. Stuff it, Seamus, Ron said. Come on Ron, who do you have the hots for? Harry said. I like Hermione, Ron said hurriedly. Then ask her, Harry said. Ron's ears turned pinker. I'm not good at that sort of thing, Ron said. I start stammering and just go up to her and say, Hermione, would you like to go to the ball with me? If she says no, oh well. If she says yes, you'll be happy. Dean said. Exactly, Harry said. Go ask her. Come on, go ask him, Ivy said to Hermione. All right, I will, Hermione said. Okay, here I go, Ron said to Harry. Ron and Hermione got out of their seats and met each other in the middle of the room. Will you go to the ball with me? They said together. Yeah, Ron said. I'd love to, Hermione said. Sounding surprised. Great, Ron said. I'll see you soon, Hermione said. She turned back to Ivy and smiled widely. Ron was high-fived numerous times when he returned to the chess games. Over everyone's heads Harry gave a thumbs up to Ivy, who winked in return. That went smoothly, Ivy said softly into her mic. Chris knew they would end up together, Harry whispered back. That Friday it was Ivy's day off. Will was taking Ivy's place in the Gryffindor common room. They had just finished dinner when Ivy came rushing through the portrait hole. Or rather, she stumbled in. She was wearing a long, dark red, spaghetti strap dress that was so tight Harry wasn't sure how she had gotten into the room without falling on her face. She was wearing 3-inch heels and her hair was piled on top of her head. Harry was sure that it was held up there by magic, but nevertheless it gave her sort of a majestic look. "Have you seen my ruby nail polish?" she said, digging through her tiny handbag. "It's the only polish that goes with this dress." "Oh my virgin eyes," Will gasped, clapping his hands over his eyes. "First of all, I know for a fact that not one person on this mission is a virgin. Second of all, my dress isn't that tight, is it?" She struck a pose. "It's so tight I think I can see your heart beating," Harry said. Ivy gave him a sarcastic smile. "Seriously, do you like it?" she said, looking at herself. "You look great," Harry said. "I'm sure Alex will faint as soon as he sees you." Then I might have to use mouth to mouth," Ivy said thoughtfully. She gave up looking for her nail polish and molecularized to her destination. Damn, she was hot. "Tisk, tisk, Will. What would Jaleesa say?" Harry said. "She won't have anything to say if you keep your mouth shut," Will said. "I gotta get back to this crossword." He looked down at the Daily Prophet and continued to work on the crossword. "It's midnight, Ivy should be back on duty," Will said, looking at his watch. Harry glanced at his watch too. It was 12:01. At that second Ivy burst into the common room. "Sorry I'm late," she snapped while putting on her earpiece. She took her wand out and flicked it, causing her brown hair to fall down. "What's wrong?" Harry asked. "As much as I would love to hear about Ivy's date, I gotta go." "Bye," Will said, molecularizing out of the room. "I don't want to talk about it," Ivy said, plopping down in a chair next to Harry. "You won't feel better until you talk about it," Harry said. "You sound like my mom," Ivy grumbled. "Come on, tell me what's wrong," Harry said, putting down the book that he had been reading. "All right, it all started out when I was at my house, waiting for Alex to pick me up," Ivy said. "He was nearly 20 minutes late, and when he picked me up he seemed nervous. Well, he took me to a fancy French restaurant, and while after we were ordering our meals, I showed of my French-speaking abilities of course, and then when we were in the middle of dinner, bam. I think we should see other people." "He said that?" Harry asked in a hushed voice. "Yes, right when it was getting all romancy," Ivy exclaimed. "I can't believe he did that." "Well, what did you do?" "I threw my fork down, said, 'Fine.' And then I turned and started to walk towards the door, but then I turned around again and punched him in the nose." "It's not funny." Harry had practically fallen out of his chair from laughing too hard. Is he okay?" Harry gasped, still shaking from laughter. "I know how much your punches hurt." "Well, I think that when I had go. TTEN my coat they were calling an ambulance, but I'm sure he'll be fine," Ivy said. She sighed and sank back into her chair. "So, this is what it feels like to be single." "Yep. It sucks." "You've got that right," Harry said. "All right. I've told you how I got dumped," Ivy said. "Your turn." Harry shook his head. "Please. I'm begging you." She got down on her knees and gave Harry puppy eyes. "No. Please. No. Pretty please. What did I just say? Please." The next day at breakfast Ivy was busy checking out all the 7th and 6th year guys at Hogwarts. "He's kinda cute." "Oh wait, never mind, Ivy, give it a rest," Harry said. "Are we allowed to take a date to the dance?" Ivy asked. "No, Sphinx said that we aren't allowed to have a date. However, if someone asks us to dance we are allowed to," Jeff said. "I already asked." Ivy said, turning back to look at the boys. "Ivy, turn around and eat the donuts that Victoria dropped off today," Harry said, pulling Ivy back. "Are there any jelly filled?" Ivy asked. "I think that Brian already ate it, but take a look," Angelina said. Just then, Snuffles approached the table. He had a note attached to his neck. Harry made sure that no one was looking and then took it off. He slowly opened it and read, "Stealth. Meet me tonight at 1 a.m. in the Ollery. I have it. Snuffles. Harry folded the letter back up and put it in his cloak. Here's your schedule, Ivy said. Thanks, Harry replied. Damn, outside today. In this weather. Harry glanced at the window and saw that there was snow falling sharply outside. Well, we'd better get going. It was a little before 1 a.m. Harry had escaped from the Gryffindor common room by telling Ivy that he was going to go get coffee again. Sirius hadn't arrived yet. Harry looked around at the room that had a few owls looking down at him from their high perches. Harry glanced around some more, but jumped when he felt something land on his shoulder. He looked around and saw Hedwig. She was flapping up and down, apparently very happy to see him. Hedwig, Harry gasped. He stroked her white feathers and she nuzzled against Harry's head. Ah, I see you two have been reacquainted, said a voice behind Harry. Sirius had arrived. I was wondering what happened to her, Harry said. Is she working for the school now? Yes, Sirius said, patting Hedwig as well. You said that you have it, Harry said. Sirius reached into his pocket and pulled out the Marauder's map. It hadn't been wiped blank and Harry could see his name on the paper. Thank you, Sirius, this means a lot to me, Harry said. How have you been doing? Good, Sirius replied. I just wish that we didn't have to have all of this secrecy. Yeah, but don't worry, after I defeat Voldemort we'll be able to tell everything. You're defeating Voldemort? Sirius asked. Well, I am the dueling master, Harry said. And when you're the dueling master it usually means that you will be dueling. I know that, Sirius said. But, how? We have a special spell that can kill anything, immortal, mortal, you name it. The only reason no one has killed him yet is because it has to be shot straight into the eye. Oh, Sirius said. Harry patted Hedwig again. How are your parents? Sirius asked suddenly. They're good, Harry said. Dad's on a mission right now in Bangladesh. Mom is working as a greeter, but hence she's not working, she's at home taking care of Olivia and listening to Victoria play the violin. Your little sisters? Sirius asked. Was that one girl who brought those potions today your sister? Yep, that's Victoria, Harry said. She looks like Lily, but she's got your father's hair. Except longer, Sirius added. Yeah, and Olivia has Mom's hair. Harry said. He glanced at his watch. Sirius, I'd better be going. I told Ivy that I was going out to get coffee and it usually doesn't take this long to get coffee. All right, see you soon, Harry. Good night, Sirius. Date: December 25th. Christmas Day. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Fa la la la. Harry clamped his hand over Ivy's mouth. Geez, 1 second after midnight and you're singing more Christmas carols. You'll wake everyone up. I can't help it, I'm happy. Ivy exclaimed. It's Christmas, it's. Shut up. We know already. Harry said. I'm going to get some an Italian soda, do you want eggnog or something? Sure, what the hell? Ivy exclaimed. Don't forget to have them put extra whipped cream and a candy cane, got it. Harry finished, walking out the portrait hole. Instead of going to the Ord R to get coffee, Harry molecularized to the Shrieking Shack. Merry Christmas, Stealth, said Sirius, who was sitting at the table. Harry reached down to his wrist and pulled off his bracelet. He felt himself change back to his regular self. Merry Christmas, Sirius, I've got a present for you too, Sirius said. Wait, mine first. Harry reached up to his earpiece and said, I'd like to talk to James Potter. Dad. Harry. Merry Christmas. 1 minute, Dad. Harry took off his earpiece and handed it to Sirius. Harry had told his father about Sirius knowing about him. What's this? Sirius asked, looking a little stunned. Put it on. And talk into the microphone. Harry said. Sirius placed it over his ear and said, hello. There was a pause, and then he whispered, James. Harry smiled and said to Sirius. I'll be back in a few minutes. He left so they could have some time to catch up. When Harry returned to the Shrieking Shack, Sirius had tears of joy rolling down his face. I'll let you talk to your son now. He stuttered when he saw Harry reappeared, carrying 2 drinks. Hey, Harry said after he got his earpiece back. Harry, thank you for arranging this, James said. Yes, thank you, said his mother's voice in the background. We just wanted to tell you that we miss you, and that Jimmy is going to be dropping off your present. You're only getting one today, but when you return from the mission you'll be getting the rest. All right, Dad, Harry said. Thanks. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Harry. I love you. Love you too, bye. The earpiece went quiet. Thanks, Harry, Sirius said. It was the best Christmas present I have ever gotten. It was the least I could do, Harry said. Here's your present, Sirius said. He reached down and picked up a rather thin package. He handed it to Harry, who tore off the paper and saw. This is a picture of all of you when you were at Hogwarts, Harry said. Except Wormtail. Yeah, I removed him from the picture since, you know. Thanks, Harry said, still staring down at the picture. He glanced at his watch. I've been gone way too long, Sirius, Harry said. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Harry. Harry shrunk the picture so Ivy wouldn't get suspicious when she saw it. He put his bracelet back on and then he molecularized back to the common room. Ooh, this is nice, Ivy said when they walked into the Great Hall later that evening. There was white garland hanging from the walls and ceiling, and the tablecloths looked like giant snowflakes. There were fairies floating around. Like in the Yule Ball, instead of 4 giant tables there were several small tables positioned around the room. The band was already setting up. Dumbledore got the dragons, Ivy said. The Dragons are a famous wizard musical group that played swing, jazz, rock. Anything. They had played at Ashley's once. Cool, Harry said, putting on his sunglasses. Do you think anyone will ask you to dance? If they do, I'm going to turn them down, Ivy said. I am protesting against the pressure of having to be a couple. If I am to dance, then I am to be dancing alone. You're weird, Harry replied. Ivy punched him in the shoulder. Well, we'd better get in our positions before the ball starts, Harry said. Will, Angelina, and Sphinx were already there. A little while later, after everyone had finished eating, the ball started. Dragons started to play a swing dance. Harry saw Ivy swaying a little to the beat on the other side of the room. At around the second song, Harry spotted Ron and Hermione in the crowd, slow dancing. Harry smiled slightly. He was happy for his friends, he only wished that they knew who he really was. Hey Stealth, how's I going? Will and Angelina came up to him. It's going good, no casualties, Harry replied. Why don't you ask someone to dance? Angelina asked. I mean, there's nothing else to do. Yeah, but I'm not the best dancer. It's a slow dance, everyone can slow dance. Look over there at Ivy. She's slow dancing by herself, go dance with her. Harry raised an eyebrow. Go on, Will prompted. Harry rolled his eyes, but walked over to Ivy. Would you like to dance? Harry asked. I told you. I'm dancing by myself tonight, Ivy said, turning slightly pink. Well, then can I dance by myself really close to you? Harry asked. Ivy gave a lopsided smile. All right, you've convinced me. Fine. She took one hand in Harry's and put the other one on his shoulder. They revolved on the spot. Until the song ended. That was nice, Ivy said as soon as the dance ended. I'd better get back to dancing by myself now. People might think I gave up my protest. You're weird. So are you. Harry grinned, but then he heard a voice in his ear. Stealth. What? Harry asked. It was Brian's voice. There was a sound of struggling and he said. Death Eaters. They're attacking. Ivy, we have a situation, Harry said quickly. What? Harry leaned close to her ear and whispered, there are Death Eaters here. Brian just told me. He's the one guarding the gate. Go alert Dumbledore and the other teachers. Then put up a force field around everyone in this room, except for us. All right, Ivy said. She rushed off. Jalisa, Will, Sphinx, Harry said into his microphone. What? All 3 of them replied. We have a code red. Death Eaters are attacking the castle. Brian is trying to hold them off. Will, I need you to alert the people at the 3rd year and below party. Will the rest of you try and keep everyone calm and make them move to the back of the room? All right. What are you going to do? Angelina asked. I'm going to try and get in contact with Brian, try and see if he's all right. Then I'm going to go outside and see how much longer we have. Harry stopped, talking into his microphone and looked behind him. Ivy was signaling to the musical group on stage that they had to stop playing. Everyone, move to the back of the room if you please. Don't push. Just move closer to me. Why? Yelled out one person. Because if you don't, I'm going to kick your butt, that's why. Ivy snapped. Just move. Everyone, including the teachers, moved over to where Ivy was standing. Okay. Just wait a second. Ivy flicked her wand and muttered a few words, and a neon pink force field appeared around the entire group. Brian, Harry said into his microphone. All he got back was silence. Brian, can you hear me? I repeat, can you hear me? Nothing. Harry gave up trying and ran out of the Great Hall. Will, he said into his microphone. Is everyone all right down there? Yep, everything is peachy. Okay, come back up here along with Elsa. The next person who Harry called was Healer. We might need you soon, Harry said. Get out here, but stay back so you aren't injured as well. There was silence on the other end, but Harry was pretty sure that Healer had understood. Should we warn the school of what they might see? Ivy asked, coming up behind Harry. Yeah, I guess, Harry said. Okay. Everyone, Ivy said to the people within the force field. We have just gotten news that there are Death Eaters on the grounds. Please remain calm. The force field will block any curse. So you are absolutely safe. However, you might see some pretty graphic violence. Anyone who dislikes seeing blood, just don't watch. Thank why. Sphinx, Harry said. When this is done, and after we make sure that everyone is okay, you are to explain to the school about us being able to survive Avada Kedavra, Sphinx finished. I know. Now, we'd better get ready. Fast. Why? Harry asked. Because I can see through those walls, and the Death Eaters just entered the entrance hall. Harry spun around and put the X-ray vision on his sunglasses. Sure enough, the Death Eaters were creeping slowly down the hall, getting closer and closer to the Great Hall. We have visual, Harry heard Sphinx say into her microphone. I repeat, we have visual of the Death Eaters in the show. Suddenly, several Death Eaters jumped into the Great Hall and started shouting curses. A killing curse narrowly missed Harry's left ear as he shot Avada Kedavra back at the Death Eaters. One was hit in the face and fell down dead. Sphinx, Harry said into his microphone, while watching another Death Eater fall. Do you know if Voldemort is with them? I don't think so, Sphinx replied. Killing a Death Eater that was only 3 feet. Think these Death Eaters are on orders from him. HMPH, Harry said. He did a flip in order to avoid another killing curse. Harry glanced over his shoulder and saw Healer bending over someone. There was blood seeping over the ground. Harry didn't have time to find out who it was, because at that second he was hit on his cheek. He was knocked off his feet, but rolled over and hit a Death Eater that was quickly advancing on him. Suddenly a Death Eater that was standing at the doorway grabbed Ivy around the neck with his arm, and said, "Don't move. Or I'll kill her." Ivy rolled her eyes and flipped him over her head. I don't think so, she said, pointing her wand at him and killing him. How many more are there? Harry asked over his microphone. Only 7. 6. Elsa said in reply. Harry killed one of the remaining Death Eaters, and stunned another one, so he could bring her in for questioning. A few minutes later the remaining Death Eaters were dead. Harry then glanced back at the back of the room, where the force field still held the students and teachers. Almost everyone had a shocked look on their faces, and Harry could see a few people crying from fear. Anna, Harry said into his microphone. Is everyone down there still okay? Yes, Anna replied. All of the students are fine. No Death Eaters came. Good. I am going to send down 2 more agents so they can help bring the students to the Great Hall. Harry turned and looked at the room. There were about 20 bodies lying around. Harry flicked his wand at the bodies and they were instantly transported to the Order of the Phoenix. He flicked his wand again and the room changed back to its original state. Woo, Ivy said, coming up beside Harry. That was intense. No shit, Harry said sarcastically. By the way, did you know that your arm's off? Ivy glanced down. She jumped in surprise when she saw a bleeding stump instead of an arm. Crap, where'd it go? Ivy asked. You mean you didn't know? No. Did anyone see where my arm went? No one replied. While Ivy went off in search of her arm, Harry looked over to where Healer was crouched over someone. It was Will. He had a strange look on his face, and his shirt was stained with blood. Remain calm, Harry heard Healer say. It was the first time that Harry had ever heard Healer speak. He simply nodded. Harry knew that he didn't feel a thing. Oh my God, Will! Angelina exclaimed. She had a long cut on her cheek, but she ran over and crouched down beside Will. What happened? She asked. Healer didn't reply. She took Will's hand, at least the one that was still connected, and held it. Stealth, Ivy said. He turned and saw that she was reattaching her arm. Weren't you going to go check on Brian? Yeah, Harry said. He molecularized to the front gate, where he saw Brian's body lying in the mud. Harry turned him over and saw that he was out cold, and he had blood in various places. Harry conjured up a stretcher and loaded Brian's body onto it. He molecularized to the mission room's hospital wing. Healer, Harry said into his microphone. Brian is in the hospital wing. He's out cold and he looks pretty hurt. When you finish with we'll come here. Silence. Okay. Harry walked out of the room and found that the students from the dungeon party had arrived. They were looking around the room and at Will, who was still lying on the ground. Can't you stop the bleeding? Angelina asked. One of the only magical ways to stop bleeding, Sphinx said, counteracts with the no-pain potion. There are some nasty side effects. She has to stop the bleeding manually. Can I do anything to help? Angelina asked. Healer pointed to Will's arm. It was lying several feet away. Angelina reached over and pulled it toward her, then lifted it to Will's bleeding stump. She reattached it and Will smiled up at her. Then he gasped and gave a cry of pain. What's wrong? Angelina asked. He tightened his hold on her hand and gave another moan. Whoa, what time is it? Harry asked. It's a little after 9, why? Ivy replied. We took the no-pain potion around 9 this morning. The potion only lasts 12 hours. So it must be rubbing off. As Harry spoke, his cheek started to sting where the Avada Kedavra had hit him. Harry watched as Will gave another cry of pain, and his head rolled limply to the side. Will, Angelina exclaimed. We need to get him to the order, Healer said softly. This is too much for one healer to handle. Angelina nodded and squeezed Will's hand. She stayed with him as he was levitated onto a stretcher and transported him to the Order of the Phoenix. I'm going to go tell the school about our Avada Kedavra training, Sphinx said. Yeah, we're going to go take a quick search of the school and see if there are any Death Eaters still here. Yeah, okay. Then return to the common room. When Harry walked into the Great Hall the next day, all of the teachers gave him kind of a wary look, and didn't speak to him. Only Professor Dumbledore said, Good morning, Stealth. Good morning, Mr. Dumbledore, Harry replied. He waved his wand and a cup of orange juice appeared in his hand. How are you? Good, Professor Dumbledore replied. You can't complain, Harry replied while taking a sip of his juice. Suddenly the doors of the Ms. Scion room opened and Angelina walked through. A few of the teachers who had been chatting suddenly became quiet. How's Will? Harry asked softly. He's paralyzed from the waist down, Angelina snapped. How would you be? Harry's heart sank. I'm sorry, Jalisa, Harry said. No, Stealth, Angelina said. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bit your head off about Will. It's just that I haven't liked anyone as much as I've liked Will since. Yeah, that guy, Harry said. Harry remembered that Angelina and Fred had gone out for a little less than a year before she died. Is it permanent? Harry asked timidly. We don't know. One of the healers said that it was most likely just temporary and that she would contact me as soon as there was movement in his lower half. Well, that's good, Harry exclaimed. I'm sure you'll get that call soon. Angelina just smiled weakly. The two of them sat around and chatted for a bit until Anna entered the room. Hey Anna, Harry said. Is the Order going to be sending over replacements for Brian and Will? Brian had been seriously injured as well, and was still out cold. Yes, the new agents should be arriving sometime during breakfast, Anna said. I wonder who they'll send. Harry wondered aloud. Yeah, Jimmy arrived to drop off the potions and when he was walking through the door of the mission room he stopped in his tracks. What's the matter, Jimmy? Harry asked, drinking his no-pain potion. You'll see, Jimmy said. By stealth. He ran through the door and a minute later Sphinx came through the door. The replacements are here, Sphinx announced. A man with dark brown hair that was slicked back entered the room. A woman entered after him, and Harry dropped his fork onto his plate. What the hell are you doing here? Harry hissed. I'm going to be working here, replied Celeste. I'm going to be working here, Celeste replied. You, working here? No friggin' wah, Harry started, but at that second Victoria's voice appeared in Harry's ear. Merry belated Christmas, Victoria said. Guess what Mom and Dad got me for Christmas? Hold on, Vic, Harry said. He put his hand on his microphone and covered it so Victoria wouldn't hear what he was saying. "You'd better be glad that my little sister is talking to me, or else I would," Harry said. "Harry, are you there?" Victoria's voice said. "Yeah, I'm here. What did Mom and Dad get you for Christmas?" Victoria started going on and on and on about her many Christmas presents. At the end she heard the tiny voice of Olivia in the background. "Hold on Harry, Olivia wants to talk to you." Harry waited for a moment before Olivia, now 3 years old, said, "Hi Howie." "Hi Olivia. How are you?" Harry asked. "I'm good. Guess what?" "What?" "Mommy and Daddy got me a kitten," squealed happily. "It's pure white, except it has a yellow star on its head." "What did you name it Olivia?" Harry asked, buttering some toast. "I named it Sparkler," Olivia said. "Guess what else?" "What?" "Mommy got Jimmy a, car." "Do you mean a car?" "Yeah, that's it. I think it's weird looking, it doesn't have a roof." "Mom got Jimmy a convertible," Harry exclaimed. "I think so. But she got you something else too, but it's a secret." "That's great," Harry said. "Well, I'd better go Olivia. I love you." "Love you too." Harry said goodbye. At that second Ivy came into the room, spotted Celeste, gave a squeal, and ran up to her. Celeste squealed too and they both hugged. "I haven't seen you for ages," Ivy said. "I know. It's been, what, 2 months? 3. I don't care. It's just been far too long," Celeste replied. Harry rolled his eyes at Celeste's sugary sweet voice that he had heard too often in his life. "Oh my God. We have so much to talk about," Ivy said, conjuring up a chair and making Celeste sit down. "Now, do you have a new boyfriend?" Harry sort of blocked out Celeste and Ivy's voice after that. Harry watched from the corner of the If indoor common room as Ivy and Celeste talked by the fire. He had felt strangely alone since Celeste had arrived. She had begged and pleaded with Anna to spend one night in the Gryffindor common room so she and Ivy could catch up. Harry heard Ivy give a giggle and glance in Harry's direction. Harry quickly turned away and looked at the book that he was reading. Harry looked up as Ron, Hermione, Dean, Neville, and Seamus nervously approached him. Stealth," said Ron. This was the first time that Ron had talked to him since the Christmas incident. Of course, it was only the day after Christmas. So it wasn't that long. Hermione gave him a cold look. "Yes Ron," Harry replied. "We just wanted to know who that girl is. The one who is a replacement for Will O'Brien." "That's Celeste Roderick," Harry said shortly. "Okay, but who is she? Is she single?" Seamus asked eagerly. "She works at the Order of the Phoenix, she works in the same department that I do, and she's best friends with Ivy," Harry continued. "So can she survive the killing curse too?" Hermione asked coldly. Harry looked up at her. "Everyone in the Order of the Phoenix can survive the killing curse, Miss Granger," Harry replied. "We learned at a very young age, we were introduced to small portions of Avada Kedavra until we could throw off the curse entirely. Then why doesn't the Order of the Phoenix give this option to the public? More people would have lived that way," Hermione hissed. The 4 boys that were standing around her stared at her as though they had never seen anything quite like her. "Because it causes a lot of pain to the people who are trying to survive, and more people die than live," Harry lied. "Hell, my own childhood friend died that way. He had an overdose of Avada Kedavra when he wasn't ready and now he's 6 feet under the ground. The public wouldn't be able to handle that sort of power. We have been specially trained too." Hermione was silent, and then she just turned around. Dean ran to the 7th-year girls' dormitory. Sorry," Harry said after her. "Don't worry," Ron said softly. "She's just mad that, well, you can survive Avada Kedavra, but our best friend didn't." "Oh yes, Potter," Harry said. "Sorry about that. I forgot. It's not your fault," Ron said, looking after her. "Now, about Celeste," Seamus said. "I tried to talk to her earlier, but she just looked past me as though I wasn't there." "Do you know why?" Harry sighed. "She only looks at people unless they are a possibility. You know, if they're a possibility of being her boyfriend. Don't even bother asking her out if she hasn't noticed you." "How do you know that?" Dean asked. "Well, I'm an ex," Harry said, feeling his face getting red. Their mouths dropped open. "You went out with her?" Neville asked. "Yes," Harry said, looking away. "She's like an angel," Seamus said dreamily. "How old is she?" 18, Harry replied. Sigh, that's how old I am. Dream on Finnegan, Dean said. If IRL that gorgeous would go out with you, she would have to be blind. Seamus punched Dean in the shoulder. Shut up. Why'd she break up with you, Stealth? Ron asked. I'm going to go check up on Hermione, Harry said. He got out of his chair and started walking toward the girls' dorms. He walked up some stairs until he reached the 7th-year girls' dorm and knocked on the door. Hermione, he called. There was no reply, but Harry could hear a faint noise coming from the room. Harry knocked again, and pushed open the door. Hermione was sitting on her bed with her head in her arms. She was shaking and sobbing. Hermione, what's the matter? Harry asked, rushing over and sitting next to her. Just go away, Stealth, Hermione managed to sob. No, I want to know what's wrong with you, Harry said stubbornly. Hermione started sobbing again. Go. I'm sorry, Hermione, but I'm worried about you, and I'm not leaving until you tell me what's wrong. Hermione pulled her tear streak. Face up so it was level with Harry's, or rather, Stealth's. It's just that you are so. Hermione started to cry again. Is it because we can survive Avada Kedavra? Harry whispered. Hermione slowly nodded. Listen, if we could, we would have everyone in the world able to survive Avada Kedavra. But the truth is, we can't. Too many people would die by just trying, Hermione. But, why couldn't you just have taught, Harry? Hermione sobbed. Harry sucked in a deep breath and prepared to tell some major lies. Because if we were going to do that, people would start asking, why didn't we do that for his parents? And to tell you the truth, we did give people the option to survive the killing curse 500 years ago. But no one wanted to, so we stopped. But now you need to, but you can't, Hermione finished. She gave a watery sigh. I just wish that he was alive so much. She put her head back in her hands and started to sob. Oh, Hermione, Harry said. Please don't cry. I sobbed, can't help it, Hermione cried. From what I've heard, Harry sounds like he was a really nice guy. He sounds like he always put his friends first. He wouldn't want you to be crying over him 2 years after he died. Stay out of it, Hermione snapped. It's true, Harry exclaimed. Harry sounds like the kind of person who would want you to forget about him. Hermione finished. She had lifted her head out of her hands again and was looking at Harry with a mixture of anger and sadness. Don't even say that. There is no way in hell that I am going to forget about him. I wasn't going to say that, Harry said. I was going to say that Harry sounded like the kind of person who would want you to move on with your life. He would want you to follow your dreams and move on, no matter how stupid that sounds to you. Hermione was silent. Hermione, you shouldn't regret all of the times that you could have been with him, but you weren't, Harry continued. You should be happy about all of the fun times you had with him. Hermione gave a small smile. Harry timidly put his arm around her and gave a small hug. Then he stood up and started to walk down to the common room. Hey, Stealth, Hermione called. Yes, Hermione, Harry replied. Thanks. Harry smiled in return and went back down. Hey people, Sphinx said the next morning at breakfast. Guess who's coming to Hogwarts in tomorrow? Superman, Ivy exclaimed. Celeste gave a small smile. Sadly, no, said Eric sarcastically. Eric was the other replacement. He was about 20 years old and he was always sarcastic and mean. Harry had a feeling that he was somehow related to Severus Snape, but he didn't say anything. No, Sphinx said. It's the minister. The remaining 9 of them groaned. Didn't he learn his lesson the last time he came here? Angelina asked. Apparently not, Celeste said with a twisted smile. Eric was gazing at her in rapture. Once again, we have to be, blah, 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 Sphinx said while reading off Ali. Tea that Sarge had sent over with the potions. This sucks, why does he have to barge in on the Order of the Phoenix's business? Ivy complained. Don't ask me, Harry replied. He turned to Sphinx and asked, what are our shifts today? Ellipsis. The next day Harry was getting really fed up. Everywhere he went he was asked more questions about Celeste. All of the boys were in love with her, and she didn't give them a glance. Every morning Harry had to sit at the table and watch as Celeste opened love letters from her many admirers. From what Harry had heard, Celeste hadn't gotten a new boyfriend, aka a new victim. On Harry's day off, which was also the day that the minister was going to arrive, Harry was awoken by an owl pecking at him in the forehead. He shooed the owl away after he had gotten his letter. It was from Seamus Finnegan, asking if he knew what kind of flowers Celeste preferred. Harry crumpled up the letter and got out of his bed in the mission room. He angrily went up to the door and tried to pull it open. It wouldn't budge. Harry pulled as hard as he could, and rattled the knob. Someone had locked him in. He gave an angry sigh and pulled harder on the door. Harry heard Ivy's annoying giggle. "Push, dipshit," she yelled. Harry pushed the door and it opened easily. Celeste and Ivy were both smirking at him as he sat down, and Angelina had her hand over her mouth so he couldn't see her laughing. Harry looked at the teacher's table and saw that none of the teachers were there. "I think that the teachers are off greeting Fudge," Angelina said. "And I think all that gel has permanently affected your brain." Ivy giggled. Harry picked up his spoon with scrambled eggs in it and shot it at Ivy. She ducked, and it hit Celeste in the back of the head. "Ack!" Celeste exclaimed, feeling the mushy goop in her hair. She picked up a slice of banana and flung it at Harry. He ducked too and it hit Sphinx on the side of the face. All of the students were watching them in interest. Sphinx turned her head and glared at Celeste. Ivy started giggling as the color drained from Celeste's face. "This means war," Sphinx said. She picked up some oatmeal and flung it at Celeste. It hit her in the forehead. Angelina picked up a spoonful of scrambled eggs and flung it at Eric. He gave an angry yell, jumped up, and flung his toast at Angelina, but she shrunk down in her chair and it hit Anna. Anna retaliated by throwing several Cheerios at Eric, but it missed and they bounced onto the Slytherin table. Food started to splatter the walls around the agent's table. A piece of toast went flying onto Draco Malfoy's plate, and it splattered his oatmeal onto his robes. He frowned as some eggs went flying past and hit Goyle in the face. The agents were getting covered in food. The people at the Slytherin table had started throwing food back at the agents, although several students started throwing food at each other. Finally Ivy stood up and shouted, "Food fight." Only 2 words could describe what happened next. Absolute mayhem. Food was flying everywhere. The walls were splattered with orange juice, scrambled eggs, and pancakes. Through the crowd Harry saw Ron dump a platter of pancake syrup on Malfoy's head. Several people were cowering under the tables. "Oh stealth," said Ivy behind him in a sing-song voice. Harry noticed that she was holding a bowl of oatmeal, and she dumped it on Harry's head. It trickled down onto Harry's face and on his shirt. Ivy was laughing her head off. Harry reached down and picked up a plate of scrambled eggs. He lifted it up. "Oh no, stealth, you wouldn't do that to me, would you?" Ivy asked sweetly. Harry smiled and dumped the plate onto her hair. She closed her eyes as they went off her hair and onto her shirt. "That is so not funny," she said. Harry grinned. Ivy reached up to Harry's gelled and oatmealed hair and pulled off some of the goop. She smashed it into Harry's face instead. The both of them were laughing so hard that they could hardly breathe. Harry was hit in the back of the head with a flying pancake, but before he could move Sphinx yelled out, "Everyone, be quiet." The room went deathly quiet, and a few people froze in the middle of throwing their food. From outside the Great Hall the voices of Cornelius Fudge and the other teachers could be heard. "Oh shit," whispered Ivy. "Everyone, in your seats," Sphinx exclaimed. Everyone rushed to their tables as Sphinx and the rest of the agents waved their wands, making the food disappear from the walls and floor. "Yes Cornelius, we are very aware of their power. To survive the, Professor Snape was saying." He pushed open the door and looked around the room that was still deathly silent. He looked suspiciously around the room at all of the students. "What's going on?" asked the Professor McGonagall. "Has something happened?" "No," said all of the students. McGonagall glared around the room, looking at everyone suspiciously. Now, Minerva," said Professor Dumbledore with a twinkle in his eye. "They are just showing respect for the Minister of Magic." The students nodded in agreement. "Now, I suggest that we continue our walk of the grounds and discuss some school matters," Professor Dumbledore said. McGonagall took one last look around the room and closed the doors to the Great Hall. Ivy was the first person to start laughing, but a second later everyone in the room had joined in. The next weekend there was a trip to Hogsmeade. The minister had decided to stay at Hogwarts so he could watch the Order of the Phoenix in action. Harry, Ivy, Celeste, Angelina, Eric, and Anna were going to the village to watch the students. Harry was walking down the icy path to Hogsmeade when he was hit in the back of the head with a snowball. "Hey stealth," Ivy yelled, scooping up another handful of snow. Come here. Harry rolled his eyes when he saw Celeste walking beside Ivy. Do you two go everywhere together? Harry replied while blocking another snowball. Yes, that's what friends do, Celeste replied scathingly. Harry rolled his eyes again. So Stealth, whatcha doing? Ivy asked. Walking to Hogsmeade, obviously, Harry replied, turning around. Walk with us, Ivy commanded. Harry didn't object, but he didn't exactly feel like hearing the two of them having girl talk. Guess who Celeste has her eye on, Ivy said slyly. I don't give a shit, Harry replied. No, that is incorrect, Ivy said in an announcer voice. The correct answer is Draco Malfoy. Harry made a look of disgust. Don't give me that look, he is dreamy, Celeste said. The only thing that matches his beauty is his stupidity, Harry said. Trust me, I know. HMPH, Celeste said. Well, there's only one problem. And what's that? Harry asked coldly. He has a girlfriend, Ivy finished. That pansy girl, or whatever her name is. And now we're trying to work up a plan that will make Draco fall madly in love with Celeste, Ivy said. She put her arm around Harry's shoulder and said, care to help? Harry burst out laughing. When he was finally able to talk again he gasped, I'm sorry, what was the question? Celeste frowned at him and said, will you help us try and get Malfoy to fall madly in love with me? I don't think so. Oh come on, Celeste said, putting her arm around Harry too. Don't make us beg. No, no, and no, Harry said, shrugging them off of his shoulders. You're on your own. Fine, we'll just have to get him ourselves. You do that, Harry muttered under his breath. He continued to walk down the path until he reached the village of Hogsmeade. Harry pushed the door of the small pub open and walked inside. It was crowded with Hogwarts students. In the back of the room he could see Angelina sitting alone at a table. He walked over. Any news about Will yet? He asked softly. Nope, the last thing I heard was that his legs still weren't moving. Angelina replied, sipping on her butterbeer. Well, I'm sure that they'll call sometime soon, Harry said. Patting Angelina on the arm. Yeah. At that moment Ivy and Celisand walked up to Harry and Angelina's table. Are you two going to ask Angelina if she wants to help you seduce Draco Malfoy? Harry asked. Angelina looked confused. No Stealth, Celeste said icily. We're coming to invite you to play Truth or Dare, but if you're going to be mean. I haven't played that for ages. Angelina said. Let's go. She got up from the table and followed Celeste outside, but Harry remained in his seat. Come on Stealth, Ivy said, pulling Harry up out of his chair. Let's go. I'm not going to play. Harry said, trying to pull out of Ivy's grasp. She dragged Harry outside into the cold air and into an alley by the pub. Harry looked around and saw that Hermione, Ron, Seamus, Pansy Parkinson and Draco Malfoy were already there. All right Jalisa, Ivy said. Truth or Dare? Truth. Ivy said thoughtfully. Was Will the first person you ever dated? You know, like, seriously dated. Angelina arched her eyebrow and said, no. Who was the first? One question, Harry interrupted, knowing that Angelina wasn't allowed to say that she had gone out with Fred. One question only. Yeah, Ivy said. Okay Jalisa, your turn to ask the perhaps fatal question. It could jeopardize the future of Stealth, Truth or Dare. Angelina said before Ivy could continue. Dare, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Angelina gave an evil-looking grin and said, I dare you to go jump in that lake. She was pointing to a lake that was in a park barely visible from where they were sitting. You can always say, chicken, if you're too scared, Celeste said. I'm not scared, Harry said. He stood up and pulled off his cloak and handed it to Angelina. He was ONLY wearing a dark blue t-shirt with the Nike sign on it and a pair of black pants. We should go with him to see if he does it, Ron said. For all we know he could just dump a bucket of water on his head and say that he jumped in the lake. Yeah, Pansy said. Let's go. The 8 people followed Harry to the edge of the lake, where he pulled off his shoes and socks. He put his foot in the easing cold snow and walked slowly to an icy rock that jutted over the lake. Jump, 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 Seamus yelled, pumping his fist in the air. Harry did a cannonball into the lake. He swam back to the rock and climbed out of the icy cold lake into the freezing cold snow. Ivy was laughing her head off. Harry wrapped his arms around himself and tried to warm himself up. JJ Jalisa, where's my cloak? Harry asked, his teeth starting to chatter. Jalisa, who was hiding a smile, handed Harry the cloak. He was immediately warmed, for the cloak had a special heating device. Okay Stealth, Ivy said. Your turn, Stealth, said a quiet voice in Harry's ear. He recognized it to be Celeste's. Please dare Draco to kiss me. Harry frowned. I'll give you 20 galleons. Malfoy, Harry said. Truth or dare? Dare, Malfoy sneered. All right, I dare you too. Harry glanced at Celeste and she raised her perfectly plucked eyebrows at Harry. Kiss Celeste. Is that it? Draco said. You should have done that for me, Seamus said, leaning over to whisper to Harry. Fine. Draco leaned over to Celeste and kissed her on the lips. Ivy covered her mouth to keep from laughing aloud. Pansy gave Drive ACO a cold look when he had pulled away from the kiss. Celeste looked a little giddy. Okay, Draco said, moving on. Granger, Truth or Dare? Ellipsis. An hour later the game had expanded to almost 20 people. So far, Harry had kissed Ginny Weasley, dared Ivy to flash a group of old men in a house, and been dared to turn invisible and knock Snape off of his feet. When Hermione's turn to ask the question came around she turned to Harry. Stealth, Truth or Dare? Truth, Harry replied. Hermione said, putting her chin in her hand. What is your real name? Harry felt the color drain from his face. What? Come on, you don't really expect us to believe that your first name is Stealth, do you? Ron asked. Spill. My name, Harry said, searching around in his mind for the name that he had chosen. Is stealthy wealthy scaredy warty to admit that his name is, Ivy said. Corwin, said everyone incredulously. Corwin, Harry said. Ivy, I can't believe that you told them that. Secretly, he was thanking her. Your name is Corwin, Hermione said. Corwin Wilson, Harry said. Everyone used to call me Corey, then I got the nickname Stealth. Corwin, Ron snorted. But if Anion, calls me that I swear all, your turn to ask. Celeste said quickly. A few more turns later it was Ivy who was asking the questions. With a wicked grin on her face and a mischievous glint in her eye, she said, Corwin I mean. Stealth Truth or Dare? Harry had been avoiding truth whenever Ivy asked a question, so he said, Dare. Ivy's smile got wider. I dare you to tell us why Celeste broke up with you. Harry arched an eyebrow. He's not going to, Celeste cut it. I can tell you that. Now, Harry said. It's not your decision Celeste. Come on, tell us why Celeste broke up with you. Ivy said impatiently. She didn't, Harry said simply. Ivy frowned, and Celeste got a murderous look in her eye. What do you mean, she didn't? Ron asked. One question, Celeste interrupted. She didn't break up with me. Harry said. I broke up with her. Ivy's mouth dropped open. Ron raised his eyebrows in surprise. No way, Ivy said. Celeste wouldn't lie to me, she's my best friend. She wouldn't. Ivy turned to look at Celeste. Would you? You have no idea what it's like to be me. Celeste cried in her defense. I have a reputation too. You lied to me. And you told everyone else that you had broken up with him and you made him stick to your story. Ivy, that is so stupid of you. Ivy burst out. Who cares if someone breaks up with you? I care, Celeste exclaimed. You know what, Ivy? Our friendship is over. If you don't, I don't care. Just go, Ivy yelled. Without a glance back, Celeste turned around and stomped off. Suddenly, Draco Malfoy turned to Pansy and said, I think we should see other people. Pansy gave a shocked squeal as Draco stood up and ran after Celeste. Well, at least she got what she wanted, Ivy grumbled. Yeah, Harry replied. Vy and Celeste didn't talk to each other for a week. Whenever one of them entered the room, the other pretended that no one was there. Celeste and Draco were dating now, and whenever Ivy saw the two of them together she glared. It's my fault that they're together. She exclaimed angrily that evening when Harry and her were watching the Gryffindors. If I hadn't suggested that we play Truth or Dare, in order to get Draco to notice her they wouldn't even be together. Harry simply nodded, not wanting to argue with anyone at that time. Harry had just received news that Voldemort was getting more Death Eaters. Almost as fast as the Order of the Phoenix was killing them. That meant that Voldemort was getting stronger as well. The next morning at breakfast, after Victoria had dropped off the potions, Snuffles walked up to the Order of the Phoenix table with a note tied to his neck. Harry took the letter and slipped it into his cloak. Then he patted Snuffles on the head and fed him a piece of toast. After Snuffles had munched on the toast, he went back over to the teacher's table and sat down next to Remus. Harry opened the note under the table. It said, "Stealth, meet me at the Shrieking Shack at midnight tonight. I want to tell you something. Snuffles." Harry crumpled up the note and made it disappear. He spent the rest of the morning watching Celeste and Ivy glare at each other from the corner of their eyes. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Harry said later that night. He had just molecularized to the Shrieking Shack and found Sirius sitting at the table in the rundown kitchen. "Fudge," Sirius said simply. "Well, I prefer brownies, but if you insist." Harry joked. Sirius rolled his eyes. "You know what I mean," Sirius said. "The minister. What about him? I overheard the teachers talking to Fudge. Fudge was saying the Hay Order of the Phoenix screws up, he's calling in unspeakables to remove you. Now, I don't know much about the Department of Mysteries, but I do know that you do not want to cross paths with a worker from there. Don't worry about it, Sirius, everyone in the Order of the Phoenix is twice as strong as any unspeakable. Besides, we have several ex-unspeakables working for the Order." Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Just be careful, and don't slip up. And don't try and threaten the minister again. That last time was a fiasco." "Okay. Oh, and Saint Ealth, or should I say Corwin," a grin flashed across Sirius's face. My, news sure does travel fast at Hogwarts," Harry said. Sirius gave a laugh and said, "How did you come up with that name?" Sirius asked through his laughter. "I didn't, my friend Max did," Harry replied. "She came up with my whole name." Sirius grinned. "Well, Corwin, you should probably be getting back to your post." Yeah, Harry replied. "Good night, Sirius." "Good night, Corwin." Harry scowled and molecularized back to the Gryffindor common room. The next day, when Harry went down to breakfast, he found Will sitting at the agent's table. He was sitting in a wheelchair, and was talking happily to Angelina. "Will," Harry exclaimed. "How are you doing?" "Could be worse," Will replied, flashing a smile at Harry. "How are you?" Good, Harry said. "Are you going to be returning to work at Hogwarts?" "Nope, I'm just staying here for part of the I missed Jalisa." Will lifted himself out of the wheelchair slightly and kissed Angelina on the cheek. "Besides, I can't manage all these stairs in this, even if it is magical." Will motioned to the wheelchair. "Yeah," Harry said. "Have you talked to Max?" "A little. She came and visited me in the hospital," Will replied, sipping on some coffee that he had conjured. "Sean came and visited too, but his head rolled away in the middle of the visit and he had to go look for it." Harry gave a chuckle and poured himself some coffee. Then Cedric came out of the mission room and sat down. At around 9 o'clock Jimmy came and dropped off the potions. After everyone had drank their potions, Jimmy tapped Harry on the shoulder and said, "Come into the mission room, there's something I need to tell you." Harry followed Jimmy into the mission room. "I need to talk to you face to face." Jimmy continued. "Take off the bracelet." Harry magically locked the door to the room and took off his bracelet. He felt his face change instantly. "Is something wrong?" Harry asked. "No, not really," Jimmy said. It's just that, Mom. Is something wrong with Mom?" Harry asked urgently. "No, she's actually quite happy," Jimmy said. "It's just that, she's pregnant." "She's what?" Harry asked. "Pregnant," Jimmy repeated. "Number 5 is on the way. She and Dad just told us this morning." Victoria fainted. "It was actually quite funny." "How far along is she?" Harry asked. "About 2 weeks," Jimmy replied. He glanced at his watch. "Listen, I've got to go. I have to go on a mission in about 20 minutes, and I can't be late." "Okay, bye Jimmy," Harry said. "See ya." Jimmy walked through the transporter and disappeared. Harry stood, stunned, for a moment before he pulled on his bracelet and stumbled out of the room. "What was that all about?" Ivy asked when Harry had sat down. "My mom," Harry said in a dazed voice. "Is something wrong?" Ivy asked in a concerned voice. "No, she's pregnant," Harry said slowly. Ivy nearly spit out the toast she had been eating. "She's pregnant," Ivy squealed. "That's wonderful." "Yeah," Harry said. "You're going to be a big brother to 4 other people now." Ivy exclaimed. By the way, how's Olivia? She is so cute. Harry gave a chuckle. Olivia's fine. Good. Well, anyway, have your parents thought of a name for the baby yet? They have a while until they have to choose, Harry replied, looking down at the bowl of oatmeal that he had been eating. She's only 2 weeks. So, it's never too soon to start planning, Ivy said. Then she started listing names that she favored. Harry kind of droned out after that, thinking what it was going to be like with a new little sister or brother. Will had decided to stay for the rest of the day. The teachers all kind of flocked around him, saying how brave he was. The Creevy brothers actually asked for Will's autograph. Right before everyone was excused to go to the dormitories or to go to their posts, something odd happened. Sarge arrived through the door of the mission room. She had only came to Hogwarts twice, once at the beginning to see how they were doing, and the second time to deliver the news about Sean's death. Harry expected to see another Blackie in her hand, but instead she had a vivid green envelope. Agent 97, she said. I think you should take a look at this. She handed the letter to Harry, who opened the envelope and pulled out a blood-red piece of paper. A snake picture was the border for the paper, and as Harry stared at it, the snake slithered around and started to form words. To whomever it may concern, the snake wriggled again, and it formed the following sentences. Right now, perhaps right under your very nose, hundreds of Death Eaters are traveling to places all over this planet. They are spreading my evil everywhere that I command them to. Perhaps you think that Hogwarts is the safest place to be during this madness, that there is no way that Hogwarts could be obliterated, for they are under the watchful eyes of Agent S from the Order of the Phoenix, whose tales of power have reached even the most remote places of this planet. However, you are wrong. At this very moment a deadly creature is making its way to your precious school. The only way that you will be able to find out what my next move is, you have to kill the beast and recover the clue. Or else, if you were to fail this task, the school is doomed, as well as everyone in it. Play my game. Remember, all the information you need about this beast is in this letter, as well as how to recover the clue. Farewell. L.V. Someone needs to work on his punctuation, Ivy said, looking over Harry's shoulder. I mean, look, he has capitals in places he doesn't need them, and this coming from the girl who skips half of her classes, Harry said. Will then looked over Harry's other shoulder. I think that his poor punctuation has something to do with the clue, Will said. If Brian was here he would be able to figure it out in an instant, because he's the master of logic, but now we have to. At least we already know that the initials at the bottom of the page stand for Lord Voldemort, Ivy grumbled. A worried whisper rushed around the Great Hall. Professor Dumbledore, Cedric called. We need you to keep all of the students here as a precaution. Of course, Professor Dumbledore said. All of the teachers started muttering to each other. What about you-know-who? I wonder why we're all supposed to stay here. Will they be serving more food? Brian was still staring intently at the piece of paper. Runaspore, he muttered suddenly. Pardon, Ivy said. Runaspore. That's the beast that Voldemort is sending, Will said. He looked up at Ivy. A Runaspore is a 3-headed snake. They're orange and black, and about 6 or 7 feet long. The right head is extremely poisonous. Well, we've dealt with snakes before, why should this one be any different? Jaleesa said, remembering the extra lessons she had taken about magical creatures. Besides, Runaspores aren't usually that mean, are they? No, not usually. But if they are mixed with the Dark Lord, who knows what's going to happen? True, Harry said. By the way, how did you figure that out? Well, all of the capital letters spell out Runaspore. But then the second word is heart. Heart, said the other agents. Heart, Will repeated. I suppose that is where the clue is going to be. Yeah, Harry said. So we have to try and not do that much damage to the Runaspore because we don't want to ruin the clue. Precisely, hissed 3 voices that it seemed only one Ogolin. A looked up from the paper and stared toward the door. Remember, Harry transferred the knowledge of Parseltongue into Angelina. Sitting there was an enormous snake. The vividly orange scales seemed to glow. The 3 heads swerved around, their red eyes glowing maliciously. Harry was sure that they had had an engorgement charm put on them, for Brian had said they were only 6 or 7 feet long. This snake was over 20 feet long, and extremely thick around. Oh my God, said Ivy, her mouth dropping open. Everyone, get out your wands, Harry said slowly, trying hard to keep from speaking Parseltongue on accident. Elsa, go put up barriers around the students. Elsa slipped out of her chair and quickly walked over to the closest table. She muttered something under her breath and a force field appeared around the table. The snake gave an angry hiss and rammed its enormous tail against the barrier. It gave an electrical shock to the Runnispor's tail. All three of the heads gave an angry yell and whipped their tail around. Before Elsa could prepare herself, she was hurled into the wall. She slumped to the ground, her head starting to bleed. Healer ran over to Elsa, while Ivy ran and started to put more force fields around the tables. She dodged the tail of the Runnispor and put one last force field around the teacher's table. Try and kill the right head first. Will yelled. That's the one with the poisonous one. The remaining agents scattered around the room, shouting spells at the enormous snake. Harry hit the right head with Avada Kedavra, but the Runnispor's scales were so hick that the spell only made a bit of a dent. That made the enormous snake really mad. His right head shot forward and snapped angrily at Harry. He rolled out of the way and shot another spell at the right head. On your right, stealth, Angelina yelled while sending another charm at another head. Harry flipped out of the way, narrowly avoiding another head that was attempting to bite him. Harry yelled out the severing charm. And it did the trick. The head of the middle snake was blown off and fell to the floor, spouting blood everywhere. The two remaining heads gave cries of pain and swung their tail around again. The Gryffindor students screamed as the tail rammed against the force field. Then the Runnispor flung its tail the other way and caught Eric by surprise. The snake's tail coiled around his waist and he was lifted into the air, kicking and screaming. Stop your wailing, Harry heard the right-headed snake hiss. Harry watched as the tail tightened around Eric's waist and he heard the cracking of bones. Eric started wailing louder and louder. Suddenly the Runnispor flipped Eric into the air and the left head caught him in his enormous fanged mouth. Harry winced slightly as the head snapped his jaws shut and swallowed Eric whole. Ew. Harry heard Ivy wail. Everyone. Harry yelled. Severing charms. Now. They all shouted out severing charms and one of the heads was blown off. Finally. The only head left was the poisonous one. It gave a look and Harry heard it hiss. Finally, I am rid of those two morons. Harry aimed his wand at the final head and yelled the severing charm. The third and final head was blown off, and the Runnispor's tail went limp. I don't like snakes anymore, Ivy whispered. Same here, replied Harry. It ate Eric. Angelina mumbled, her hands clamped over her mouth. Do you think he's still alive in there? Nah, Sphinx said. If being eaten alive didn't kill him, the shards of broken bones inside him will. Angelina gave a whimper. Now there's only one thing to do, Sphinx said. She waved her wand and a sword appeared in her hand. She slowly walked up to Harry and said, have fun. What? Harry said. You have to get the clue, Sphinx said. Why me? Harry exclaimed. Because, this Runnispor has to do with Voldemort, and anything dealing with him is your business. Harry stared at her. Can I have someone help me? Harry finally asked. Sure, choose someone. Quote. Harry looked around the room. Ivy. What? Ivy exclaimed. No way. I am not butchering up a snake just to get a. Harry flicked his wand and a sword appeared in Ivy's hands too. This is so not fair. Life's not fair, sweetie, said Anna, who was looking at one of the severed heads. Best do it fast and get it over with. But, come on, Harry said. So, that clue is actually in its heart? Ivy asked, wrinkling her nose. Yep, not that sappy. Oh. It was in your heart all along, but you just had to find out for yourself, kind of thing. Nope. Ivy gave a groan. Harry walked up to the snake and stuck his sword into the body and cut the snake open. That smells disgusting, Ivy said, clamping her hands over her nose. Ivy, light your wand and see if you can see its heart. Harry said, watching the blood pour out of the body. I don't see squat, Ivy said after the wand had been lit. Damn, Harry said. He pulled off his cloak and threw it to the side. He opened the bloody wound a little wider. What are you doing? Ivy said. Harry didn't answer, but instead stuck his arm into the snake's still warm body. Oh my god, I think I'm going to hurl, Ivy said. Hold the light over the cut, Harry commanded. Ivy squinted her eyes, but moved forward slightly. Why the hell do you have to do that? Ivy said. Well, I don't see you doing it, Harry snapped. He felt around and then pulled his arm out. It was covered in goop and blood. Ew, Ivy said, looking at his arm in disgust. Harry looked and saw that the students were looking at the two of them. We need to make the wound bigger, Harry said. Ivy, cut it open some more. Ivy gave him a look. Now, Ivy took her sword and plunged it into the body too. After the wound was bigger, Harry reached in again and finally felt something that Harry knew didn't belong in a body. It was stuck in something. Harry pulled and tugged, but he couldn't get it out. Ivy, I can't. Oh, for Pete's sake, let me, Ivy snapped. Harry pulled his arm out and watched as Ivy raised her wand and said, Accio Runaspor's heart. The heart went flying out of the body, and into Ivy's arms. She screamed and dropped it on the floor. Coming out of the heart was a necklace that had a tiny bottle at the end of it. Inside the bottle was a note. Harry reached down and yanked the bottle out of the heart and then walked over to the agent's table. He dropped the necklace into Sphinx's hands. Good job, Stealth, now go get cleaned up. Sphinx eyed the blood and goop that was still all over Harry's arm. We'll take care of this. I hate to run, Will said. Well, I hate to roll, but I told my roommate that I'd be home soon. Not that he really cares, he muttered under his breath. He pecked Lena on the cheek one last time and molecularized out of Hogwarts. That's it, Ivy said, stepping over the enormous heart that was lying on the ground. I am never going near another snake again. I used to like them but not now. The next day all of the agents were sitting at their table when the door to the mission room opened and the two new replacement agents walked in. Harry instantly recognized the first one. Max, you're replacing Elsa, Harry exclaimed. Yep, Max replied. Even though Harry hadn't seen Max since Sean's funeral, he knew that she hadn't changed one bit. Her curly brown hair was in a high ponytail and she was wearing a shirt that said, Girls are angels, on the front, and, treat them like it, on the back. Harry then looked at the boy who had walked in after Max. He looked about 19 years old. And had dirty blonde hair and a crooked nose. Oh my God, Harry heard Celeste exclaim from the other side of the table. Forgetting that she was mad at Ivy, she exclaimed, Ivy, isn't that, Alex? Yes, Ivy said coldly. But I thought that he was a muggle, Harry interrupted. So did I, Ivy replied. She pushed back her chair and marched up to Alex and hissed, What the hell are you doing here? I'm replacing Eric, said Alex coolly. Why didn't you tell me that you were a wizard, let alone an agent? Ivy asked. The same me you were a witch, Alex said. HMPH, Ivy said. Well, I see that you haven't gotten together with someone, Alex said. Oh really? How? You aren't your usual spunky self, Alex continued. And you haven't mentioned your new boyfriend. You always talked about me. Well, as a matter of fact, I have a new boyfriend, Ivy said icily. Oh really? Who is this boyfriend of yours? Harry saw Ivy freeze and he instantly knew that Ivy didn't really have a new boyfriend. It's, Ivy leaned forward and whispered something into Alex's ear. Alex's eyes flashed over to the agent's table and he said, Really? Prove it. Ivy shrugged and walked over to where Harry was sitting. She leaned forward, put her arms around Harry's neck, tilted her head, and kissed him on the lips. Everyone at the table started catcalling, and several of the students started clapping. Use tongue on me and I'll kill you, Ivy said against Harry's mouth. Funny, I was just about to say the same to you, Harry replied. Over Ivy's shoulder Harry saw Alex glare at them and storm out of the room. As soon as the door slammed, Ivy and Harry pulled away from each other. What the hell was that? Harry exclaimed. Sorry, Ivy said, but I had to lie and say that you were my boyfriend. Why? Harry asked. Just because, Ivy exclaimed. And from now on, whenever Alex is in the room, we have to pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend. When Ivy and Harry were in the common room, everyone kept glancing over in their direction and smirking. The evening after the kiss, people were coming up to Harry and Ivy, congratulating them for getting together, even though at that time a day ago they had been avoiding Harry and Ivy after that fiasco with the Runaspore. Harry was getting quite annoyed telling people that Ivy and him were only pretending to be together in order to make Alex jealous. Ron still winked at Harry and gave him a mischievous smile. By the next morning the two of them were so sick of each other that they could hardly sit next together at breakfast the next morning. But when Alex walked in, Harry leaned over and pecked Ivy on the cheek and whispered incoherently into her ear. She gave a fake giggle and turned back to her breakfast. Alex scowled and sat down across from them, looking up ever so often. Harry heard giggles from the house tables. Harry rolled his eyes slightly, and turned to Sphinx. What did the new clue say? Harry asked, putting some cinnamon onto his oatmeal. The clue. Well, what? Ivy asked. There are 3 music notes. Sphinx said. We don't know what they're for or when we'll have to use them. There's a short message. At the bottom too. I've made a copy of the message for each of us. It's a good thing that everyone here can read music, Max said. Today she was wearing a shirt that simply S. 8 security and her hair was in wild curls around her face. How's Brian? Angelina asked, looking up. Will he be returning to our group or what? The last thing we heard he only had one eye, and he has to have his broken leg healed the Muggle way, Percy said. I feel so sorry for him and his family, Max said. She sighed and started picking at her toast. Yeah, well, the healing department is going to get him a new eye that looks and acts just like his old one. As for his leg, well, we get the point, Alex said. May we see the clue? Sphinx flicked her wand and the papers appeared in front of everyone. Harry looked down at it and saw that it had the same snake-like writing. When the werewolf howls, the moon has risen at this late hour of the night. But the beast vanishes at sun's first light. The wall shall open at the sound of the bell, the glass, and the chime. Hope and pray that you do this all in time. The snake slithered to the border of the page, just as a word oozed out of the page. Rose. Rose. Ivy said. What's that supposed to mean? And what's with the werewolf howling, and the bell, glass and chime? So far all we have is that something is going to occur this tomorrow, Sphinx said. That's when the full moon is, hence the werewolf. We also think that the bell, glass, and chime have something to do with the 3 notes. We have a theory that we are supposed to play the music notes on the 3 items, but how? We'll have to call the master of music and art, Harry said. He will probably be the best at that. Get him over here then, Alex snapped at Harry. After Harry called him, they only had to wait a few minutes until he appeared through the door of the mission room. What's going on? He asked. I was in the middle of a mission, what's so important? We have a new clue, Rob. And it involves music, Percy said. Rob, the master of music and art, looked slightly more interested. All right, let me see. Harry handed him a copy of the clue. He scanned over it. Then he waved his wand, and a bell, a wine glass, and some chimes appeared in front of him. Rob took a fork from the table and banged it against the bell. It made a low sound. That is your first note, he said. He flicked his wand and the glass filled halfway with water. He dipped his finger in the water and ran it along the rim. It made a vibration that caused a note to come from the glass. That's your second one. Then he took the chimes and banged the fork against one of the chimes. There's your third. Just remember that you have to hit the bell 2/3 of the way down. The water glass has to be filled 1/2 and 8/19 full, or else you won't get that note. And the chimes have to. Perhaps when the time calls for it you should just do it for us, Ivy suggested. Rob scowled down at her. I don't have the time to wait around until a werewolf howls just so I can play the bell in the water glass. Don't forget the chime, Angelina said. I have stuff to do and places to go, I don't have time to. Why don't you just come back tomorrow, when it's supposed to occur? Cedric snapped. Rob scowled again. Rob, you are to report here tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the evening, Sphinx said. I'll arrange it with Sarge so you'll be excused from your mission. Rob gave Sphinx a nasty look and turned on his heel, storming toward the door, muttering under his breath. Geez, what an SOB, Ivy said. He didn't have to be mean about it. Sphinx shook her head and went back to eating her breakfast. That evening, in the common room, Ron, Hermione and the other 7th Yay. Our Gryffindors kept questioning Ivy and Harry about their relationship. For the last time, Ivy said, nothing is really happening, it's pretend. Yeah, sure, Ron said. Whatever you say. This is all your fault, Harry said. If you hadn't told Alex that we were together, even though we aren't. Hey. I panicked, all right. Ivy snapped. She put her head in her hands and rubbed her eyes. Quote, how long do we have to keep up this charade anyway? Harry asked, ignoring the eye rolling of Seamus and Ron. Until either Alex leaves, or one of us do, Ivy said. Stealth, let me beat you up. No, Harry said flatly. Ivy said, getting up. We could fake a break up, but that would only make Alex happier. And there's one thing we have overlooked, Harry said. What about the clue? We still haven't figured out what Rose means. Jalisa went to Dumbledore earlier and asked him to show her where every rose in the castle is. There is a fair amount though. So we're just going to walk around tomorrow night, looking at all of the roses and playing the same 3 notes to them. Harry said. Yep, sounds like so much fun. Ivy said, sitting back down. Harry groaned. What on earth are you talking about? Ron said, looking from Harry to Ivy. Never mind, you'll probably find out about it tomorrow anyway, Harry said. He glanced out the window at the nearly full moon. Harry used to have forgotten to take his no-sleep pills, because at 1 in the morning he was awoken by Snuffles staring at him. Harry sat up and rubbed his eyes. He saw that Ivy had fallen asleep in her chair too. Snuffles turned toward the portrait hole door. Then he looked back at Harry and nodded his end of the door. Harry got up out of the chair and followed Snuffles out the door. Snuffles led Harry to an empty classroom. Harry locked the door behind him and sat down on one of the desks. Sirius instantly changed from a dog to Harry's godfather. How's it going? Harry asked. Sirius shook his head impatiently. We have problems, Sirius said. Voldemort was spotted 2 towns away from Hogwarts. Really? Harry asked. The last we heard he was in France. Remember 2 years ago, when you were at A.R. Abella's house and I told you about that special group that Dumbledore had put together to help fight Voldemort? Yes, Harry said. That memory seemed far away now. Yes, I can remember. Well, we had a meeting last night. And one of Dumbledore's spies told us that he's getting closer and closer to Hogwarts. Who knows how long it will take him to get here? Well, we have people guarding the gate at all times, Harry said. They'll be able to hold him off until we are ready. Sirius shook his head. There are more ways to get into Hogwarts than just the gate. You're right, Harry said. Abel just suggests that we should have more people guarding the grounds, Sirius simply shrugged. How are you? Sirius asked. How's your parents? They're good, Harry replied. He paused, wondering if he should tell Sirius about his mother. Sirius, Harry said timidly. I think perhaps you should sit down. Sirius looked worried for a second but sat down across from Harry, at another desk. Is something wrong? Sirius asked. No, nothing's wrong, Harry said. It's just that, Mom. What's wrong with Lily? Sirius asked in a quiet voice. Was she injured? No. It's just that, she's, spit it out. Sirius said. Pregnant, Harry finished. Sirius was silent, his eyes opened wide. Pregnant, Sirius repeated. Lily's pregnant. Yep, Harry said, smiling. Number 5. Sirius said, still sounding a bit dazed. Harry, if I faint, will you catch me? Harry started laughing, and it seemed to jolt Sirius out of his trance-like state. It's not funny, he exclaimed. One of my best friends is pregnant. Harry kept laughing. Do the UW want me to see if I can arrange a talk with you and my parents? Harry finally asked, still shaking with laughter. Sirius smiled. Could you? Of course, Harry said. I'll talk it over with my parents. Sirius smiled again. You have no idea how happy I am to hear you say that, Sirius said. Harry grinned, and then left the room. A second later Sirius transformed and followed after him. The next day at breakfast the agents were all discussing the clue. They still hadn't found out what rose they were supposed to play the bell, glass, and chime for. Celeste was looking bored, only perking up when Draco sent over a note or something. Ivy and Harry had their eyes peeled for Alex at every moment of breakfast. When he emerged from the mission room, Harry held Ivy's left hand and gave her a daisy. Sure, it wasn't the most romantic flower, but Harry knew that it was her favorite. He also knew that Alex knew this. Ivy smiled and pecked Harry on the cheek. Alex scowled and sat down across from them. All right, we have to figure out who is going to play the Dark Lord's game tonight, Cedric said. Well, if Voldemort is actually there this time, Alex said. I think that Stealth should go. He smirked in Harry's direction. Or should I say, Corwin? No, Stealth is just fine. Harry said, returning a sarcastic smile. Alex opened his mouth to reply snidely, but he was interrupted by Cedric. Good idea. He wrote down, Stealth, and said, I think we should draw out of a hat for the next one. Conjured up a hat with everyone's name in it. The first name is, he pulled out a slip of paper. Todd. Percy smiled slightly and watched as Cedric put down his name. And, Ivy. Ivy groaned and said, well, at least I'll be with Stealth. She leaned her head against his shoulder and sighed. Alex scowled again. All right, I think that's enough people, Sphinx interrupted. Okay, so as soon as the moon is out, you three, and Rob, go in search of the rose that was mentioned in this letter. Got it? Yeah, Harry replied. We got it. Good. Now, it's time for you to go to your posts. See you at lunch. Rob arrived later that day. A scowl planted on his face. He kept muttering under his breath, and glaring at every student who walked by. The minister, who was still staying at Hogwarts, tried to engage Rob in a conversation. Rob simply got a sour look on his face and molecularized to the mission room. The minister hadn't been very friendly towards the agents. Then again, the agents hadn't been very nice to him. Yet the minister insisted on staying for security matters. What matters these were, Harry didn't know. However, later that evening, before the four agents were getting ready to go in search of the rose, the minister wished them good luck. Harry, Ivy, Percy, and Rob walked down the quiet corridors. Sphinx had requested that all of the students remained in the Great Hall until the four agents had returned. They kept stopping at pictures with roses, and Rob repeatedly played the 3 items that were in the letter. Each time they were unsuccessful. Nothing happened. Harry kept glancing out of windows that faced the moon, and wondering where Lupin was if he had transformed. He hoped that Sirius was with him. We have been looking for 2 damn hours, Rob complained. Ivy glared at Rob, but Percy just kept on walking. We have to find it sometime, Percy said. We don't know what will happen if we don't. If we don't find this rose, well, who knows what awful things might happen. Rob opened his mouth to reply. But Harry shushed him and kept on walking. Rob reluctantly followed. We have checked every damn painting with flowers in this building, Ivy exclaimed. It was now 1 a.m. and everyone was getting extremely irritated. Look at it logically, Percy said. It has to be here somewhere. Unless of course, Voldemort was lying just to get 4 agents away, therefore acting the protection weaker around the students, Harry said. Percy's eyes got wide and he started speaking into his microphone. Sphinx, is everything all right down there? Percy asked. Yeah, Sphinx replied. Have you found that rose yet? No, not yet, Percy replied. Are the students spending the night in the Great Hall? Harry asked. Yep, you'd better keep looking, check in later. Harry looked around some more. We should check the Chamber of Secrets, Harry said suddenly. Because Voldemort is the heir of Slytherin, Percy finished. Good idea. But first, let's check the common rooms. After checking Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, the 4 of them went to the Slytherin common room. A fire was flickering in the fireplaces, casting weird shadows all over the room. It was strangely eerie. Do you see any roses anywhere? Ivy yawned. Nope. Let's go check the dorm rooms, Harry said. He climbed up the steps and into the 7th year dorm room. It had 4 dark green beds, and a fireplace that sent even more shadows everywhere. Harry walked over to the walls and started looking for anything that so much as resembled a rose. He was just about to exit the room when he heard Ivy's voice in his ear. Stealth. What is it? Harry asked, running his hand along the cold stone wall. You'd better come see this. Where are you? The 7th year girls' room. Harry molecularized to the dorm room. And found that it was not green, but pink. All this pink is making me get a headache, Harry said. Shut up and look at this, Ivy said. She pointed to a picture of a young girl who smiled down at Harry. But didn't say anything. She then pointed to the inscription at the bottom. Harry's eyes widened as he read the inscription. Todd, Rob, said Harry into his microphone. I think you'd better come see this. A second or so later the 2 other agents had molecularized beside Harry. Ivy pointed to the picture, and read the inscription out loud. This is the portrait of Rose Slytherin. She said Salazar Slytherin. She slept in this dorm when she came to this school. This dorm room shall forever be known as the Rose Dorm. I think this is it, Percy said breathlessly. Rob took out the bell, the glass, and the chime and played them in order. Suddenly, the floor opened up and Rob fell through a large hole. Aarghh! He screamed as he fell down. Ivy leaned over the edge of the hole and yelled, "Rob." There was an enormous splash and Rob yelled out in surprise. Harry could hear him cursing. "Rob, is it okay to come down?" Harry asked. "And what was that splashing sound?" "This place is flooded with water," Rob snarled up at him. Yeah, it's okay to come down." Ivy slipped down into the hole and landed with a splash. "Darn," she said. "It's only 2 feet deep." Harry jumped down after her. And he was closely followed by Percy. "Where are we?" Percy asked, looking around the dark, damp chamber that they were in. Harry lit his wand and held it high. He tried to ignore the scurry of rats and bugs when they saw the light. "I have no idea," Harry said. He held his wand up higher, trying to see further. He nodded his head to his right, and started walking in that direction. There was a long corridor, and the water got deeper and deeper. When it was up to Harry's waist, the four of them reached a door. There was a Slytherin crest on the wall. "NK that Slytherin had way too much time on his hands," Percy said, lighting his wand as well. "Should we open the door?" Ivy asked. "I don't know, anything could be behind it," Harry replied. Rob gave a whimper. "Oh, shut up, you big baby," Ivy snapped. "Well, I'm not opening the door. You do it." Harry looked warily at the door. He pulled out his sunglasses and pushed the X-ray vision button. The room was flooded with water. But there seemed to be nothing threatening in there. "It looks safe," Harry said, taking off his sunglasses and returning them to his pocket. Percy pushed open the door and slowly walked into the room. He raised his wand high into the air and looked around. There was a low sound that echoed around the chamber. Percy spun around. "Who did that?" he demanded. Ivy and Harry looked uneasily at one another. Rob gave a strangled cry and ran in the direction they came from. "Where the hell are you going?" Harry yelled after him. Rob didn't answer. He had almost reached the end of the corridor when he was tackled from behind. A massive black animal had jumped from the ceiling, and it was now pinning Rob under the water. Even though it was dark, Harry could Rob struggling to get out of the water. Harry pointed his wand at the animal and bellowed, "Avada Kedavra." The spell hit the animal in the shoulder. It stumbled and toppled into the water, but it got up. Harry instantly realized what it was. It was a Noondu. A Noondu was a massive black leopard, who has breath that could wipe out entire villages by spreading its awful diseases. It was also very strong, and RRY suspected that Voldemort had helped him along with that. The Noondu was panting hard, and Harry could see blood trickling down its shoulder and dripping into the water. Harry heard Percy yell out, "Avada Kedavra," as well. The Noondu gave a low growl, and jumped onto Percy, knocking him into the water. Ivy took out her wand quickly and yelled, "Avada Kedavra." The spell distracted the Noondu, and it started to charge toward Ivy now. "Ivy!" Harry yelled. "Look out!" Ivy jumped out of the way just in time. The Noondu went flying, into the wall. It looked a little dazed, but it recovered quickly. Harry knew what he had to do. Before the Noondu could attack Ivy again, Harry yelled out the killing curse again. The Noondu jumped at him, but he took aim and yelled out, "Komanogusa." The Diablo curse. The fatal curse hit the Noondu right in the eye. The Noondu was knocked back into the wall. There was a cry of pain and the Noondu collapsed into the water. Harry didn't want to see what happened, so he turned his attention to the two agents who had been attacked. Percy was lying in the water, barely keeping his head above the water. His face was pale green, and Harry could tell that he was trying to keep from fainting. He was ill, and Harry had to put a special spell on him to keep him from being contagious. "What the hell happened to them?" Ivy asked, loading Rob onto a stretcher. "Noondu," Harry muttered. "Pardon." Harry rolled his eyes. "You skipped that class, didn't you?" More that likely, there was a soft hissing sound behind Harry. He spun around, and saw that the water was bubbling at the spot that the Noondu had fallen. What the hell? Parts of the water turned green, and a dark mark appeared. Then the numbers 211. 211, Ivy asked. "What the hell does that mean?" "I don't know and I don't care right now," Harry said, bending over Percy. "We'd better get him to the healer. They don't look so good." "Yeah," Ivy agreed. They both molecularized to the small hospital wing in the mission room. Healer was waiting in a chair. She pointed to two of the beds, and the two injured agents floated onto them. Ivy and Harry left the mission room and went out into the Great Hall. Sphinx was sitting at the agent's table. It was dark, but Harry could see the outlines of the hundreds of slumbering students. You're all wet, Sphinx said. Oh really? We hadn't noticed, Ivy said sarcastically. She plopped down in the chair beside Sphinx. Did you find out what the next clue is? Yeah, 211, Harry said. He waved his wand and he was instantly in dry clothes. 211, Sphinx said. What's that supposed to mean? We don't know, Ivy said. Listen, can we go to sleep? We had to take down a noondew, and we've been walking for ages. Sure, whatever, Sphinx said, waving her hand in a dismissive way. Harry went into the mission room and plopped down onto one of the beds that were near the walls. He pulled off his shirt, and his bracelet. He instantly felt his face changing back to his regular one. He didn't bother to change into his pajamas, he was so exhausted that he just plopped onto the bed and fell asleep instantly. A week or so passed, and nothing happened. RCY had been sent to recuperate at the order of the Phoenix. A 25-year-old man named Doug had been sent to replace Percy. They hadn't figured out what the two numbers 211 meant. They were all sitting around the agent's table, discussing the clue, when there was a slamming sound outside of the Great Hall. There was absolute silence as everyone turned to look at the door. What the hell was that? Angelina said. I don't know, Harry said. There was a soft and slow sound from outside. Tap, tap, tap. Stealth, breathed Sphinx. What's today's date? It's the 11th, why? Harry asked. Sphinx's face paled slightly. Harry suddenly realized what was happening. It was February, the second month. And it was the 11th day, 2/11ths. Ivy, he hissed suddenly. I need you to go put force fields around the students' tables. Jaleesa, go secure the minister and the teachers. The two girls got up and slowly made their way to the tables. The room was still deathly quiet. The only sound was the quiet tap, tap, tap. Harry and Sphinx both got up out of their seats and slowly started walking toward the closed door. They had barely gotten into the middle of the room when the door burst open and a all figure dressed in black was standing in the middle of the doorway. Harry couldn't see his whole face, but when he saw the two glowing red eyes from underneath the hood of the cloak he knew exactly who it was. Voldemort. Voldemort. He had arrived. He was at Hogwarts. Several of the students gave frightened whimpers, and out of the corners of his eyes Harry saw a few duck under their tables. LL of the other agents sprang from their seats and took out their wands. A series of spells shot at the Dark Lord. Before the spells made contact, Harry heard the Dark Lord give a cold laugh. Voldemort raised one of his hands slightly, and the spells froze in midair. He flicked his hand ever so slightly and the spells went shooting backwards at the people who cast them. He started lodge that was so cold that Harry felt goosebumps on his arms. He said, "Did you actually think that those feeble spells would actually work on me?" He removed his hood and Harry saw several students clap their hands over their mouths in horror. Voldemort's pale face was twisted into a cruel smile. His red eyes were glinting maliciously and his arms were crossed against his chest. He gave another cruel laugh. "Where is the minister?" he asked. "That is none of your concern," Harry said softly. He stared at the crimson eyes of his foe. The other agents, the students, and the teachers all turned to look at him. "What did you just say to me?" Voldemort snarled, stepping closer to Harry. "I said that the location of the minister is none of your concern," Harry said. "Why don't you just leave?" "I don't think that's an option," Voldemort said softly. "What is your name?" "That too, is none of your concern," Harry said, crossing his arms against his chest too. Even though Harry had gotten taller since they had last met, Voldemort was still a good 5 inches taller than Harry. "I believe that I asked you a question," Voldemort hissed. "Answer me." "No," Harry said. He could have danced and sang when he saw the confusion on Voldemort's face. He knew that Voldemort was used to getting his way with everything. Having one person defy him was more than he could handle. "You, girl," Voldemort snapped at Celeste. "What is his name?" Celeste froze for a moment and then said, "I can't tell you." Voldemort glared at her. Celeste got a scared look on her face and whispered, "Stealth." Voldemort's mouth twisted back into a smile as he turned and looked back at Harry. "Stealth," he repeated, proceeding by secrecy, accompanied by efforts of concealment. "What did you do?" "Swallow a dictionary," Harry muttered under his breath. He didn't know if Voldemort heard what he said, but he got another cold look on his face. "What is your real name?" Voldemort asked. Harry raised an eyebrow, but didn't answer. Instead of asking for Harry's name again, he walked past him. "Now, where is the minister?" Voldemort hissed. "That is for us to know, not you," Sphinx said. Voldemort turned and glared at her. She glared back. My, he said softly while shaking his head. "The agents at the Order of the Phoenix sure have a lot of bravery. Most people would cower against me." Voldemort gave a short laugh. He turned back to Harry. "Now, where is the minister?" Harry slowly shook his head. Voldemort turned again, and started to walk toward one of the force fields. "Leave," Harry said suddenly. Voldemort turned to look at him. "What did you say?" "I said, leave," Harry repeated. "If you leave now, we won't have to hurt you. But if you don't..." Voldemort laughed again. "No one at the Order of the Phoenix has so much as half of my power. I think that you should leave before you get hurt, boy." As Voldemort said this, he drew his wand out of his pocket and raised it so it was level with Harry's face. "Now, where is the minister?" Telekinetically, Harry made the wand fly out of Voldemort's hand. He looked shocked for a moment, before pointing at his wand and making it come back into his hand. "Who are you?" Voldemort hissed at Harry. "Agent Stealth Wilson, and dueling master at the Order of the Phoenix," Harry said, taking out his badge and holding it out in front of him. Voldemort stared at the badge with dislike. "So, you're the dueling master," Voldemort said. "I doubt that you could last 5 minutes in a real duel." "Want to bet?" Harry replied. "Come on, do you want to duel?" Voldemort stared at him. "Pardon?" Voldemort hissed. "Do you want to duel?" Harry asked slowly, making his voice slightly louder, pretending that he thought Voldemort couldn't hear him. "I heard what you said," Voldemort said. "It's just that I didn't think you would be stupid enough to ask me to duel." "Well, I guess I am," Harry replied scathingly. "Obviously," Voldemort said. A twisted smile appeared on his face. "You remind me very much of an old foe of mine." "Yes, I see many similarities. You're both young, brave, stupid." Out of the corner of his eyes he saw Ron glare at Voldemort. "In fact," Voldemort continued, "if he was alive you two would be about the same age, if I'm not mistaken." Harry was fighting hard not to get horribly angry, so instead he just said, "Look, do you want to duel or not?" Voldemort stared at him for several seconds before replying, "1 week from today, 9 o'clock in the evening. Quidditch field. Don't bring anyone else. Only you." "All right," Harry said. "Now, leave." Harry pointed to the door of the Great Hall. Harry was quite surprised when Voldemort gave him one final glare, turned, and started to walk away. Harry turned too, walking towards the mission room. "Stealth! Look out!" Ivy shouted suddenly. Before Harry could turn around he was hit in the shoulder with the killing curse. He struggled to stay standing, for the force of the spell nearly knocked him to the ground. He slowly turned around, and saw that Voldemort was still walking in the other direction. Harry glared at the back of Voldemort's head, then he took out his own wand and flicked it. A sign appeared on the Dark Lord's back. It said, "Kick me." Ivy covered her mouth to keep from laughing out loud. Voldemort continued to walk out of the room. Harry turned to Professor Dumbledore and said, "We need the students to spend the night in here while some of the agents search the castle. Just in case," he added. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Ivy, we can take down the force fields and stealth," Dumbledore said. "You're injured." Harry sighed. "Yeah, I know." Suddenly he felt someone tap him on his injured shoulder. He turned around and saw Healer there. "Take off your shirt and sit down," she said. Harry felt his face turn red. Pardon," he said. "Take off your shirt," Healer repeated. She waved her wand and a bench appeared next to the agent's table. "Why can't you heal me in the mission room?" Harry asked quietly. "I can't believe that you'll stand face to face with the Dark Lord, but you won't take off your shirt," Ivy giggled. Harry rolled his eyes. "You see, if you had taken off your shirt in the first place, we would already be done." Healer raised her eyebrow. Harry reached down, pulled his shirt off, and sat down on the bench. Several of the girls from various tables giggled. Even though the Dark Lord had been there only minutes earlier. Harry felt something cold on his back, and then a tingling feeling. "There, done," Healer said. "Thanks, Healer," Harry said. Standing up and putting his shirt back on. She simply nodded, and went back to being silent and mysterious. Stealth, Sphinx said from behind him. You can have tomorrow off, in order to prepare for the duel. Okay, Harry said. About 30 minutes later all of the students were milling around the Great Hall or sitting on the purple sleeping bags that littered the ground. It wasn't that late, so the teachers did not insist that the students go to sleep. Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were watching the students while the other teachers assisted the agents in searching the castle. Everyone was coming up to Stealth, wishing him good luck and stuff. Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil came up to Harry, giggling and smiling. May we see your tattoo? Lavender asked. We were sort of a ways away when you took off your shirt. Parvati grinned. Harry rolled his eyes slightly, but he lifted the sleeve of his t-shirt anyway. Ooh, fire, Lavender said. Why'd you get it? It allows me to molecularize. Harry said simply. Right, whatever, Parvati said. Come here, we have to show Hermione. Hermione was sitting with Ron, Dean, and Seamus. Neville was curled up in his sleeping bag, sleeping. Look at this, Parvati said. Show them. Harry felt himself blushing as he lifted up his sleeve again and showed his tattoo. Does everyone in the order have tattoos? Ron asked. No, Harry said. He called over Ivy and she showed them the gem that was stuck on her tooth. Ivy called over Max, and she showed that curled around her navel. Damn, Dean said. I want to go into the Order of the Phoenix now. Quote, no you don't, Max, Harry and Ivy said together. Dean looked shocked but he didn't ask any more questions. So, Ron said, changing the subject. You're going to be fighting you know who. Yep, Ivy said, throwing her arms around Harry. Harry glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that Alex was glaring at them out of the corner of his eye. And he's going to do such a good job of killing that bee. Aren't you worried? Hermione asked. I mean, this is you know who that we're talking about. He's killed more people than probably the whole Order of the Phoenix put together. Hey, I don't think so, Ivy said softly into Harry's ear. I'm not that worried, Harry replied. I love dueling, and I just think of him as an opponent. Stealth is a kick-ass dueler, Max said. I've never seen anyone duel like him. Harry was starting to blush a lot, and he was most glad when Sphinx called him away. You're actually going to fight him, Sirius said softly. He was sitting at the table at the Shrieking Shack, staring at his hands. Are you insane? Sirius, I'm the dueling master, it's my job to kill him. I have to protect the world from him, Harry replied. But who is going to protect you? Sirius replied. Harry, I was so happy when you came back, I don't want to lose you again. You won't, Harry said. I'm trained to be a first-class dueler. And I haven't lost a match since, I don't know when. But still, Sirius, I'm going to be okay, Harry said. I have to get back to the school, they'll start wondering where I am. I thought today was your day off. Sirius said. Stay and talk a little while longer. Harry continued to get up. I'm sorry Sirius, but I need to talk with Jimmy. He's coming to drop off the potions in 20 minutes or so, Harry said. Okay, Sirius said reluctantly. He got up and before he transformed he said, ask about Lily for me, okay? Sure, Harry said, grinning slightly. Sirius transformed and walked out of the room. Ron, Hermione, Sirius, they were all crying. Why? Why were they crying? Ivy, Max, Angelina, they were sitting at the agent's table, tears rolling down their face too. Harry looked around the room. Harry molecularized to the Order of the Phoenix. No one looked at him. Just stared through him, like he wasn't even there. What's going on? Harry asked a passerby. He didn't answer. Harry went to his house. To find Jimmy sitting on the couch. He was reading a comic book, but his eyes were blank. Jimmy, what's going on? No answer. Suddenly the door behind Harry opened and his mom came in, carrying Olivia in her arms. Lily looked sad, but Olivia was happy and smiling. Hello Jimmy, Lily said. How was your day? Jimmy shrugged. They told about your brother today, Lily said softly. At Hogwarts. Jimmy nodded. Did you go? For a little bit, Jimmy said in a strangled voice. It was too sad, so I left. What about me? Harry asked, looking between his brother and mom. What was so sad? Where's Howie? Olivia said in her giggly 3-year-old voice. You won't be seeing Harry anymore Olivia, Jimmy said, standing up and going up to his room. Harry stared. What was going on? Come on, Olivia, Lily said. Let's go get you dressed for the funeral. Funeral? What funeral? Whose? It suddenly dawned on him. They were going to his funeral. He was dead. No, Harry yelled out. Harry woke up in a cold sweat, lying on a bed in the mission room. He was breathing hard. He reached over to his bedside table and turned on the light. He was shaking slightly. Still breathing hard, he threw his blankets to the side and got out of his bed. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 6:30 in the morning. He was supposed to be on duty in 30 minutes. He chose some clothes and pulled them on. He started to brush his short, messy, black and bleached hair, but remembered that he didn't need to if he was going to be wearing a disguise all day. He pulled on his bracelet and walked out into the Great Hall. He was most surprised to see what was going on. Ivy was being held back by Max and Celeste. Alex and Cedric were helping Professor Snape off of the floor. Hee-haw. A nasty bruise starting to show on his face. Say that again and I swear to God that all, Ivy was yelling. Ivy, Celeste said in a warning voice. What is going on in here? Sphinx was standing at the door of the Great Hall. I was just about to ask the same question, Harry said. He started it, Ivy said childishly. I don't care, Sphinx said. What happened? Snape said something about stealth fighting Voldemort. And Ivy kicked him in the head, Celeste said, still struggling to hold Ivy back. You kicked him in the head. Ivy, report to Sarge, Sphinx said. What? Now, Sphinx commanded. Wait, Harry said. I mean, she was defending me, so I should come up with her punishment. Sphinx looked at him for a moment, and said, all right. Harry turned to Ivy and said, you are to monitor Professor Snape's classes for the next week. What? Ivy shrieked. Harry held up a hand to silence her. You are also going to call him, Your Majesty, Your Highness, or whatever other good ones that I can come up with. But, if you hurt him again, or call him something inappropriate, you will be sent to Sarge. Got it? Harry grinned wickedly. Yes, Ivy said through gritted teeth. Good, Harry replied. He sat down at the agent's table, with Ivy scowling at him. All right, that's it. Ivy exclaimed suddenly. Alex, I can't stand it anymore. Alex looked at her with a shocked expression. Stealth and I are not going out, she said. I knew it, Alex exclaimed. I knew you two would never go out in a million years. Yeah, Ivy said softly. Shut up or I'll kick you in the head too. Alex's mouth shut quickly. Come on, Hermione exclaimed. It was Monday evening. Ron and Hermione had dragged Harry and Ivy outside. You have to have Hagrid give you one of his pep talks. They always make people feel better and less nervous. Besides, we already told him you two were coming, Ron said. Explain again why I had to come, Ivy said. Because you've been acting down lately, Hermione said. Here's a few pointers about Hagrid, Ron said. Never eat anything he gives you, unless it's tea, but that isn't safe all the time either. Watch out for Fang, Hermione started. Who's Fang? Ivy asked. Hagrid's pet boarhound, Ron said. He likes to lick people's ears. I think that's about all we have to warn you about, Hermione said. Ron, can you think of anything else? Nope, Ron said. They had reached Hagrid's small cabin, and knocked on the door. Come on, Hagrid bellowed from inside. Ron pushed open the door and walked inside. Hagrid's house was just as Harry remembered. Dead animals hung from the ceiling, and a giant patchwork quilt lay on Hagrid's enormous bed in the corner. A fire was crackling merrily in the fireplace. Ivy was instantly tackled by Fang. She lay screaming on the ground, while Fang licked her face and ears. Back Fang, back, Hagrid said, grabbing Fang by the collar and pulling Fang off of Ivy. Thanks for warning me, Ron, Ivy said, pulling herself off of the ground. She was dripping with dog slobber. Fang now bounded up to Harry, and was sniffing his cloak. Then he gave 3 booming barks, wagged his tail, and jumped on Harry. Harry struggled to stay standing while Fang licked his face. Harry pushed Fang off of him and walked over to the wooden table in the center of the room. I see you've met Fang, Hagrid said, giving a chuckle. How are ye doin' stealth? I'm good, Hagrid, Harry said. How are you? Fine, Hagrid replied. Would ye like some tea? A few minutes later all 5 of them were holding steaming cups of chamomile tea. So stealth, you're goin' to be fightin' the Dark Lord, Hagrid said, looking at Harry from under his bushy eyebrows. Yes, Harry said. On Friday. Yay, nervous? Hagrid asked, sipping some of his tea and scratching Fang's ears. Harry shrugged. Of course you're B, Hagrid said. But ever since I saw you stare him down last Friday, I'm sure you can take him. Yeah, nothing can kill stealth, Ivy said. Trust me, I've tried to. It doesn't work. Ron and Hermione gave a chuckle and Hagrid smiled. Duh, reminds me, Hagrid said. How do ye expect to kill him? I mean to say, he's a strong being. And I reckon that the killing curse won't do the job. I'm really not supposed to talk about it, Harry said. It's confidential. I understand, Hagrid said. They were silent for a few minutes. Suddenly, Ivy put her finger to her microphone and said, "What?" She listened for a moment and said, "MMHMM, okay, we'll be right up." She turned to Harry and said, "Sean's here." Really? Harry said. Yeah, he wanted to visit Max, Ivy said. Excuse me, Hermione said. I thought Sean was dead. He is, Ivy said. His ghost is here. Want to come meet him? Sure, Ron said. He then turned to Hagrid and said, "Do you want to come too?" Nah, Hagrid said. I've got some work to do here. All right, bye Hagrid. Hermione said. We'll meet you up there, Harry said. And he molecularized to the castle. Sean, Ivy exclaimed. How are you doing? Sean raised a semi-transparent eyebrow and said, I'm dead. How do you think I'm doing? Good point, she replied. Sean was just telling me about a special mission that Sarge sent some ghosts from the Order to, Max said. It was a disaster, Sean said. Right when the Death Eaters started to talk about the thing we needed to know. My head fell off and rolled over near them. The only thing we learned was that Death Eaters scream like girls. Max frowned at Sean, and then blew air at his head, causing it to topple off of his neck. Hey! His head exclaimed as it rolled away. And whose head is this? Professor Dumbledore said as he walked into the Great Hall. The head rolled by him, and the rest of Sean's body floated after it. That's Sean, Max said. You know, the agent who died a few months back. He nodded and said, well, it's good to know that you're still friends, even in the afterlife. Max, stop blowing off my head, said Sean while putting his severed head on his neck. He then turned to Harry, and said, what's up? Stealth. Nothing much, Harry replied. I heard that you've got a big duel on Friday. Yep, Harry said, turning red. I only have one piece of advice for you, Sean said, placing an arm on Harry's shoulder. Harry shivered when the arm went right through him. Watch out for your neck. Yeah, I can see why, Harry said, glancing at Sean's neck. It was covered in silvery blood. Good luck, Sean said. He turned back to Max and said, well, I better get going now. Yeah, she said. Talk to you later. Bye. Sean turned and walked straight through the door of the mission room. I wish he was still alive, Max sighed. Yeah, he had green hair, Ivy said. She sighed too, and then said, oh well. Back to work. Or play, or whatever we were doing. Date, Friday the 18th. Day of duel. Time, 8:30 p.m. Harry was pacing, back and forth, and back again. Stop with the backing and forthing. Max said, you're making me have a headache. Harry stopped pacing and sat down in a chair at the agent's table. Sphinx had requested that all of the students would remain in the Great Hall. Just in case a few of Voldemort's servants decided to drop by. You okay? Cedric asked. Harry simply nodded. Nervous. Nod. Do you want something to eat? Angelina said. He hadn't eaten all day long. He was far too nervous to eat. Where's Ivy? Harry asked. Today's her day off. I think she went to her house for something. She said she'd be back before you left, Angelina said. He nodded. Again. Sphinx was looking across the table every so often, glancing at Harry. His thoughts turned to the previous day, when he talked to Ivy. He had walked up to her, with 2 letters in his hands. What are those? Ivy asked. He handed her the letters. Ivy, just in case something happens to me tomorrow, I want you to give these to Ron and Hermione. She stared up at Harry. You mean, if you die? Yes. She continued to stare. But you won't die, Ivy said. You've trained too hard and you're too good too. Just in case, Harry said. And only give the letters to them if Voldemort was defeated as well. Stealth. Please Ivy. Ivy looked up at him and nodded. Thank you, Harry started to turn and leave the mission room, but Ivy put her hand on his shoulder to stop him. I think it's really nice of you to think of them, even though they don't know it's actually you. Harry smiled. Now Harry was so incredibly nervous that he was almost shaking. Finally, to break the silence that was filling the room, he turned to Max and said, "What are you going to do while I'm dueling?" "We are going to tell ghost stories," Max said, "and roast marshmallows and hot dogs and other unhealthy stuff like that." "Really? Probably not, but you never know." Harry smiled. Then his thoughts turned to when he talked with his family earlier that day. His mother and father had wished him good luck and warned him to be careful. Harry could tell that neither of them were very keen on him going out and fighting Voldemort, but they understood that it was his choice to take the job of dueling master and fulfill the requirements. Jimmy and Victoria kept giving him advice, and Olivia kept babbling on about her cat. Harry appreciated it all the same though. 15 minutes before Harry was supposed to be at the Quidditch pitch, the mission room door opened and Sarge walked through. "Sarge!" Max exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" "I will be taking Agent 97's place while he is dueling," Sarge said simply. "What's going on at the Order?" Alex asked. "Everyone is crowded around the giant speaker, waiting for me to tell them what is going on here," Sphinx said. She then turned to Harry and said, "Good luck on your duel 97. "Thank you Sarge," Harry replied. 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 6, when it was 5 minutes to 9, Harry got out of his chair and started walking toward the doors of the Great Hall. Before he could reach the doors, he heard someone calling out to him, "Stealth." "Wait." Harry turned, and saw Ivy running up to him, her hair still wet from her shower. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him hard on the lips. Harry was shocked as he stood there lip to lip with Ivy. Her mouth tasted like toothpaste, as though she had just brushed her teeth. When she pulled away, she said, "How was it?" "Minty fresh," Harry said hoarsely. Ivy giggled and said, "Good luck." For the first time Harry noticed that all of the students and teachers were clapping and cheering. Even the minister struggled to keep from smiling openly. Harry slowly pulled himself out of Ivy's embrace, and started walking towards the doors again. As he bounded down the stairs out of the school, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his sunglasses. He put them on and continued to walking toward the Quidditch pitch. Some of the snow had melted off the ground, but it was still cold. At least the Quidditch pitch was clear of snow. It was cloudy and dark outside, and it just made Harry nervous. When he arrived at the Quidditch pitch, he saw that Voldemort hadn't arrived yet. He glanced at his watch, and saw that it had just turned 9 o'clock. Harry looked up from his watch and saw Voldemort standing there, his wand was already out. "Hello Stealth," Voldemort said lazily. "Ready to duel? I'm just messing with ya." "Okay, I hope that you enjoy this chapter, and I promise that I won't be leaving." I'm glad that several of you liked the little moment between Harry and Ivy. Grin. Anyways, enjoy! Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Malina. P.S. You will be finding out about the belated Christmas presents sometime in the next few chapters. Ready to duel? Voldemort said. Harry simply nodded. Take off those sunglasses. It's not even light out, Voldemort spat, turning his back to Harry and walking about 20 feet away from him. Harry didn't budge. What did I just say? Voldemort said. Look, I'm not here oh you. Harry said. Are we going to duel or not? Voldemort gave a cruel laugh, his pale and ugly face twisting into a smile. Yes, you are as ignorant as Harry Potter was too. You have no idea what you are getting yourself into, just like him. Harry felt his face turning slightly red, and he hoped that Voldemort didn't notice. He was too busy getting his wand out. He led it slightly and pointed it at Harry. I was not very appreciative of that little joke you played on me last week, Voldemort said softly. Harry forced a puzzled look on his face. The sign. Harry held back a smile, and kept looking into Voldemort's crimson eyes. No, not very appreciative at all, Voldemort said. Avada Kedavra. The spell landed about 5 inches in front of Harry's feet. He didn't even jump. Voldemort smiled again. You're brave. Like the Potter boy, Voldemort hissed again. Look, are you going to keep comparing me to this kid, or are we going to fight? Harry said. Voldemort's smile flickered. Fine, Voldemort snapped. Harry knew that Voldemort was not used to being interrupted. None of the Death Eaters dared to, but they didn't have the Avada Kedavra potion. Prepare to die stealth, Voldemort said. The two of them bowed to each other. Get in the starting position, Harry said. I know you imbecile, Voldemort snapped. They got in the position, and he said, 1, 2, 3. Voldemort was fast, but Harry was faster. Before Voldemort's Cruciatus curse could even get close to Harry, he flipped out of the way and yelled, "Efeard." For a mere second it looked as though the spell worked. Voldemort's body was instantly rooted to the ground. He gave a short laugh and the spell was broken. That was weak, Voldemort snapped. Crucio. Harry easily withstood the spell. Voldemort's eyes widened as Harry didn't even flinch. Crucio. Harry repeated. The spell hit Voldemort in the arm, and he winced in pain. Then he threw the curse and sent another one back at Harry. He blocked it easily and yelled, "Esnepsis." A familiar rumbling noise came from the sky, and a man-sized tornado appeared next to Voldemort. It swept him off his feet and into the air, until it threw him back into the ground. Dueling Master 1, Voldemort 0, Harry said softly as Voldemort stood back up. Meanwhile, and what was that all about? Angelina said. That kiss. Ivy glared at her and tried not to blush. She failed. Ivy and Stealth, sitting in a tree, KISSI. All right. Stop it. Ivy snapped, brushing her wet hair out of her face. Why'd you kiss him? Celeste asked. That's none of your business. Ivy said, ignoring the giggles that were spreading throughout the Great Hall. You like him, don't you? Angelina coaxed. Come on, you can tell us. I promise we won't tell. I'm sure you won't. But he will, Ivy pointed at Alex. Well, it's kind of obvious anyway, Sphinx spoke up. Since when do you care about what happens in our lives? Ivy said. Hey, I'm 21. I like gossip now and then. Sphinx said. Really? 21? The way you act one thought you were 30 or something. Sphinx scowled at her. So, do you like Stealth? Angelina said shortly. It's none of your business, Ivy replied. Then explain why you kissed him. Angelina arched an eyebrow. Ah, that's it, she's fallen under Stealth's spell. You're totally in Louvy, Celeste sighed. I am not. So, when did it first happen? Cedric asked. When did you know that you were? But I'm not. Then why are you blushing every time we mention his name? Alex said. Ivy blushed again, and then sighed. When did you know that you were in love with him? Angelina said, repeating after Cedric. Ivy sighed again and said, somewhere between us kissing to get Alex jealous and him leaving to go duel. Ivy gave a small smile and said, that's all you're getting out of me. I'm going to go brush my hair. She disappeared with a ping. Ah, young love, Angelina sighed. All right, Sarge snapped. That's enough gossip tonight. This is a place of business. Sphinx, Jaleesa, and Ethan, I want you to go search the castle. Report back to us every 10 minutes. The three of them got up and molecularized to different places in the castle. Ivy's so lucky, Celeste said. I wish today was my day off. Avada Kedavra, Harry yelled. There was a flash of green light, but Harry realized that Voldemort had moved out of the way of the curse. That was not smart, Voldemort spat at him. Voldemort then raised his wand and yelled, Perhanamencia. All of a sudden Harry found himself in a field with flowers, bees, and butterflies. It was a complete change of scenery. Without warning, Harry was hit hard in the stomach. He went flying 10 feet, and landed with a thud on the ground, his sunglasses askew. He realized what the spell had been. An illusionment charm. It made your enemy's scenery change while you can think of something else to do. Harry jumped to his feet and yelled Avada Kedavra again. This time his aim was true, and Voldemort was knocked to the ground. He lay there, not moving at all. Harry stayed away back, not knowing what to do next. Was that the last of Voldemort? So, Remus was saying. Whatever possessed all of you to spend 3 or so months away from your family, your friends, and everyone in the Order of the Phoenix? Everyone was lounging around the Great Hall. Several of the teachers were chatting with the agents, and a few of the students were listening intently. We did it because the safety of our next generation is the most important thing in the world. And we were happy to be able to have the honor of doing one of the noblest things in the wizarding world, Ivy said. Remus arched an eyebrow and said, no, seriously. Whatever possessed you to do that? The agents started laughing a bit. Because it's our duty, Celeste said. And we get paid a whole lot of money, Max said. She was sitting upside down in her chair, her curly hair hanging over the edge of her seat. How much? Flitwick asked. I mean, on average, how much do you make per month? It depends, Alex said. If we're on a mission we get paid more than if we're working at the order. How much are you getting paid for staying here? Hermione asked. Each of us are getting paid about 1,000 galleons per day, Max said calmly. Most of the teachers' mouths dropped open. That's more than I make in a month, Snape hissed. Well, look at it this way, Cedric said. We put our life on the line every time we go to work. You saw what happened to Will, Eric, Brian, Todd, Jeff, All right, we get the point, Snape snapped. Personally I think that being a potions teacher here is more hazardous than prowling the corridors like you do. We're just securing the place, Ivy snapped. Sphinx raised an eyebrow at her, and reluctantly she added, Your Majesty. Snape got a look on his face and slumped back into his chair. Suddenly Ivy perked up and said, Stealth. Is everything all right? All of the agents and teachers turned in Ivy's direction. What happened? Is he dead? I don't know, he's just lying there, Harry replied. If I approach him I don't know if he'll spring up and curse me, or not. Well, you have to do the Diablo. Yeah, I know, Harry said, uncertainly looking down at the still form lying on the grass. I'll try to call you back later. Bye, Ivy said. She turned to the rest of the group and said, Well, apparently he's still alive. I'll take that as a good sign, Angelina said. Harry pulled off his sunglasses and pocketed them. He was still staying about 10 feet away from Voldemort. He slowly took a step forward, then another. Voldemort didn't move. Harry knew that if he had to perform the Diablo Curse he had to do it right in Voldemort's eye. Closer, he was about 2 feet away from Voldemort when he was hit in the chest with Avada Kedavra. He was knocked backwards and he rolled to his feet again. Voldemort had just gotten up off of the ground. He had a long gash on his cheek, and dark red blood was oozing from the wound. That was stupid, Voldold feel a wound on his chest, and the blood seeping through his shirt. Before Harry could lift his wand so it was level with his opponent's face, Voldemort yelled. Avada Kedavra. The spell was aimed at Harry's arm, and it ricocheted off of his bracelet. Harry felt his image flicker. Voldemort's eyes get wide for a moment, and then they narrowed dangerously. Potter, Voldemort hissed. Damn, Ivy burst out angrily. She slammed her fist down onto her laptop. And snapped it shut. She opened it again and tried to log onto her email again and it froze on her. She cursed loudly and pounded her fist onto the keyboard. It left a dent. Ivy picked up the laptop and smashed it onto the side of Snape's head. Take that, your lowness, Ivy snapped. Ahem, Sphinx said, looking over the top of her sunglasses at Ivy. Ivy rolled her eyes and said, I mean your highness. Anyways, I hope that you enjoy this chapter. Malina. P.S. I'm glad that several of you enjoyed my little joke at the beginning of the last chapter. Evil cackle. Potter, Voldemort hissed. Harry felt the color drain from his face as he stared back at Voldemort. He knew that he was still wearing the disguise, for his bracelet was not seriously damaged. It can't be, Voldemort said softly. You're dead. Well, obviously I'm not as dead as you thought, Harry snapped back. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. How did you survive? He spat. The Order of the Phoenix, Harry said simply. Then he raised his wand and said, Avada Kedavra. Voldemort raised his hand and it stopped in midair. It went shooting back at Harry, and he dived out of the way. Answer me, Potter, Voldemort snapped. Harry merely pointed his wand at the Dark Lord and yelled, Quanasanar. The spell hit Voldemort in the arm and Voldemort fell limply to the ground, his legs no longer working. Harry held out his hand in front of him, and Voldemort's wand went shooting from his hand. Harry lifted his own wand so it was level with Voldemort's left eye. So, you're going to kill me now, Harry? Voldemort said softly, staring up at Harry. You don't have the guts. Harry opened his mouth to say the fatal incantation, but before the words could even get out of his mouth there was a loud rumbling noise and the ground cracked open under Harry's feet. He felt himself falling, and he managed to hang onto the side of the canyon that had just appeared. In the process he dropped his wand. It seems that the power has shifted, Harry, Voldemort said. He seemed to have overcome the curse that Harry had put on him, and he was now standing on the ledge of rock that overlooked Harry. Voldemort smirked down at Harry and said, "If you had just died like you were supposed to 2 years ago, you wouldn't have to go through this." Voldemort raised another one of his wands, so it was level with Harry's head. Meanwhile, a rumbling, cracking noise could be heard from inside the castle. All of the agents, except for Sarge, looked up from what they were doing. "Ignore it," Sarge commanded. The agents looked at her before they returned to what they were doing. "I wonder if Stealth is okay," Max whispered to Angelina. "I'm sure he'll be fine. You've forgotten that he's dealt with Voldemort before." Max nodded. "I wonder what's happening now," Angelina said. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort cried. Harry ducked his head, while trying to hold onto the rock. He felt blood trickling down his arm from where the rock had cut his hand. He moved his hand, trying to get a better grip. He started to pull himself up the wall of rock, as Voldemort watched. He had almost reached the top, when Voldemort reached down and grabbed him by the lower arm and yanked him up a few feet. Harry dangled 100 feet above the rocky bottom, trying to release himself from Voldemort's grasp. "Let go of me," he hissed, trying to wrench his arm out of Voldemort's grasp. A cruel smile appeared on Voldemort's face. "As you wish," he said softly. Voldemort let go of his arm, and Harry reached out to try and grab the rocks again. His hand slipped, and he found himself falling. "Choose a color," Ivy said. Blue," Angelina said. "Blue. Choose a number," Ivy said. 8. Ivy counted to 8, moving the flaps of the little piece of paper. Again. 4. Ivy opened the flap and read out, "You are horribly bored, and you have to resort to a little piece of paper for entertainment. Frankly, it's very depressing." Angelina snatched the cootie catcher out of her hand and opened all the flaps. "They all say that," Angelina exclaimed. "It speaks the truth," Ivy proclaimed. Angelina rolled her eyes and said, "Is there any other game that we can play?" "Well," Celeste said, sitting down next to Ivy. "There is one other game we could play." "We're saving that game for later," Ivy said with a sly smile. He must have fallen at least 30 feet before he got hold on a rock that jutted out of the wall. Harry gasped as he started to pull himself up. He glanced up, and saw that Voldemort had walked away from the canyon. Harry pulled himself up the rock wall, thankful that he had done rock climbing since he arrived at the Order of the Phoenix. He stopped for a moment to rest, and then he pulled himself out of the canyon and onto the damp grass. He sat there for a moment, and then healed his hands, which were still bleeding a lot. Suddenly he was hit in the side with the killing curse, and he almost fell back into the canyon. He started to reach for his wand, but remembered that he had dropped it when he first fell. Harry started to use telekinesis to get his wand back, but Voldemort hit him with Avada Kedavra again. He was thrown 20 feet and then he struggled to his feet, limping slightly. "You can't win, Potter," Voldemort hissed. "Wanna bet?" Harry spat. Before Voldemort could cast another spell, Harry flipped out of the way and summoned his wand to him. "Avada Kedavra," Harry yelled. The curse hit Voldemort in the chest and he went flying backwards a good 20 feet. He stood up, and Harry hit him with the killing curse again. Suddenly, Harry felt a sharp pain in his side. "What?" Harry gasped. He looked down and saw the wound, and felt it stinging slightly. "Oh shit," he thought. "The no-pain potion is wearing off." Harry paid for his lack of concentration, and was hit with the Cruciatus curse. It didn't hurt as much as it normally would, for the potion hadn't worn off completely. Harry still winced, and he yelled, "Avada Kedavra." Everyone was quiet in the Great Hall, listening to the pitter-patter of raindrops on the ceiling and the distant explosions from the duel. It was about 10:20. But no one was really tired. Most of the agents were sitting around, reading a book or playing chess with each other. Ivy had begged for Alex or Max to fight with her, but they had refused. Finally, she was just sitting in her chair, drumming her fingers on the armrests. Suddenly, she got a sly smile on her face and she lifted her left hand up slightly. She took her wand and muttered, "Sphericunin." The tips of her fingers glowed gold, and she admired them for a moment before pointing her wand at her hand again and muttering, "Avada Kedavra." The curse didn't react as it normally would. Instead of blasting off Ivy's hand, it turned into a glowing green ball the size of a baseball. All of the agents were looking at Ivy out of the corner of their eyes. The teachers had quizzical looks on their faces as Ivy started to bounce the ball on the ground. Ivy caught the ball and gave it a little squeeze. A timer appeared inside of the glowing green ball, and started counting down. 60, 59, 58, Ivy threw it into the air and caught it, before yelling out, "Alex." She threw the ball as hard as she could and Alex had to dive to catch it. And the timer started over again. Ivy had started a game of Avada Kedavra ball. The timer inside of the ball told the amount of time the person holding the ball had to throw it to another player. If she or he didn't, the person was disqualified. If the person who they threw it to did not catch the ball, they were disqualified far away, or way over the person's head. It was a highly popular game at the Order of the Phoenix. And at times they had 200 to 300 people playing at one time. "Jaleesa!" Alex yelled, throwing it to her. Both of the players ran, trying to make Angelina hold it until the timer went off. Angelina had 30 seconds left. And she threw the ball to Cedric. Everyone ran and hid behind the tables that were standing against the walls. "Well, at least they aren't bored anymore," Sarge sighed. Harry dodged. Ed another killing curse and winced in pain as he stepped on his injured leg. It had been hit with a killing curse only 3 minutes before. "Avada Kedavra!" Harry yelled. The curse hit Voldemort in the leg, and he fell to the ground. Clutching his leg, Harry hobbled over to Voldemort and started to raise his wand again, when he was hit with the killing curse in the chest. The wind was knocked out of him and he fell to the ground. More blood stained his shirt, and he felt a gash through his shirt. "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort hissed, getting to his feet shakily. Harry was hit in the hand and it was blown off his arm. Harry cried out in pain and he clutched his arm. He gritted his teeth and started to get up, grabbing his wand. Before he was able to get to his feet he was hit again, this time in the thigh. He raised his wand, and not really aiming, yelled, "Avada Kedavra." Harry heard Voldemort fall to the ground, and Harry shakily shifted so he was lying on his elbows. Voldemort was starting to get to his feet. And Harry hit him with the killing curse again. He flew 20 feet and Harry pulled himself to his feet. He quickly reattached his hand, but before he could do much more he was hit with the killing curse in the stomach. He was thrown into the ground again, and he saw Voldemort standing above him, looking down at Harry's injured body. Harry winced as Voldemort kicked him in the ribs. Voldemort raised his wand so it was level with Harry's head. "Goodbye, Potter," Voldemort said. Before he could mutter the words, "Avada Kedavra," Voldemort was hit in the eye with the Diablo curse. Harry had hidden his wand in his robes, and he had perfect aim. Voldemort clutched his eye for a second, before pulling his hand away and saying, "That was not smart, Potter." He started to raise his wand again, but he stopped. He froze, and dropped his wand. Harry scrambled away as Voldemort dropped to his knees and started screaming in agony. Harry watched, horrified as Voldemort's skin started to melt away from his face, leaving his muscles exposed. Those melted away too, leaving the bones. Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion, and Harry was thrown 30 feet. He fell limply to the ground, and only looked up to see dust floating to the earth, at the place that Voldemort had been. Then he fainted. Boom! The explosion could be heard back at the castle. The agents froze in the middle of their game of ball, and looked out the window of the Great Hall. "What on earth was that?" Ivy whispered. "Ignore it," Sarge said. "But what if something happened to Stealth?" Ivy continued. "I said, ignore it. If Agent 97 is injured he'll contact us. But that's only if he's finished the duel." "But what if he's unconscious?" Angelina said. Suddenly there was a buzzer, and signaled TH. Alex had run out of time to throw the ball. "Oh well." Ivy's mouth dropped open and she stared at Sarge with a mixture of surprise and anger. "Oh well," she said indignantly. "What? You're just going to let him die out there? He knows that he is supposed to report back to us when Voldemort is dead and the duel is done," Sarge replied. "We have to wait. What if he dies out there while we're just sitting in here following your orders? That's his problem. I'm satisfied so long as he killed Voldemort." Ivy glared at her and then burst out, "That is your agent out there. All you can say is that's his problem." "Agent 36, sit down and shut up," Sarge snapped. None of the other agents had heard Sarge get this angry at one of her agents. Ivy remained defiantly on her feet. I believe that I just gave you an order, Agent 36. Sarge said softly. As a member of the Order of the Phoenix, you are obligated to obey me or anyone I put in charge. Screw the Order of the Phoenix, Ivy hissed. She suddenly disappeared with a small ping. Sarge shook her head while the other agents stared at her in shock. Stealth. A voice seemed to echo in Harry's brain. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't think straight. He was hurting all over, and he was starting to have trouble breathing. If he moved in any way he would be in considerable pain. Stealth, said that voice again. Harry suddenly recognized it. Ivy. Suddenly her face appeared above his. Ivy, Harry groaned. Are you okay? Ivy asked. I'm. Harry tried to sit up a bit but pain kept him from moving. He moaned and lay back down. Everything was starting to get sort of blurry. Harry, hold on, Ivy said in a hushed voice. Then everything went black. The agents were still in shock from Ivy molecularizing out of the room, against Sarge's orders. Sarge was sitting in her chair, a dark look on her face. Suddenly, Healer stood up and said, "Where?" The agents turned in Healer's direction as she said, "Okay, I'll be right there." She stood up and said, "Sphinx, Alex, I'll be needing your help." Those two stood up too, as did Sarge. Healer didn't object. Instead, she started speaking into her microphone again. "What is Stealth's condition?" "I don't know," Ivy said, looking down at Harry. "He's just bleeding and unconscious. I don't know if he's going to be all right. He's shivering, I think too." "Well, keep him warm until we get there," Healer said. She flicked her wand and a bag of medical supplies appeared next to her. She picked it up and molecularized with a small ping. Sarge, Sphinx, and Alex did the same thing. Ivy had placed her coat over Harry's body, trying to keep it warm. Even then, Ivy could see his blood start to seep through the fabric. Suddenly, the three other agents appeared next to her. "Oh my God," Alex said, looking down on Harry's bruised and bleeding face. "What the hell happened to him?" "Voldemort," Ivy muttered distractedly under her breath. Healer leaned down next to Harry and pulled off Ivy's cloak. "Hypothermia," she whispered, feeling Harry's forehead. "From the rain. We're going to have to get these soaking clothes off of him." Sphinx, hold up his head. She too cut a pair of scissors out of her bag and cut off Harry's torn and bloody shirt. Wounds littered his chest and stomach area. Suddenly Harry gave a moan. "Stealth," Ivy whispered, crouching down next to him. A second later she was pushed out of the way by Sarge. "Did you kill him?" Sarge demanded. "Agent 97, did you kill Voldemort?" "Ugh," Harry moaned. "Please tell me if you can," Sarge said. "Yes," Harry said, still wincing in pain. "Good job, Agent 97, Sarge said. She then molecularized back to the hospital. "Bitch," Sphinx said, causing Ivy and Alex to look up in surprise. "What? She didn't even try to help us out." "This is too serious," Healer muttered. "We need to get him to the hospital at the order." "What? I'm going to the hospital?" Harry asked softly, wincing in pain as Healer tried to mend part of a chest wound. "Yes," Ivy said, crouching down next to him again and taking his hand. "You're going to be all right, Stealth." Harry's eyes had slipped shut again and his head had drooped to one side. "He's out again," Healer said, not looking up from what she was doing. "Urgh. This is pointless, come on, let's put him on a stretcher and move him to the hospital. I'll be able to help him more than I will." Sphinx conjured up a stretcher. Alex and Healer gently lifted Harry off of the ground and placed him on the stretcher. "The rest of you can go back up to the school, I'll get him there safely." "I'm coming with you," Ivy said, picking up her cloak. Healer shrugged and molecularized away. Sphinx and Alex stood there for a moment longer, neither of them speaking until Sphinx said, "Did he say that he had killed Volume for a moment?" Yes, he did." Suddenly a smile appeared on both of their faces and Alex gave a whoop. Then they molecularized back to the castle. "Is this the Potter boy?" asked one of the nurses as they moved him from the stretcher and onto a hospital bed. "Yep," Healer said. "Geez, what happened to him?" exclaimed a doctor, coming into the room wearing white robes and rubber gloves. She took off Harry's disguise bracelet, and his face instantly changed. "Voldemort," Ivy said, holding his hand again. "Are you family?" asked the nurse. "Well, no. But I'm going to have to ask you to step outside." Ivy was pulled out of the room by Healer. "Why don't you contact his family?" I'm sure that they'd like to know he's here, Healer said softly. I'm going to return to the castle now. You can stay if you like. Ivy nodded, looking through the window at the doctors and nurses who were working quickly to help Harry. After a few moments, Ivy spoke into her microphone and said, Mr. Potter. James's voice appeared on the other end of the microphone. He sounded worried. Yes. Mr. Potter, this is Ivy. Oh, Ivy. How are you? I'm fine, sir, Ivy said. Your son is at the hospital and… He is, interrupted Lily. We'll be right there. And the other line went dead. Ivy didn't have to wait long until the Potter family, including little Olivia, appeared next to her. Is he going to be okay? Victoria exclaimed, looking in at her brother, pressing her nose against the glass. They don't know yet, Ivy replied. Excuse me, said a voice from behind the Potter family and Ivy. It was the nurse that Ivy had spoken to earlier. Are you the parents of the boy in there? Lily rushed forward and said, is he going to be okay? What happened? How did he get those? Miss, sir, you are allowed in there for the time being, but if things get too serious we're going to have to ask you to step out. However, we feel he is going to make a full recovery. But, if he had been brought in even 5 minutes later, we feel that he might not have been so lucky. But we can see him. James asked hurriedly. Yes, but I would not recommend that you let the little ones in, the nurse said, eyeing Jimmy, Victoria, and Olivia. Okay. Will you two watch Olivia? James asked, bouncing Olivia slightly in his arms. Sure, Jimmy said. Say hi to Harry for me. Harry's parents entered the hospital room, where a few doctors were still mending Harry's wounds. Harry was hooked up to a ventilator to help him breathe. He's suffered some lung damage. But we'll be able to repair it quite easily. We would just use a simple potion that stops eternal bleeding, but it conflicts with the AK potion, and there are nasty side effects, one of the doctors informed James and Lily. Lily crouched down next to her son, who was still unconscious. James watched as Lily reached up and brushed a strand of hair off of her son's face. I'm sure he'll be fine, dear, James said, squeezing his wife's hand. I know, Lily choked out. I'm glad he's alive. Yes, so am I, he said, crouching down next to his wife and son. Do you think that he killed Voldemort? Lily asked in a shaky voice. Well, if he has my stubbornness, I'm guessing that he didn't stop until Voldemort was dead, James said, cracking a smile. He kissed his wife on the cheek and she leaned against him. All those years that we weren't with him, I was worrying constantly. When he came to the Order I thought that all of those worries would stop. Lately, they've just intensified. Well, at least he's with us. James said. Excuse me, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, said one of the doctors. We're going to have to operate on your son now. Will you please follow Drive to her? She needs you to sign some things. Lily and James stood up and watched as their son was wheeled out of the room. Everything was quiet. Ivy didn't know what time it was, but it had to be late. Maybe it's the room, Ivy thought. Maybe it has a soundproof charm on it. Ivy turned in her chair and looked down at the sleeping boy lying on the hospital bed beside her. He had curled up slightly, and Ivy still in his arm. His parents had left about an hour ago. Lily had to rest, James had to get up extra early the next morning, and Harry's siblings had to get up for school. She had volunteered to stay with him. She looked down at him and ran a finger down his thin scar. He shivered slightly and shifted in his sleep. She pulled her hand away, but continued to stare. She had never had great taste in men. First there was Walter, the geek. She went out with him when she was 12. It had ended with her kneeing him, and him having to get surgery from the damage she caused. Then there had been Greg, the jerk. Greg was too wild, and was always flirting with other girls, even though he was only 14. She dumped him by punching him in the nose and causing him to fall into the creek. Then there was Paul, the gay guy. She, of course, had no clue that he was gay until she walked in on him making out with her former boyfriend, Walter. That ended with Paul having to get the same surgery that Paul had gotten only 4 years earlier. Then there had been Alex. But Harry was different. He was sweet, and made her laugh, and she had never seen him flirt with other girls. He wasn't gay, he was interesting, and he was usually polite. Unless he was talking to Celeste or a Death Eater. He rolled over, so he was no longer curled up, but lying flat on his back. Ivy stood up and leaned over Harry, kissing him lightly on the lips. She was most surprised when he started to kiss her back. She pulled away suddenly and whispered, "How long have you been awake?" "I just woke up," he said in a slightly hoarse voice. "What time is it?" "Late," Ivy replied. Harry tried to sit up, but he was so sore that he gave up. "Why did you kiss me?" Harry finally asked softly. "At the Great Hall, and now here." Harry suddenly silenced her, placing a finger on her lips. He moved his hand so it was on the back of her head and pulled her closer. "Never mind," Harry whispered. "I understand." Then he kissed her. A minute or so later, when they broke for air, Harry whispered, "Won't they be worried about you back at Hogwarts?" Yeah, I suppose they will," Ivy said. "I'd better go. I'll see you soon, Harry." "Very soon, hopefully," Harry said, with a sly grin on his face. Ivy returned the grin, picked up her cloak and molecularized back to Hogwarts. All of the agents were still in the Great Hall, even thou. It had to be almost 3:30 in the morning. "Is he going to be all right?" asked Angelina, standing up when she saw Ivy arrive. "They say he should make a full recovery," Ivy said, grinning. "Oh, doctors also said that if we hadn't brought him in at that time he might not have been so lucky." Ivy turned to look at Sarge, a smirk on her face. "What do you have to say about that, Sarge?" Sarge got a dark look on her face and said, "Fine, you were right. Happy." "Quite," Ivy said. She plopped down on one of the chairs, a satisfied smile on her face. "What happened after the duel?" "Well, Sarge came in and said that the Dark Lord had been defeated. There had been total pandemonium. All of the teachers and students were clapping and cheering, and the minister rushed back to the ministry to alert the ministry members." Max said. "We suspect that it's going to be front page news tomorrow," Cedric added. "All of the dorms have parties going on in them, and no one can stop them, not even the teachers. Snape took 100 points away from his own house, and they still won't stop." "We'd better get back to our shifts," Sphinx said. "We need to stop those parties." "And how do you suggest we do that?" Alex asked. "The usual. Threaten them, curse them." Everyone laughed and then went their separate ways. About 3 or so days later Harry was released from the hospital. The hospital staff all gave him a round of applause before he left, and he had to sign several autographs. Sarge had stopped by to visit him, and to tell him that he had 2 weeks of sick leave. Harry still had to wear bandages around upper arm, his right foot, and his thigh, where he had been most seriously injured. He had a few bruises, but those were healing fast. His mother insisted that he stayed off his feet as much as possible for the next few days. She also asked that he looked after Olivia for a bit each day, while she was at work and Victoria was at school. Harry didn't mind much. When he returned, Hi's family gave him belated Christmas presents. The one that Olivia had talked about was a vintage broomstick. His mother said that it was over 200 years old, and his father said that it had been passed down through the Potter family, and that he had been buried with it. Harry especially liked it when he was visited by people from the Order of the Phoenix. Will came to visit on his second day at home. "Did Angelina tell you that I moved my leg a few days ago? The doctors said that my legs are going to be working like normal in a few months." Harry grinned and said congratulations. There was silence for a moment before Harry said, "Have they started to tell yet?" No, not yet," Will said. "Sarge says that we're going to wait until an opportunity presents itself before we tell." She also said that there are going to be a lot of changes at the Order, such as how they recruit members and such. Will sighed and said, "I can't wait to see my parents again. I haven't seen them since I was 10, when I was recruited." Will got a dreamy look on his face for a moment before saying, "Well, I'd better get back to the Order. I also have some therapy at 3 o'clock. See you, Will." "Bye, Harry." Will wheeled his way over to the door that was labeled Order of the Phoenix and disappeared through it. Ron woke up on the day of the Quidditch match with butterflies in his stomach. He had a feeling of foreboding for some reason, but he didn't know why. He threw off his sheets and went in search of his Quidditch robes. He opened his trunk and pulled out his robes, and unearthed Harry's old firebolt. Ron stared at it for a moment, and ran his hand down the smooth wood that had hardly been touched in 2 years. "God, I miss him," Ron thought to himself. Then he pulled out his own broomstick and closed the lid of his trunk with a bang. Then he threw on his robes and stormed downstairs. Hermione was waiting for him, and she straightened his robes slightly before giving him a soft kiss on the lips. "Be careful, Ron," Hermione said. "I will be Herm," Ron replied, kissing her on the cheek before giving her a hug. "I'll be watching," Hermione said. "I know." Ron released her from the hug and turned to the common room doors. Team locker rooms. Now, the other 6 Quidditch players got off of the chairs and followed him out of the common room and through the castle. He had just opened the doors to the Great Hall, when there was a flash of green light, a rushing sound, and Ron fell to the ground. The screams of the 6 other students on the Gryffindor team could be heard from inside the Great Hall, where Angelina, Ivy, and Sphinx were located. Several of the teachers were in there too, and watched as the 4 agents ran out to see what the problem was. The teachers followed. "No!" screamed one of the teammates. "What happened?" Sphinx demanded when she got to the steps. She looked down and saw Ron lying face down on the ground. "Oh crap," she muttered under her breath. She glanced around the grounds and saw a figure wearing a black cloak crouched behind the bushes. "Avada Kedavra," she yelled, pointing her wand at the person. Then she turned to Angelina and said, "Make sure he's dead." Angelina nodded and ran off to the bushes. "Ivy, I want you to go see why the guard at the gates failed to notice the intruder." "Yes, Sphinx." Ivy molecularized to the gate and saw Alex lying on the ground, his eyes wide open and a surprised look on his face. "Tisk, tisk, tisk," Ivy said, shaking her head. "Somebody forgot to take his potion today." She rolled her eyes and molecularized into the mission room with Alex's limp body. She poured some potion down his throat and left. Sphinx leaned over Ron and turned him over. He was dead. Several of the students turned away and started crying even more. Ron's eyes were wide open, and his mouth was open in surprise. He didn't have any markings on his body that indicated that he had been strangled. It was obvious that he had been killed by the killing curse. "Professor Dumbledore, take the students inside, try and calm them down," Sphinx ordered. "Oh, and call his parents." The teachers started to drag the students back into the castle. Professor McGonagall had tears rolling down her cheeks as she started to comfort 3 of the girl students. "Well, this is just peachy," Sphinx said to herself. Angelina returned a minute later and said, "It was a Death Eater. I sent his body to the Order of the Phoenix." "Good, now help me put him on a stretcher." After the stretcher had been conjured, the 2 of them lifted him onto it. "What do we do now?" Angelina asked. "We need to report to Sarge," Sphinx said. "She always says that if someone we are supposed to be protecting is killed, we have to report to her." "I'll put him inside then," Angelina said, starting to push the stretcher. "Put him in the Great Hall," Sphinx ordered. Angelina shrugged and then went inside. "Sarge, what? We have a situation. A student died." "I know. How did you know that?" "I'm back at the Order, and our divination master just saw it." "Oh. Well, what should we do now?" "Well, an opportunity presents itself, now doesn't it?" "Pardon. This is our chance to tell the world about the Order of the Phoenix. Starting at Hogwarts. But Sarge, a scout should be there in about 10 minutes. Put an anti-decaying charm on him though. This boy, Mr. Weasley, will be allowed to spend the rest of his school year at Hogwarts since he doesn't have much left." "But, shut up, Sphinx. You are to have an agent show him around the Order of the Phoenix today, and then return him to Hogwarts. Another agent will explain to the teachers about what happens when someone is recruited into the Order." Sarge. Yes. What about D? The agents have why permission to take of their disguises if the occasion calls for it. Sarge finished. "Oh, and tomorrow or the day after that I will be sending a replacement agent for Agent 97. "Yes, Sarge. Good luck," Sarge replied. Sphinx sighed, cracked her knuckles and then went inside. The Quidditch team was all being talked to by Professor McGonagall in one corner of the room. A few stragglers from break fast were looking around the room in confusion as Sphinx entered the room. "Jalisa, call of the teachers and agents into this room," Sphinx ordered as she passed. Angelina was sitting next to Ron's body. She got out of her chair and walked out of the room. "Why did you ask her to put the body in here?" Professor Dumbledore asked grimly. "Why not put him in the hospital wing?" "That, Mr. Dumbledore, Is for us to know and for you to find out, Sphinx replied, reaching into her pocket and pulling out her sunglasses. Did you contact the parents? Yes, but. Suddenly the doors to the Great Hall opened and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley walked in. Albus, why did you call us here? Asked Mrs. Weasley. Molly, I have some news, Professor Dumbledore said softly. Hermione slammed her book shut and glanced at her watch. Oh damn, I'm going to be late. She gasped. She jumped out of her chair, scooped her books into her arms and ran into her dorm room to drop them off. She grabbed her cloak and sprinted down the stairs. She had never missed a Gryffindor match, and she knew that this game meant a lot to Ron, for it decided whether Gryffindor would be playing in the championship game. She sprinted down the halls, almost bumping into Professor Flitwick. Miss Granger. Sorry, Professor, she yelled over her shoulder. She was about halfway there, when she saw Jalisa talking to Professor Snape. Snape got a mildly shocked look on his face and rushed off. Jalisa disappeared after him. Hermione kept running down the hall, and had just bounded into the entrance hall when muffled crying coming from the Great Hall. She stopped abruptly and listened for a moment. The crying sounded mildly familiar, and Hermione timidly pushed the door open slightly. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were there for some reason. Mrs. Weasley was the one crying, and Mr. Weasley had a look on his face that practically broke her heart. Mr. Weasley, Hermione said. What's wrong, Hermione? Mr. Weasley gasped. What's going on? Hermione asked, pushing open the door a little more. Suddenly, her eyes fell upon the body that was lying on a floating stretcher. Hermione froze and then said, Ron. Hermione, Professor Dumbledore started. No. Hermione gasped, tears springing to her eyes. She started to run toward him, but two pairs of arms grabbed her. Miss Granger, please, said Alex's voice. He can't be. Hermione cried. We have to do, said Ivy on her other side. No. Please sit down, Herm, Ivy said. She steered Hermione into a seat where she sat sobbing for a moment. Ivy tried to say something, but she was interrupted by Hermione's cries. Where the hell is that scout? Ivy moaned to herself. Suddenly the door of the mission room burst open and a haggard-looking woman came in. Why on earth did you call me? She hissed at Sphinx angrily. We need you to do your job, Sphinx said. At 1:30 in the morning. She exclaimed. It's 10 in the morning, Sphinx said slowly. Not where I live, hissed the scout. Why in the world did I get this job? Look, can you do whatever the scouts do? We're kind of in a hurry here, Ivy interrupted, patting Hermione softly on the back. Yeah, when I'm good and ready, the scout snapped. Lighting up a cigarette, Ivy jumped out of her seat and pulled the cigarette out of her mouth. Then she pulled the potion bottle out of the scout's pocket. Hey, what are you? Right now, I just don't have the patience for you. You can leave now, Ivy replied, walking over to Ron and opening his mouth. What? Leave? Now? Ivy said sharply. The scout looked a bit shocked. But she molecularized out of there anyway. Bitch, Ivy muttered under her breath. Then she dumped the potion down Ron's throat and closed his mouth again. What was that all about? Mrs. Weasley demanded. And what did you pour down his throat? You're going to find out soon enough, Mrs. Weasley, Ivy replied hastily. She walked over to where a group of agents were standing around. All right, Sphinx said slowly. We need to choose who is going to greet Ron. Greet? What are you talking about? Professor McGonagall asked. I'm not doing it, Cedric said. Neither am I, said all of the other agents. Let's draw straws, Sphinx sighed. She waved her wand and said, whoever gets the straw with the red end has to greet him. Everyone pulled a stick and Ivy got the one with the red end. Okay, I'll be greeting him. Ivy sighed. She glanced over at Ron. When exactly is the potion supposed to work? It depends on how long the person's been dead, Sphinx said. We just have to wait. Wait for what? Hermione asked, looking confused. Several students who were in the Great Hall when Angelina had brought in Ron's body were looking at the agents in confusion. What on earth is going on here? Professor Dumbledore said. Now, I've pretty much let the Order of the Phoenix have free reign, but I'm drawing the line here. What is happening? Just wait, like, 5 minutes or so. You'll find out then, Ivy said. Several of the agents sat down, but Ivy started pacing. What is going on, Albus? Asked Mrs. Weasley in a confused voice. I don't know, Molly, Professor Dumbledore said, looking down at Ron's pale face. There was an awkward silence, until Ivy said, so, nice weather we've been having. Angelina muffled a giggle, and Ivy said, okay, you don't want to talk a boo. The weather, I heard that the Chudley Cannons are making a comeback. They were Ron's favorite team, Hermione choked out. They still are, croaked another voice. Hermione gasped and looked around. That sounded like Ron. How good to see you up and about, Ivy said in an overly perky voice. Ron groaned and sat up. Mr. Weasley gasped. Mrs. Weasley gave a squeal, and Hermione fainted. What the hell, gasped Snape. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is just mandatory, Sphinx said. Ivy. Okay, how many fingers am I holding up? Ivy said. 2, Ron said. What is your name? Ronald Weasley. How old are you? I'm 17. Would you rather die or become a member of the Order of the Phoenix? I would, what? Ron said, looking shocked. Would you rather die or join the Order of the Phoenix? Ivy said slowly. What does the Order have to do with this? Ron said. And what happened anyway? First you have to choose, and then we'll tell you, Ivy said. Ron frowned. I guess I'd rather join the Order of the Phoenix than die, Ron said slowly. But, why is this happening? Because the Order of the Phoenix is a business that is completely run by DEAD people and their offspring. IYV said very quickly and slurred together. Pardon. Look, come with me, I'll explain it on the way, Ivy said, getting up. Ivy, said Angelina from behind her. Why don't you let me handle this? Suit yourself, Ivy said. Walking off. Angelina sighed and said, Sphinx, am I allowed to take off the bracelet now? Go ahead, Sphinx replied. Angelina reached down and pulled her bracelet off, feeling her features slowly change. Angelina watched as people got even more confused. She reached up to her hair and found that it was no longer short and very curly, but long and braided with gold extensions. Ron looked, if possible, even more shocked than usual. She sat down in a chair across from him and was silent for a moment. How's Fred? She finally asked. How do you know Fred? Ron asked, his voice quivering slightly. Because we used to go to school together, and a little more, Angelina replied. I don't remember you, Ron replied. Angelina looked shocked. They didn't recognize her. And what was with that disguise thing? Who are you? Ron demanded. I think we'd all like to know that, Professor Dumbledore spoke up. Jalisa. That's not my name, Angelina said. First of all, Ron, the disguise thing is mandatory for people who are recruited into the Order and recruited. Like what's happening to you right now, Angelina explained. Except, when I was recruited I had to go straight into the Order of the Phoenix. What if I don't want to go into the Order of the Phoenix, Ron said. Well, you don't really have much of a choice, Angelina replied. You still haven't answered my other question. Who are you? And how do you know my brother? Ron, you knew me when I looked like this. Angelina waved her wand, and instantly felt herself transform into a younger version of herself. Ron's eyes got big and he choked out, Angelina. Bingo. Angelina changed herself back. But, you're dead. I saw you die 2 years ago, Ron said, looking at Angelina in horror. This is a sick joke that you're playing, Professor McGonagall said. Sick, I tell you. First of all, it's not a joke, Angelina replied. Professor, trust me, I know it all seems confusing right now, but nothing. Professor McGonagall said. Angelina Johnson is dead. She died 2 years ago and Angelina pulled out her ID card and handed it to Professor McGonagall. She stopped in middle of her sentence and stared at the card. This. Please believe me, Angelina said. Please. Angelina. Mrs. Weasley said softly. She looked Angelina up and down and said, it is you, isn't it? Yep, Angelina said happily. Mrs. Weasley smiled warmly and hugged Angelina. Fred missed you, she said. I missed him too, but you've moved on, Mrs. Weasley finished. We understand. But, I have one question. What? Why didn't anyone from the Order of the Phoenix say anything about this power they have before this? Angelina sucked in a breath and said, well, you see, there's a prophecy or something that says no one in the Order can tell the secret of the potion until the dark And now that's he's dead, we can. Mr. Weasley then turned to his son and said, "We understand that you have to go to the Order of the Phoenix now, Ron. Your mother and I are just happy that you're alive, no matter how bizarre or. Ron doesn't have to go to the Order of the Phoenix now. We only have to show him around there a bit," Angelina said. "But you said earlier that you had to go straight to the Order. Since Ron only has a few months left at this school, Sarge is going to allow him to stay. And then he gets to work at the Order. So, you're giving him a job because he was hit with the killing curse?" Professor Snape said. "Basically, yeah." Ron looked around for a moment. Before he spotted Hermione sitting in the chair, hugging her legs to her chest, and tears still running down her face. "Hermie," Ron said, walking over. "What's wrong?" She whispered something into his ear and he said, "I dunno, I'll ask a little later." Hermione nodded and kissed him on the lips. "I thought I'd lost you," she whispered to him. "Ron, are you ready to go see the Order of the Phoenix?" Angelina asked. Ron gave Hermione a tight hug and then stood up. "Don't look so grim," Angelina said. "You'll be back in about an hour." Ron smiled and Angelina said, "Follow me." She started walking toward the mission room door. "Hello Cedric," Angelina said as she passed him on her way out. Everyone turned to look at Cedric, who turned beet red and slipped off his bracelet. "Hi," Cedric said sheepishly. "This is insane," Professor McGonagall said, sitting down in a chair and putting her head in her hands. "It makes perfect sense to me," Professor Dumbledore said with a slight smile. "Albus, dead people are appearing in our Great Hall," Professor McGonagall exclaimed. "I know Minerva, I know. And this is the Voldemort department, of course, I don't think it'll be called that. For much longer since Voldemort is dead, but anyway," Angelina said, pointing to rooms as they passed them. Ron had a million questions in his head, but instead he simply said, "Where will I be working?" "After school is done we'll contact you, and then you'll find out," Angelina said. "I know it's all really confusing, but when you get more knowledge injected into your brain." "What?" Ron exclaimed, stopping dead in his tracks. "It's just so you'll be extra smart, Ron. You get to learn a lot of cool stuff, like 4 more languages and how to tango. You also get to learn how to fight like Ivy and duel like." "What's that?" Ron asked. "That is the Leisure Dome, I'll show you around that now." About 45 minutes later Angelina had shown Ron all around the Order of the Phoenix. She treated him to brunch at the food court. And as he sat there eating she said, "I bet you're wondering about your brother." Ron's ears turned red and he said, "Actually, yes. Is he here too?" Angelina nodded. "But, I'm sorry, you can't see him now. He had a bit of an incident and he's horribly sick. But he should be making a full recovery soon." Ron nodded, and took a drink of his orange juice. "And, what about Harry? Where's he?" Angelina looked at Ron. "Oh no, he wants to see Harry. But Harry's injured and shouldn't be bothered, what should I say?" Angelina thought. "I'm sorry Ron, Harry's with his parents," Angelina finished lamely. "Oh, okay," Ron said, feeling his heart sink. "Well, I suppose that they couldn't have recruited everyone," Ron thought bitterly. When Angelina and Ron arrived in the Great Hall, they found the whole school there, listening to Sphinx talk about the Order of the Phoenix. Several people were looking up in shock and disbelief. Others had sort of grins on their faces. And were whispering excitedly to one another. "Are there any questions?" Sphinx asked. "So, if anyone is hit by the killing curse they get to go into the Order of the Phoenix?" asked Colin Creevy. "Look, don't go killing yourself just because you want to go into the Order," Ivy said. "We don't choose everyone. Besides, we'll probably be changing the way we get members soon." "Any more questions? Or all of you recruits?" piped up a first-year Hufflepuff. "No, right now only 2 of us are recruits. Jaleesa is actually Angelina Johnson and Ethan is Cedric Diggory. The rest of us are the offspring of recruits," Sphinx replied. There was a murmur around the crowd and Professor Sprout smiled happily. "Angie," said a voice from behind Angelina. She turned and saw Ivy. "You're back." "Yep," Angelina replied. "How'd you like the Order, Ron?" Ivy asked. "Pretty cool, huh?" "Yeah, it's really nice," Ron said with a faint smile. "I'm sure you'll like it once you're working there. We have a lot of fun." Ivy clapped Ron on the back and said, "Why don't you go to your dorm and rest? You've had a hard day." "Wait," Ron exclaimed suddenly. The Quidditch match. In the recent turn of events. It has been postponed until tomorrow, Ivy said. Darn, I wanted to see Gryffindor kick Ravenclaw's ass today. Angelina said, folding her arms. You know, I will go to my dorm. See you later Angelina, Ivy, bye Ron. Ron managed to slip out of the Great Hall without anyone noticing. He walked the quiet halls until he reached the picture of the fat lady. He gave her the password and walked into the empty common room. He flopped down on one of the chairs and sighed. Ron, said a voice from the passageway that led to the girls' dorm. Is that you? Yep, Ron said. How was the Order of the Phoenix? Asked Hermione, coming into the common room and sitting down across from him. It was really cool, Ron said. They have a huge library. I don't care, Hermione said, causing Ron's eyes to open wide in surprise. I won't be able to see you very much, will I? Yes, you will, Ron said, leaning forward and taking Herm's hand in his. I promise that you will. Hermione smiled and said, did you find out about? Yes, Ron said. And, I'm sorry, they didn't recruit him. Why? Hermione asked. Well, they don't recruit just anyone, Ron said. But, they did recruit Percy, Ron said, giving a smile. But I can't see him, because he's sick. But Angelina promised that when he's better she'll take me to see him. Just wait until I tell Mum that Percy's still alive. I can just imagine the look on her face. Hermione said softly. She leaned forward and hugged Ron tightly. Why don't you go right? I will, but first I think I'll take a nap first. I'm very tired, Ron yawned. Will you wake me up in an hour or so? Of course, Hermione said. Ron kissed her lightly and walked up to his dorm room. He flopped onto his bed, and fell asleep instantly. Wakey wakey, exclaimed a cheerful voice. Harry groaned and rolled over, clutching his blanket to his body. Harry, wake up. Victoria started to shake him on the shoulder. MMPH, Harry moaned, pulling his blankets up over his head and trying to block out the sound. Ivy's here, Victoria said. Harry immediately pulled his blanket off of his head and said, where? Victoria laughed. I'm just joking. Mom wanted E to wake you up because she and I are leaving. Okay, Harry said, leaning back onto his bed. And that means, Victoria said, stepping back out of the room. You get to look after Olivia. Hi Howie, Olivia said, climbing up onto Harry's bed and jumping up and down on it. Morning Olivia, Harry replied, getting out of his bed and stepping gingerly onto his injured foot. Have you had breakfast yet? Nopers, Olivia exclaimed. All right, Harry said, picking her up and carrying her to the kitchen. She squealed with delight as Harry swung her around for a moment before sitting her in her chair. I want waffles with chocolate. And strawberries, and whipped CWEAM, and. Whoa, Harry said. Waffles I can do, but. Bye sweetie, said Lily, rushing into the kitchen and giving Harry and Olivia both a kiss on the cheek. Bye Mom, Harry said, rummaging around in the cupboard for the waffle maker. Bye Mommy, Olivia squealed. Once Lily and Victoria had dashed out of the house, Olivia turned to Harry and said. Mommy's getting fatter that, he said. Lately she's been really emotional. What? Olivia said, putting on a confused face. Never mind. Harry gave up looking for the waffle maker and just conjured up some waffles for him and Olivia. What do you want to do today? Harry asked. Can we go to the park and feed the duckies? I think that we can manage that, Harry said, cutting up Olivia's waffles for her. Olivia gave a grin, and Harry smiled back. Hey y'all, Ivy said, walking out of the mission room. We have the results on the person who killed Ron. Who was it? Asked the teachers that were left in the Great Hall and the other agents. It was a man by the name of. Ivy turned the page in the small pamphlet she was holding. Peter Pettigrew. What? Gasped several of the teachers. That's impossible, he's been dead for years. No, he hasn't, Professor Dumbledore said gravely. If you step into my office I will tell you. Except for those of you who don't know. Already, his eyes flashed in the direction of Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Remus. I dare say that you should contact the people at the Ministry about this matter. Angelina's already on her way over, Sphinx said. And then she's stopping by her parents. Cedric's going with her, Alex said. Of course, they might not be able to get into the Ministry at all, because they're especially mad at us now that we've let out our secret, Sphinx said. True. But wait, if the Order of the Phoenix tells the Ministry about Wur Pettigrew, then Angelina will also explain about Sirius Black not actually being the one to give away the Potter's location, Sphinx said. Black will be allowed to go out of hiding. A small grin appeared on Remus's face, and the dog that was sitting near the teacher's table started barking. Ahem, said a voice from the doors to the Great Hall. Standing there was the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. It seems that, Mr. Black has been wrongly accused of a crime he did not commit. And, Cornelius Fudge seemed to have to force out the next few words. That he is innocent and has been cleared of all charges. He is no longer a fugitive and will be given an apology for the time spent in Azkaban from me and say no more, Cornelius, Dumbledore said. Sirius. Suddenly Sirius appeared in the place of the giant black dog. Hello Mr. Fudge, said Sirius, slowly walking up to the minister. Fudge paled and started mumbling, on behalf of the Ministry of Magic I apologize for. I'd like my house back, and my old job, Sirius said, standing in front of him and staring down at him. Fudge shivered as he looked into Sirius's black eyes and said, why yes Mr. Black. Thank you, Sirius said, giving a small smile. I would also like you to have the Daily Prophet print that I'm innocent on the front page. So that there is no mistake. Yes. Thanks again. Sirius walked past Fudge and out the doors of the Great Hall. Ivy muffled a laugh with her hand. Where's he off to? McGonagall asked. Probably to his house, Dumbledore said. I would suggest that he waits, so that he doesn't frighten the muggles that are living there now, but I personally think he's going to go tell Arabella, Remus said. Or to propose to her. Or both. The teachers looked a little shocked. Well, he has been going out with her for the last 2 years. Remus exclaimed. Whatever he's doing, I'm sure we'll see him soon, Dumbledore said. Ding dong. Harry looked up from where he was sitting on the couch, and to the front door. Who on earth could that be? Harry wondered aloud. Ding dong. Harry got up from the couch and hobbled quickly over to the door so it wouldn't wake up Olivia, who was napping at the time. Harry pulled open the door and saw Sirius. Harry exclaimed. He pulled him quickly inside. Are you insane? You could have been caught. Not anymore. Sirius exclaimed. I'm free. The Order of the Phoenix cleared me. I'm a free man. That's great Sirius. Harry exclaimed. Sirius grinned happily. But what are you doing here? Well, I thought that since I haven't seen Lily and James for 16 years I would come and tell them. Where are they? They're at work, Harry said. But they should be off soon. How are you Harry? Sirius asked, putting a hand on his arm and causing him to wince in pain. Sorry. It's okay, they should be healed soon. I'm doing, well, better than I was after the duel, he replied. That's for sure, Sirius said. Howie, yelled a voice from upstairs. One moment Olivia, Harry replied. I'll be right back Sirius. I'm sure you want to meet Olivia, don't you? Yes, of course, Sirius said. Harry went upstairs and found Olivia bouncing up and down on her bed. Come on Olive, Harry said, picking up Olivia and playfully slinging her over his shoulder. She giggled happily and said, I'm hungry. Can I have a snack? Sure, but first I want you to meet someone. Harry walked downstairs with her still over his shoulder. Sirius was looking at a finger painting by Victoria that was hanging on the wall. When he heard Harry walking down the steps he turned and looked. Who's that? Olivia whispered in Harry's ear. That's my godfather, Harry replied. Is he a fairy? No, silly. Is he mine too? You'll have to ask Mom and Dad. Harry took Olivia off of his shoulder and placed her on the ground. Olivia, I would like you to meet Sirius, he said. Sirius knelt down and shook Olivia's tiny hand. It's very nice to meet you, Sirius said softly. Olivia, who was acting shy, just hid behind Harry's legs. She's adorable, Sirius said, standing back up. She was even cuter when she was one, Harry said. Olivia hit him in the leg and giggled as Harry tried to scoop her up into his arms again. Can we eat now? She asked. Sure. Sirius, would you like some tea or something? Harry asked. Sirius nodded, still looking at Olivia happily. By 6 o'clock that evening Olivia was referring to Sirius as Uncle Sirius. Sirius was sitting on the floor, playing with Legos with Olivia when Harry heard the door open. Harry, you will not believe what I just heard, said Lily's voice. Mommy. Olivia squealed, jumping up and running to meet her mother. Hi sweetie, Lily said. Harry, I just heard that she stopped dead in her tracks when her eyes fell on Sirius. Lily. Sirius said, looking at her. Sirius. Oh my god, she ran up and threw her arms around him, hugging him tight. Sirius hugged her back, and Harry noticed tears in his eyes. We missed you so much, Lily sobbed, tears running down her face as well. I missed you too, Sirius replied. You're bone thin, Lily said, pulling away from the hug and putting her fingers around Sirius's bony wrist. You have to stay for dinner. Hell, spend the night. Unless you have other plans. I'd love to stay here, Sirius said, giving Lily another hug. Just wait until James gets here, Lily said with a sly grin. I'm sure he'll be twice as excited as I am. Where the heck is that agent? Ivy said, glancing at her watch. He was supposed to be here an hour ago. Maybe he's running behind, Angelina exclaimed. Running behind my ass, Ivy snapped. I want to know if it's one of my other ex-boyfriends or not. I seriously doubt that it will be, Celeste said. It's more likely that it's one of mine. Ivy rolled her eyes and started to pace. Sarge, Ivy said into her microphone. The new agent hasn't arrived yet. One moment, Sarge said. Okay, clap your hands 3 times. Ivy did as she was told. Ah, someone came falling out of nowhere and landed with a thud on the hard floor. Ow, what the hell did you do that for? You were supposed to be here at 7, Ivy said simply. It's 3:30 a.m. in New Hampshire. Jimmy exclaimed. He was in plaid, pajama bottoms and a thin black t-shirt. Oops, Ivy said. Well, go get dressed, leave a note for your mom and come back here. Jimmy rolled his eyes, but didn't move from the floor. Aren't you going to get up? No, I'm perfectly comfortable on the floor, Jimmy said. He crossed his arms. Get up, Ivy said. Jimmy disappeared with a smirn a few minutes later, this time fully dressed. And that includes his sunglasses and cloak. You were patrolling the 7th floor today, Sphinx said. And tonight you have guard duty in the Gryffindor common room. Yeah, okay, Jimmy yawned. The teachers looked shocked. How old is that boy? Asked Hagrid. He's 16, Ivy replied. Just old enough to go on missions. That's awfully young. Nah, we're only 17 and look at what we can do. Alex came up behind Ivy and put his hand on her shoulder. Hey Ivy, can you tell me what? Ivy jabbed her elbow into his stomach and he fell to the ground. Don't touch me, she said. She stepped on him as she walked by. That boy looks kinda familiar, Ron said, glancing up from his potions homework. He's Stealth's brother, Hermione said, looking up too. At least, I think he is. Go ask. Come with me, he said, taking Hermione's hand and dragging her away from her homework. They walked over to where Jimmy was sitting. He was looking around in amazement. And he sort of jumped when Ron and Hermione approached him. Hi, my name is Ron, and this is Hermione. So you're Ron and Hermione, Jimmy said, giving a half smile. My brother told me a lot about you. You're Stealth's brother, right? Harry's. Pardon, I'm Harry's brother, Jimmy said. Stealth isn't real. Just a disguise. Harry and Stealth are the same person. Ron's mouth was open in shock, and then he fainted. Dude, he fainted, Ivy said, getting out of her chair and kneeling down next to Ron. Yeah, I noticed, Jimmy said, standing up and looking down at Ron. He rolled his eyes and looked over at Hermione. She was standing, staring with her mouth open at Jimmy. You, Hermione stammered. She gulped and said, that's impossible. What's impossible? Ivy asked, enduring up a damp towel and putting it on Ron's forehead. That you're Harry's brother, Hermione snapped softly. He's dead. No he's not, Ivy said. Yes he is. Angelina even said so. Look, we're not going to tell you what to believe, Jimmy said. If you feel the need to ever speak to me, fine. Jimmy turned around and retreated back to his chair. Several people were looking between them in confusion. We'd better get him to either Madame Pomfrey or to his bed, Ivy said, pointing down at Ron. Yeah, Hermione said, still staring after Jimmy. Ivy waved her wand and Ron levitated into the air. She and Hermione walked him up to the boys' dorm and laid him gently down on the bed. Hermione didn't say anything to Ivy, and continued to stay with Ron, even after Ivy had returned to the common room. What the hell did you say to them? Ivy snapped at Jimmy. I just told them that stealth was Harry. He replied. If I had known they were going to react like that I wouldn't have said anything. Well, Hermione is all mad at me now. And I have no idea what Ron will act like when he regains consciousness. Jimmy rolled his eyes again and was silent. Hermione. Ron groaned. Hermione had fallen asleep on Ron's bed. Lying next to him. Get up. Ron leaned over and shook her gently on the shoulder. Hermione mumbled. What time is it? I don't know, Ron said. Can you get off my bed before? Suddenly the door to the common room burst open and the other Gryffindor 7th year boys came into the room. Hey Ron, get lucky. Seamus asked, smirking over at Hermione who was still lying on the bed. No, Ron snapped. And don't say that. Seamus shrugged. I'm going back to my dorm, Hermione moaned, getting off of Ron's bed and rubbing her eyes. Hurry. Get out, Dean said in mock panic. Neville's starting to undress. Shut up, Neville snapped, buttoning his nightshirt. Ah, Seamus yelled in horror. Hermione didn't pay any attention to them and went down to the deserted common room. Well, almost deserted. Ivy and Jimmy were in the corner, playing chess. Checkmate, Ivy said. Jimmy frowned at the board and said, wanna play again? As they set up the board again Hermione cleared her throat. Hey Herm, Ivy said. Care to play winner? No thanks, Hermione replied, but she did sit down in a chair to watch them. Suddenly she burst out and said, Re's no possible way that you could be Harry's brother. Why? Jimmy asked, moving his bishop diagonally 3 spaces. Because his parents are dead, Hermione said. Hermione, after all that you've learned about the Order of the Phoenix, do you honestly think that we would leave anyone from my family out of it? He asked. Hermione opened her mouth to reply, but she stopped. Harry's parents are alive, she finally asked. Yep, Ivy said. And they're the nicest people you'll ever meet. Hermione looked at Ivy in shock, and then back at Jimmy. Harry's alive, she said. Yep, and he's really missed you. Even though he only saw you a week or so ago. What? I told you earlier. Harry was in a disguise. The person who you thought was Stealth was actually Harry. Stealth is Harry, Hermione whispered, feeling tears pricking her eyes against her wishes. But why didn't he tell us? We're his best friends and because the punishments for telling the Order of the Phoenix's secret was much more severe then. He could have been killed, Ivy interrupted. Killed, Hermione repeated. I mean Harry killed Voldemort. Yeah, Ivy said. Because he's the dueling master. Big surprise, isn't it? Where is he now? Hermione asked desperately. Can I talk to him? What? He's at our house in Keene, Vermont, Jimmy replied. He glanced at his watch and said, he's probably asleep by now. He's been getting tired really easily because of his injuries. And because of Olivia. Who's Olivia? Hermione asked. My littlest sister, Jimmy said with a smile. She's only 3, and Harry has to look over her. You have more siblings. Yep. Mum's had 3 other kids besides Harry. There's me, Victoria, and Olivia. Oh, and child number 5 is on the way. Hermione was overwhelmed by this information. She put her head in her hands and sighed. When can we see him? Hermione asked. Just wait, I'll tell you when, Ivy said. She gave a small wink and moved her queen to the right. Checkmate. I should go tell Ron. Hermione said, jumping up. Ivy grabbed her by the wrist and said, not now. Ron's probably asleep anyway. Just wait until he's awake tomorrow morning. Hermione nodded, and then a grin spread across her face. She ran over to Jimmy and hugged him tightly around the neck. Then she ran to her dorm room, tears of happiness spilling down her cheeks. Jimmy, can I borrow your convertible in tomorrow? Ivy asked after Hermione had left. Ron, wake up. Hermione squealed, shaking Ron violently. What's the matter? Ron mumbled, opening his eyes slightly. Hermione. Ron, he's alive, Hermione said. What time is it? Quote. Ron, she exclaimed indignantly. Harry is alive. What's this about Harry? Mumbled Seamus, poking his head from behind his curtains. Ron, he's alive, Hermione said, holding Ron by the shoulders and looking into his eyes. For a second it seemed that he was going to faint again, but Hermione shook him again. What? Ron exclaimed. But Angelina said that he was with his. Suddenly he realized what he had failed to notice in the first place. Parents. Yes. Now get up. We have to go tell Professor Dumbledore. And Sirius, Ron said. Oh wait, Sirius left, didn't he? I don't care. Just get dressed. Hermione ran out of the room and bounded down the steps. What was that all about? Dean asked, staring at the still open door. Harry, Ron said. He threw his covers off and ran to his trunk to get dressed. Wait, what about Harry? Seamus yelled after him as he ran out the door. Which way is it to Professor Dumbledore's office? Ron said, running beside Hermione down the hall. I thought you knew, Hermione said, stopping. No, I thought you did. You were head girl after all. Hermione frowned. Should we check the teacher's lounge instead? She asked. Yeah, let's go. They both bolted down the halls until they reached the teacher's lounge. They almost ran headlong into Snape Wher. Contrary to popular belief Weasley, Snape said icily. The teacher's lounge is for teachers. 10 points from G. Do you know where Professor Dumbledore is? Hermione interrupted. Snape looked shocked and took another 10 points away from Gryffindor. By this time Hermione and Ron were running down the halls again. They ran to the Great Hall, where several agents were talking together, including Jimmy, who was sitting upside down in his chair and using the seat as his backrest. He was reading a book and his curly dark red hair was hanging over the side. Do any of you know where Professor Dumbledore is? Hermione asked. He was here a moment ago, Miss Granger, Sphinx replied. I'm sure that if you wait for a moment he will return. That is a very good assumption, said a voice from behind Ron. The two of them spun around and saw the elderly wizard standing there. What do you need to speak to me about that is so urgent that you nearly knocked Professor Snape to the floor? Right, we're sorry about that, Ron said. But Professor, it's about Harry. Continue. Professor Dumbledore said, slowly walking over to the teacher's table, and motioning for them to walk with him. Well, he's alive. I know, Professor Dumbledore said. Hermione and Ron stopped in their tracks. You knew? Hermione asked. But how? Well, Ivy came to ask Professor McGonagall and me for a peculiar favor this morning, and she told me about the Potters situation. She also introduced me to Harry's brother, James Potter Jr., but he prefers to be called Jimmy. Jimmy waved slightly, not looking up from his book. Does Professor Lupin know? Ron asked, still gawking at Professor Dumbledore. Not yet, but I suppose Professor McGonagall will be telling him at any moment. Suddenly the door of the Great Hall opened and Professor Lupin came into the room. He stared past Hermione, Ron, and Dumbledore, and over to where Jimmy was reading a book. Jimmy, he said softly. Yeah, Jimmy replied. He looked up and said, you must be Remus. He stared at Jimmy and said, I must be dreaming. He blinked and slowly walked over to Jimmy. You have Lily's hair. And her nose, Jimmy added. But the rest is my dad's. James, Remus said softly. He collapsed into a chair and said, they're actually alive. No, I'm just an alien from the planet Zarbon who was sent here to torment everyone, Jimmy said sarcastically. Yes, they're alive. I see you have your dad's sense of humor. Remus said with a slight smile. Unlike my sister. She has my mom's. I guess she doesn't like practical jokes that much then, Remus said. Nope, not at all. Jimmy gave a slight laugh. Does Sirius know? According to Mum he's been staying at our house for the last few days, Jimmy replied. Except for one time when he went to visit someone named Arabella, so Arabella knows too. Yep. Remus grinned again. Suddenly the door to the mission room opened and Ivy walked through. Can I have the keys now, Jimmy? She asked. Jimmy rooted through his pocket until he found a key ring with 2 keys attached to it. He tossed them to Ivy. She turned to Ron and Hermione and said, ready to go. Go where? You'll see, Ivy said. Come on, Jimmy. Where's your car? I had Dad put it at the Order of the Phoenix so you could get to it easier. All right, come on you two. Ron and Hermione looked bewildered, but followed Ivy into the mission room and through the transporter. Hermione looked around in awe as they walked through the Order of the Phoenix. Ron looked mildly interested as well, but kept asking Ivy where they were going. I'm not telling. It's a surprise, Ivy said as she reached the tiny parking lot outside of the Order. She pushed a button on one of the keys and the doors automatically unlocked. Jump in, she said. She climbed into the driver's seat and started the car. She pushed a special button near the radio and they were instantly transported to an unfamiliar countryside road. Where are we? Ron asked as he looked around. America, Ivy said simply. turning the wheel. It's early here, so I decided to drive around a bit. You two haven't had breakfast yet, have you? They shook their heads and looked at the scenery. The three of them stopped for breakfast at a restaurant called Friendly's. Ivy read the newspaper while Ron and Hermione ate. They left at around 9:30 and drove for an hour and 30 minutes more. Ione and Ron had fallen asleep in the backseat of the convertible, and were leaning against each other. The semi-cool morning air whipped through their hair, and they only awoke when they felt Ivy come to a full stop. We're here, Ivy said, climbing out of the car. Where are we? Ron yawned. Harry's house, Ivy said. They looked shocked and said, this is where he lives. Yep, nice isn't it? A very thin layer of snow was lying on the ground and on the weeping willow that was outside. Ivy took the other key and fitted it into the door. Come on in, don't be shy, Ivy said as she pushed the door open. They walked in and looked around. Harry, Ivy shouted. We came for a visit. There was no answer. Ivy looked into the kitchen and saw a note on the refrigerator. Dear Harry, I've taken Olivia shopping with me. I'll be home around 4. Lots of love. Mom, follow me, Ivy said. She walked up the steps with Hermione and Ron following close behind. She walked to the end of the hall and turned to the door on the right. She knocked twice and called. Harry. Still no answer. She pushed the door open and all three of them entered. Harry was lying sound asleep on his bed. His black and bleached hair was rumpled. And he had curled up slightly in his sleep. Ivy noticed that he wasn't wearing a shirt, just dark green pajama pants. There was still a bandage wrapped around his arm and his lower stomach. She looked back and saw Ron and Hermione smiling. Hermione had tears rolling down her cheeks again. I'll leave you two alone, Ivy said. She walked back downstairs and started to make tea. Ron and Hermione approached Harry's bed and sat down on either side of it. Harry moved in his sleep and pulled his blankets closer to him. That must be where he got hit from the killing curse during the duel, Hermione said. Pointing to the bandages. Yep, said a soft voice. Harry opened his eyes slightly and rolled over. Hermione gave a squeal and threw her arm around Harry's neck. Harry hugged her and Ron, who had also hugged him. Don't ever do that to us again, Ron said. You have no idea how hard it was for us to lose you. I missed you too, Harry said, wincing in pain as Hermione pressed against one of his bruises. Hermione pulled back from the hug and said, the good thing is you're here now, and we're together, and what are you smirking at? You're dating, Harry said slyly. Oh you, Hermione said, whacking him with a pillow. Hey, don't hit the poor, defenseless, injured boy. Harry said jokingly. Huh, defenseless. I don't think so, Ron said. We saw you take out that Runaspore, and those Death Eaters. Hermione said. It's a miracle you weren't killed. Again, Ron added. They all grinned, and then started laughing. Hey y'all, Ivy yelled from downstairs. Tea's ready if you want some. I'm going to get dressed, I'll meet you down there, Harry said. Hermione and Ron left the room, and Harry pulled on some clothes. Then he put in his contacts and went downstairs. He had tea with his best friends, which was something that he hadn't done in a long time. P.S. I am now absolutely sure about how many chapters there are going to be in this story. 31. That's right. The chapter after this one is the last. Toodles. Honey. We're home. Lily yelled as she walked through the door. Olivia was clinging onto one of her hands, and in the other one she held a shopping bag. Hi Mum, Harry called. Lily walked into the kitchen and sat one of her bags on the counter. Mum, we have guests, Harry said, getting up and walking over to the kitchen to get a few biscuits. Olivia ran over to Harry and threw her arms around his leg, and hugged it. Ow. Olivia, please get off, groaned sadly, but got off of his leg. Harry reached down and picked her up, flinging her onto his shoulder and making her squeal with delight. He picked up the small plate of biscuits and walked into the living room again. Ron and Hermione were chatting happily with Ivy, but turned when Harry entered. You have something on your shoulder, Harry, Ivy said. Yeah, I know. It just started growing one day and I don't know what to do about it, Harry joked. Harry pulled his little sister off of his shoulder and set her on the couch. Who's this? Hermione asked. This is Olivia, and she's being a little shy right now, Harry said as Olivia tried to hide behind him. She's so cute, Ron said. She gets it from my side of the family, Lily called from the kitchen. Hermione laughed and said, "Hello, Mrs. Potter. Call me Lily," she said, walking into the living room and shaking Ron and Hermione's hand. "My son has told me all about you." "It's very nice to meet you," Ron replied. "Harry, I'm going to go take a quick nap. Will it be okay if you watch Olivia for a bit?" "Sure," Harry replied. "Victoria should be home soon, so you can have her watch Olivia," Lily said. "Wake me up with James gets home." "All right." Hermione and Ron stared in astonishment as Lily walked up to her bedroom. "That's your mom," Ron said. "Yeah, I know," Harry said. "It's so cool that she's actually, alive." "Yeah, I'm happy too," Harry said. About 30 minutes later Victoria came in wearing a long black dress and carrying her violin case. "What are you so dressed up for?" Ivy asked. "I had a violin recital," Victoria said, opening the fridge. "With one of the most prestigious wizard music schools in the country." "How'd it go?" Harry asked. "It went okay, I don't know how if I got in though." "Judging from the way you've been improving I'm sure you got in," Harry said. "Thanks Harry." She stopped and looked around. "Who's this?" she asked, pointing at Ron and Hermione. "These are my best friends from Hogwarts," he said. "And Ivy, but you already know her. I'm Hermione." "I'm Ron. It's nice to meet you," Victoria said. She glanced at the sleeping form of Oliva, who was spread out next to Harry. "She must have been tired." "Yep, I guess you don't have to look after her then." "I'm going to put her in her bed," Harry said. After he carried Olivia and put her in her bed, he returned downstairs. "Are you going to stay for dinner?" Victoria was asking. Hermione and Ron looked at each other. "I'm sure it'll be fine with Mom," Harry said. "It's macaroni and cheese night, and Mom always makes the best." "We really should go back to Hogwarts, they might start to worry about us," Hermione said. Even though her face gave away her true longing to stay with Harry. "I'll call Sphinx and tell her that we're staying for dinner," Ivy said. "Well, all right then," Hermione said. When Ivy took Ron and Hermione back to Hogwarts it was very late. After James had arrived home they just couldn't seem to pull themselves away. James and Lily kept telling hilarious stories from when they were at Hogwarts. And Ron and Hermione were having so much fun that they lost track of time. "Oh my," Hermione exclaimed. "We really have to go, we have school tomorrow. And I'm getting tired," Ron yawned. "It was so nice to meet you Lily and James." "It was our pleasure dear," Lily said. "Feel free to visit anytime." "Harry, are you going to come visit Hogwarts?" Hermione asked, looking hopeful. "Yeah, I probably am sometime this week," Harry said. "I hope to see you soon," Hermione said, hugging Harry one last time before Ivy called from the door that they had to go. "See you Ron," Harry said. "Stay out of trouble," Ron said. "Oh wait, that's impossible for you, isn't it?" "Yep," Harry chuckled. Ron and Hermione waved as they disappeared through the door that led to the Order of the Phoenix. "They were nice," James said, collecting the dirty plates from the table. "Yeah," Lily said, yawning. "I'd better get to bed, I'm bushed." "Good night darling," James said, giving her a soft kiss on the lips. "All right, break it up you two," Victoria said. "Ew," Olivia cried, covering her eyes. Harry rolled his eyes and went back up to his room. When Hermione and Ron tiptoed into the common room, they expected it to be empty. Instead they walked in to find a room that was filled with students, all waiting for them to return. "Did you see him?" Seamus asked, running up to them. Closely followed by Dean and Neville. "Yes," Ron said. Several whispers broke out around the room. "Did he remember us?" Neville asked. "Of course he did," Hermione said. "Now if you don't mind, we're awfully tired and—" "Has he changed?" Dean asked. Ron rolled his eyes and said, "Yes, he bleached the tips of his hair." "Now will you let us through?" "What? You didn't tell them that he got contacts too," Hermione added. "Just ask Jimmy about him, he's Harry's brother," Ron said. Everyone turned in shock towards Jimmy, who turned a brilliant shade of crimson. "Good night," Ron saw it hurriedly before giving Hermione a quick kiss on the lips and running up to his dorm room. The other Gryffindor 7th year boys followed him, and the Gryffindor 7th year girls followed Hermione, bombarding each of them with more questions about Harry. A lot of people were talking about Harry the next morning. Several girls started giggling madly whenever his name was mentioned. Jimmy was giddy. ing fed up with everyone questioning him about his brother. Once when he was patrolling a 6th-floor corridor he didn't watch where he was going and he ran straight into someone rushing to class. "Oh damn!" cried a female voice as her papers and books went flying. They both fell to the floor. "I'm so sorry," Jimmy said, scrambling to pick up the papers that were falling all over the corridor. "No, I'm sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going. Oh, this is horrible, Snape is going to kill me for being this late," said the girl, rushing around and picking up her papers. "It was my fault, don't blame yourself. Here." Jimmy handed her a bunch of books that he had collected from the ground. The girl tossed her long hair out of the way and took the books. Jimmy's mouth dropped in awe. "Wow," Jimmy said. "Did you say something?" the girl asked while she swung her bag over her shoulder. I asked you what your name was," Jimmy responded. "It's Ginny. Ginny Weasley." She stared for a moment and said, "And you're Jimmy Potter?" "Yes, that's correct, Miss Weasley," Jimmy said, feeling his face turning red slightly. "Call me Ginny." "Okay. Do you want me to come to your class with you and explain why you're late?" "Oh no, you don't have to. Please, it would be my pleasure," Jimmy said. Ginny smiled and said, "That's really sweet. Thanks. May I carry anything for you? You know, so we don't have to pick them up again in case some other reckless maniac comes around and knocks you down." Ginny laughed and Jimmy's heart gave a leap. "Sure, you can carry these if you like," Ginny said, smiling and holding up the 3 books in her arms. Jimmy smiled in return and walked with her to the dungeons. "Ah, I'm glad that you finally have joined us, Weasley," Snape sneered. "And I see that you've made a newer acquaintance." He eyed the books that Jimmy was holding for Ginny. A few of the other students chuckled. "I just accompanied Ginny so I could explain that it was my fault she's late," Jimmy said, placing the books on Ginny's desk. "You see, I wasn't watching where I was going and 10 points from Gryffindor," Snape said lazily, as he shifted papers on his desk. "Mr. Snape, I really don't think it's fair that you should take points away from Gryffindor when it wasn't Ginny's fault that she—" "That is enough, Potter," Snape snapped. "I take points away from my students whenever I feel the need to. It is none of your business or any business of the Order of the Phoenix. Now will you please leave this dungeon before you interrupt my classroom anymore?" Jimmy glared at SNA. Pay before he molecularized back to the 6th-floor corridor. "Bastard," Jimmy math. About an hour later the bell sounded and the halls were filled with students rushing in different directions to get into their next class. Jimmy kept glancing around, wondering if Ginny was in this large crowd of people that were jostling around him. Oof. Someone fell into Jimmy from behind and he struggled to remain standing. He turned and saw Ginny. "Sorry," she said. "I was trying to walk over and thank you, but I guess I tripped over my own feet. I'm so clumsy. I don't see how someone as beautiful and graceful as you could call herself clumsy." Jimmy blurted out. He instantly turned red and started to mumble an apology. "No, it's okay," Ginny exclaimed as Jimmy mumbled, "I'm sorry. That was one of the sweetest things anyone has ever said to me," Ginny said. She leaned over and kissed Jimmy on the cheek. She blushed too, but then smiled. You'd better get going," Jimmy said. "Wouldn't want to be late again, now would you?" "I guess you're right," Ginny said. "Well, I'll see you around. I'll be looking for you," Jimmy said. He winked at her and then watched as she turned and walked down the hallway. Jimmy sighed and said, "I think I'm in love." Harry woke up very early that Thursday. He got out of bed and quietly got dressed. He went downstairs and wrote a quick note for his parents before grabbing his cloak and earpiece and walking through the door marked, Order of the Phoenix. He looked around for a transporter, and when he found one he walked through it, saying, Hogwarts. He instantly found himself in the mission room. Angelina was lying on one of the beds in the mission room. Harry slowly walked out into the Great Hall. "Good morning, Potter," said a voice at the agent's table. Harry turned and saw that Ivy and Sphinx were there. "Morning," Harry replied, slightly limping as he walked over. "I thought you were going to get those bandages off soon," Ivy said. "Yeah, tomorrow," Harry said, sitting down. "What time is it here?" "About 5 a.m., Sphinx said. "The teachers usually get here about 6-ish for early breakfast. You should be resting," Ivy said. "Trust me, when I'm at home I'm doing everything but resting," Harry said. "I've had worse injuries than this. Don't worry about it." Ivy leaned her head against Harry's shoulder and said, How long are you going to stay here? I dunno, he replied. Maybe a few hours. Maybe for the whole day. I haven't decided yet. Why aren't you in Gryffindor Tower, by the way? Since Ol Voldy's dead we don't need as much security, Sphinx replied. Only Jimmy's in the Gryffindor common room today. Of course, I think he's spending too much time with that Weasley girl to do his job correctly, Ivy said. Ginny? Harry asked. Yep, it appears that young Jimmy has fallen head over heels for her. Harry started laughing. That girl had a crush on me for 4 or so years. Harry exclaimed. And now she turns and falls for my own brother. Ha 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 ha. Your life is, like, such a soap opera, said a new voice. Max had just walked through the Great Hall. I can see it now, Ivy said, holding up her hands. The days of our lives in General Hospital visiting Harry Potter. Very funny, Harry said, nudging Ivy. I found it quite amusing, said Alex's voice. Shut it, Alex, Ivy snapped. So Harry, Max said, sitting down across from him. What's up with you? Professor McGonagall was the first to arrive in the Great Hall that morning. Good morning, she said as she walked over to the teacher's table. Ivy, Potter, there's a Gryffindor Quidditch practice tonight that you need to monitor. Which one? Jimmy said. I just said it was a Gryffindor practice, Professor McGonagall said. No, I mean, which Potter? There are 2 of us here. Jimmy said. Professor McGonagall froze and looked over at where Harry was sitting. Oh my God, she gasped, clapping her hand over her mouth. Potter. Hello Professor, Harry said, smiling slightly. My, how you've grown since I last saw you, Professor McGonagall said, walking around and surveying him. You bleached your hair, I see. Yes ma'am, Harry said. Suddenly something that Harry didn't think she had ever done to any student. She hugged him. Congratulations about your parents, she whispered into his ear. She then let go and wiped a tear from her eyes. I'm so happy for you. Thank you Professor, he replied. Professor McGonagall gave a thin smile and turned. I must contact Professor Dumbledore. Around 7 o'clock the students started to arrive. Harry had already gotten reacquainted with the teachers. Hagrid had given him a hug that is so tight that he felt as though several of his ribs cracked. Remus had been overwhelmed with joy and awe. Smiling more than Harry had ever seen him smile. Can I talk to Lily and James? Remus asked. Sure. A little later though. It's really early in New Hampshire, Harry replied. Has Sirius contacted you lately? No, not really, Remus said. So then you don't know. Do you? Harry said. Know what? Harry leaned over and whispered. Mum's pregnant. Remus looked like he was going to faint. Pete pregnant, he sputtered. Again. Yes. Again, Harry said. Number 5. 5, Remus said, sounding a bit dazed. I had better go sit down. That might be a good idea, Harry said. Remus staggered over to a chair and plopped down into it. Harry. Hermione came running up and hugged him tightly. You came. I told you I would, Harry said, hugging her back. You never really got to tell us what you did while you were dead. Ron said, coming up behind Hermione. I think we'd all like to know that, Dumbledore said from the teacher's table. Well, I did an awful lot, and don't you have classes and stuff, Harry said. I think we can make time, Dumbledore said. Harry grinned and then started talking. Thank you. My heart goes out to everyone who was affected by the terrorist attack. Thank you all for reviewing. I am aware that the author alerts aren't working anymore for everyone who doesn't have support systems, but I hope that you will still check for updates, obviously not on this story. Because it's ending sad face, but for other stories that I will have. Malina. Harry ended up having dinner at Hogwarts. The Gryffindors begged him to sit at his table, and he agreed, so long as Ivy could sit there too. Harry was bombarded with questions all through his meal. Ivy and Hermione kept giggling together, and making Ron and Harry very apprehensive. In the middle of a conversation Harry got a message from Sarge. What was that all about? Ron asked after Harry had finished talking. She's just reminding me that my sick leave is almost up, Harry said. I'm supposed to return to work on Monday. So you're coming back here? Ron said hopefully. Harry nodded. That's wonderful, Hermione exclaimed. We get to see you sooner than we thought. I can't wait, Harry said. Date, Monday. I missed this room, Harry said as he walked into the 7th-year boys' dorm. There was still an extra bed. They never took your bed out of this room, I guess as a tribute or something, Ron said. Harry said, as he flopped down onto it. It smelled clean, and it seemed that the house elves had cleaned it recently. Heya Harry, Seamus said, coming into the room after them. What are you doing? Resting, Harry said, closing his eyes and pretending to snore. You have no idea how hard patrolling the 7th floor all day can be. Ha ha ha, Ron said. I bet it's nowhere near as hard as the tests McGonagall has been giving us. Do you still have to take the NEWTs, Harry? Seamus asked. Harry gave a sly smile and shook his head. That's not fair. Yes it is, Harry said. Look at what we have to do every day. Patrolling halls. Besides that, he said, we have to risk our lives and, at times, get our asses kicked. Yeah, and then after that you get to go dancing and rock climbing, Seamus said. Ron had told the other Gryffindor boys about the order. Yep, Harry said, smiling again. Seamus threw a pillow at Harry. Telekinetically, Harry sent it flying back at Seamus. Hey, oh, that are jumping off of his bed and running to his trunk. He flung it open and pulled out. My firebolt, Harry said. He jumped off of his old bed as well and taking the firebolt into his hand. I haven't flown for 2 years. You haven't, Ron said, his eyes widening. Do you have a broom at your house? Yes, but it's a vintage broom and I can't fly it because it's worth a lot of money. Harry turned his broom over in his hand and said, when is your next Quidditch practice, Ron? It's tonight. Why? Because, I want to fly again. And that seeker of yours needs a little work, Harry replied. Ron grinned. It felt good to be back in the air. Harry did a couple of loop-de-loops and started flying straight toward the ground. Harry, slow down. You're making the rest of us look bad, Ron yelled. Harry stopped barely an inch away from the ground. Woo-hoo! Ivy yelled from the stands, jumping up and down. Harry rolled over on his broom and then jumped off of his broom. That was awesome, Ivy said. I've never seen anyone fly like that. Of course, I never really saw anyone fly except for in that one Quidditch game. I thought you said you were going to help me out. Squeaked the seeker from 30 feet above Harry. 1 minute, Harry called. He mounted his broom again and flew up so he was level with the seeker. Okay, one of the first things you need to remember is. It was dark when the Gryffindor team, Harry, and Ivy went back inside. They sat by the fire and chatted happily, and Jimmy and Ginny were busy doing homework, while they were actually playing footsie under the table. So, Harry, Ivy said, truth or dare? Harry rolled his eyes and said, not this game again. Yes, this game again. Just be happy that Celeste isn't here. Now, truth or dare? Truth. Ivy got a disappointed look. All right, have you ever done the nasty with anyone but Celeste? That answer was simple, no. I can't believe that you broke up with Celeste, said Seamus, walking over. I can't believe that you've had sex. Hermione exclaimed. Harry James Pott. Hermione, truth or dare? Harry asked flatly. Dare. I dare you to magically put makeup, a curly blonde wig, and high heels on Snape, Harry said. On a teacher. Are you mad? So you're chicken? Ivy asked. Buck Buick. I refuse to, Hermione said, crossing her arm. Think of all the times that Snape has taken points off of Gryffindor. Remember that time that he made a crack about your teeth in our 4th year, Harry said. Hermione thought for a moment. Then, she waved her wand and muttered something under her breath. Ron and Harry grinned at her. You did it? Ron asked. Yep, but I added a tiara, Hermione said slyly. Everyone roared with laughter and kept laughing until Hermione said, all right, Ron, truth or dare? The game continued late into the night, and it was about 12 o'clock when Hermione proclaimed that the next question was the last one. Harry, truth or dare? Hermione asked. Dare, Harry yawned. I dare you to, Hermione yawned for a moment. I dunno, I'm too tired to dare you to do anything. Make up your own dare. Harry thought for a moment and then leaned over to Ivy. He kissed her passionately on the lips. That's it, Ron said. It seemed like a good idea to me, Harry said. Yeah, me too, said Ivy, who was clinging onto Harry's shoulder. We'd better get to sleep, Hermione said, pulling herself off of the ground. Good night Harry, good night Ivy. Night. Good night Jimmy. Jimmy, who was curled up in the corner with Ginny, waved. Ginny had fallen asleep and Jimmy was on the edge of sleep as well. Night everyone, Harry said. Date, Thursday. When Hermione and Ron walked down to breakfast the next morning, they found the agents were milling around. 2 or 3 agents were taking down surveillance devices. Harry, Hermione said, walking over to where Harry was holding up Ivy while she took down another device. What's going on? We're leaving, Harry said. Our job is done here and we are no longer needed. But, Hermione sputtered. You can't go. I'm sorry Hermione, Harry said, as Ivy jumped down. We have to. But, I'll see you soon. I promise, Harry said. Remember, Ron's going into the Order after school. You'll see me loads. It's just a few more months Herm, Ivy said, slinking her arm around Harry. I'll write a bunch. A letter at least once a week, Harry said. Hermione gave a smile and then threw her arms around his neck. I'll miss you so much, she said. I'll miss you too, Harry said as he pulled out of the hug. We're going to stay for breakfast, but then we're going back. You have to come and visit us sometime, Ron said. We'll tell you when we're going to Hogsmeade. And when our Quidditch championship is. Okay, Harry said, smiling. During breakfast all of the students were saying goodbye to the agents. One first-year Hufflepuff actually ran up to Sphinx and hugged her. She looked slightly surprised and then hugged her back. Well, is Potter disappearing again? Sneered Draco Malfoy, walking up to the agent's table. No, you are, Harry said. He snapped his fingers, and Draco instantly disappeared. Bring him back Harry, Sphinx said in a warning voice. Harry rolled his eyes, and Draco instantly reappeared in a heap on the ground. You'll pay for that Potter. Malfoy hissed. Harry gave a sarcastic smile. As Draco walked away, Harry flicked his wand and a "kick me" sign appeared on his back. Ivy snorted with laughter. I would like to propose a toast. Professor Dumbledore said, to the agents of the Order of the Phoenix, for protecting us and even giving their own lives for ours. For ridding the world of the Dark Lord, and for making us all happy. To the Order of the Phoenix. Once again, thank you, Professor Dumbledore said. Sphinx waved her wand and the agent's table disappeared. She flicked her wand once more and the mission room disappeared as well. Thank you for this experience, Sphinx said. I hope to see you all soon. Farewell. Bye. Bellowed the school. Sphinx shook Dumbledore's hand and molecularized out of there. A few moments later most of the other agents did too. Except for the 3 agents that had gone to Hogwarts. Thank you for everything, Angelina said. And I know that we nearly gave all of you heart attacks when we all reappeared, it's for the best. Professor Lupin smiled and said, stay out of trouble you 3. That's impossible, Harry said. Angelina and Cedric looked at him. At least it is for me. There was a small laugh that echoed around the room. Harry smiled and then disappeared. Harry was pacing, back and forth, back and forth. He nearly bumped into his father, who was also pacing. Remind me, why is it that Mom doesn't want us in the delivery room? Jimmy asked as he flicked through a magazine. She says it makes her uncomfortable, James mumbled, running a hand through his messy hair. You're as nervous now as you were the first time, Sirius said with a slight grin. Shut up Sirius, James said, sitting down next to him and putting his head in his hands. Yes, but remember, the first time he fainted, Remus said. You be quiet too, James said, peeking out between his fingers. Mom let us into the delivery room last time, Jimmy grumbled. And, do you remember what happened last time? James asked. Yes, we were all very civilized and then Mom had Olivia. You screamed, what is that thing coming out of her ass, James said. Harry snorted with laughter. Hey, I was 13 then, Jimmy snapped. I'm 16 now. Big difference. Jimmy, I was more mature than you when I was 3, Victoria said. Olivia, who was sitting on Victoria's lap held up 3 fingers. She was just now getting the hang of numbers. Excuse me, said a nurse from the room. Yes, James exclaimed, jumping up from his chair and rushing over. Your wife is screaming for you, the nurse said. James Potter, get your ass in here. Came a shriek from the other room. James rushed in. Wait, sir, you're going to need. Jimmy burst out laughing. You, Victoria said. Who asked you? Jimmy snapped. I did. Well, shut up. You shut up. You. Sirius stood up and pulled Jimmy away from Victoria. Geez, you two are like 3-year-olds. Tweet 3. Olivia squealed. Harry chuckled slightly. There was another shriek from the room. I thought those rooms were supposed to be soundproof, Remus said thoughtfully. They were, Sirius said with a sly grin. 20 minutes later everyone was extremely nervous except for Olivia, who had fallen asleep, curled up in a chair. Harry was still pacing, Sirius was drumming his fingers on the armrest and Victoria was nervously biting her nails. Suddenly the doors burst open and James ran in. It's a boy. All of the people jumped out of her seats. Olivia simply rolled over and tried to get a more comfortable position in the armchair. Can we see him? What's his name? How's Lily? Can I have your autograph? Harry turned in surprise to see who had said the last comment. It was the nurse who had told James that he was wanted. Sure. Harry hastily scribbled his name on a piece of paper in her outstretched hand before turning back to his father. Can we go and see him, Dad? Victoria asked, putting on puppy eyes. Pretty please. In a little while, he said. Your mom needs to rest. And she wants some private time with the baby. Have you decided on a name yet? No, James said. We ought that we'd let Harry choose the names. First and middle. Harry looked stunned for a moment. Pick Abercrombie, Jimmy whispered into his ear. Pick Franklin, Victoria whispered as well. Twee, cried the newly awakened Olivia. While you deliberate, I'm going back in there, James said. Sirius, Remus, Lily wants to see you too as well. Sirius and Remus followed him into the delivery room. So, what's it going to be? Jimmy asked. The ever-cool Abercrombie, or boring old Franklin? Hey, neither, Harry said. I choose Sean. Sean, Victoria said, wrinkling her nose slightly. Sean, good idea, Jimmy exclaimed. I'm sure that Sean's ghost will be happy. Now, what are you going to have for the middle name? Victoria said. Franklin. I'll let you two decide that, Harry said. Twee. Harry gently knocked on the door of the delivery room and entered when he heard his mother's tired voice say, Come in. The three men were crowded around Lily, who was holding a bundle of blankets. Harry slowly walked over and saw a tiny face peeking out of the blankets. It had curly black hair, and its little eyes were closed. He has brown eyes, like James, Remus informed Harry. He just went to sleep. Have you decided on a name yet? James asked. Yeah, I chose Sean, Harry said, looking down at his little brother. Victoria and Jimmy are choosing the middle name. Suddenly the two of them went rolling past the room, scratching and punching each other. Franklin, Abercrombie. Harry started laughing silently. They all crowded around the baby once more until Victoria and Jimmy came in. We chose, Victoria said. Drum roll please, Jimmy said. Victoria rolled her eyes and said, We chose Aberlin. Aberlin, Lily said, raising her eyebrow. It's a combo of Abercrombie and Franklin, Jimmy explained. Lily smiled, and then she started laughing. Well, at least we got them to agree on something, James sighed. Too bad it had to be this. Hey, I'm only joking. All right, barked another nurse. Coming into the room. Everyone out. This woman needs rest. Out. She pushed them outside into the hall, but they continued to look through the windows. What's going on? Olivia exclaimed, for she was too short to see into the windows. They're taking Sean away from Mom, Jimmy said. She's going to sleep. Harry leaned down and picked Olivia up so she could see. That's my baby brother, she said loudly, pointing through the glass. Harry smiled and put Olivia onto his shoulder. This is one of the happiest moments of my life, James said. Well, you know, besides the other 4 times it's occurred. This is one of the most happiest moments in my life too, Dad, Harry said. Definitely. He smiled at his family and friends, before turning back to the window where the newest addition of his family could be seen. Thanks for watching. Graveyard that he had been.